Just as Luo Yuanshu was preparing to hunt down Kang Jai with the help of the other disciple, Kang Jai had already arrived at the foot of Wanbaobao Mountain. Earth Immortal Realm early stage. When the mountain guard disciple saw Kang Ji when realm was mentioned, there was also an unexpected exclamation. Kid, Earth Immortal Realm, they're assessing us at the early stage. Do you even know what Dao is? Is there only one free opportunity to take the outer sect disciple assessment? If you fail this time, you'll have to pay 10,000 units of energy crystals next time. Are you sure you want to go in for the test now? Yes, let's go in now. Seeing Kang Ji's resolute attitude, the mountain guarding disciple stopped obstructing him and reminded Dao, the assessment only lasts for 5 days. After 5 days, you will be automatically teleported out. Of course, if you die inside, you won't be teleported out. Good luck. As he spoke, he activated the teleportation array for Kang Jai. With a flash, Kang Jai appeared in a continuous mountain range. Wanbao Mountain, it turns out, is not a single mountain, but an entire mountain range. Divine thought spread in all directions, but saw nothing. Void beast, this thing is formless and intangible, and can even enter the void realm, so it's really not easy to find. As Kang Jai murmured to himself, he had already activated time-space control. Divine ability. Under time-space control, within the scope of the law, everything is under control. Even if the other party possesses the void realm ability, it is impossible for them to escape Kang Ji's detection. Unfortunately, within the time-space control area, Kang Jai still couldn't find any trace of the void beast. As expected, the void beast isn't so easy to find. With a wave of his hand, endless mechanical pups, metal-eating ants, and illusory poison bees appeared. Kang Jai sat atop a large rock atop a mountain, watching the endless army of worms spread out in all directions. 1 mountain, 10 mountains, 100 mountains. When Kang Ji's larvae spread to 100 mountain peaks, there was still no discovery. Hiss! Is void beast really that hard to find? Or is there a very small number of void beasts? No wonder ordinary discords all have cultivation levels. Reaching Earth Immortal Realm, the assessment will only be conducted during peak periods. It's probably not just about wanting to hunt more void beasts. The void beast's tenacity is also a major reason. No, this won't do, it's taking too much time. Kang Jai doesn't have much patience to search slowly. With a thought, luck was activated and divine ability was triggered, instantly increasing luck several times over. This is still without using the luck from within the dragon's gold. Otherwise, an increase of several thousand, or even tens of thousands of times would not be impossible. As soon as luck surged, Kang Jai noticed something was wrong. Hey! 1 illusory poison bee is missing. Ha! Finally found you. Kang Jai took a single step, leaping over dozens of mountain peaks, and instantly appeared where the illusory poison bee had disappeared. Spatial fluctuations. Trying to escape won't be so easy. Following the spatial traces, Kang Jai quickly caught up with the other party. Hoo! Seeing Kang Jai chasing after him, Void Beast didn't hesitate at all and took a bite. Kang Jai felt as if a huge mouth had appeared in the void realm, trying to devour him. Let's see who's stronger when it comes to spatial power. As both are Earth Immortal realms, Kang Ji's control over space is absolute. Kang Ji's divine ability is time's control, which means he not only controls space but also the surrounding time. As soon as Void Beast opened its mouth, it realized that its movements were very slow. Immediately, a terrifying force acted upon the Void Realm. The Void Beast uncontrollably tumbled out of the Void Realm. However, there was nothing in front of Kang Jai. Only when Kang Jai used the power of space or the power of law to sense the other party could he discover that a creature shaped like a big fat pig had fallen into the void realm. Truly a wondrous creature, formless and intangible, entirely formed from the power of void realm, yet possessing its own consciousness. With a gentle squeeze, the void beast explodes instantly. After the explosion, the void beast instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving only a powerful force of void realm spreading in all directions. Immediately afterwards, a whole bunch of things fell out of void realm. Kang Jai spotted one of the beads at a glance. With a wave of his hand, the bead in Kang Ji's hand filled with the power of void realm. Is this the void pearl? What's it used for? Out of curiosity, Kang Jai directly refined the bead. In an instant, Kang Jai sensed his control over space had increased significantly. What surprised him even more was that after refining the void pearl, it could form a protective film on his body. This protective layer doesn't offer much defense, but it can calm the surrounding void realm. Law. In other words, with this bead, even if the surrounding void realm is, and you are in the middle of it, you can greatly reduce the impact of the void realm on yourself. Void hunting ground. No wonder this thing is a necessity. Kang Jai muttered to herself, her gaze returning to the ground. After just one glance, Kang Jai lost interest in what was on the ground. Although there are some useful items among them, such as immortal stone. However, its quality was poor, and it was stained with other filth, so Kang Jai was too lazy to pick it up. With a flash, Kang Jai returned to the mountaintop once more. The larvae continued to spread, but soon Kang Jai frowned. Strange, why can't we get through here? Kang Jai arrived at the edge of a large mountain. A mechanical puppet reached this point and found it could no longer proceed. But there is clearly Dao Road on the other side, and you can see the mountains and scenery in front of you. Is the barrier a divine artifact? Kang Jai retrieves the utility disciple token. There's some basic information here that Kang Jai didn't have time to look at. Now that I've encountered a problem, I have no choice but to read it carefully. Huh? Wanbao Mountain has different ranks? After some research, Kang Jai learned that Wanbao Mountain did not only contain the Earth Immortal Realm, Void Beast. Elsewhere, there are even higher ranked Void Beasts. For the sake of convenience in the assessment, the area where he was located only had Earth Immortal Realm. It's just a Void Beast. Hiss! It seems we're currently in the outer area of the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment Zone. No wonder there are so few Void Beasts. With a sigh, Kang Jai simply turned around and headed towards the interior of the assessment area. On the other side, after learning that Kang Jai was participating in the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment, Luo Yuanshou immediately arranged for people to intercept and kill him. You think you can pass the Outer Sect Disciple exam? Dream on. Just as Luo Yuanshou was imagining Kang Jai being killed, the communication symbol jumped. Luo Yuanshou was startled and quickly set up a formation to receive the message. Brother, why did you suddenly contact me? A figure appeared on the other side. If Kang Jai were here, she would definitely recognize him as Lai Xuanye, who had been accepted as a true disciple by Odin. As soon as Lai Xuanye appeared, he asked Dao directly, planning to use the Outer Sect Disciple Assessment to intercept and kill that Kang Ji? Luo Yuanshou didn't hide anything and nodded. This is a rare opportunity. Brother, do you not agree with me taking revenge now? Luo Yuanjing shook his head. I'm not here to stop you, but I feel your arrangements aren't enough. My arrangements aren't enough? I've already arranged for 10 Earth Immortal Realms. Peak Disciple went to intercept him. but somehow he managed to kill 10 Earth immortal realms. Peak disciple won't work? Luo Yuanjing didn't believe that Kang Jai was an Earth immortal realm. Early stage cultivator can kill 10 Earth immortal realms peak powerhouse. However, Luo Yuanjing said, "That's not enough. Either we don't do it at all, or if we do, we must be absolutely certain of success." Luo Yuanho frowned. "So, what are your thoughts, brother?" Luo Yuanjing squinted and slowly said, "I heard that Hades Elder, one of your master subordinates, has a magic treasure called the World-Breaking Gate. The only function of this thing is to open a portal on most barriers. You can borrow this magic treasure from him and send a few celestial immortal realms." Peak, the outer sect disciple, went to take the inner sect disciple exam. Then, using the World-Breaking Gate, you can enter the Earth Immortal Realm assessment area from the Celestial Immortal Realm assessment area. If 10 Earth Immortal Realm peak disciple, if you can't kill Kang Jai, then let these Celestial Immortal Realms disciple kill him. Luo Yuanhu's eyes lit up. There was Celestial Immortal Realm. With Peak's powerful support, Kang Jai is doomed this time. I'll go borrow the World-Breaking Gate right now. Just as Luo Yuanshou was organizing his men to intercept and kill Kang Jai had already killed 3 void beasts. This thing doesn't leave a corpse after it's killed. If we could leave a corpse, Xiao Hong might be able to turn it into offspring. Kang Jai has high hopes for Void Beast's abilities, seeing him as a natural scout and assassin. It can move freely within the Void Realm and is formless and intangible, making it very difficult for anyone without spatial abilities to kill it. As for ordinary cultivators, it would require various formations or spatial confinement type magic treasures to kill them. Kang Jai doesn't need to go through all that trouble. As long as he can find the other party, Void Beast will be his resource. Just Kang Jai continued searching for Void Beast. She suddenly stopped. Huh? Earth Immortal Realm Peak Disciple. And there are 10 more, all of them. This can't be. Through the larvae, Kang Jai discovered that 10 Earth Immortal Realm students had suddenly appeared in the outer sect disciple examination room. Peak disciple. These disciple were not acting alone. Rather, they were in groups of 3 or 4, carefully searching for something. Kang Ji immediately thought of Luo Yuanshou. Could this be the person Luo Yuanshou hired to kill me? Kang Ji's eyes flickered, somewhat uncertain. But that's all right. Since we can't be sure, we'll just go and test the waters ourselves. Huh? Junior brother, are you here for the assessment too? On seeing Kang Jai, the 3 utility disciple exchanged glances, then greeted him with broad smiles. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow and smirked, thinking to herself, "They really are here to die." Unperturbed, the 3 approached. Kang Jai, like a newcomer, asked Dao curiously, "Are you 3 senior brothers also here for the assessment? Have you found the Void Beast?" As Kang Jai was speaking, the 3 men approached her, one of them chuckling. "Of course we..." Before he could finish speaking, the 3 of them attacked, simultaneously, unleashing their strongest power at Kang Jai. Kang Jai remained expressionless. The instant the opponent launched the attack, Kang Jai had already invoked the physical body power of Chaos main body, and then cast 2 divine abilities on herself. Cause without effect and primal. Chaos unification. Primal Chaos unification can absorb all enemy attacks and apply them to itself without consequence. Even if you kill your opponent, others will not be able to trace it back to you. Knock, knock, knock. The 3 impacts rang out, but Kang Jai remained completely still, unable to even unleash the energy within his body. In an instant, the 3 realized they were doomed. Retreat quickly. The 3 of them unanimously decided to retreat. However, since you've made your move, then stay here. a grand dream spanning millennia, time-space control, forbidden land sealed, countless calamities befall, all things annihilated. In just a moment, 5 Tao divine ability falls upon the 3 of them. The 3 of them were initially in a daze, as if they had fallen into a dream. Then they were unable to move and tried to struggle. But their minds seemed to be trapped in a quagmire of time. The next instant, endless calamity entered his body, his mind and spirit were overwhelmed, and the power of annihilation was added to his body. The 3 were powerless to resist, and instantly fell into a state of annihilation, dead beyond any doubt. Kang Jai waved his hand, throwing the 3 corpses into spirit realm space, letting Xiao Hong and the others digest them slowly. 7 more! Since Kang Jai is going all the way, he will naturally let them go down and keep him company. Not long after, the other 7 people were also thrown into the spirit realm space. During this time, Kang Jai also hunted down 2 more void beasts. Aside from the one that had been refined, Kang Jai's eyes gleamed as he looked at the 4 remaining void pearls in his hand. After the void beast died, no corpse was left behind. These void pearls are the essence of its entire being. If Xiao Hong were to consume the void pearl, could she create a creature similar to the void beast? With this in mind, Kang Jai began to conduct the experiment. He tossed a void pearl to Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong, whether it succeeds or fails depends on you. Without hesitation, Xiao Hong swallowed the void pearl in one gulp. At the same time, Xiao Kai followed suit, mobilizing the spirit realm space. The power of heavenly Tao helps Xiao Hong to reproduce as many new offspring as possible. After a long while, Xiao Hong opened her eyes again. How is it? Kang Jai asked Dao with some anticipation. Xiao Hong shook his head. Master, although I absorbed the power of this void pearl, I cannot make it into a template. It seems that something is missing. Something's missing? Kang Jai frowned, pressing Dao for details. What exactly is missing? Xiao Hong shook her head. I don't know either. Maybe the rank of this void pearl isn't high enough, or it might be related to the gender of the void beast. I really can't figure out the exact reason. Xiao Hong's answer disappointed Kang Jai. After thinking for a moment, he tossed the remaining 3 void pearls to Xiao Hong. Try it again and see if it works. Without hesitation, Xiao Hong swallowed the void pearl again. This time it took even longer, and after a long while, Xiao Hong's eyes lit up. Seeing this, Kang Jai quickly asked Dao, "Is it done?" Xiao Hong's froze, and she shook her head. Then he quickly added, "But I found some directions, but I need a higher rank void pearl." A higher rank void pearl? Kang frowned immediately. At this moment, he is only participating in the outer sect disciple assessment, hoping to obtain a higher rank. To obtain a void pearl, one must participate in the inner sect disciple or even the personal disciple examinations. That requires cultivation to reach celestial immortal realm and true immortal realm. However, I am currently only at the earth immortal realm, and I am still a long way from the celestial immortal realm and the true immortal realm. So, we can only wait until later? Wait until our cultivation level is higher and we participate in other assessments before getting a higher rank void pearl? Kang Jai looked at the barrier in the distance and sighed. If only I could get through the barrier, Kang Jai muttered to herself. But he also knew that Tao was impossible. He had seen the barrier before, even the one with time-space control. Even with divine ability, he couldn't pass through the barrier. Even if his cultivation level were to advance further, he would still be unable to pass through the barrier. The barrier here is extremely powerful and unique. After all, it's a barrier that can defend against the void beast. So it can't be simple. Kang Jai shook his head. Forget it. Let's focus on hunting down as many void beasts in this area as possible first. Although Xiao Hong disliked the low rank of void pearls, their abilities were still quite unique. If I'm going to that void hunting ground in the future and want to use the power of my pets or subordinates, I must equip them with void pearls. Without the void pearl, the chaotic void realm in the void hunting ground law can tear them to pieces. While Kang Jai was searching for the void beast throughout the region, 3 celestial immortal realms peaks Asek disciple used the world-breaking gate to pass through the barrier and enter the area where Kang Jai was located. Brother, this world-breaking gate is truly amazing. It can even break through the barrier in Wanbao Mountain. A man with a sleazy appearance stood at the edge of the barrier, looking at the world-breaking gate in front of him with awe. Of course, it's amazing. I heard it's Hades Elder's treasure. If it weren't for young Master Luo's request, we would never have seen it in our entire lives. The burly leader put away the world-breaking gate and said with a sigh, Dao. A scholar-like man standing nearby sighed. Young Master Luo is truly fortunate. He's only just arrived in Pangu continent, yet he's already been accepted as a true disciple by our vice sect leader. That's far better than those ordinary true disciple who get promoted. Yes, now we've managed to curry favor with young Master Luo. If we handle this matter well, we'll be considered young Master Luo's people from now on. The burly leader remarked with the same sentiment. What are we waiting for? Quickly kill that Kang Jai, and let's hurry back to tell young Master Luo the good news. The lewd man urged. The scholar reminded Dao, we'd better be cautious. Young Master Luo is so prodigy. He sent the 3 of us here to ensure everything goes smoothly. We can't be rash and let that kid get away. The burly leader and the sleazy man exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Second brother, you're right. Young Master Luo's mission cannot fail. Let's keep up a low profile and not alert him. After some discussion, the decide then to disguise themselves as Earth Immortal Realm Disciple begins searching for Kang Ji's whereabouts. Meanwhile, as time went by, Kang Jai hunted down 8 more void beasts. The reason for such low efficiency is that void beast is too hard to find. As long as they remain hidden within the void realm and do not provoke the larvae will have a hard time discovering them. Only when these void beasts can't resist attacking or devouring their offspring will they trigger an alarm and be caught by Kang Jai. However, this efficiency was too low. Only 8 were killed in 2 hours. What a pity. If we could create offspring similar to the void beast, finding the void beast would be much easier. Unfortunately, Kang Jai shook his head helplessly. In this situation, all they could do was wait and see how long it would take to find the right person. Just as Kang Jai was working hard to find the void beast, the worms made another discovery. 3 more examiners have arrived. Through the insect's vision, Kang Jai quickly spotted 3 cautious individuals. Only 3. They shouldn't be here to hunt me down, right? Kang Jai was a little unsure. He had already killed all 10 Earth Immortal Realms, so what use would sending 3 more be? Master, there seems to be something wrong with their information. Xiao Hong suddenly transmitted her voice, Dao. Is there a problem with the information? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. Xiao Hong Dao. Master, as you know, I can forge puppet souls, and I can also forge the divine soul of living beings. Kui's senses are extremely keen. The divine soul of these 3 Ki doesn't seem to be from the Earth Immortal Realm. It's more like the Celestial Immortal Realm. Celestial Immortal Realm? Kang Jai exclaimed, wide-eyed. Impossible. There's a barrier here. How did the Celestial Immortal Realm get in? Kang Jai squinted, her eyes filled with doubt, but also excitement. If these 3 people are indeed from Celestial Immortal Realm, then how did they get into the Earth Immortal Realm exam venue? If he could figure out the key to this, wouldn't he also be able to go to the celestial, immortal realm exam room? Thinking of this, Kang Jai suddenly became excited. Hey, if it really is a celestial immortal realm, then it's definitely the work of that guy Luo Yuanshou. Kang Ji's eyes flashed with a cold light. He didn't mind giving Xiao Hong and the others an extra meal. Perhaps after Xiao Hong finishes devouring the corpses of these 3 celestial immortal realms, he might be able to break through to the celestial immortal realm. With that in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated and quickly headed towards the 3 of them. On the other side, the 3 people sent by Luo Yuanshou frowned after searching for a while. Boss, why is there no trace of that kid at all? It was as if the other party wasn't even in this area. There wasn't even a trace of a fight. Could it be that he'd already finished his assessment and left? The lecherous third brother scratched his head. Dao. The burly leader frowned. Don't you guys feel something's a little strange? How come there are so many strange creatures in the outer sect disciple assessment area? The burly leader pointed to an illusory poison bee not far away and said, Dao. The scholarly second brother and the lewd third brother looked over upon hearing this. And they also noticed this. Initially it was just a pet released by one of the test takers, but they saw quite a few along the way. Prior to this, they had not heard of any Discord who was skilled in this Dao. Boss, you mean these little things were probably created by that Kang Jai? Has he already discovered us? So he's hiding? The second scholar casually set up an isolated formation and slowly analyzed Dao. The lecherous third brother exclaimed in surprise, He discovered us. Does he already know that young Master Luo wants to kill him? But we concealed our cultivation levels. How did he know we were here to kill him? While the 3 were speculating unbeknownst to them, Kang Jai had already appeared behind them. Time-space control under divine ability, their simple isolation array was completely ineffective against Kang Jai. Kang Jai overheard their entire discussion. They really came to kill me. Sensing the other party's cultivation level, although it was somewhat concealed, it was indeed at the celestial immortal realm level, and even more so at the celestial realm peak. Since you're courting death, then I'll send you on your way. One person can form an army. With a light tap of his foot, Kang Ji instantly set up an isolation formation within a 10-mile radius. Forbidden land! An invisible wave spread out, further strengthening the confinement on top of isolating the formation. In this way, even if they fight to the death inside, they won't cause too much of a commotion. Time-space control. The 3 people who were having a heated discussion in the isolation array suddenly felt as if they were stuck in a quagmire. They wanted to move, but their movements were extremely slow. Kang Jai pointed with one finger. Yin-Yang 2 energies. Yin-Yang 2 energies emerged from his fingertips, striking the isolation barrier and instantly shattering it. After shattering the isolation barrier, the Yin-Yang 2 energies did not dissipate, but instormed a giant millstone of yin and yang around the 3 of them. 5 elements Kui. Within the yin and yang millstone, the key flow of 5 DOS in reverse direction reappears. As the 5 elements rotated, a terrifying crushing force appeared, attempting to crush the 3 of them to death. Still not quite there. Sensing the state of the 3, Kang Jai was slightly disappointed. A grand dream spanning 1,000 autumns, countless calamities befalling the body, skin peeled off and heart snatched away, all things annihilated. 4 consecutive Dao's divine ability affected the 3 people, causing them to momentarily lose their senses, as if in a dream. Then, the abduction entered their bodies, and their minds were thrown into disarray. Then, they felt as if their law was being stripped away. Their physical body and soul began to die, their life force began to drain away, and they could die at any moment. Unfortunately, my realm is still a little lacking. Sensing the three's final struggle, Kang Jai felt somewhat helpless. My current cultivation level is only Earth Immortal Realm early stage. Earth Immortal Realm, the law power controlled by the early stage, activating these divine abilities, able to suppress these three celestial immortal realms. Peak disciple can attack, but it's impossible for them to instantly kill all three opponents. As they faced death, their instincts drove them to fight back fiercely, and Kang Jai also felt the pressure. Even if we persist, the other person will still die. But Kang Jai didn't have that much to waste on the other person. Brush! A flash of cold light appeared, and lifebound treasure transformed into a sharp sword, slicing through the heads of the three people. The power of chaos surged into their bodies, instantly destroying their last vestiges of life. After collecting the three corpses, Kang Jai removed the surrounding formation and restriction, as if nothing had happened. Lifebound treasure has evolved, with both advantages and disadvantages, and now it has become chaos. Spirit treasure is no longer convenient to use normally. Every time I use it, I have to be very careful and arrange for the formation to be hidden. It's really troublesome. Kang Jai put away her lifebound treasure with a hint of helplessness. Looks like I'll have to refine some more lifebound treasure. Now that I have 9 main bodies, I can easily craft 8 more lifebound treasures. However, these 8 lifebound treasures cannot be further enhanced with creation merit, nor can they be evolved into chaos. Spirit treasure. To refine a lifebound treasure, it would be best to add some existing powerful magic treasures. Unfortunately, the magic treasures of the prehistoric world all carry a primordial aura, making them easily detectable as abnormal by the 3000 demon god realm. I wonder what kind of magic treasures Dao 3000 demon god realm possesses. Are there any magic treasures imbued with primordial energy? If the 3000 demon god realm also possessed a magic treasure imbued with primordial energy, that would be wonderful. That way, Kua Shu could directly collect some primordial spirit treasures, integrate them into the lifebound treasure, saving the time of collecting magic treasures himself. After some thought, Kang Jai decided to Shu collect some primordial magic treasure first. If all else fails, I'll try to collect magic treasure from 3000 demon god realm myself. After handing the matter over to Kua Shu clone, Kang Jai looked towards the spirit realm space. Although the body was handed over to Xiao Hong and the remnant soul was absorbed by the 9th grade soul lotus, Kang Jai still hasn't found what he cares about most. Although the 3 people died, their personal storage spaces were not so easy to crack. Fortunately, Xiao Kai's talent includes spatial attributes, and with the assistance of Heavenly Dao space, it's only a matter of time before he can crack the 3 people's storage space. Just as Kang Jai was patiently waiting for Xiao Kai to unlock the storage space, and the 9th grade Soul Lotus to extract memories, Master, I have found something that the 3 of you did not put into your storage space. Xiao Hong handed Kang Jai something that looked like a jade pendant. Upon receiving it, Kang Jai took a closer look and realized it was a jade carving shaped like a large gate. Just as Kang Jai was wondering what kind of treasure this was, the 9th grade Soul Lotus also extracted useful information from the remnant souls of the 3 people. World-breaking gate. So this thing is called World-breaking gate, and it's Hades' treasure. Kang Jai's eyes gleamed as he fiddled with the world-breaking gate in his hand. Although this thing has a single function, it can play a crucial role in some situations. It's a pity the grade is a bit low, and it's not an innate spirit treasure. Kang Jai's eyes flickered. Kang Jai is considering whether to integrate world-breaking gate into lifebound treasure. One advantage of integrating it into lifebound treasure is that it allows world-breaking gate to evolve along with lifebound treasure. However, once integrated into lifebound treasure, you have to be very careful when using it. After weighing the options, Kang Ji ultimately decided to incorporate this into lifebound treasure. Of course, that's not enough yet. He still needs to use this to get to the exam hall of a higher rank. Upon arriving at the boundary with the celestial immortal realm examination room, Kang Jai retrieved the world-breaking gate. Press the world-breaking gate onto the barrier, and a portal will immediately appear on the barrier. Kang Jai pushed open the door and entered. The next second, he passed through the previous barrier and appeared in the celestial immortal realm exam room. After putting away the world-breaking gate, Kang Jai looked at the examination hall for outer sect disciple to advance to inner sect disciple. It wasn't much different from the previous examination halls. It was all a continuous mountain range. If there's any difference, it's that the primordial Kai is more concentrated here, while the void realm law has also become more active. I wonder if the void pearl of celestial immortal realm will be of any help to Xiao Hong. Kang Jai murmured something, then released his offspring worms to scout ahead, while he hid behind them. Avoid all disciple challenges. As soon as a void beast is spotted, Kang Jai will appear immediately and hunt it down as quickly as possible. With the assistance of restriction and formation, Kang Jai directly used lifebound treasure to create sky-rending axe, which killed void beasts with a single axe strike. How? On a high mountain, Kang Jai fed Xiao Hong a void pearl from a celestial immortal and then asked Dao, "Master, it's still not enough." Xiao Hong shook her head. Kang Jai took out another void pearl, but this time Xiao Hong shook his head. "Master, the void pearl of celestial immortal realm won't work. I need the void pearl of true immortal realm." I can sense that the void pearl of the true immortal realm is fundamentally different from the void pearl of the celestial immortal realm. If I could absorb the void pearl of the true immortal realm, perhaps I could truly give birth to offspring, similar to the void beast. Kang Jai frowned slightly. Although Xiao Hong said, the problem was that the void beast of true immortal realm was not so easy to hunt. If he could unleash his full power, the void beast of the true immortal realm would naturally be no match for him. The problem is that, in order to prevent anyone from noticing anything unusual about his side, he sets up formations and restrictions for every battle. But he is, after all, just a small cultivator of the earth immortal realm. If he fails to kill the void beasts in one blow, and they escape, breaking through the restriction and formation, it will inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. Phew! Let's take the risk. Kang Jai made his decision. Kang Jai is not greedy. Although true immortal realm, the void pearl is very valuable, but he will have another chance to obtain it in the future. Now he has no intention of going to the void hunting ground, even if he obtains the true immortal realm. Void pearl is not very useful either. If it weren't for helping Xiao Hong with her experiments, Kang Jai wouldn't have been willing to risk even a true immortal level void pearl. But before that, we need to hunt down as many heavenly immortal class void pearls as possible. Kang Jai muttered to himself, then continued hunting void beasts in the celestial immortal realm exam room. After hunting down a full 36 heavenly immortal level void beasts, Kang Jai finally headed to the true immortal realm examination hall. The moment Kang Jai stepped through the world-breaking gate and entered the true immortal realm exam room, she immediately sensed the difference. Void realm here. There seems to be something extra in the law. As for what it was, Kang Jai couldn't say for a moment. However, Kang Jai didn't dwell on it. He only planned to hunt one true immortal realm. Void beast, then leave. Kang Jai only released illusory poison bee this time, venturing forward to explore the possibilities. To Kang Ji's surprise, she made a discovery in just over 10 minutes. So fast? Kang Jai was somewhat surprised and instantly appeared at the location of the illusory poison bee where the incident occurred. But the next second, Kang Jai was dumbfounded. Kang Jai stared in disbelief at the void beast, which was even less than the earth immortal realm. How could a void beast, which doesn't even have an earth immortal realm, appear in a true immortal realm exam room? This is the testing ground for intersect disciple to be promoted to personal disciple. How could there be such a weak void beast here? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, a terrifying power of devouring realm came, and Kang Jai was almost swallowed into void realm. With great effort, Kang Jai controlled the power of law of space-time, and even used the power of skyrending axe, slashing a spatial rift toward the devouring power of void realm. It seems the other side was also affected by Kang Jai. Skyrending axe was startled. After narrowly dodging Skyrending Axe's attack, he appeared directly in front of the low-level void beast, staring at Kang Jai with a wary expression. Huh? Two void beasts. One big and one small? Could they be a mother and her baby? Kang Jai looked at the large void beast protecting the small void beast with a strange expression. Can void beasts reproduce? Kang Jai was filled with question marks. How does the void beast reproduce if it doesn't even have a physical body? Just as Kang Jai panicked, the large void beast, carrying the smaller void beast, swiftly escaped. Although Kang Ji's cultivation level was not high, that axe blow just now had terrified void beast. This human in front of me is not easy to deal with at all. Kang Jai snapped out of her daze, looked at the fleeing void beast, thought for a moment, and ultimately gave up the pursuit. He was still a little dazed. He had always thought that the void beast was a creature born in a special environment. For example, elemental spirits and law warriors are products of special environments. Surprisingly, the void beast can also reproduce naturally. It's hard to say that only void beasts, whose cultivation has reached the true immortal realm, can reproduce normally. That's why Xiao Hong sensed that the void pearl of the true immortal realm might allow her to create a worm template, similar to the void beast. Kang Jai thought about more and more, and felt that this was possible. Just catch one and you'll know it's a joke. Kang no longer hesitated and continued searching for true immortal realm void beast. This time it took a little longer. It seems that once these void beasts reach the true immortal realm, they no longer bother hunting low-level creatures. The illusory poison bee below the earth immortal realm flew outside for a long time without encountering any accidents. The reason the accident happened so quickly was because the little void beast swallowed an illusory poison bee. But now, 2 hours have passed, and there has been no reaction to all the illusory poison bees I've released. Looks like we'll have to go all out. Kang Jai gritted his teeth and had Xiao Hong personally take charge, concentrating resources to produce over 100 earth immortal realms. Illusory poison bee from early stage. If I hadn't swallowed the corpses of 3 celestial immortal realms beforehand, I probably wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Find a direction, hundreds of earth immortal realm. The illusory poison bee moves forward in a fan-shaped pattern. Kang Jai quietly followed behind them, trying her best to conceal her presence and hiding carefully. Finally, after another 2 hours, there was movement ahead again. Kang Jai didn't rush to attack. Using vision sharing, he finally saw clearly that the one who swallowed the illusory poison bee was in true immortal realm. Void Beast. Kang Ji acted without hesitation, almost exactly as he had simulated beforehand. In just a dozen or so breaths, Kang Jai had already. Void Beast is defeated. Phew! It's such a hassle not having a good magic treasure. Look at the ground. Kang Jai discovered that true immortal realm Void Beast still has no physical form. Only, with a wave of his hand, 2 items floated up from the ground. One of them is the Void Beast's Void Pearl. However, this Void Pearl is a bit special. Huh? It actually carries a hint of life force. Could this be true immortal realm? What is the difference between a Void Beast and a lower-level Void Beast? Kang Jai tossed the Void Pearl to Xiao Hong, then her gaze fell on another item in her hand, her heart involuntarily racing. This thing actually carries the Kui information of the prehistoric world. Kang Jai never expected that what Void Beast revealed this time would contain information about the prehistoric world. I hunted so many Void Beasts before. Most of the items they dropped were useless. Even if it's useful, it's not very valuable. At least in Kang Jai's eyes now, it's nothing at all. But he never expected that what was revealed this time would contain information about the prehistoric world. No way. Void Beast has even been to prehistoric world? Kang Jai's eyes sparkled, and her mind wandered for a moment. Just Kang Jai was lost in thought, Xiao Hong interrupted her. Master, we succeeded. Xiao Hong focused his mind into the spirit realm space and saw a worm-like creature similar to the Void Beast that had appeared before him. Is this the Void Beast you gave birth to? Does it have any special abilities? Kang Jai asked Dao curiously. Xiao Hong excitedly pointed at the Void Beast worm Dao. Master, it has almost perfectly inherited the abilities of the Void Beast. Not only that, while inheriting my purification ability, it has also fused with Xiao Kai's time attribute. The Void Beast that has emerged today not only possesses special attributes but also temp attributes. However, his time-related abilities are relatively weak. At most, he can only unleash a divine ability like time slowing. As for other time-related abilities, he'll probably have to wait until his cultivation level is higher before he can use them. Even so, Kang Jai was very excited. Since it has fused with the time attribute, calling it Void Beast is a bit inappropriate. Kang Jai muttered to himself, rubbing his chin. He clapped his hands and decided, from now on, all the insects of this kind that you create will be called Time-Space Beast. What a great name! Xiao Hong flattered Dao. By the way, is it difficult to produce the Time-Space Beast? Kang Jai asked Dao. Xiao Hong nodded. Master, producing these offspring is very difficult. It requires not only the power of Void Realm, but also the power of time. If supported solely by Spirit Realm space, only one Earth Immortal Realm can be produced every 100 days. Early stage is Time-Space Beast. What? 100 geniuses can produce one Earth Immortal Realm? Early stage is Time-Space Beast? Today, time in the Spirit Realm space is accelerated by a factor of 100. In other words, one day in the outside world is just enough for Xiao Hong to produce one Earth Immortal Realm. Early stages Time-Space Beast. This efficiency is just too low. Can he produce Time-Space Beasts on his own? Kang Jai asked Dao, pointing to the first Time-Space Beast in front of him. Xiao Hong shook her head. No, he's not the mother insect. If he wants to produce a mother insect, the Void Pearl of the true immortal realm is far from enough. As for what rank of Void Beast is needed to give birth to the Time-Space Beast Queen, I can't guess. At least, even profound immortal realm definitely won't work. Even profound immortal realm doesn't work? Kang Jai asked, somewhat disappointed. Originally, Kang Jai was even planning to risk entering the profound immortal realm exam room to give it her all. If a time-space beast queen can be born, then the queen can produce time-space beasts in an endless stream. This will free Xiao Hong, allowing her to focus on cultivation. Only when Xiao Hong becomes stronger can the strength of the other mother and daughter insects increase accordingly. Xiao Hong is the key to all the larvae. Unfortunately, even the void pearl of the profound immortal realm couldn't enable Xiao Hong to give birth to the time-space beast. Above that, the golden immortal level void beast, even if it exists in Wanbao Mountain, I wouldn't be a match for it. Even if he were to expose his life-bound treasure, it would be impossible for him to hunt down a golden immortal level void beast. What a pity. Kang Jai sighed inwardly, then turned her gaze to another item. Something carrying the breath of the primordial era. Could it be that within the 3,000 demon god realm, there is also a magic treasure originating from the primordial era? Stroking the object in his hand that resembled a fragment of magic treasure, Kang Jai couldn't help but delve into it with his mind. Boom! Kang Jai seemed to have arrived at an ancient battlefield, where the vicious beast raged across the land, and countless innate creatures fought against it. The video played quickly, but it was also intermittent. Kang Jai was completely absorbed in the scene. As time went by, a terrifying battle broke out between the innate beings and the ancient vicious beast. Among the innate beings, 3 are particularly powerful, namely the legendary 3 innate gods and demons, Kangshin, Huangshin, and Kingshin. Fighting them is the legendary vicious beast King Shen Ni and his 4 vicious beast minions. The final result was that Shen Ni died 3 days later and escaped with severe injuries. During this time, the weapons in the hands of the 3 were also damaged and broken. One of the fragments ended up in Void Realm, which was the fragment in Kang Ji's hands. Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror. So this is a fragment of the Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror. Stroking the magic treasure fragment in his hand, Kang Jai sighed in regret. Unfortunately, how the fragments got here after falling into the Void Realm turbulence is unknown. If it were a complete Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror, it might be able to record what happened after entering the Void Realm turbulence. Unfortunately, one of the fragments has lost its ability to record information. Even so, this fragment of the Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror is still extremely valuable. The materials used to create the Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror are exceptional. They were crafted from fragments of the creation jade plate. This was something Kang Jai hadn't anticipated. Kang Jai never expected that a fragment dropped by the Void Beast would contain fragments of the creation jade plate materials. Even the complete Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror was only made from a very small portion of creation jade plate fragments. This small fragment of the Azure Heaven Treasure Mirror contains very little of the creation jade plate component. Regardless, it still contains fragments of the creation jade plate from the original materials. Its value is immeasurable. Kang Jai was now stumped about what to do with the fragment. First, this thing contains the prehistoric world Qi. Kang Jai didn't know what the Dao belonged to in the 3,000 demon god realm, or whether it could be used openly. Secondly, this item contains fragments of the creation jade plate. If it appeared in the prehistoric world, would it be targeted by the Hongjun? Did Dao Zhu sense it? In this way, this thing becomes somewhat useless in Kang Ji's hands. However, if this thing is integrated into Lifebound Treasure, it will be of great benefit to him, helping him to better understand the law of heaven and earth. After much deliberation, Kang Jai decided to first examine how 3,000 demon god realm treated this kind of thing. If there are also many items with primordial energy in the 3,000 demon god realm, then he will take them out and use them. If not, or if the 3,000 demon god realm is very wary of such items, then hide them first. Having figured this out, Kang Jai composed herself, glanced around, deactivated the formation, and quickly left. Back in the Earth Immortal Realm exam room, Kang Jai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the time, Kang Jai realized that there wasn't much time left before the exam deadline, so she decided to leave the exam room early. Wow, I didn't expect you to actually pass the test. When Kang Jai came to submit the mission, the staff were also amazed when they saw the Earth Immortal Grade Void Pearl that Kang Jai had refined. It's not that no one has ever passed the Outer Sect Disciple exam on their first try. Earth Immortal Realm, very few people pass the Outer Sect Disciple exam on their first attempt in the early stage. You might not find one even in 10,000 years. Moreover, Kang Jai is a creature that has just entered the Pangu continent, which makes it even more rare. Alright, now that you have completed the Outer Sect Disciple assessment, you are now a formal disciple of the Pangu sect. Although it's only the lowest level Outer Sect Disciple, you can still enjoy the protection and nurturing that sect provides for disciple. In addition, as an Outer Sect Disciple, you still need to assume some disciple responsibilities. Disciple responsibility? The staff member nodded and explained. Every year, the sect distributes some cultifiments to all disciple, including Outer Sect Disciple. In addition, the sect will invite Grand Elders to explain the Tao of Cultivate to discuss and answer their questions. These are all benefits that the sect provides to Descenes. As discriminators, we naturally need to make some contributions to the sect. That's why the sect's mission hall exists. In the mission hall, the sect will issue various missions. Any discrete within a sect can accept tasks from it. Among them, Outer Sect Disciple are required to accept and complete one task each year. In addition, you can also take on extra tasks. Once completed, sect will provide a certain reward. But before that, as an Outer Sect Disciple, one task must be completed every year. This is the responsibility of an Outer Sect Disciple. If the task is not completed, a fine will be imposed in the first year, and a mandatory assignment will be made in the second year. Cultivation will not be allowed until the task is completed. If the corresponding task is still not completed in the third year, the Outer Sect Disciple qualification will be revoked, and the individual will be demoted to a utility disciple. Furthermore, the individual will be barred from applying for the Outer Sect Disciple assessment for 10 years. Do you understand? Kang Jai nodded, not surprised at all, but rather finding it quite reasonable. The Pangu sect was more legitimate than he had imagined. In contrast, the sects in prehistoric world seem like makeshift operations. Holding her new identity token, Kang Jai arrived at her residence. Once you become an Outer Sect Disciple, you will be able to live in a separate courtyard house. The courtyard has its own defensive formation, which, once activated, connects to the entire sector's defensive array. If someone disrupts the formation from the outside, the sect will detect it immediately. Therefore, living in a courtyard is quite safe. Upon entering the courtyard, Kang Ji immediately released 2 Earth Immortal Realms. The mechanical puppets in the early stage are tasked with handling miscellaneous tasks, such as receiving information from the outside world. Having arranged all this, Kang Ji's mind sank in the prehistoric world, descending upon Suiren Shifeng. Above clone. This time, He intends to use Surenshi Feng to travel to Jinao Island and become a disciple of Tongjin Jiaozu. This is the fastest way for him to grow. After all, it is too difficult and too slow to comprehend the 36 laws on his own. But Kang Jai was unaware that just as he began his seclusion, Liu Yuanshou was in complete chaos. Because Haide's world-breaking gate is lost, are you sure Kang Jai has come out? Luo Yuanjing asked Dao with a frown. Brother, that guy really did come out, and he's already passed the test and become an outer sect disciple. Luo Yuanshou looked at the silent Luo Yuanjing with a worried expression and anxiously asked, Brother, what do we do now? Kang Jai is out, but none of the people I sent over saw him. More importantly, Haide's Elder's world-breaking gate is still in their hands. What are they going to do? Looking at his anxious younger brother, Luo Yuanjing pondered for a moment before asking Dao, Are you sure about those 3 celestial immortal realms? Hasn't the disciple been released yet? Luo Yuanshou nodded. He definitely didn't come out. Otherwise, why would I be so anxious? Could they still be in the examination hall? Have you sent anyone to look for them? Luo Yuanjing pressed. Oh, brother, how could I not send someone to investigate? They are definitely not in either of the 2 examination rooms. I have already searched the examination rooms for both Earth Immortal Realm and Celestial Immortal Realm. Even more worried, I pulled some strings and had someone search the true Immortal Realm testing center, but still no one was there. Upon hearing this, Luo Yuanjing fell silent. Luo Yuanshou even went to the true Immortal Realm exam venue, which means that the person he sent might have actually died in the exam venue. If that's the case, then Luo Yuanshou, the younger brother, is in real trouble. After all, the world-breaking gate is Haide's treasure, and the fact that he lent it to Luo Yuanshou is only because of Zeus's influence. Although Luo Yuanshou was Zeus's newly accepted disciple, his status and position were quite extraordinary. But Hades is, after all, also the Tai Golden Immortal Realm Elder, whose status and position are also extraordinary. Brother, what do we do now? I heard from the investigators that someone saw Kang Ji's pets in all 3 exam rooms. That guy must have taken the world-breaking gate. Luo Yuanjing raised her eyelids slightly. Wasn't this obvious? The question is, how do we get the world-breaking gate back from Kang Jai? Where is that kid now? Yuanjing asked Dao. Luo Yuanshou replied without hesitation. After the assessment, he returned to his new residence and activated the defensive formation, so we can't find him at all. Luo Yuanjing frowned even more. This was the most difficult part. Once Kang Jai hides in his residence and activates formation, there's nothing anyone can do to him unless Master Kang Jai comes out. Rubbing his temples, Luo Yuanjing also felt a headache coming on. The idea of using world-breaking gate was his, and he couldn't let his younger brother shoulder this responsibility alone. Brother, do you think we can just tell Elder Hades that the item is with Kang Jai, and let Elder Hades ask Kang Jai for it himself? No way! Luo Yuanjing directly rejected Luo Yuanshou's idea. Ah, Shu, your method is not advisable. After all, we lost the world-breaking gate. You think you can shift the blame? Hades Elder is not that stupid. By doing this, Hades Elder will only feel that you are using him as a tool, and he will hate you even more, and may even target you. Although you are Zeus, a true disciple personally recruited by the vice sect leader. But we've only been here a short time, and our foundation is too shallow. Offending an elder of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm wouldn't be worth it. Luo Yuanshou groaned. Big brother, what do you suggest we do? Luo Yuanjing frowned in thought as he spoke. Have someone enter the examination room and check it again. The entrance to the Wanbao Mountain teleportation array, in particular, was something people kept a close eye on. Everyone who comes out must be verified to ensure there is no case of someone changing their identity. Meanwhile, you have people keep an eye on those people's residences to see if they show any signs of returning. In addition, someone needs to be assigned to keep an eye on Kang Ji's side. I need to be notified immediately of any unusual activity. After a pause, Liu Yanjing added, also, this matter should be informed of Elder Hades. Huh? Luo Yuanshou asked, puzzled. Brother, didn't you just say we couldn't tell Hades' elder? Luo Yuanjing rolled her eyes. I mean, we can't tell Hades' elder like you did. You must tell Hades the truth and promise you will definitely help him find the world-breaking gate. If we cannot find it, we will definitely find a way to provide compensation. This will reduce Hades' elder's dissatisfaction and resentment towards you. Otherwise, once you're targeted by an elder, even if they can't do anything to you, they'll still annoy you. Luo Yuanshou opened his mouth, seemingly unconcerned, but ultimately chose to remain silent. How do we take back the world-breaking gate from Kang Jai? Private fights aren't allowed within the sect. Luo Yuanshou frowned. Wait. Luo Yuanjing only said one word. Wait? Luo Yuanshou tilted his head in confusion. Since they haven't come out yet, we'll just have to wait. Outer sect disciple must take on a sect mission every year, so we'll definitely be out within a year. Once he accepts the sect mission and leaves sect, that will be our chance to take back the world-breaking gate. Hearing this, Luo Yuanshou's eyes lit up. That's right. It's a sect mission, only a year. Even if he's incredibly talented, how could he possibly break through to the golden immortal realm? If we can recruit 1 or 2 profound immortal realm experts within a year, if disciple helps us, that kid is doomed. Luo Yuanjing remained silent this time. Peak disciple made their move, thinking they had it in the bag, but ultimately they all fell into Kang Ji's hands. This made Luo Yuanjing extremely wary of Kang Jai. Perhaps even profound immortal realm isn't a guarantee, and he will try his best to get help. The reason for having Luo Yuanshou tell Hades the truth was also to leverage Hades' power. Shifting the blame to Hades and making him act on his own is one thing, and taking responsibility first, and then guiding Hades to act secretly is another. If Hades were to secretly retrieve the world-breaking gate, he would likely hold back and allow them to continue making compensation. But Hades would inevitably eliminate Kang Jai in secret, which would be doing them a favor. In this way, although they need to make compensation, isn't this compensation also a way to get closer to Hades? Luo Yuanjing was calculating everything, but he didn't know that at this moment, Kang Ji's mind had already entered the prehistoric world. Perhaps in a year, Kang Jai will have undergone tremendous changes. In the prehistoric world, Suirenshi Feng slowly opened his eyes. Kang Ji, after the main body's mind descended upon Suirenshi Feng, it quickly absorbed all of Suirenshi Feng's memories. I never imagined there would be so many restrictions in the primordial world. Clone now has over 10 million members. Kang Jie, it's impossible for the main body to receive clone's information at all times. Therefore, unless it is to descend upon a clone, Kang Jai will never access a clone's memories. That's also a way to protect the main body. Otherwise, with the impact of tens of millions of clone memories, the main body would no longer be the main body. After receiving Suirenshi Feng's memories, Kang Jai discovered many problems. In particular, the various restrictions imposed on living beings in the primordial era. For example, heavenly Dao merit. I thought that, with my memories, clone could easily get some heavenly Dao merit in the prehistoric world. However, the truth is quite the opposite. To Kang Ji's surprise, all the plot points in the novels from her previous life were lies. The primordial world is like a predetermined program. Many things can only be obtained by the individuals involved, and no one else can even create them. Examples include writing, paper making, planting, animal husbandry, and cultivation techniques. Or perhaps when Kang Jai wanted to create these things, he felt a great terror, as if he were being watched by something. If he dares to mess with it, he'll be doomed, just like with writing and papermaking. Either the items he creates give him very little karma, as if they already have it, or the majority of the karma isn't given to him at all. For example, planting, breeding, and various cultivation techniques. Kang Jai once thought that as long as he created various cultivation techniques, he would definitely be able to obtain a huge amount of karma. After all, in the novels of the past, transmigration practitioners could become patriarchs simply by creating a martial arts system. However, when Suren Shifeng personally participated, he discovered, although creating the cultivation technique system could indeed obtain some heavenly Dao merit, it was not as much as he had imagined. In particular, he discovered that martial arts seemed to have existed in the primordial world long ago. Cultivation technique. However, Wu Dao cultivation techniques are not mainstream, which is why they haven't gained widespread recognition, including body refining cultivation technique, beast control cultivation technique, ki refining cultivation technique, etc. All exist in the prehistoric world. After much thought, Kang Jai finally understood. The prehistoric world possesses 3,000 laws, many of which were obtained by Pangu during the creation of the world. Law. Although incomplete, the 3,000 laws of the prehistoric world are definitely the most complete in myriad realms. Whether it's martial Dao law, beast taming law, law of immortality, demonic path laws, or divine Dao. Since laws exist, the corresponding cultivate system naturally exists as well. However, the primordial world was so vast that many cultivate systems failed to reach the human race. Furthermore, the various cultivate systems of billions of races may not necessarily be suitable for human race. Only Hongjun's immortal Dao, due to the Dao merging, imprinted his own cultivate system into the Honghuang heavenly Dao space. This is what made Xiandao the mainstream cultivate in the entire prehistoric world. As Hongjun gradually comes into contact with heavenly Dao fusion, imposes increasingly more restrictions on the prehistoric world. For example, heavenly Dao merit is a major event that wasn't part of his plans. It would be very difficult to obtain heavenly Dao merit. Suren Shifeng has accumulated less than 1/10,000th of the heavenly Dao merit he received over the years. Of course, even less than 1/10,000th of the heavenly Dao merit is a terrifying amount in the entire prehistoric world, comparable to the heavenly Dao merit his father Suiren clan obtained when he started fire by friction. After obtaining the heavenly Dao merit, Suiren clan pushed his cultivation level to the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. Although it's arguably the worst Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, it's still a Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, isn't it? But Kang Jai didn't do that. Karma's improved cultivation always felt like a mirage. Over the years, Suren Shifeng has also discovered that the entire prehistoric world is becoming stagnant over time. Difficulty for them to comprehend the laws of nature is constantly increasing. This seems to be related to the greater stability of the universe. But there also seems to be other reasons. Regardless of the reason, due to the rigidity of the law, Kang Ji's cultivation speed in recent years has not been as fast as expected. Especially regarding his understanding of law, Suiren Shifeng, after all these years of cultivation, my level remains stuck at the Earth Immortal Realm. Peak. I thought I would break through soon. But Kang Jai was wrong. Although the strongest main body's cultivation has reached the Earth Immortal Realm peak. Logically speaking, Kang Ji's clone should have a maximum cultivation level of Celestial realm peak should be the correct one. But in reality, it's different. Apart from Kuashu clone and Yin Yang divine wood clone reaching celestial immortal realm, the other clones, including Suren Shifeng, clone's highest cultivation level is only Earth immortal realm peak. At this stage, due to two reasons, clone's cultivation level has been unable to achieve breakthrough for a long time. Firstly, bloodline itself, aptitude, is inferior to that of powerful races. Another reason is that the rigidity of the law of heaven and earth makes it more difficult to comprehend it. Those with higher cultivation levels might not notice it so obviously. However, the worse one's aptitude and the lower one's cultivation level, the more pronounced this feeling becomes. Kang Ji's conclusion is based on the feedback from tens of millions of clones. Upon learning this conclusion, Kang Ji frowned slightly. This situation will only become more and more unfavorable for human race. Because of human race's innate aptitude is inherently poor. This is especially true for those who have acquired their status. If this is the case for a second-generation Suiran clan member, then it goes without saying that other postnatal human races are like this. Given the current state of the human race, even 30,000 years from now, during the Witch Demon War, the human race's strength is unlikely to increase significantly. Unless someone teaches them Tao the way to speed up their understanding of law, but who would talk about the human race for no reason? Just as Kang Ji was pondering a solution, there was a knock on the door. "Please come in." A tall, muscular man pushed open the door and entered. Kang Ji wasn't surprised by the visitor, as this was also one of his clones. It is one of only two races in the human race to cultivate to the Earth Immortal Realm Peak's cultivator. Today there are 389 clone Daos in the entire human race, distributed among the various tribes throughout the human race. Among them, the most powerful are Suren Shifeng and Yuchao Shishan. As for the others, due to their aptitude, their cultivation levels are inferior to these two, and many have not even reached the Earth Immortal Realm. In addition, the entire human race among the clones, only Suren Shifeng has successfully created 33 spiritual energy vortexes. The other clones have between 24 and 30 spiritual energy vortexes, with Yuchao Shishan having 30 spiritual energy vortexes. This is because the clones have a lot of experience. Otherwise, with their aptitude, they probably wouldn't even be able to condense 24 spiritual energy vortexes. Throughout the entire human race, only 33 structures produce the most spiritual energy vortexes. None reach the level of Kang Ji. Like the main body, it condenses 36 spiritual energy vortexes. In addition, human race, although the aptitude varies, because they all absorb primordial ki, even the lowest spiritual energy vortex has 18. Most human races generate 21 spiritual energy vortexes. Those capable of condensing 24 spiritual energy vortexes belong to the backbone of the human race. If one can condense 27 spiritual energy vortexes, then one can be considered a genius in the entire primordial human race. As for those that can condense 30 spiritual energy vortexes, they are super geniuses and will be given special attention. The 33 are the super prodigies in the human race, who will be personally trained by the 3 old ancestors. And Suren Shifeng is the ultimate prodigy among them. Although Yuchao Shishan is not as good as Suren Shifeng, it is still a rare 30 spiritual energy vortex, belonging to the super genius category, and its status in the human race is not low. He was also Suren Shifeng's primary assistant in handling matters between the human race and the witch clan. Kang Ji, after the main body's mind descended upon Suren Shifeng, it immediately summoned Yuchao Shishan. This is the Venerable One. Yu Shishan cupped his hands in greeting to Kang Jai. Kang Jai gestured for him to sit down. I plan to travel to Jinao Island to become an apprentice. Is it feasible for you to do this alone? Kang Jai was asking about the cooperation between the human race and the Wu tribe. Since Kuo-shu became the 13th ancestral witch of the witch clan, Kuo-shu has been promoting cooperation between the witch clan and the human race. Thanks to the joint efforts of Kuo-shu and Suiren Shifeng, the bond between the human race and the Wu tribe is becoming increasingly strong. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The advantage is that, with the endorsement of the Wu clan, almost no race in the entire prehistoric world, except for the Yao race, is willing to provoke them. However, the downsides are equally obvious. The closer their relationship with the witch race, the more likely the human race will be the first to be targeted by the Yao race during the witch demon. Or, even so, Kang Jai still managed to get cloned to advance the relationship between the two races. Thanks to the efforts of Kuo-shu and Suiren Shifeng, the human race and the Wu tribe have intermarried, resulting in many descendants. As a result, a significant conflict occurred between the two groups. It's all for the sake of determining the future of these mixed-race descendants. Because the witch clan discovered that their hybrid offspring with the human race were able to give birth to primordial spirits. Although, with Kuo-shu's help, the Wu tribe already had a way to solve the problem of the primordial spirit. The problem is that solving the issue of the existing witch clans lacking a primordial spirit will take time. In particular, the witch world creation method had not yet been widely adopted. On the one hand, there are two chaos spiritual root seeds, so Hao Yi and the ancestral witches need to first evolve the sun tree into chaos spiritual root, and then let the chaos sun tree produce more seeds. Then, using the seeds of the chaos sun tree, more witch realm spaces are created, which in turn generate more chaos spiritual root seeds. This process requires time to transform. So the only members of the current witch clan that have completed the transformation are the powerful upper echelons. The lower level witch clans still have no primordial spirit. But now their descendants have given birth to the primordial spirit. How could they not be excited? This is why the Wu tribe and the human race have been vying for offspring. Fortunately, with the mediation of Kuo-shu and Suiren Shifeng, the matter was finally resolved satisfactorily. The witch clan bloodline, dominant force, is known as the Wuren race and belongs to the witch clan. The human bloodline, which is the dominant group, is called the human witch clan and belongs to the human race. This is how the conflict between the two groups was stopped. With the help of mixed-race descendants, the relationship between the witch clan and the human race has become closer, and their cooperation has become increasingly intimate. On this occasion, Kuo-shu clone even gifted Suiren clan a cell-derived life-bound treasure. It can also be considered as a means for Suiren Shifeng to save his life. As the cooperation between the two races became closer, more and more issues arose, prompting Kang Jai to ask Yu Shishan if he could handle everything on his own. Yu Shishan nodded, looking relaxed. Don't worry, I have so many brothers to help. You don't need to worry about this. But you're going to Jinao Island alone, won't you? Kang Jai knew that. Dao was worried about his safety, so she reassured Dao, don't worry. With life-bound treasure around, my safety is relatively well protected. As for you, the reason I called you here is twofold. Firstly, to hand over the work, and secondly, because you need to do something for me for the next period of time. Was it? Help me collect all kinds of magic treasures, even fragments are. Fine. The remaining 8 Dao clone needs to craft life-bound treasure, so Kang naturally needs to prepare in advance. After dealing with Yu Shaoxi Shan's matter, Kang Jai went directly to Suiren clan. Kang Jai still has great respect for this father, who is not her biological father. As one of the 3 old ancestors of human race, the Suiren clan has always been dedicated to protecting human race. Karma is boundless. Suiren clan was very happy to see her youngest son. Kang Ji's aptitude goes without saying. He has created many cultivation techniques that have greatly enhanced the overall strength of human race. Looking at Suiren Shifeng's solemn face, Suiren clan asked with some confusion, "Feng, did something happen to you?" Suiren Shifeng looked up at Suiren clan Dao. "Father, I want to go to Jinao Island to learn martial arts from a master." "Huh?" Suiren clan's smile froze, then she frowned and scolded Dao, "Nonsense." Suiren clan had a somber expression, yet she tried to soften her tone. "Dao, although Jinao Island is located in the East China Sea, the East China Sea is boundless, so finding it is no easy task. Not to mention, your cultivation level is only a mere earth immortal. Realm peak, with this level of skill, might be quite good in our human race. But if placed in the entire prehistoric world, even just on the East Sea, it's not much better than ANT. With your level of cultivation, you'd perish at sea before even finding out where Jinao Island is." Despite Suiren clan's threats and persuasion, Kang Jai did not back down. Instead, she changed the subject and asked Dao, "Father, what do you think of human race now?" Suiren clan frowned, puzzled as to why Suiren Shifeng would suddenly ask this, but still nodded, replied, "Human race is thriving now, all thanks to you." Although Suiren Shifeng is his son, Suiren clan still praised him generously. However, Suiren Shifeng sighed, "Father, although my human race seems to be thriving now, it is like cooking oil on a hot fire, and it is not far from destruction." Suiren clan was shocked, quickly scolded Dao, "You child, don't talk nonsense, Dao." With the protection of the Holy Mother and Saint Taking as the leader of the human cult, and now on good terms with the Witch clan, where does the crisis of extinction come from? Faced with Suiren clan's rebuttal, Kang Jai gave a wry smile. "Father, has the Holy Mother ever cared for us since she created us?" Suiren clan was speechless, but still glared at Dao and scolded him. "The Holy Mother is so busy, how could she have time to pay attention to all the time?" Faced with Suiren clan's self-deception, Kang Jai smiled bitterly. This isn't the first or second time that human race has faced annihilation. Every time we prayed to the Holy Mother for protection, but has the Holy Mother ever responded? So, we still have the Taking sect leader. Before you were even born, the Taking sect leader even took my clan's prodigy Xuandu as his only closed-door disciple. If human race is in trouble, how could Xuandu stand idly by? As long as Xuandu provides support, how could the Taking sect leader possibly stand idly by? Kang Jai scoffed at this claim and retorted to Dao. "But has Brother Xuandu ever returned to visit human race since he left?" "How can that be the same? Since your elder brother Xuandu has become a disciple of Taking Saint, he should naturally focus on his studies. Before he achieves something, Taking Saint will naturally not let him come back." Looking at Suiren clan, who was trying his best to explain, Kang Jai sighed softly. "Father, is that really true? But Brother Xuandu didn't come back when his parents passed away." These words were like a sharp sword piercing Suiren clan's heart. Suiren clan was actually also dissatisfied with this matter. Xuan was the only one in their human race to have become Saint's disciple. Naturally, he wanted to protect him. Just as Suiren clan was about to say something, Kang Jai suddenly said slowly, "Father, don't forget Taking Saint. Cultivate." But it's the Tao of forgetfulness. Upon hearing Dao's forgetful love, Suiren clan was stunned, staring blankly at Suiren Shifeng. Dao? How do you know about taking saint? Is cultivate the Dao of forgetfulness. Are you sure it's the Dao of forgetfulness? Suiren clan was very nervous. If what Kang Jai said was true, then wouldn't their human race's Suandu never return to their human race? Suiren Shifeng sighed. I learned this from ancestor god Kuashu. So, you're hoping that Brother Xuandu, or even Saint Tang, will protect us? Heh. Suiren clan slumped onto the couch, his spirit seemingly drained. Upon hearing ancestor god Kuashu, Suiren clan, that Dao and Suiren Shifeng had not lied to him. Although Kuashu's strength is low, he is still the 13th ancestral witch. And Hao Yi, a newly promoted near saint-level expert, is always by his side. Such an ancestral witch could not possibly deceive them. But when he thought about what his son had said, Suiren clan felt somewhat dejected. After a long silence, Suiren clan spoke again. Even if what you said is true, we now have a harmonious relationship with the witch clan, so where does the threat of extermination come from? Suiren Shifeng sighed. Father, it is precisely because we are close to the witch clan that we have suffered the calamity of extermination. Suiren clan was taken aback, then seemed realize something, her body trembling slightly. You mean 30,000 years from now? Kang Jai nodded. That's right. Although the witch and demon clans have to cease hostilities now, because of Dao Zhu. But as you know, the conflict between the two sides is irreconcilable. The contradictions and blood debts, accumulated over countless generations, cannot be erased by Dao Zhu with just a few words. Once the 30,000-year period is up, a final battle will inevitably break out between the two sides. At that time, we, who have close ties with the witch clan, will inevitably be the first to be purged and slaughtered by the Yao race. Suiren clan jumped to her feet, her face filled with shock. This, what are we going to do? Turning to Suiren Shifeng, she said, Son, since you can think of this, why do you still push for our human race to be on good terms with the witch clan? Is it too late to sever ties with the witch clan now? Looking at Suiren clan's expectant face, Suiren Shifeng shook his head. Father, if we don't ally with the witch clan, do you think our human race can survive peacefully right now? Suiren clan was speechless when asked about Kangji's question. Yes, although a final battle did not break out between the witch and demon clans, neither clan has been at peace. The Yao race, in particular, has been launching attacks everywhere, forcing various races to join them. Even the once powerful Eastern king was killed because he refused to submit to the Yao race. Even the Dragon clan is now barely clinging to life, just trying to buy time. If their small human race were to be targeted by the Yao race, they would likely be wiped out instantly. If we don't form an alliance with the witch clan, I'm afraid I won't even live to see 30,000 years from now. Suiren clan felt a wave of dejection, a deep sense of powerlessness washing over him. Forming an alliance with the Wu tribe is not an option, nor is not forming an alliance. It seems that no matter what choices they make, human race is ultimately doomed. Seeing her father's dejected appearance, Kang Jai coughed lightly and said, Father, we are not without a way to save ourselves, huh? The dejected Suiren clan looked up blankly at Kang Jai, then realized something and her eyes lit up. You have a way? Suiren clan still had high hopes for his son, who was born with innate knowledge of prodigy. Kang Jai is born with knowledge and is able to create all sorts of cultivation techniques and miracles. In Suiren clan's view, Kang Jai must be some ancient innate god or demon, reincarnation. Only beings like them can create miracles, even if they are reincarnations in their human race. Sensing Suiren clan's anticipation, Kang Jai pointed towards the East China Sea. Father, our solution lies there. Jinao Island? Suiran clan quickly understood Kang Jai's meaning and immediately frowned. After talking for a while, Kang Jai brought the topic back to the apprenticeship. But Jinao Island is too far away from them, even though their human race is located on the coast of the East China Sea. But don't forget, the vastness of the primordial world is incomparable to that of any ordinary world. At Kang Ji's pace, it would take who knows how many years to find Jinao Island. However, what Kang Jai said before was not entirely without merit. Their human race is actually very dangerous. In this situation, if Suren Shifeng could become Jinao Island's apprentice, it would be a good thing for their human race. If things were to go even further, perhaps Kang Jai could become Saint's apprentice. Thinking of this, Suiren clan's eyes flashed, and he slapped his thigh. I'll personally send you to Jinao Island for my father. Seeing the excited Suiren clan, Suiren Shifeng also wanted to, but ultimately shook his head. Father, what will happen to the tribe if you leave? Our human race can't afford any more disruption. Upon hearing this, Suiren clan was immediately stunned. There are only 3 grand Unity Golden Immortals in the entire human race. Cultivator. Moreover, their Grand Unity Golden Immortal, which was promoted by Karma, is simply the worst among all Grand Unity Golden Immortals. Any Taiyi Golden Immortal wielding an innate spirit treasure could easily defeat them. And apart from them, there isn't a single Taiyi Golden Immortal realm in the entire human race. Once Suiren clan leaves, a large gap will inevitably appear in the human race's defenses. Jet a Golden Immortal realm Yao Beast. Even the human race might not be able to withstand him. This is why Suiren Shifeng refused to be escorted by Suiren clan. Even though he knew that with the Suiren clan escorting him, the journey would be much safer and faster. But the safety of human race is more important. The entire human race was defended on all 4 sides, except for the direction bordering the Witch clan, which did not need to be guarded. The other 3 directions were each guarded by an old ancestor. It is precisely because of the existence of Suiren clan and his team that human race has been relatively stable over the years. But once Suiren clan leaves, what will become of human race? Suiren Shifeng himself doesn't dare to imagine. Suiren clan frowned, wanting to say something, but unsure how to put it. Suiren Shifeng patted his chest. Father, don't forget, I have quite a bit of karma on me. With so much karma on me, how many living beings do you think would dare to attack me? Upon hearing this, Suiren clan relaxed slightly. But he still looked worried. Suiren Shifeng sighed. Father, we don't have much time left. If sacrificing myself can bring hope to the entire human race, that is my duty and honor. Suiren clan stared blankly at her son, her expression a complex mix of emotions. After a long silence, Suiren clan sighed. You have your reasons, and I can't argue with you, but... Suiren clan gritted her teeth, and suddenly, the sentence is incomplete and lacks context, so a direct translation isn't possible. A small flame split off from the legacy flame. Father, what are you doing? Siren exclaimed Jindok. It's all right. Here you go. Suiren clan pale-faced, handed the flame to Suiren Shifeng. Looking at the flame in Suiren clan's hand, Suiren Shifeng had a complicated expression. Human race, the legacy flame, is also known as the human flame. It was when the Suiren clan started making fire by rubbing sticks together, the entire human race was fused together. A special flame born from luck. He is both the legacy flame of human race civilization and the vessel of human Tao power. It not only embodies the luck of the human race, but also absorbs the faith and incense of the human race. Today, the The human race, in a sense, also represents the weak and vulnerable Dao. Therefore, Suiran clan's human race, the legacy flame, also known as the human flame. The moment the human torch was born, it was already bound to the Suiran clan. Therefore, as long as Suiran clan lives, the sacred flame of humanity will never be extinguished. Conversely, the same applies. As long as the flame of the holy fire of the People's Republic of China burns, the Suiran clan will never die. The two sides are now completely bound together, their fates intertwined. But Kang Jai never expected that Suiran clan would actually split a small flame from the sacred flame of the human Dao for the sake of his son. This is even more painful than splitting soul, because this single flame not only carries the spirit of human race luck, moreover, represents a group of people wielding power. This is the authority of the people. Suiran clan actually gave it to him. At that moment, Kang Jai truly understood what fatherly love meant. Kang Ji's lips moved. He wanted to say something, but at that moment, he couldn't utter a single word. All right, hurry up and put it away. Stop being so wishy-washy, Suiran clan urged Dao forcefully. Suiran Shifeng opened his mouth, his eyes filled with tears, but in the end, he still took the fire from Suiran clan's hand. Seeing Suiran Shifeng take the torch, Suiran clan also breathed a sigh of relief. With heavenly Dao Merit and Dao Ziho around, it's unlikely that many people would dare to kill Suiran Shifeng. Even if Suiran Shifeng is killed, as long as the fire of his soul remains, Suiran Shifeng will have a chance to be resurrected. Thinking of this, Sun Clan finally regained some color in her face. All right, I won't see you off. Go to Jinao Island by yourself. After saying that, Suiran clan left the house without looking back and walked straight into the distance. Kang Jai held the human-shaped firecracker in his hand, his feelings complicated. Clone, you can keep this little flame. I won't take it with me. Although Kang Jai really wanted to integrate this human fire into the flames of the main body. Once main body, if the chaos flames were to merge with the human Dao holy fire, it would become even more terrifying. But this little fire was ultimately given to Suiran Shifeng by Suiran clan, and Kang Jai didn't want to steal this fatherly love. Although they are one, Clone also has independent thoughts and feelings. Soul Clone in Sea of a Consciousness paused for a moment, then nodded and thanked Dao. Thank you very much. Suiran Shifeng said this very seriously and sincerely. Over the years, he and Suiran clan have developed a deep father-son bond, and naturally, he wanted to preserve this sacred flame. Without hesitation, Kang Jai directly helped Suiran Shifeng integrate the sacred flame of humanity into his body. As the sacred flame merged into his body, Kang Jai instantly felt the difference. A feeling of being connected by fate arose in my heart. He could feel that at this moment, his fate was intertwined with that of the entire primordial human race. Strange, how come it's the main body's mind? Kang Jai suddenly panicked and quickly withdrew her mind from Suiran Shifeng's body, returning it to her main body. But when Kang Ji's mind returned to her main body, she stared wide-eyed, her face full of disbelief. Dao, the person from prehistoric world luck and authority, were actually bound to his main body's mind, rather than to Suiran Shifeng's soul clone. This caught Kang Jai off guard, and she quickly returned to Suiran clan's body. Kang Jai carefully sensed the human race in the prehistoric world. Luck and fate are indeed connected to Suiran Shifeng. The human torch is indeed bound to Suiran Shifeng's physical body. The authority and responsibility represented by the fire in the character KZ have been transferred to Kang Jai. The main body is above the mind. In other words, no matter which main body Kang Ji's mind descends upon, or even onto clone, the authority and responsibility of the human Tao will also be transferred accordingly. Damn it! This is a bit of a rip-off. Kang Jai was on the verge of tears. In this way, his mind became bound to the primordial Tao, and he would benefit from the prosperity of the primordial Tao. Not only can you get some people's Tao with the blessing of luck, one can gain the power of a portion of the Tao authority. The stronger the prehistoric Tao, the more benefits Kang Jai can obtain. Conversely, if the primordial humans were to perish, the human Tao, luck and the backlash of power, Kang Jai, the main body's mind and spirit, will also be damaged, and it may even fall into a permanent slumber. Damn it, how could this happen? The holy flame of human Tao merged into Suiren Shifeng's body. But human Tao luck and power have been transferred. What kind of nonsense is this? Call. Kang Jai spat out a mouthful of QE. Something's not right. Kang Jai connected to infinite computing power and began analyzing. Logically speaking, the Olympic flame should be a human torch. Luck is the carrier of human authority. The two sides should complement each other and never be separated. But nowadays people Tao, however, the authority of luck and Tao has been transferred. This transfer is unreasonable. It's not bound to Suiren Shifeng's clone, but rather to Kang Jai. The main body is bound to mind and body, which is strange. As the saying goes, there's always something fishy going on when things seem unusual. There must be something that Kang Jai hasn't discovered. Human authority. A glint of light flashed in Kang Jai's eyes. Human authority is manifested through the human race. Human race was actually created by the Hongjun to replace Honghuang beings. The true human Tao should actually represent all primordial beings. The Tao composed of Honghuang beings is called the human Tao. However, in order to completely control the human race by using heavenly Tao, Hongjun used Nua's hand to create the human race. Human race innate Tao, possessing the form of great god Pangu, in a sense, naturally suited to carry human Tao. When the Tao is suppressed in order to be able to emerge from the world, one naturally has no choice but to bow down to heavenly Tao. Through the power of human race, the weak Tao is brought together and revealed to the world. Originally, the situation of the Tao was unlikely to change. They would be suppressed and enslaved by heavenly Tao for their entire lives. But then Kang Jai appeared. Suiren clan also split a small flame from the holy flame of the human Tao and gave it to Kang Jai. This gave the person a perfect opportunity to secretly transfer funds and bind themselves to Kang Jai. That's how the previous events happened. Hiss. After analyzing the cause, Kang Jai broke out in a cold sweat. He had been targeted by Tao, the prehistoric man. And she even managed to bind him to her. Damn it, what do we do now? Kang Jai's eyes flickered. She desperately wanted to get rid of Tao. After all, human beings are inherently weak, and the fact that they are even alive is thanks to the opportunities provided by the Hong Kong government. If you don't give them a chance, who knows where they'll be hiding? To bind oneself to the party is to oppose the Hong Kong government. Who is Hongjun? That's an old silver coin among old silver coins. If I were to fight him, I'd probably be devoured without a trace. Help me, a weak thought appeared in Kang Jai's mind. You are Tao, the primordial man. Kang Jai was shaken, feeling both apprehensive and afraid. If that old silver coin Hongjun notices something amiss, he probably won't even be able to leave the primordial world. And his mind won't be able to leave the prehistoric world either. Seemingly sensing Kang Jai's tension and fear, Tao comforted her. Don't worry, although I'm weak. With my cover, heavenly Tao, and that person won't be able to detect you. Even though Tao said that, Kang was still worried. However, after saying that, Dao stopped comforting Kang Jai and instead said, "I need your help." Kang Jai, feeling helpless, replied to Dao reluctantly, "I can't help you." Dao, who doesn't have life. He continues, "You can help me and only you can help me." Dao's words were very firm, and Kang Jai felt somewhat helpless. "My cultivation level is too low. I really can't help you." Kang Jai wanted to refuse again. "I can offer you something in return." Upon hearing this, Kang Jai hesitated for a moment. What benefits can you offer me?" Kang Ji asked Dao cautiously. "Sage status." Hiss. Sage status. Kang Jai was genuinely shocked this time. The Taoist appeared quite calm, saying, "Once I grow stronger, I have 9 Taoist positions available, and I can give them all to you." Dao really went all out, actually willing to give all 9 saint spots to Kang Jai. This is related to heavenly Dao sage of humanity, who exists as equal to saint. The man actually said he'd give it all away. Of course, Dao doesn't lose out either. Sage of humanity is also part of his power, so it doesn't matter who he gives it to. Kang Ji's eyes gleamed. He was certainly envious of the sage of humanity. Prehistoric world, whether it's heavenly Dao saint, or sage of humanity. As long as heavenly Dao, earth Dao, and human Dao do not perish, these saints are immortal and indestructible. In other words, as long as the prehistoric world is not destroyed, the sage of humanity cannot truly perish. Even if you die, you can be resurrected in the human Dao space. Although Kang Ji, if the main body doesn't intend to take this path, it's not impossible for clone to obtain 1 or more sage of humanity positions. How about it? If you agree to my request, I can also have the power of all living beings bless you, further enhancing your comprehension ability and accelerating your cultivation speed. Kang Jai found it hard to resist the temptation of human flesh. How can I help you? In the end, Kang Jai could not resist temptation. Of course, the real reason is that since Dao has already set his sights on him, what other option is cooperation? If things escalate to the point of mutual destruction, and Dao informs heavenly Dao and Hongjun of his existence, wouldn't he be in serious trouble? Seeing that Kang Jai was finally willing to cooperate, Dao also relented. To preserve as many primordial creatures as possible, the more primordial creatures there are, the better for me. Of course, your first priority now is to reproduce the human race as much as possible. The more human races there are, the longer I can remain visible. The human race and the number of creatures in the primordial era. Kang Jai Mai muttered to herself, then nodded and said to Dao, "Okay, promise you." The human Dao immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you. I am about to fall into a deep sleep. During my sleep, I will grant you certain human Dao powers. Once you activate your authority, your comprehension ability will greatly increase, and your cultivation speed will be greatly accelerated. Also, before I fall into a deep sleep, I will give you a big gift, and you will know soon." After saying this, Dao fell into a deep sleep, leaving Kang Jai looking completely bewildered. A grand gift? What grand gift? Just as Kang Jai was waiting blankly, a thought suddenly struck her. Not only him, but all of Clone's hearts were stirred at this moment. Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Kong's Huangxuan and golden-winged Great Peng were born ahead of schedule. Kang Jai never expected that the great gift that Ren Dao mentioned actually be early birth of Kong Xuan and Da Peng. After sensing the situation of Kong Xuan and Da Peng, Kang Jai clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of a human Dao, Kong Xuan and Da Peng, despite being born prematurely, only reached the golden immortal realm peak in cultivation. but their foundation was greatly enhanced as a result. The power that was not absorbed due to premature birth was all integrated into the body, becoming part of its foundation. The deeper one's foundation, the further one can go in the future. For example, if the original Kong Xuan and Da Peng could only be cultivated to Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. Therefore, due to the increase in their foundation, they have a high probability of being able to cultivate to Quasi-Sage Realm, or even higher in the future. This illustrates the importance of a strong foundation. Not only that, Kang Jai also sensed that their divine souls had also been cleansed. Originally, they were on their way due to reincarnation into the embryonic soul of innate, and its fusion is not so perfect. But now, because of Dao, their divine soul is completely perfected, and there are no more barriers between them. They are now the real Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng. What a wonderful gift! Kang Jai was overjoyed. Originally, he didn't know how long it would take Dao to find Jinao Island. But now, with Kong Xuan and Da Peng around, finding Jinao Island will be much faster. Kang Jai directly used the ancient soul contract to imply that Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng should go to Jinao Island to meet him. Kang Jai did not let them know of his existence, but instead used the ancient soul contract to give them a hint. Seeing the two flying towards the East China Sea, Kang Jai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Kang Jai was not in a hurry to set off for Jinao Island. Firstly, his speed was too slow. It would be better to meet up with Kong Xuan and the others halfway and have them take him there. Secondly, although Dao has fallen into a deep sleep, there are still many things that Kang Jai has not figured out. How did Dao discover so many of his secrets? To say Suiren Clan Clone and Dao Fiao fusion with the sacred flame, thus making Dao aware of their existence, is plausible. The fact that even Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng know Dao is beyond the simple explanation of the Olympic flame. It wouldn't make sense unless Dao had noticed him long ago. Kang Jai sensed the authority of the human Dao, analyzed its essence, and gradually began to make sense of it. Human Dao, human Dao, human Dao represents all living beings. In other words, all living beings fall within the jurisdiction of the human authority. Kang Jai squinted and patted his head. He finally understood why Dao was able to detect him so easily. You've protected yourself from heavenly Dao and earth Dao, but you haven't guarded against human Dao. No matter what kind of being reincarnation takes, it is still within the jurisdiction of the human Dao. One or two, and the person might not notice. But if you have tens of millions of clones in the primordial world, it's no wonder that people will notice. Alas, despite all the precautions, we still couldn't prevent it in the end. Fortunately, I discovered that I was just a human Dao. Nowadays, human Dao is declining, and there isn't even a saint. I can't compare to heavenly Dao at all. Even now, the human body is not as good as the earth. In this situation, if the People's Republic of China wants to recover, there is only one way: to cooperate with me. Having thought all this through, Kang Jai finally relented. However, Kang Jai also knew that since Dao had already discovered her, she had to make some adjustments. Only by putting your eggs in different baskets can you mitigate the risk. But how should the eggs be redistributed? Kang Jai fell into deep thought. He now has 9 main bodies, but all of these main bodies are in the 3,000 demon god realm. It seems some of the main bodies should leave the 3,000 demon god realm. Kang Jai muttered to himself. There are 9 main bodies. As long as one of the main bodies is alive, one can use the bloodlines of the other main bodies to recondense new main bodies. This is the terror of the 9-in-1 method. As long as one main body is still alive, the other 9 main bodies cannot perish. In this case, separating the 9 main bodies is naturally the best option. However, how to arrange the 9 main bodies is a problem. The different time flows in the various naturally affect the speed of cultivate. The prehistoric world has the fastest time flow, so entering the cultivate main body within the prehistoric world is naturally the most cost-effective option. After much deliberation, Kang Jie finally decided to let the martial cultivator main body, demon cultivator main body, and body cultivator main body enter the prehistoric world. The 3 main bodies correspond to the bloodlines of the witch race, the Yao race, and the human race. Of course, Yao race is one of them. The main body cannot be directly sent into Yao race. Cultivate. Because of Yao race inside the main body, however, are Emperor Jun and Shi-He bloodline. Emperor Jun and Shi-He see this. How should we explain it? When did they have another child? If it's just Emperor Jun bloodline and Shi-He blood thing, but Emperor Jun and Shi-He might let him live out of consideration for bloodline's face, since he did help them reproduce bloodline. But the key point is Yao race inside the main body, besides Emperor Jun and Shi-He besides bloodline. There are also Dragon, Phoenix, Qilan, Xuanwu, Baihu, and 10,000 demon bloodline. It can be said that if Emperor Jun and Shi-He were to see Yao race, given the bloodline situation in the main body, he would definitely be killed with a single blow. Who is Yao race? Main body, the bloodline is so mixed up. It's practically defiling Emperor Jun and Shi-He's bloodline. How can we let him live? The main body of the witch clan is somewhat better off, although they also have various witch clan bloodlines. Fusion. However, the witch clan bloodline is already quite complex, and the 12 ancestral witches, which are derived from the Pangu bloodline, and 12 ancestral witches bloodline, has spawned countless witch clan bloodlines. Therefore, there is no need to worry about the main body of the Wu clan. If he is thrown into the Wu clan, they will only regard him as a true member of the Wu clan. As for human race, the main body isn't really a big problem, since in Pangu sect after Blood Lake absorbed the primordial human bloodline, the bloodline of Blue Star human race was covered up. If human race is not specifically separated, main body bloodline issues cannot be seen in bloodline. After all, Blue Star human race bloodline, also known as human bloodline, but specifically postnatal human race, it's just bloodline. When I use the reverse origin divine ability, for all acquired bloodline is completely reversed to innate after the human bloodline is applied, no flaws will be visible. As for bloodline's complex Yao race, the main body can only be completed after all Yao races. Bloodline was ultimately forged into a new Yao race. Only after bloodline can you return to Yao race. For now, I can only make do in Kuashu's witch realm space, or find a secluded corner in the wilderness to hide away and cultivate. After sending the 3 main bodies into Kuashu clone's witch realm space, Kang Jie looked at the other 3 main bodies: Ghost Cultivator, God Cultivator, and Buddhist Cultivator. Cultivate in the realm of demons requires Tribulation Key, but the Tribulation Key in the 3000 demon god realm is far less than that in the prehistoric world. It can be said that if the Tribulation QE in the 3000 demon god realm is 1, then the Tribulation QE in the prehistoric world is at least 10,000. The Tribulation QE in the prehistoric world today has not yet reached its peak. The true peak will be reached 30,000 years from now. Besides the prehistoric world, where Tribulation QI is quite concentrated, there is another place where Tribulation QE is also very concentrated. That's Mystic Domain World. The Tribulation QE in the Mystic Domain World is many times more concentrated than that in the prehistoric world. This is why it is so difficult for humans on Earth to launch a counterattack against Mystic Domain world. Not only because the otherworldly creatures in the Mystic Domain world are particularly bloodthirsty, but also because the tribulation QI there is too concentrated, which affects the minds of the Earthlings, thus preventing them from launching an effective counterattack. Placing the Ghost Cultivator main body into the Mystic Domain world perfectly fulfills the requirements of the Ghost Cultivator main body. As for God Cultivator main body and Buddhist Cultivator the main body, what they need is the power of faith and incense. The pets in their spirit realm space, as well as the creatures in the Three Kingdoms world, can provide them with some power, but is far from enough. As for the 3,000 demon god realm, that's even worse. There's no place for them to recruit followers here. Although primordial key can also be used for cultivate, it is not as effective as the power of faith and incense. In this situation, staying in the 3,000 demon god realm actually be unsuitable. In contrast, due to the arrival of the myriad realms and their integration into Earth, the area of Earth has now expanded many times over. Even the once great blue planet would be but a drop in the ocean, if placed within it. The myriad realms that had previously descended upon were mostly low-level beings, which was perfect for the God Cultivator main body and Buddhist Cultivator. The main body transmits the Tao, absorbing the power of faith and incense offerings. As for the remaining Chaos main body, Cultivation body, and Cultivating Demonhood, the main body, Kangjai, remained in the 3,000 demon god realm. Whether it's cultivating immortality or cultivating demonhood, besides needing to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, what's also required is primordial key. This is exactly what 3,000 demon god realm satisfies. In addition, Chaos main body only needs Chaos key, which can be obtained by having Kuashu clone go into Chaos from time to time and absorb it using lifebound treasure. Then, through the connection between lifebound treasures, Chaos QI from the prehistoric world can be transported over. After a series of arrangements, Kang Jai finally relented. As long as the enemy cannot wipe him out in one fell swoop, killing him is almost impossible. Of course, those with powerful cultivation levels can still potentially destroy themselves through line powers such as fate or karma. Fortunately, I also cultivated my destiny and karma. Divine ability, a fickle fate, makes it impossible for enemies to predict one's destiny. The divine ability, which has a cause but no effect, can further confuse karma, preventing enemies from finding you through karma. Of course, if the gap between the two sides is too large, the other side can still break through their divine ability. Therefore, Kang Jai dared not let his guard down at all, and improving his strength as much as possible was the most important thing. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai controlled Suiren Shifeng's body and headed towards Jinao Island. The reason I didn't bring the body cultivator main body, which had just entered the primordial world, is that it was the human race. Main body, that's because of human race the divine soul of the main body has no primordial mark. If you don't encounter a strong opponent, it's fine, but once you do, it's quite easy to be discovered. That is precisely why, in a way that can conceal soul before Qi breathed out, Kang Jai did not intend to release these three main bodies. Crossing the beach, Kang Jai plunged straight into the East China Sea. Looking at the vast sea, Kang Ji activated his luck divine ability and the divine ability of derivation, searching for the general direction of Jinao Island. With his current level of cultivation, he could only vaguely sense the general direction. Found it. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and after finding the right direction, he quickly headed towards Jinao Island. Even with the divine ability buff, Kang Jai is still quite fast. At least, Earth Immortal Realm, even true Immortal Realm experts, if not skilled in speed, cannot match him at peak. In addition, by occasionally using his spatial jumping ability, Kang Jai travels at an incredibly fast speed. However, it was precisely because of his unusually fast travel speed that he finally attracted the attention of malicious creatures. Kang Jai slammed on the brakes, narrowly stopping in front of a barrier. Kang Ji's pupils contracted, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Splash! A huge wave rose from the sea, completely blocking Kang Ji's path. A massive creature, resembling a turtle, a crocodile, and a dragon, slowly rose from the sea. The turtle's neck, head, and shell, the crocodile's mouth and skin, and the dragon's 4 claws and tail. Alligator Dragon Turtle. And it's the Alligator Dragon Turtle from the Golden Immortal Realm. Kang Jai knew something was wrong and turned to run away without thinking. Alligator Dragon Turtle is a rather troublesome Yao beast. The main reason is that their defenses are too overpowered. To harm them, you must first break through their defenses. The key point is that the Alligator Dragon Turtle not only has a powerful turtle shell for defense. Its head, limbs, claws, and tail all have skin like that of an ancient giant crocodile, giving it incredible defensive capabilities. It is extremely difficult to injure Alligator Dragon Turtle. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even those who are 1 or 2 levels stronger than Realm would not want to provoke Alligator Dragon Turtles. Moreover, Kang Ji's cultivation level is far inferior to that of his opponent. You think you can escape so easily? This Alligator Dragon Turtle had its eye on Kang Jai for a long time, not for any other reason than Kang Ji's terrifying speed. Although Kang Ji's cultivation level was low, his speed was actually faster than that of a cultivator who was 1 or 2 realms higher. This must be due to some special speed-based cultivation technique or divine ability. What the Alligator Dragon Turtle lacks most is speed. Although their defense is amazing, their speed is really worrying. They are often left to their own devices to attack, and once their opponents escape, they can't catch up. That's why, when he saw that Kang Jai, this little human race, was so incredibly fast, he immediately set his sights on Kang Jai. Fortunately, his cultivation level was far superior to Kang Jai's, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to stop Kang Jai. Just when Alligator Dragon Turtle thought he had it all figured out, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Kang Jai and joined the wind and thunder wings fusion. In an instant, Kang Jai, who was already moving very fast, rushed far away in the blink of an eye. What is that? Alligator Dragon Turtle stared blankly at the pair of wings on Kang Ji's back. When Kang Jai transformed Lifebound Treasure into violet light wings, the speed instantly increased dozens of times. With the Lifebound Treasure buff, Kang Jai is essentially equipped with an extra speed type low-grade item. As an auxiliary, the innate spirit treasure's speed is comparable to that of regular profound Immortal Realm powerhouse. Wow, there's something really good out of the ordinary. Alligator Dragon Turtle stared intently at the wings behind Kang Jai, drooling. If he possessed such speed-type magic treasure, then with the Golden Immortal Realm, even with a middle-stage cultivation level, they dare to challenge a Golden Immortal Realm peak expert. We absolutely must get this. Alligator Dragon Turtle's face showed greed as he quickly gave chase. Kang Ji Divine thought observed the situation behind him and frowned when he noticed that the Alligator Dragon Turtle was chasing after him. Damn it, the opponent's cultivation is too strong. We have no choice but to call for outside help. With a flap of its wings, Kang Ji immediately changed direction, and that direction was exactly where Kong Xuan and Golden Winged Great Peng were. heading. Guided by some unseen force, Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng flew towards Kang Jai. They didn't know why Dao had chosen this direction, but they had a gut feeling that choosing this direction was the right one. Just as the two were traveling, two energy fluctuations suddenly came from not far away. "Brother, there seems to be a battle ahead." Golden-winged Great Peng's eyes lit up. He had never been in a fight since birth, which made him, who was inherently combative, very eager to get involved. Given Kong Xuan's calm and collected personality, he would not normally get involved in other people's battles. For some reason, he suddenly wanted to go and see what was going on. Just as Kong Xuan hesitated, the impatient golden-winged Great Peng had already rushed out. Seeing this, Kong Xuan had no choice but to follow after them. "Gentlemen, please help me. That guy behind me is eyeing my magic treasure and wants to kill me to steal it." Kang Jai was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived Kong Xuan and the other person. Kang Ji's performance also surprised Kong Xuan and the other person. Such speed! The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Kang Ji Earth Immortal Realm Peak's cultivation level was on full display. But in Earth Immortal Realm Peak's little cultivator is incredibly fast, comparable to a profound immortal realm powerhouse. Splash! Just as Kong Xuan and his companion were in shock, the alligator dragon turtle finally caught up. Although his cultivation level reached Golden Immortal Realm, he's in the middle stage. But his speed is really nothing to brag about. The cultivator of the Golden Immortal Realm is so fast that it can't even keep up with Kang Jai. No wonder the alligator dragon turtle had evil intentions when it saw Kang Ji's speed. "Who are you? Get out of the way. This kid stole my treasure. You two better not meddle in my business." Alligator dragon turtle, the villain, falsely accused Kang Jai and kept a close eye on him, fearing that Kang Jai might take the opportunity to escape. Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng rolled their eyes in unison. Only a fool would believe alligator dragon turtle's words. A small earth immortal realm. How does a cultivator steal the treasure of a powerful golden realm warrior? This is clearly alligator dragon turtle falsely accusing someone. Although the two were just born, Legacy had a lot of information about the prehistoric world in her memory, so they were not clueless novices. Golden-winged Great Peng sneered, looking at alligator dragon turtle with disdain. "Just steal someone's things. Why do you have to come up with such a shameless excuse? You're utterly shameless." Golden-winged Great Peng's merciless mockery made alligator dragon turtle's face turn very ugly. A glance at Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng, whose cultivation levels were at the Golden Immortal Realm peak, made him slightly wary. But the thought of its terrifying defenses made alligator dragon turtle perk up again. So, what about Golden Immortal Realm Peak? Golden Immortal Realm Peak, even a cultivator might not be able to break through his defenses. As long as you can't break through his defenses, he poses no threat. If he can capture Kang Jai, seize his magic treasure, and make up for his own shortcomings, then it is not impossible for him to turn the tables and kill these two meddlesome Golden Immortal Realm Peak experts in front of him. With these thoughts in mind, alligator dragon turtle let out a cold laugh and charged forward recklessly. Court death. Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng never expected that a mere Golden Immortal Realm, the alligator dragon turtle of the middle stage, dares to launch an attack on them. Who gave him the guts? "Big brother, let me do it." Golden-winged Great Peng took the lead and charged out first. As he rushed out, two dragons surged from his body. Innate yin-yang two energies transformed into two black and white dragons, swooped down on alligator dragon turtle. Oh no! What kind of divine ability is this? When alligator dragon turtle sensed innate, his expression changed instantly when he heard the terrifying power of yin-yang two energies. Alligator dragon turtle wanted to retreat, but the speed of golden-winged great peng was no joke. Even Xuan is slightly slower than golden-winged great peng. In the entire prehistoric world, if we're just comparing speed, among all avian creatures, only Kunpeng and Jinwu are slightly better than him. The golden-winged great peng circled the alligator dragon turtle, flying continuously, and as it flew, a innate yin-yang two energies coiled around the alligator dragon turtle. The already slow alligator dragon turtle was further slowed by innate. Once the yin-yang two energies intertwined, in the eyes of the golden-winged great peng, they suddenly moved as slowly as a snail crawling. One Dao innate after the yin-yang two energies wrapped around the alligator dragon turtle. They quickly bound it. Now the alligator dragon turtle is even less able to move. Not only can't it move, innate yin-yang two energies are no ordinary creatures. They possess the power to dissolve bone and blood, even with the alligator dragon turtle's formidable defense. In the innate, under the influence of yin-yang two energies, he was also screaming in pain. Innate entangled by yin-yang two energies, alligator dragon turtle felt as if it were being ensnared by innate. Wherever yin-yang two energies touched, it felt as if it were melting, causing him excruciating pain. While possessing a powerful defense, the pain is doubled when that defense is breached. Stop, 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 I give up. I give up. The alligator dragon turtle was in so much pain that it had to admit defeat. However, golden-winged great peng had no intention of letting the matter rest. Dao sneered, "You say you'll fight, and you say you'll admit defeat? Why should I listen to you?" Faced with the mockery of the golden-winged great peng, the alligator dragon turtle was speechless and could only lower his head to ask Dao, "Then what do you suggest we do?" This completely baffled golden-winged peng. He was skilled in fighting, but how could he possibly know how to handle such a situation? But this didn't stump golden-winged great peng. His eyes darted around, and he said with a sly grin, "I think your tortoise shell is quite nice. How about you give it to me?" Upon hearing this, alligator dragon shuddered and struggled violently, crying out, "No, no, this is my physical body tortoise shell. How can I give it to you?" Looking at the alligator dragon turtle struggling violently, the golden-winged great peng said viciously, "Killing you and taking the turtle shell is the same thing. You might as well obediently hand over the turtle shell, and I might spare your life." Sensing the killing intent of the golden-winged great peng, the alligator dragon turtle struggled even more. He wanted his life, but he also didn't want to hand over the tortoise shell, and immediately wanted to break free from the restraints. In his desperate struggle, the golden-winged great peng's innate yin-yang, the two energies, are somewhat unable to restrain each other. You're asking for death." Golden-winged great peng was about to kill the alligator dragon turtle when Kong Xuan stopped him. Kong Xuan looked at Kang Jai and asked, "May I ask how to address this friend from human race?" Kong Xuan felt a special sense of closeness from Kang Jai, as if he were a family member. Upon hearing Kong Xuan's question, golden-winged great peng ignored alligator dragon turtle and rushed to Kang Ji's side, staring intently at Kang Jai and asking, "Yes, who are you? Why do I feel a strange sense of familiarity with you?" Despite being stared at by the two men, Kang Jai remained remarkably calm. He knew perfectly well why Dao and the other felt a sense of familiarity with him. It was because they had an ancient soul contract with him, and they were his soul contract beasts. However, Kang Jai does not intend to clarify this relationship. If he wants the two of them to go further on the path of cultivation, he cannot bind them with the soul contract. Otherwise, if they lose their minds, their achievements might not even be as good as the original Kong Xuan. Concealing the soul contractual relationship did not affect the two people's attitudes towards him. That mysterious influence, they will only grow closer to him and eventually become his people. Meeting their gazes, Kang Jai feigned confusion and said, "Really? Now that you mention it, I feel the same way. You two seem like family to me." Upon hearing this, Kong Xuan and Golden Winged exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a mixture of confusion and excitement. "So you feel that way too?" Golden Winged Great Peng jumped up and down excitedly. Kong Xuan looked thoughtful, at which point Kang Ji introduced Dao. "By the way, I am human race. Suirenshi Feng. May I ask how you two are addressed?" Kong Xuan and Golden Winged Great Peng snapped out of their daze and quickly introduced Dao. "I am Kong Xuan, and this is my younger brother, Jin Peng." The three introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other a little. Just as the three were chatting happily, a roar came from not far away. "Hoo!" The alligator dragon turtle struggled relentlessly, finally managing to break free of the innate bound by the yin-yang two energies. He couldn't help but roar with excitement. Upon hearing this, Golden Winged Great Peng snorted angrily. Alligator Dragon Turtle interrupted their conversation, which displeased him greatly. Just as they were about to teach Alligator Dragon Turtle a lesson, Kong Xuan struck first. With a whoosh, a 5-colored divine light flashed, and the Alligator Dragon Turtle vanished. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, inwardly exclaiming, "Is this the 5-colored divine light that even Saint could absorb? It can brush anything. Truly amazing." After putting away the Alligator Dragon Turtle, Kong Xuan turned to Kang Jai and asked Dao, "Brother Feng, what are your plans for dealing with this Alligator Dragon Turtle?" "Well, this was captured by Brother Kong. You can handle it yourself. There's no need to ask me." At this point, Golden Winged Great Peng interjected, "If you ask me, why not just kill them? Why go through all that trouble?" Kong Xuan remained non-committal. Although the Alligator Dragon Turtle couldn't compare to their origins, it was still a rare variant with naturally strong defenses. Kong Xuan felt it was a pity to kill him like that. After glancing at Kang Jai, Kong Xuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "This Alligator Dragon Turtle has pretty good defense. How about letting Brother Feng ride it?" And Golden Winged Great Peng were both taken aback. Before Kang Jai could answer, Golden Winged Great Peng said with some disdain for Dao, "That thing is so slow. It's too cheap to use it as a means of transportation." Kong Xuan glared at his younger brother, then turned to Kang Jai and asked for his opinion. Kang Jai never expected Kong Xuan to make such a suggestion. After a moment's thought, Kang Jai was somewhat tempted. Alligator Dragon Turtle is, after all, a golden immortal realm Yao beast. In the middle stage, possesses strength comparable to most golden immortals. Peak realm Yao beast, a battle for supremacy. This powerful helper, though a bit slow, is of great assistance to me. After all, his current cultivation level is too weak. How could he possibly possess a golden immortal level beast? Yao beast would be a great bodyguard. Thinking of this, Kang Jai didn't stand on ceremony and nodded. "All right, then thank you very much, Brother Kong." With a wave of his hand, Kong Xuan summoned the Alligator Dragon Turtle to the surface of the sea. Alligator Dragon Turtle reappeared, looking utterly dejected, his condition far worse than before. The Alligator Dragon Turtle, which reappeared, was much more docile. "These two people in front of me are terrifying, especially Kong Xuan. After her recent experience, alligator dragon turtle never wants to go through it again. That terrifying innate the power of the 5 elements almost completely obliterated him. Looking at the alligator dragon turtle lying there like a dead turtle, Kong Xuan coldly said, "I'm giving you a chance to atone for your sins in life. Do you want it? They can survive?" Alligator dragon turtle suddenly looked up, staring intently at Kong Xuan, then became somewhat timid. "What do you want me to do?" Kong Xuan didn't mince words and said directly to Dao, "Be Brother Feng's mount, and you'll live. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind peeling off your tortoise shell to refine magic treasure." Alligator dragon turtle shuddered. If golden-winged Great Peng had said those words, he might have struggled. But when the words came from Kong Xuan's mouth, for some reason, he felt a chill. Stealing a glance at Kong Xuan's indifferent expression, alligator dragon turtle shuddered again and hurriedly nodded. I'm willing." Kong Xuan nodded in satisfaction and looked at Kang. "Jai, Dao, Brother Feng, look." Cupped his hands in thanks. "Then thank you very much, Brother Kong." Kang Jai didn't mince words and allowed alligator dragon turtle to open his mind and imprint his mark on its divine soul. From this day forward, alligator dragon turtle will never be able to escape his control. After doing all this, Kang Jai said to Dao, "Brother Kong, Brother Jin, I plan to go to Jinao Island to study under a master. I wonder what your plans are?" "Brother Feng is going to Jinao Island too?" Golden-winged Great Peng looked at Kong Xuan with excitement. "Dao, brother, it turns out that Brother Feng, like us, also went to Jinao Island to become an apprentice." Kang Jai feigned surprise. "Are you two also planning to go to Jinao Island to learn martial arts?" Kong Xuan nodded to golden-winged Great Peng, and Kong Xuan said, "I never expected that we would be so destined for each other. In that case, let's go together. With us leading Brother Feng, we can get there faster." Kang Jai naturally agreed, nodding, but then, as if remembering something, looked at the quietly waiting alligator dragon turtle and asked, "Do you know the exact location of Jinao Island?" Alligator dragon turtle has resigned himself to his fate, and he has no choice but to accept it. He cannot defeat Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, and Kang Jai has become his master, controlling his life and death. "Master, Jinao Island is not far from here. It will take about 100 years to fly east from here." 100 years, Kang Jai's eyes widened. Alligator dragon turtle actually said that Jinao Island is not far from here. You should know that Dao, the 100 years of the prehistoric world, is not the 100 years of the blue star. The length of a day in the prehistoric world is the length of a year on Earth. In other words, the 100 years mentioned by alligator dragon turtle is equivalent to 36,500 years of Earth's time. Despite the great distance, alligator dragon turtle claims it's not far. Kang Jai now has a direct experience of the vastness of the prehistoric world. At this moment, golden-winged Great Peng looked at alligator dragon turtle and sneered. "We could get there within a year." Looking at the proudly tilted head of the golden-winged Great Peng, Kang Jai couldn't help but chuckle. It really is a newborn baby, and it's even carrying a baby key. Kong Xuan, on the other hand, was more composed. Looking at Kang Jai, "Brother Feng, don't worry. With us here, we'll arrive in a year at most." Seeing the confident Kong Xuan, Kang Jai was also pleased. He could accept a year. The 3,000 demon god realm has the same daylight hours as the prehistoric world, with 1 day equivalent to 1 year in the blue star world. Perhaps it's because the prehistoric world and the 3,000 demon god realm are both too large, or perhaps it's because the rank of these two worlds is too high. Regardless, if 1 year passes in the 3,000 demon god realm, 10,000 years will pass in the prehistoric world. 10,000 years in the true prehistoric world. Originally, my plan was to spend thousands of years searching for Jinao Island. Unexpectedly, it only took a year to find Jinao Island. What a pleasant surprise. Then I'll have to trouble you two brothers. Without further ado, Kong clunked up the man and the turtle, and with alligator dragon turtle as their guide, he and golden-winged great peng led the to Jinao Island. Time flew by, and it took them almost a year to finally find Jinao Island. During this year, Kang Jai did not come away empty-handed. At least, with the help of the Dao aura emanating from Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, Kang Jai nurtured 2 law divine power seeds, yin and yang and 5 elements, allowing them to sprout and grow. Both law realms have successfully broken through to celestial immortal realm. After breaking through to celestial immortal realm, Kang Jai felt the law more and more. The difficulty of cultivating is that trying to comprehend the law of heaven and earth is far too time-consuming. Even if he has millions of clones to leverage, or even uses the power of human Dao to enhance his abilities, the time it takes to comprehend the law still alarms Kang Jai. It's no wonder that all the creatures in the primordial world used cultivate to calculate time in units of numerals. 1 yuan hui is equal to 129,600 years, which is equivalent to 304 years in Earth's time. If we cultivate for 2 epochs, that's nearly 100 million blue star years. How terrifying! And those powerful figures of ancient times, which one of them didn't cultivate for countless eons? Even those like Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, who were born with golden immortal realm peak, inherited their mother's bloodline and possessed innate yin and yang. The reason is due the 5 elements qi. Otherwise, for an ordinary being to cultivate to a higher realm, it would take countless eons. Even with his terrifying computing power, Kang Jai could not possibly convert all 36 laws to advanced realm in a short period of time, unless a powerful being explains the Dao to him, revealing the laws of heaven and earth before him, allowing him to clearly see and learn. Otherwise, trying to figure out the meaning of Dao on your own is as difficult as a person learning to read. This is why Kang Jie insisted on going to Jinao Island to become an apprentice. Whether or not someone has a great voice to speak on Dao is another matter. With expert guidance, cultivate is at least thousands of times faster than loose cultivator. This is why so many beings are willing to go to great lengths to join a powerful force. Brother Feng, we've arrived. Looking at Jinao Island, which was faintly visible in the distance, Kong Xuan was also a little excited. This is the Saint Church. Joining the Jai sect to study would be an enormous opportunity for them. Just as everyone was preparing to enter Jinao Island, a cold voice rang out. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on the holy land of the Jai sect? Having just lost a bet, Chang'er Ding Guangxian saw people coming to Jinao Island and immediately unleashed his fury on Kang Jai and his group. Kang Jai and his group were startled to see someone blocking their way. This is Saint's residence after all, and they really don't know the rules. Kong Xuan quickly cupped his hands in greeting. Greetings, fellow Taoist. We did not intend to trespass on the holy land of the Jai sect. We have come to learn from you. Kong Xuan adopted a very humble attitude, as this was Saint's residence, and Kong Xuan dared not act recklessly. Even the usually unruly golden-winged Great Peng stood quietly behind Kong Xuan. Here to become an apprentice? Chang'er Ding Guangxian glanced casually at Kong Xuan, saying indifferently, Golden Immortal Realm Peak, not bad, but if you want to become his disciple, heh. Chang'er Ding Guangxian glanced at the four people non-committally. When Chang'er Ding Guangxian saw the golden-winged great peng, which is also a golden immortal realm peak, his heart tightened. For some reason, he sensed a sense of crisis from golden-winged great peng. A feeling of bloodline suppression. The feeling of unease was even stronger when he looked into golden-winged great peng's golden vertical pupils. It's as if, in the other person's eyes, I am nothing more than food. When golden-winged great peng saw Chang'er Ding Guangxian, he felt an urge to lick his lips for some reason, and even swallowed, uncontrollably. Chang'er Ding Guangxian was furious when he saw the golden-winged great peng's action. But he suppressed his anger and looked at Kang Jai and alligator dragon turtle beside him. When Chang'er Ding Guangxian saw alligator dragon turtle, he was stunned again, and then frowned. Alligator dragon turtle is a primordial alien species with a decent aptitude. If it were a normal apprenticeship, the Tongqian sect leader would usually accept it. But he was in a bad mood at the moment and naturally didn't want to let Kong Xuan and the others in. When Chang'er Ding Guangxian's gaze fell on Kang Jai, he immediately frowned. Human race. Chang'er Ding Guangxian instantly thought of the current relationship between the human race and the Wu clan, and felt a surge of disgust. Although he had joined Jinao Island, he was still a Yao race member and naturally disliked the human race, who were on good terms with the Wu clan. Chang'er Ding Guangxian's eyes darted around, and he immediately had a plan in mind. Dao scoffed. Do you think you can just walk into the saint cult as you please? A mere postnatal human race dares to aspire to join Jinao Island? Truly absurd. Chang'er Ding Guangxian waved his hand impatiently. You can leave. Jinao Island doesn't welcome you. You're not worthy to join Jinao Island. The group of people, who had been full of hope, were suddenly stunned. Kang Jai narrowed her eyes and sized up the other person. He had an ordinary appearance, and the only outstanding feature was probably his unusually long ears. Could this person be that traitor Chang'er Ding Guangxian? Kang Jai wondered to himself. However, upon hearing Chang'er Ding Guangxian's words, alligator dragon turtle was the first to become enraged. Already frustrated from the journey, alligator dragon turtle roared in fury. You're talking nonsense. The Jai sect has always taught without discrimination, and besides, how could our aptitude be unworthy of Jinao Island? Putting aside the fact that he is a unique species from the primordial world, although he cannot compare with those top powerful races, he is still considered a superior aptitude in the primordial world. Not to mention Kong Xuan and golden-winged great peng, whose terror alligator dragon turtle had also experienced. Chang'er Ding Guangxian's words not only angered alligator dragon turtle, but also Kong Xuan and golden-winged great peng. Just as golden-winged great peng was about to erupt, Kong Xuan grabbed him and held him down. Kong Xuan looked at Chang'er Ding Guangxian with a gloomy face. This fellow Taoist, you say our aptitude is insufficient? Then please tell me, what kind of aptitude is sufficient to join Jinao Island? If you cannot provide a satisfactory answer, don't blame us for spreading this story throughout the entire prehistoric world. Kong Xuan could also see that the person in front of him was deliberately looking for trouble. But they are not to be trifled with either. They know their attitude all too well, and if the other party dares to bring that up, he'll teach them a lesson. Upon hearing Kong Xuan's words, a flicker of panic crossed Chang'er Ding Guangxian's eyes. That reason he just gave was indeed made up. He thought that the people on the other side wouldn't dare to cause trouble in the holy land of the Jai sect, and that they would naturally retreat after being intimidated by him. He has already used this reason to scare away several creatures with good aptitude. If there were many beings good aptitude like Kong Xuan, How could someone with mediocre aptitude like him stand out in the Jai sect? But Kong Xuan and the others in front of him were clearly not easy to fool. Chang'er Ding Guangxian rolled his eyes and sneered. I'm talking about that postnatal human race kid. He has an Earth Immortal Realm postnatal race kid, wants to become Jinao Island's apprentice. He's really overestimating. If you want to join Jinao Island, that's not impossible. Your aptitude barely meets the requirements. But this human race kid is no good. He has to go back to where he came from. While we at Jinao Island teach all, we don't accept trash. Who are you calling trash? Golden-winged Great Peng was the first to lose his temper and angrily rushed forward to fight Chang'er Ding Guangxian. A glint of light flashed in Chang'er Ding Guangxian's eyes, and he was eager to try, wishing that golden-winged Great Peng would actually make a move. Although golden-winged Great Peng had bloodline suppression over him, his cultivation level was still higher than golden-winged Great Peng's. If golden-winged Great Peng dares to make a move, he will definitely seize the opportunity to kill this fellow. Just as Chang'er Ding Guangxian was about to try, Kang Jai and Kong Xuan simultaneously pulled back the impulsive golden-winged Great Peng. Kang Jai stepped forward and bowed to Dao. Senior, you keep talking about aptitude, but what are saint standards for accepting apprentices? How do you determine if my aptitude is sufficient? Do you want to test my cultivate foundation? Or do you want to perform a cultivate test? Heart nature and comprehension ability? Senior judged my aptitude as inadequate without doing anything. Wasn't that a bit too arbitrary? Chang'er Ding Guangxian never expected that a small Earth Immortal Realm postnatal human race, and they actually dare to question him to his face. In an instant, Chang'er Ding Guangxian felt humiliated, and his anger surged to the top of his head. Court death. Enraged, Chang'er Ding Guangxian slapped Kang Jai, coldly snorting. Master put me in charge of selecting discords, so of course I'm in charge. If I say your aptitude is sufficient, then it's sufficient. If I say it's insufficient, then it's insufficient. How dare you question this immortal? You are utterly disrespectful and deserve to die. A casual strike from a powerful Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert was far beyond what Kang Jai could withstand. If Kang Jai were to be slapped, he would surely die. Just as Kang Jai was preparing to deploy Heavenly Dao Merit to defend himself, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng directly blocked Kang Ji's path. The five-colored divine light and yin-yang two energies attacked simultaneously, instantly forming Bong Yin and Yang. The five elements roulette wheel was placed in front of everyone. Chang'er Ding Guangxian's attack hit yin and yang above the five elements barrier. It quickly vanished without a trace. Upon seeing this, Chang'er Ding Guangxian's pupils contracted, and his gaze towards Kong Xuan and the other man flickered uncertainly. Kong Xuan and golden-winged Great Peng are merely at the Golden Immortal Realm peak. Even though he didn't use his full strength in that attack, he still wasn't the Golden Immortal Realm peak. Cultivator can withstand it. However, Kong Xuan and his companion seemed to handle the situation with ease when working together. What a terrifying aptitude! We absolutely cannot let these two join Jinao Island. Chang'er Ding Guangxian thought fiercely, knowing that Tongxin sect leader was currently in seclusion, focused on enlightenment, unlikely to be paying attention to this place. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to deal with these two. A murderous glint flashed in Chang'er Ding Guangxian's eyes as he made his decision. However, before he could even make a move, the hot-tempered, golden-winged Great Peng had already rushed forward first. You bastard! You mere watchdog, how dare you be so arrogant? I'll beat you to death. Even though Chang'er Ding Guangxian was stronger, golden-winged Great Peng was not intimidated at all. The terrifying speed was on full display at this moment, and Chang'er Ding Guangxian was even a little unable to keep up with his opponent. Damn it! Where did this prodigy come from? Chang'er Ding Guangxian was anxious. If things continued like this, it would surely alert the other discs on the island. Once these people's attitude is discovered, it will be impossible for him to kill them again. Thinking of this, Chang'er Ding Guangxian gritted his teeth and used his authority to directly activate the killing array in the area surrounding Jinao Island. As soon as the killing formation was unleashed, Golden Winged Great Peng's speed decreased drastically, as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Not only did its speed drop drastically, countless attacks also surged from all around, catching the Golden Winged Great Peng off guard. You're asking for it. You can't win, so you resort to such despicable tactics. Kong Xuan was also furious, as he had hoped to use this opportunity to train his younger brother. But to everyone's surprise, Chang'er Ding Guangxian was so shameless. Realm is already stronger than Golden Winged Great Peng, and now that they can't beat him, they're resorting to formation. It's utterly shameless. Enraged, Kong Xuan unleashed his five-colored divine light, nearly taking away Chang'er Ding Guangxian. If it weren't for the power of formation, he wouldn't have been able to withstand Kong Xuan's attack at all. However, after missing his first attack, Kong Xuan immediately unleashed innate, the emergence of five elements. Qi caused a stir throughout the entire formation. Damn it! When did these two prodigies appear in the primordial world? Chang'er Ding Guangxian was in a great hurry and could no longer care about anything else. He immediately activated all the formations in the outer area. Now, only Kong Xuan and Golden Winged Great Peng are caught in formation, but Kang Jai and Alligator Dragon Turtle are also caught in formation. Moreover, the outer formation after its full activation includes not only killing formations, but also trapping and isolation formations. Chang'er Ding Guangxian used formation to try to defeat them one. Oh no, this guy is really cunning. Kang Jai naturally knows Dao formation is notoriously difficult and terrifying. He himself possesses the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, and once used this formation to kill 2 profound, immortal realm powerhouses. Once Kong Xuan and Golden Winged Great Peng are defeated one by Chang'er Ding Guangxian, he won't fare well either. No, we have to find a way. Instantly connected to infinite computing power, even at the cost of human resources. Kang Ji's computing power soared to an incredible level at this moment. With a light tap of the feet, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, centered on the alligator dragon turtle, spread out in all directions. Meanwhile, Kang Ji's divine thought, attached to the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, continuously analyzes the outer formation of Jinao Island by leveraging the collision between the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram and the outer formation. Ha! Truly overestimating oneself, a mere earth immortal realm, postnatal human race, and they even want to crack Saint formation, even if this formation was just something Saint casually set up, it's still beyond your reach. Upon noticing Kang Ji's actions, Chang'er Ding Guangxian sneered inwardly, completely ignoring Kang Ji's movements. Instead, he focused his strength on killing Golden Winged Great Peng first. After all, compared to Kong Xuan, he still felt that Golden Winged Great Peng was easier to kill. Damn crawler, if you're so capable, fight me head-on. What's the point of using formation? Golden Winged Great Peng grumbled as he dodged the attacks from formation and Chang'er Ding Guangxian. However, Chang'er Ding Guangxian was ultimately Tai Golden Immortal. A a strong player in the middle stage, now supported by formation. With both factors combined, even golden-winged Great Peng was finding it difficult to cope. Sensing danger to his younger brother, Kong Xuan separately attacked formation. But this was a format that Saint had casually arranged. How could Kong Xuan possibly break it? Just as Kong Xuan was getting increasingly anxious, and golden-winged Great Peng was taking more and more damage and his speed was gradually slowing down, Kang Jai, who had been analyzing the formation, had a glint of light in his eyes. This is it. Kang Jai suddenly took control of the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, gathering all its power and slamming it into a spatial node. Splash! Space shattered like a mirror. Cheng'er Ding Guangshan, who was about to kill golden-winged Great Peng, was taken aback. Kong Xuan was also stunned. Kong Xuan, who was attacking formation, suddenly noticed something strange behind him. Turning around, I saw that the space behind me was shattered like a mirror. The shattered space revealed the battlefield of the golden-winged Great Peng. Seeing his younger brother injured, Kong Xuan could no longer suppress his anger. The 5-colored divine light surged towards Chang'er Ding Guangxian without restraint. Knowing the power of the 5-colored divine light, Chang'er Ding Guangxian used formation to escape the moment he saw Kong Xuan launch his attack. Damn human race! How dare they ruin my plans? Having dodged Kong Xuan's attack, Chang'er Ding Guangxian immediately locked onto Kang Jai. Upon learning that Kang Jai had ruined his good fortune, Chang'er Ding Guangxian was furious. However, Chang'er Ding Guangxian was unaware that just as Kang Jai broke through a corner of the outer formation, Tongqin Jiaozhu, who was in seclusion, immediately noticed the abnormality. Although the formation around Jinao Island was arranged casually by him, no matter how casually you arrange it, it is still a formation set up by Saint. Even a near Saint-level expert cannot easily crack it. Although Kang Jai only used a trick to crack a corner of the formation, and it was only a small isolated array within the formation, even so, it still attracted the attention of the Tongqin sect leader. They thought some powerful enemy had come to Jinao Island, but when the Tongqin sect leader's gaze fell on Kang Jai, he was immediately stunned. Even the shrewd Tongqin sect leader was momentarily stunned. A postnatal human race? And a postnatal human race in an earth immortal realm. The Master of Heaven thought he had misread it, so he deliberately went back in time. But after watching the entire process of Kang Jai cracking formation, the Tongqin cult leader's eyes lit up. What terrifying comprehension ability! This kid's comprehension ability is in no way inferior to those innate gods and demons. The Tongqin sect leader was filled with excitement. Although the innate god and demon had a strong comprehension ability, a large part of the reason was that the innate god and demon was naturally compatible with a certain law. In a sense, they are more like heavenly Tao incarnation of law. This is why they exhibit terrifying comprehension ability when they comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. But Kang Jai is human race, and it's a postnatal human race. Even if Kang Jai is a second-generation human, a postnatal human race is still a postnatal human race, and cannot be compared with innate beings, not to mention comparing it to those innate gods and demons. However, Kang Jai's comprehension ability beyond formation truly astonished the Tongqin sect leader. At this moment, the Tongqin sect leader was unaware that Kang Jai's comprehension ability was not limited to formation. Kang Jai's comprehension ability in learning anything is terrifyingly high. Just as the Tongqin sect leader was shocked by Kang Jai's comprehension ability, Chang'er Ding Guangxian had already appeared at Kang Jai's place. As soon as Chang'er Ding Guangxian appeared, Without saying a word, he slashed at Kang Jai with all his might. If Kang Jai is hit by the sword, he will surely die. The alligator dragon turtle beneath him was completely terrified. He is just golden immortal realm, a middle stage cultivator. Where can one defend against a Tai golden immortal? A powerful strike from a middle stage expert. But he had no choice but to fight desperately. If Kang Jai died, he would die too. The Tongjian sect leader also noticed Chang Er Ding Guangxian's actions and was immediately enraged. Kang Ji's comprehension ability, Chang Er Ding Guangxian, the man of heaven defying, actually wants to kill him. How could the Tongjian sect leader tolerate this? Just as the Tongjian sect leader was about to make a move, his movements froze again. Kang Jai looked at the changes with some disbelief. At this moment, Kang Jai was radiating golden light, and a towering karma giant completely enveloped him. Even the alligator dragon turtle beneath him was enveloped by the terrifying karma power at this moment. Staring blankly at the overwhelming karma power, speechless, Chang Er Ding Guangxian, who was striking with all his might, suddenly found his vision blurred. Immediately afterwards, golden light appeared everywhere. Before he could stop, the attack had already landed on heavenly Dao merit. In an instant, Chang Er Ding Guangxian was struck as if by lightning, and his body went into chaos. The next second, Chang Er Ding Guangxian spat out a mouthful of blood essence, and his body gushed forth with power. Chang Er Ding Guangxian tried his best to withdraw his attack, but unfortunately, Chang Er Ding Guangxian his full strength in this attack, and it wasn't something he could easily retract. Puff! Another mouthful of blood essence was spat out. Chang Er Ding Guangxian did not hesitate to burn his own blood essence to barely stop the attack. Only then did he realize that, because of this attack, his Dao level had regressed significantly, and his realm had even fallen to the Titan immortal level. Early stage. With his mind in turmoil and his laws in disarray, and his internal energy surging wildly, Chang Er Ding Guangxian spat out another mouthful of blood essence, completely losing control of his formation. Without Chang Er Ding Guangxian's coordination, the formation around Jinao Island gradually dissipated. The Tongjian sect leader, who was originally prepared to step in to save people, once again remained calm and composed, looking at heavenly Dao merit, which had depleted by blocking Chang Er Ding Guangxian's attack. 1/10 of its power was consumed. Whether it's Kang Jai or Tongjian Jiaozu, they both felt a pang of heartache. You should know that although Dao and Kang Ji's karma is not as good as Tongjian Jiaozu's, it is still comparable to 1/10,000th of Tongjian Jiaozu's karma. Losing 10% of so much karma at once is heartbreaking. What a spendthrift! What a spendthrift! The Tongjian sect leader was so distressed that he cursed people. And this Chang Er Ding Guangxian, he's petty and narrow-minded. He'll never amount to anything. At this moment, the Tongjian sect leader completely loathed Chang Er Ding Guangxian. I thought it would be a great discreet, but I never expected it to turn out like this. He telepathically instructed his grand disciple, Duo Bao, to handle the matter, and once again disappeared behind the scenes. Although he greatly admired Kang Jai, the Tongjian sect leader still planned to observe him further. Meanwhile, Chang Er Ding Guangxian, who was retreating from realm, finally managed to stabilize his injury temporarily. His gaze toward Kang Jai was filled with hatred. I'm going to kill you. Chang Er Ding Guangxian was furious but dared not actually lay a hand on Kang Jai. Kang Ji's terrifying golden karma light intimidated him. If this happened again, it probably wouldn't just be a simple serious injury, but death. Meanwhile, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, who had been freed from the formation's dissipation, were dumbfounded as they stared at Kang Ji's overwhelming golden karma light. Brother, isn't Brother Feng's heavenly Dao merit a bit excessive? Looking at the sky full of karma, golden winged Great Peng almost drooled. Kong Xuan's lips twitched slightly. He never expected that Kang Jai, whom he felt an inexplicable affinity, would possess such terrifying karma power. That's a lot of karma. How many things must one do to benefit the primordial world to obtain this? Brother Feng, could you be some great being named reincarnation? A series of questions arose in Kong Xuan's mind, leaving him somewhat bewildered. And the alligator dragon turtle beneath Kang Jai goes without saying. Looking at the countless karma enveloping him, alligator dragon turtle shuddered. Previously, when he was hunting down Kang Jai had never revealed the karma he possessed. Alligator dragon turtle was somewhat relieved that he was too slow to force Kang Jai to use the power of karma to protect himself. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, he would probably have died on the spot. Stealing a glance at its master, alligator dragon turtle felt somewhat fortunate that it was Kang Ji's mount. If this were an enemy, wouldn't they be killed by Kang Jia? Swallowing hard, alligator dragon turtle felt a pang of sympathy for Chang'er Ding Guangxian across from him. How tragic! Tai golden immortal, his cultivation level, which was once at the middle stage, has now become golden. Early stage. That small realm within the Tai golden immortal realm. How many years would it take to break through such a small reality? Even aptitude, those prodigy symptoms will not recover without several cycles of time. And Chang'er Guangxian just felt up to small realm so easily. Alligator dragon turtle felt sorry for him, just as alligator dragon turtle felt sorry for Chang'er Ding Guangxian, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, who had regained their senses, rushed towards Chang'er Ding Guangxian in an instant, taking advantage of their weakness. Chang'er Ding Guangxian had just tried to kill them, so naturally they wouldn't let him go. Outrageous! This is holy land of the Jai sect. How dare you attack and kill saints' disciples? Do you think our Jai sect has no one to rely on? Chang'er Ding Guangxian dodged while trying to scare the two away with his words. Unfortunately, neither Kong Xuan nor Jin Peng are easily intimidated. Both of them are very stubborn. The more you threaten them, the less likely they are to let you go. Otherwise, Kong Xuan wouldn't have been so bold as to accept Saint. Sensing the murderous intent of the two men, Chang'er Ding Guangxian could no longer hold back and shouted at the island. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of those on Jinao Island. Upon hearing Chang'er Ding Guangxian's cry for help, many people rushed towards the scene. Seeing someone approaching, Kang Jai didn't put away his karma statue and just displayed it like that. With such a large karma statue, no one was stupid enough to dare to attack Kang Jai. As a result, even in the battle between Kong Xuan and his group, the disciple sect did not immediately participate. Firstly, their strengths vary greatly, and not just anyone can interfere. Secondly, those who could intervene had not yet arrived. The first to arrive were Aldises living on the outskirts of Jinao Island, and their strength was naturally not that great. They watched in stunned silence as Chang'er Ding Guangxian of Tai Golden Immortal Realm was thoroughly beaten by two cultivators of Golden Immortal Realm, fighting across a large realm and still managing to overpower the long-eared senior brother. Where did this prodigy come from? Everyone was shocked and deeply moved. Yeah, where did prodigy come from? How could long-eared senior brother have offended them? Someone wondered. At this moment, someone said to Dao, I just sensed that the formation around Jinao Island seems to have been triggered. Could it be that senior brother Long Ears just used the formation to deal with these people? Everyone made various guesses, and their gazes toward Chang Ding Guangxian were somewhat strange. A cultivator from Tai realm couldn't even beat 2 golden immortal realms. If word got out, it would be such a disgrace to Jinao Island. Chang Ding Guangxian is Saint Disciple, it is said, was to be taken in by the Tongxin sect leader as one of the 7 immortals. If this were to become known to outsiders, Dao, Saint, how embarrassing would it be if Disciple couldn't even beat someone who's nobody? The crowd began to discuss it animatedly, and the scene became quite lively for a time. During the battle, Chang Ding Guangxian overheard the crowd's discussion and nearly vomited blood again, but he had no time to pay attention to the crowd. Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's attacks were getting sharper and sharper, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. If this continues, he's going to be finished here today. Damn it! Why aren't the senior brothers here yet? At this moment, Chang Ding Guangxian also harbored some resentment towards the senior brothers within the Jai sect. He was almost beaten to death, and none of them came to his rescue. How despicable. However, he didn't consider that Jinao Island is so large, and which of the disciple valued by the Tongxin sect leader didn't live in the center of the island? They wanted to get there, but they weren't as fast as these peripheral discriminators. Just as Chang Ding Guangxian was about to give out, a loud shout rang out, "Stop!" After rushing as fast as they could, the Duobao team finally arrived at the scene. Behind him were many other disciple members, each with a different expression. When Duobao appeared, Jin Peng wanted to make a move. But at this moment, Duobao directly released Grand Unity Golden Immortal. Qi breath instantly suppressed Jin Peng, who wanted to make a move. Upon seeing this, Chang Ding Guangxian immediately tried to take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Jin Peng. But then Kang Jai stood directly in front of Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, startling Chang Ding Guangxian into retreating hastily. Chang Ding Guangxian has already developed a lingering aversion to Kang Karma Golden Light. If he were to suffer a backlash from Heavenly Dao's punishment, he would truly be in mortal danger. Even Duobao, who had unleashed aura, wisely withdrew his aura upon seeing Kang Ji's terrifying karma power. The disciple members of the Jai sect who arrived at the scene all had different expressions upon seeing this. But they all agreed on one thing. They could not afford to offend Kang Jai, especially in Kang Ji do not attack karma until it is depleted. Just as everyone's expressions changed, Daoist spoke up. Holy land of the Jai sect, how dare you fight like this? It's utterly absurd. Duobao Daoren first reprimanded everyone, but Kang Jai and the other 2 didn't take it to heart. Only the alligator dragon turtle beneath him seemed somewhat timid, shrinking its head back. Regardless of Kang Jai, Kong Xuan, or Jin Peng, they all looked at Duobao, who was speaking, with indifferent expressions. Feeling a bit embarrassed by the 3 people staring at him like that, Duobao felt a little awkward. Just as Duobao was about to say something, Kang Jai spoke first. Fellow Daoist, do you know why we are fighting here? Duobao Daoren choked, looking at Kang Jai with a strange expression. It's quite audacious of a small human race organization to dare to directly question him like that. Of course, in Duobao's view, Kang Jai only relied on his terrifying karma power, otherwise, with just his earth immortal realm. And what right do you have to talk to him? Duobao didn't speak, but Kang Jai recounted their ordeal to himself. Finally, he couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. So it turns out we can easily defeat Saint even though we're above our level. In your eyes, those who are disciple are all people who can't handle aptitude. And what are you then? Useless trash? It seems Saint's rules for accepting apprentices are quite bizarre. He actually likes to take in useless people. Upon hearing this, all the disciples of the intercepting sect changed their expressions. Kangji actually mocked them, calling them all trash. That's absolutely despicable. But they didn't dare do anything Kangjai, and their breathing became rapid. The Tongxian sect leader, who was secretly observing Kangjai, was also taken aback and muttered to himself, "Has this kid always been this brave? He even dares to slander Saint." The Tongxian sect leader originally wanted to curb Kang's arrogant nature, but after thinking about it, he ultimately gave up. Every genius has a bit of arrogance. If you don't have arrogance, then what kind of genius are you? Geniuses are not only fast cultivators, but they also have exceptionally high mental fortitude. Although the Tongxian sect leader wanted to curb Kangji's arrogance, he didn't want to directly crush Kangji's spirit. After thinking for a moment, the Tongxian sect leader transmitted his voice to Duobao Daoren. Just as Duobao Daoren was about to reprimand Kangjai, he suddenly stiffened, then quickly returned to normal. He gave Kangjai a deep look and said in a deep voice, this time it was indeed Chang'er's fault. This statement surprised many people. The disciple sect is very protective of their own. Although Duobao is not the most protective one, he shouldn't have admitted Chang'er's mistake so easily. Ignoring everyone's astonishment, Duobao looked at Kangjai and the other two and said, "Our Jai sect truly teaches without discrimination, and our master also enjoys taking on disciples. As for the criteria for accepting disciples, it's actually quite simple. Every time the master gives a lecture, as long as you can understand a portion of it, the master will accept you as a named disciple. If your comprehension ability is good, you can become a master. The master will also accept the Dharma I as a formal." Duobao glanced at Kangjai and the other two and said calmly, 3 days later, master will give a sermon. If you can gain something from it, you will naturally become disciple of my Jai sect. If your comprehension ability isn't up to par, I advise you to leave now to avoid losing face later." When he said the last sentence, Duobao looked at Kangjai as if he were speaking directly to her. Although it's unclear how Kangjai could have so many heavenly Tao merits, Kangji is, after all, just a postnatal human race. Even innate human race's aptitude is so-so, let alone Kangjai, a postnatal human race. Of course, if Kangjai is willing to sacrifice heavenly Tao merit and use the burning of heavenly Tao merit to comprehend Tao, he might be able to understand some of the teachings of the Tongxian sect. Master. But would the Tongxian sect leader possibly be interested in such an aptitude? Therefore, Duobao doesn't actually have a high opinion of Kangjai. Kangjai remained non-committal about this. He certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to hear Saint talk about Tao. As for whether or not it can enter the Dharma eye of the Tongxian sect master, with his comprehension ability, if he still can't enter the Dharma eye of the Tongxian sect leader, then there are probably not many people in the entire prehistoric world who can enter the Dharma eye of the Tongxian sect leader. Even the Taoist Duobao in front of me won't do. However, before that, he had something even more important to do. Kangjai stared intently at Duobao Daoren. We will naturally participate in the listening session 3 days from now. But before that, I'd like to ask this fellow Taoist, what are your plans for dealing with this guy? Kangjai pointed at Chang'er Ding Guangxian and asked, Dao? Everyone was stunned again, not expecting that Kangjai was still holding on to Chang'er Ding Guangxian. Duobao was somewhat displeased. After all, Chang'er was his junior brother, and he naturally didn't want to deal with him. The Tongxian sect leader, who was secretly observing, frowned slightly, looking at Duobao, who was reluctant to punish him. and was somewhat displeased. But Duo Bao was still his great disciple. So the Tongxian sect leader ultimately did not intervene. Meanwhile, seeing that Duo Bao had not responded for a long time, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng also came to Kang Ji's side, together with Kang Jai, stared intently at Duo Bao. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Duo Bao frowned even more deeply. He had witnessed Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's aptitude, and knew that Dao and the other two would definitely be able to join their Jai sect and become personal disciple like him. Since he would be the disciple from now on, he couldn't ignore his... As for Kang Jai, after thinking for a moment, Duo Bao said, Chang'er is indeed at fault, but considering that he'd not caused too much damage, I will put him in solitary confinement. As for whether to impose further punishment, I will consult Master before making a decision. Duo Bao directly invoked the name of the Tongxian sect leader, which made Kang Jai and the other two hesitant to act rashly. Although Kang Jai and the other two were very unhappy, they didn't say anything more. After all, Duo Bao had said he needed to consult Saint, so they couldn't go against Saint's wishes. After taking a deep breath, Kang Jai and the other two had no choice but to accept Duo Bao's punishment. But they were actually unhappy about it. Kang Jai had long heard that the disciple of the Jai sect was protective of their own. But he never expected them to be so protective, to the point of being unable to distinguish right from wrong, with such fierce protection of its own. It's no wonder that the intercepting church eventually disintegrated and declined completely. Brother Feng in 3 days. After everyone left, Kong Xuan looked at Kang Jai with some concern, hesitating to speak. He didn't know Dao Kang Jai passed the test. After all, Kang Ji's realm is too low. He had just looked at these disciples of the Jai sect, and even the outermost disciples were all at least as powerful as true immortal realm disciples. The vast majority are profound immortal realms cultivator, and those who came after, except for Duo Bao, were all Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Several others are already very close to Grand Unity Golden Immortal, and may be able to step into the Grand Realm at any time. Once you step into the Great Luo Realm, you'll be considered a master in the entire prehistoric world. Judging from the current cultivation levels of the disciples of the Jai sect, Kang Jai does seem to be somewhat weak. They were very worried that Kang Jai might not understand a word of what the Tongxian sect leader was saying. In response to their concerns, Kang Jai smiled and reassured Dao, "Don't worry, I'm no weaker than anyone else. So what if I'm just a Dao cultivator? If our human race had more powerful cultivators, my cultivation level wouldn't be so low." Seeing the confident Kang Jai, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng didn't say anything more. 3 days passed in a flash, and with the help of Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, the group quickly arrived at the center of Jinao Island. Here, there is a huge square where countless beings gather, ready to listen to Saint preach Dao. With Kang Ji's cultivation level, he originally couldn't even enter the edge of the square. He could only listen to Dao from anywhere outside the square, just like other low-level beings. Those who can enter the plaza must have at least reached the profound immortal realm in terms of cultivation. However, Kang Jai is not alone. He possesses the alligator dragon turtle, a golden immortal realm. Middle stage mounts include Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, both of which can easily defeat Tai's golden immortal. Early stage prodigy genius, my friend. When everyone saw Kong Xuan and Jin Peng leading Kang Jai into the square, no one stopped them. The battle of the past few days has spread throughout Jinao Island, and everyone knows about Kong Xuan and Jin Peng's prodigy. Moreover, no one wants to provoke Kang Ji's terrifying karma power. In this situation, Kang Jai and the others went directly behind Duo Bao and the other dissers. standing side by side with Chang Ding Guangxian. When Chang Ding Guangxian saw Kang Jai and the others, he wanted more than to devour them alive. Unfortunately, this is Saint on the battlefield. Chang Ding Guangxian did not dare to act recklessly, and could only glare at Kang Jai and the other two with a sinister look on his face. However, Kang Jai and the other two completely ignored him. Kang Jai came here to listen to Dao. Why would she waste her energy on someone like that? Kong Xuan and Jin Peng looked down on this defeated opponent even more. Amidst the astonished, resentful, or calm gazes of the crowd, the Tongxin sect leader appeared in the arena. The moment the Tongxin sect leader appeared, the previously noisy sounds vanished instantly. Kang Jai secretly glanced at the Tongxin sect leader, but found that no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't make out his face. As expected, Saint is invisible. Unless Saint is willing, you will never be able to see Saint's face. However, Kang Jai was not discouraged. His main goal was to listen to Dao. As for what the Tongxin sect leader looked like, that's not really his concern. Without wasting any words, the Tongxin sect leader sat upright on the high platform and began to preach. As soon as the Tongxin sect leader began his lecture, flowers rained down from the sky and golden lotuses sprang from the ground. Phoenixes resounded in unison, Dao rhymes abounded, and the boundless law roared. In an instant, Kang Jai felt as if the entire world of law had suddenly come alive. Moreover, these laws are displayed before you as if they were stripped naked, allowing you to touch and examine them at will. Seeing this, Kang Jie would not let such a good opportunity pass by. He focused his mind, went all out, and even used the power of human Dao to enhance his abilities. In an instant, Kang Jie's comprehension ability soared to an incredible level. All the laws before him seemed to peel away automatically, instantly decomposing and rearranging themselves, revealing themselves to him bit by bit from low to high. Boom! At this moment, all the clones and main bodies, including the 9 main bodies, began to analyze, comprehend, and absorb the law of this world. When the leader of the Tongxin sect lectured on Dao, he was not just talking about a certain law, but rather covering all 3,000 laws. Of course, what Tongxin Jiaozu talked about most was the law that was generally cultivated by most living beings in the prehistoric world. Or perhaps it is the law cultivated by those formal discriminators themselves. As for some less common topics, which disciple didn't cover much, Tongxin Jiaozu didn't elaborate much either. For example, law of reincarnation, soul law, law of space-time, chaos law, etc. are some of the topics that the disciple did not explore in great detail. The Tongxin cult master only touched upon them superficially and did not explain them in depth. Even so, the benefits that the Tongxin sect leader's teachings brought to Kang Jai were unimaginable. While the leader of the Tongxin sect was giving his speech, he was also secretly observing Kang Jai. At the beginning, because Kang Jai had grasped more laws, Kang Ji's cultivate speed did not show much prodigy. This disappointed the Tongxin sect leader, who had been paying close attention to him. Does the Dao only have comprehension ability for formation? Tongxin Jiaozu murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the other Discord members were also secretly watching Kang Ji's performance. When they saw that Kang Ji's performance was mediocre, the group of disciple couldn't help but sneer inwardly. I thought it was something special, but it turns out it's just a showy empty shell. Many people secretly shook their heads. Kang Jai boasted so much, and even dared to say that they were all useless. It turned out that they were no better than him. Chang Ding Guangxian scoffed at this, but after seeing Kang Ji's performance, he completely relaxed. With Kang Ji's performance, he will definitely be kicked out of Jinao Island, and that will be his chance for revenge. Thinking of this, Chang'er Ding Guangxian became somewhat excited and stopped paying attention to Kang Jai, focusing instead on cultivate, wanting to recover his strength as soon as possible. As for Duo Bao, after discovering that Kang Jai was nothing special, he instantly lost interest and began to focus on cultivate. As for the others, they were much the same. After realizing that Kang Jai was nothing special, they all lost interest. Only Kang Xuan and Jin Peng were a little anxious. The more mediocre Kang Ji's performance was, the more dangerous it would be for Saint to deliver the speech. But they were helpless at the moment. They couldn't very well help Kang Jai realize the Dao, could they? Just as the two were getting anxious, the Tongxin sect leader began to restrain law. He collected those less common, niche, and less cultified laws one by one. This startled Kang Jai, who was enjoying her analysis. He has tens of millions of clone. Human race, there are nearly 400 clones. Each clone cultivates law is different. So although Kang Jai has terrifying computing power, cultivate wasn't very fast just now. In addition to spirit realm and 3 kingdoms world heavenly Dao space, needs to absorb 3,000 laws, which further slows down its speed. Even so, Kang Jai was very happy, because if he were to comprehend these laws, who knows how long it would take. Just in Kang Ji, just when cultivation was going well, the Master of Heaven withdrew most of the laws, leaving only a few laws with concentrated cultivation, which left Kang Jai feeling helpless and disappointed. But this was a decision made by the Tongxin sect leader, and Kang Jai couldn't possibly object. I had no choice but to calm my mind and begin to fully analyze and comprehend these laws. As the Tongxin sect leader began to focus on explaining these laws, Kang Ji's progress suddenly accelerated. He used to need to comprehend hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of different laws at the same time. But suddenly he only needed to comprehend a few laws, which naturally made him much faster. At this moment, the Tongxin sect leader focused his explanation on only 8 laws. Yin and Yang, the 5 elements, wind and thunder, immortal Dao, elixir Dao, weapon Dao, array Dao, and Yai numbers. These 8 laws were displayed before Kang Jai like a high-definition projection, captivating her completely. In an instant, Kang Jai, who was originally unremarkable, was filled with Dao energy, and countless laws surged forth and poured into his body. That speed actually showed signs of materializing law. Kang Xuan and Jin Peng, who had been worried all along, were completely dumbfounded when they saw this. As for the Master of Heaven, as for the Tongxin sect leader, he was also staring blankly at Kang Jai. The sight of the sky filled with overflowing law left even him dumbfounded. This comprehension ability. At this moment, even the Tongxin sect leader was at a loss for words. This comprehension ability is comparable to those innate gods and demons who are born with a certain law. But Kang Jai is human race. And it's a postnatal human race. This kid is strange. The Tongxin sect leader's eyes flickered. But Tongxin Jiaozu immediately shook his head. Who cares if there's something strange about him? He's already in this state. So what if Kang Jai is strange? Perhaps if Kang Jai really is strange, it might even be good for him. Suppressing his desire to uncover Kang Jai's secrets, the Tongxin sect leader continued his sermon. As he continued speaking, Kang Jai's performance became increasingly prodigy. The 8 laws were as easy for him as drinking water. He quickly analyzed, learned, and absorbed them. In just one day, 8 dragons began to rise around Kang Jai. Realm breakthrough news. Kang Jai has broken through all 8 of these laws in celestial immortal realm. Even after breaking through to celestial immortal realm, Kang Jai did not stop. His speed of comprehending law did not decrease at all. Just as Kang Jai was immersed in comprehending the law, commotion he was making finally attracted the attention of some people. Huh? What's going on? How come this kid's speed in grasping law has suddenly increased so much? The people listening to Dao were immediately dumbfounded. Just as everyone was about to find out what was going on, the voice of the Tongxian sect leader entered their ears. Focus your mind and don't get distracted. The Tongxian sect leader warned everyone. In an instant, no one dared to make any more small movements. But their hearts were far from at peace. Needless to say, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng watched the entire process of Kang Ji's enlightenment. Ever since the Tongxian sect leader bound the laws of heaven and earth, Kang Ji's comprehension speed has increased countless times in an instant. Brother Feng, were you trying to comprehend all the laws before? Kong Xuan and Jin Peng had the same thought at the same time. This idea shocked them greatly. If that's true, just how talented must Kang Ji be? And how ambitious must she be? Even with their pride, they wouldn't dare say they've grasped all the laws. They all use one law as the primary law and the other laws as secondary laws. Kang Jia, on the other hand, targeted all laws from the very beginning. If the Tongxian sect master hadn't restrained the number of laws, they suspected that Kang Jia might have comprehended all of them. Wow! Brother Feng, you have quite the ambition. The two exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat shocked. Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, who witnessed the entire process, were in a similar situation, and those who didn't see it weren't much better off. Kang Jai breaks through 8 laws in a row realm. They were equally shocked. Duobao's eyes held a mixture of emotions, including shock and confusion. Could it be that I misjudged him? This kid's comprehension ability is actually quite high. But why he like this before? Duobao's eyes flickered, and he seemed a little distracted. Just then, a cold snort from the Tongxian sect leader echoed in his mind, startling Duobao. He dared not let his mind wander any further, focused his mind, and began to comprehend the Tao with all his might. As for Chang'er Dinging Guangxian, he was in an even worse state at this time. Seeing the law power pouring down from Kang Ji's head, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If it weren't for the warning from the Tongxian sect leader, probably would have interrupted Kang Ji's enlightenment by now, wanting to find out whether Kang Jai truly possessed comprehension ability. Heaven-defying, unfortunately, unwilling to accept defeat, Chang'er Ding Guangxian stared intently at Kang Jai. Even if I don't cultivate this time, I want to see if your comprehension ability is truly as good as it sounds, or if you're just putting on an act. Chang'er Ding Guangxian thought of Kang Ji's massive amount of karma. Perhaps this kid is just burning his karma to accelerate his Dao enlightenment. He wasn't the only one with this idea. Of course, they did not sense any fluctuations from the burning karma power, which was the reason for their doubts. The Tongxian sect leader in the sermon glanced at Chang'er Ding Guangxian, only to see him staring intently at Kang Ji in the sermon. He wanted to reprimand her, but after thinking about it, the Tongxian cult master ultimately pretended not to see it, and was extremely disappointed with this dissin. And Kang Jai in the enlightenment of Dao would pay even less attention to Chang'er Ding Guangxian. At this moment, he was completely absorbed in enlightenment. Although there are only 8 laws, they are still 8 laws. Take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate as many abilities as possible. Immersed in enlightenment, Kang Jai was completely unaware of the passage of time. A year later, Kang Ji's 8 laws naturally broke through to true immortal realm. Everyone was shocked once again. In just 1 year, the 8 laws had been upgraded by a major realm. Even if there's a reason why the Tongxian sect leader spoke Dao, It's still unbelievable. If it were them, they would never be able to do it. Even if they only cultivate one of the laws, they couldn't possibly achieve this level of skill. What terrifying comprehension ability! Could it be that we really misjudged this guy? Many discerning people grumbled to themselves, while Chang'er Ding Guangxian was already consumed by jealousy. If it weren't for the presence of the Tongxian sect leader, he would probably have torn Kang Jai to shreds by now, instead of letting him show off here. The more prodigy Kang Jai becomes, the bigger the mistakes he made before must be. At the same time, it will make him appear even more useless. Impossible. Impossible. How could a mere postnatal human race possess such comprehensive ability? It must be heavenly Tao merit. Yes, it must be heavenly Tao merit. This kid must have used some method to conceal the fluctuations of burning heavenly Tao merit, which is why he displayed such prodigy aptitude. That must be it. Chang'er Ding Guangxian muttered to himself, lost in a trance. He stopped being motive and just stared straight at Kang Jai. As soon as the talk is over, I'm going to expose this guy's true colors. Chang'er Ding Guangxian concluded that Kang Jai must have burned heavenly Tao merit. After the Tao is finished speaking, as long as Kang Jai is forced to release heavenly Tao merit, the truth will naturally come to light when compared with the previous heavenly Tao merit. He'll give Kang Jai a good slap in the face then. Not only should they be driven out of Jinao Island, but that they should also be utterly destroyed, just as Chang'er Ding Guangxian was lost in his hatred and delusions. 9 years quickly passed. 10 years have passed since the beginning of the Taoist teachings, starting with the Tongxian leader. And just then, Kang Ji's realm broke through again. Mysterious, profound immortal realm. How is that possible? This time, it wasn't just Chang'er Ding Guangxian who was unsettled. Even Duo Bao and several other personal disciples were in a similar mood. In just 9 years, 8 laws were transformed from true immortal realm breakthrough to profound immortal realm. It's just so surreal. Can heavenly Tao merit accelerate this fast? Many people are wondering, although they don't have as many heavenly Tao merits as Kang Jai. However, many people still possess some degree of karma power. They usually wouldn't use it, but at this moment, they suddenly had an impulse to try it out. Duo Bao, who was at the forefront, had a glint in his eyes. If we were to talk about who had the most karma in the Jai sect, it would naturally be him. As a grand disciple of the Jai sect, one not only enjoys the luck of the Jai sect and helps manage it, but also receives karma. Although this karma isn't much, it can't compare to Kang Ji's. However, it's still useful for experimenting with the effects of karma acceleration without thinking. Duo Bao didn't dare to look up at the Tongxian sect leader at the head of the table. Instead, he directly ignited his own karma power. In an instant, Duo Bao felt his head lighten and his comprehension ability improve dramatically. However, his own karma power was also burning rapidly. Huh? Why did it only accelerate by such a small amount? Duo Bao was puzzled, even though heavenly Tao merit could indeed accelerate the comprehension of the law of heaven and earth. But it wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. Its effect is only about half as fast as figuring it out on your own. But Kang Ji's comprehension speed is clearly not just half as fast. Could it be that that kid didn't rely on heavenly Tao merit, but rather on his own defying comprehension ability? Duo Bao Daoran's eyes widened in disbelief. The Tongxian sect leader in the story glanced at Duo Bao. He had sensed it when Duo Bao burned heavenly Tao merit. However, the Tongxian sect leader did not stop it. He also knew that Dao and Kangji's performance was too prodigy, and probably few dissers would believe it. In that case, it would be better to let them verify it themselves. Duobao was confused, as the others. How can there be someone in this world with such prodigy comprehension ability? Several people just burned their karma, and it was all sensed by others. Naturally, we also saw the enlightenment effect after burning karma. However, after comparing the two, they quickly came to the conclusion that Kang Ji's comprehension ability was real. They're miles ahead of them. Only Chang'er Ding Guangxian still refused to believe it. He preferred to believe that Kang Jai had used some kind of evil magic or trick, and that it could never be his own comprehension ability. Kang Jai was oblivious to everyone's shock and confusion. He was already going crazy with joy. There's way too much law. We can't possibly finish it all. We really can't possibly finish it all. As I continued to comprehend the 8 laws, nearly 90 years passed in the blink of an eye. 100 years have passed since the leader of the Tongxian sect gave his Dao. At this moment, Kang Ji's cultivation broke through again, and all 8 laws broke through to the golden immortal realm. A century of golden immortal. I doubt anyone would believe this if I told them. However, Kang Jai did it. After reaching the golden immortal realm, Kang Jai frowned. 8 laws break through after the golden immortal realm. Kang Jai vaguely sensed the suppression of the other laws by the 8 laws. However, at this point, the suppression had not yet reached its peak, and Kang Jai could still accept it. Never mind, this is a rare opportunity. If I don't seize this chance to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in one go, who knows how long it will take me to reach it in the future? Having made up his mind, Kang Jai no longer cared about the suppression of the other laws by the 8 laws. Time flies, and almost 1,000 years have passed since the Tongxian sect leader began his Taoist teachings. The Taoist teachings are about to end, but at that moment, Kang Jai stopped comprehending Dao. This is troublesome. Kang Jai frowned. He discovered that as he mastered the 8 laws to the golden immortal realm peak, the suppression of the other laws by the 8 laws also reached its limit. He possessed 36 kinds of heaven and earth laws within his body, which should have enabled him to condense 36 law divine trees. But now, 8 of the law divine trees have grown into towering trees, about to absorb their own essence and condense into law flowers. The remaining 28 laws are still at the earth immortal realm, and even the divine ability seeds have not yet sprouted, which is quite different from the 8 laws. This is why Kang Jai could sense that these 8 law divine trees had exerted a significant suppressive effect on the other 28 law divine power seeds. Now, thinking about the remaining 28 laws of cultivate will be much more difficult than before. This is not the worst-case scenario. Currently, the 8 laws only suppress the other 28 laws. But if Kang Jai were to present these 8 laws at this time, breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm means that the remaining 28 laws are not simply a matter of suppression. From Golden Immortal Realm to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, one needs to absorb one's own essence and then condense it into a law flower. In the primordial cultivate system, this is equivalent to the cultivator's 3 flowers gathering at the top. This is a crucial step in cultivator. The grade of the law flower condensed by the cultivator will determine the future potential of the cultivator. Therefore, if we first consider these 8 laws, if the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm is achieved, it will likely affect the future breakthroughs of the remaining 28 laws. This is why, when the 8 laws after reaching Golden Immortal Realm peak, Kang Jai had to stop. Although the Tongxin sect leader continues to expound on these 8 laws, if he continues to cultivate them, he can cultivate them all the way to the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. But Kang Jai had to stop. Firstly, there wasn't enough time, and secondly, he couldn't yet break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai stopped comprehending these 8 laws and began to use his own power to connect with other laws in the world. When he saw Kang Jai's action, Tongxin Jiaozu was stunned. What's wrong with this kid? He could have broken through directly to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, so why did he stop? And why did he go and try to comprehend other random laws? In the primordial world, one would generally choose a primary law to cultivate, then supplement with several other laws, and finally explore the remaining 3,000 laws. Only after breaking through to the sage realm will one truly delve into the other 3,000 laws. To break through to the heavenly Tao realm, one must comprehend the complete heavenly Tao level, 3,000 laws. Before sage realm, you only needed to major in one law. Simply cultivate to heavenly Tao realm. That's why the Tongxin sect leader wondered why Kang Jai, who could clearly break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, would stop to cultivate other laws. The Master of the Heavens chiefly wanted to rebuke him telepathically, but after thinking about it, he held back. He planned to personally ask Kang Jai what was going on and why she was putting the cart before the horse. After sensing the time and realizing that the 1,000-year deadline for his lecture was approaching, the Tongxin sect leader simply stopped. As soon as the Tongxin sect leader stopped lecturing, all living beings awoke from their enlightenment. Of course, the vast majority of living beings could no longer understand the Tao spoken by the Tongxin sect leader, and they could only sit there scratching their heads in frustration. Now that the Tao is over, many people let out a long sigh. Only those who truly listen feel a little sorry. After finishing the Tao presentation, Kang Jai had to stop cultivate as well. Turning to look at Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, Kang Jai was slightly taken aback. Tai Golden Immortal Middle Stage. In just 1,000 years, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng traveled from the Golden Immortal Realm Peak breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal. The middle stage has an incredibly high attitude. However, Kong Xuan and Jin Peng were even more shocked. At first, they could still pay attention to Kang Jai, but as the Tongxin sect leader went deeper into his teachings, even with their aptitude, they had to focus entirely on cultivating their abilities and dared not be distracted in the slightest. Because of this, they were unaware that Kang Jai had suddenly cultivated to the Golden Immortal Realm Peak, and that all 8 laws had been cultivated to the Golden Immortal Realm Peak simultaneously. When they saw Kang Jai's cultivation level, they were completely stunned, their mouths agape. Brother Feng, you... Jin Peng pointed at Kang Jai and was speechless for a moment. Their commotion naturally attracted the attention of others, everyone to look at Kang Jai and his group. Upon seeing this, everyone was stunned. Golden Immortal Realm Peak. Kang Jai did not conceal his aura. The aura of the Golden Immortal Realm Peak around him was clearly revealed. That's precisely why everyone was stunned. In just 1,000 years, from Earth Immortal Realm Peak breakthrough to Golden Immortal Realm Peak, it looks absolutely magical, and they reflected on themselves. Although their roots were higher than Kang Jai's, many of them were born true mortal, profound immortal, or even Golden Immortal Realm. But for them to cultivate to the level of Kang Jai, each of them had spent countless eons. And what about Kang Jai? Although he had the blessing of Saint Tao, Kang Jai only took a mere 1,000 years. In a mere 1,000 years, from Earth Immortal Realm Peak breakthrough to Golden Immortal Realm Peak, could break through to Tai Golden Emerald realm at any time, which is even more terrifying than those innate demons. Despite the shocked looks on everyone's faces, Kang Jai remained calm. Just then, Kang Jai suddenly sensed hostility and turned to look. So it was Guy. Meeting Chang Erding Guangxian's crimson, resentful, and jealous gaze, Kang Jai scoffed disdainfully. You cheated. You must have used karma. Otherwise, how could your comprehension ability be so high? You're just a postnatal human race. It's just an ant. While Chang Erding Guangxian was in a hysterical state, Kang Jai remained remarkably calm. I have now broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm Peak, and I am also practicing all 8 laws. Even if it doesn't reach the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Chang Erding Guangxian is still only the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It was only in the early stage, and he was injured. Kang Jai is confident that he can easily defeat Chang Erding Guangxian at this moment. Unfortunately, although this guy was a traitor, he wasn't stupid. In this situation, even if he could beat Kang Jai, he wouldn't make a move. Otherwise, the Tongxian sect leader could have wiped him out in an instant. Although he couldn't take action, that didn't stop him from exposing Kang Ji's true colors. Faced with Chang Erding Guangxian's questioning, the crowd reacted in various ways. Some were indifferent. Some suddenly realized something, some frowned and shook their heads, and some were simply watching the show. Kang Jai didn't even bother to blink at Chang Erding Guangxian's accusations, choosing to simply ignore them. The Tongxian sect leader is still here. There's no need for him to speak. Seeing Kang Jai remain silent, Chang Erding Guangxian's eyes lit up, thinking that Kang had been right. Just as they were about to peradvantage, the Tongxian sect leader spoke up. A cold snort rang out, and the Tongxian sect leader rebuked the Dao with a slightly displeased tone. Stop making a fool of yourself here. As soon as the Tongxian sect leader spoke, everyone held their breath and dared not show the slightest emotion. Master. The words of the Tongxian sect leader were like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Chang Erding Guangxian wanted to say something more, but the Tongxian sect leader's face darkened, and he coldly snorted. Whether this boy has used heavenly Dao merit or not, do you know better than I do? Upon hearing this, Chang Erding Guangxian was struck dumb. The words of the Tongxian sect leader are tantamount to acknowledging Kang Ji's comprehension ability. The others also looked surprised, not expecting that Kang Ji's comprehension ability was real. That's incredibly prodigy. Chang Erding Guangxian was still not satisfied and wanted to say something more. But the Tongxian cult leader was already getting impatient. He saw his hope of escaping his predicament in Kang Jai, and naturally did not want Chang Erding Guangxian to ruin his plans. With a wave of his hand, the Tongxian sect leader coldly declared, bullying the weak, acting recklessly, harboring jealousy, and ignoring your own shortcomings, I punish you by making you face the wall in repentance for 10,000 years. As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Erding Guangxian had disappeared. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock, never expecting that the Tongxian sect leader would directly imprison Chang Erding Guangxian for 100,000 years. You should know that this is the time when the Tongxian sect leader is frequently speaking about Dao, and it is also the time when everyone's cultivation is advancing by leaps and bounds. At this time, Chang Erding Guangxian was imprisoned and unable to listen to the Tongxian sect leader's teachings. The gap between him and the other senior brothers would only widen, and he would eventually be reduced to the ranks of ordinary disciple. Master, is this punishment? Before Duo Bao could finish speaking, the Tongxian sect leader's sharp gaze had already fallen upon him. and Duobao could no longer utter a single word. Turning his gaze away, the Tongxian sect leader then looked at Kang Jai. "Dao, you're not bad, kid." Kang Jai quickly stood up, clasped his hands in a humble gesture towards Dao. "Human race, Junior Suiren Shifeng has met Saint of Shangqing, but is unworthy of saints. Praise." The Tongxian sect leader waved his hand. "Your comprehension ability is indeed very high, not inferior to those innate gods and demons at all, and you deserve my praise." Kang Jai did not speak. Bowed again. Looking at the humble and polite Kang Jai, the Tongxian sect leader nodded in satisfaction. "Suiren Shifeng, although you are a postnatal human race, my Jai sect has always taught without discrimination and does not value aptitude. I intend to take you as my disciple. Are you willing?" Kang Jai's eyes lit up, and with a plop, he knelt down and bowed without hesitation. "Disciple greets master." The Tongxian sect leader stroked his beard and laughed. "Very good. From now on, you will be my 5th personal disciple. Above you are 4 senior brothers, Duobao, Jinling, Wudang, and Gailing, senior sister. Besides, you also have several outer sect senior brothers, Xiao Gongming, Yungxiao, Kyongxiao, and Bixiao, senior sister." Kang Jai bowed to each of the people. After paying his respects to everyone, Kang Jai couldn't help but look at Kong Xuan and Jin Peng. Before Kang Jai could speak, the Tongxian sect leader had already spoken. "Kong Xuan, Jin Peng, would you two be willing to become my disciples?" Kong Xuan and Jin Peng exchanged a glance, both showing surprise and delight. He immediately prostrated himself and kowtowed to Dao. "Disciple greets master." The Tongxian sect leader's smile widened as he received 3 more geniuses. "Disciple, how to be unhappy. Very well, from now on, Kong Xuan, you are my 6th personal disciple, and Jin Peng, you are my 7th personal disciple. Do you understand?" The two bowed again. Tongxian scanned the crowd and spoke again. "I don't have many requirements for you. The only requirement is that you must not kill each other, and you must help each other. Do you remember?" Everyone bowed respectfully, saying, "Disciple will remember master's teachings." The Tongxian sect leader nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Duobao Dao. "Arrange their accommodations." Then he looked at Kang Jai and said, "5th brother, come with me for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Jai and the Tongxian sect leader had disappeared. When Kang Jai could see the scene before her again, she found herself in a grand hall. Looking around, the entire hall was enormous, seemingly boundless, and even his divine thought could not fathom its end. Above them stretched an endless starry sky, with stars swirling and casting countless rays of light. Just as Kang Jai was surveying the entire hall, the Tongxian sect leader spoke up. "All right, this is where I seclude myself in seclusion. How could you possibly see the end of it?" Kang Jai chuckled, awkwardly, withdrew his divine thought, sat upright on the futon, and looked curiously at the Tongxian sect leader, wondering why the Tongxian sect leader had brought him here. The Tongxian sect leader didn't keep them in suspense and directly asked Dao, "Why are you trying to comprehend other laws when you have a perfectly good law to break through?" Faced with the question of the Tongxian sect leader, Kang Jai only hesitated briefly before finally telling the truth. "To be honest, master, this is related to my cultivation technique." Before the Tongxian sect leader could even ask, Kang Jai directly ordered Blue Star Cultivation Dao. The cultivation technique was handed to the Tongxian cult leader. Although the Blue Star cultivation technique was passed down from Blue Star Heavenly Dao, it is quite mysterious. However, the Blue Star cultivation technique can only cultivate up to the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, which is nothing special in the eyes of the Tongxian cult master. That's why Kang Jai didn't hesitate to give away cultivation technique. The Tongqian sect leader accepted the cultivation technique without asking any questions, and first began to look at cultivation technique given to him by Kang Jai. Upon seeing this, the Tongqian sect leader's eyes lit up. What a novel idea! Using law inscriptions to promote law divine power, and then using law divine power seeds to cultivate law divine tree. Your cultivation technique is quite suitable for the postnatal human race. Even if the human race degenerates into the mortal race in the future, this cultivation technique will still be usable. Excellent, excellent. The more the Tongqian sect leader looked, the more surprised he became, his eyes shining with brilliant light. Seeing Tongqian Jiaozhu like this, Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. It was astonishing that even the cultivation technique of Blue Star could catch Tongqian Jiaozhu's attention. The Tongqian sect leader continued, "Unfortunately, this cultivation technique has both advantages and disadvantages. Although it allows people to grasp the law in advance and even to grasp multiple laws at the same time. Unfortunately, once one's cultivation reaches the golden immortal realm, one will be limited by the number of laws." The Master of Heaven paused, then looked at Kang Jai. "Dao, you made the right choice. If you break through now Tai golden immortal realm, then your other laws in the future will no longer be perfect. While this won't prevent you from breaking through to the Hunyuan Dalu golden immortal realm, if you want to go even higher and glimpse the Hunyuan Taiji golden immortal realm, which is equivalent to the heavenly Dao realm, it will probably be impossible forever." Kang Jai was shocked. There really were drawbacks. He could only vaguely sense that if he broke through now, the other laws would not be perfect. But I never expected it would affect my breakthrough. Heavenly Dao realm. Although heavenly Dao realm is still far away from her, Kang Jai is confident that she will have the opportunity to get a glimpse of that realm. That's why Kang Jai felt fortunate that she hadn't broken through directly. Seeing his reaction, the Tongqian sect leader was somewhat surprised. "I never expected my apprentice to be so confident." After thinking for a moment, the Master of Heaven said again, "I already know your situation. This is where I am in seclusion. The 3,000 laws all presented here, allowing you to fully comprehend their meaning. For the next period of time, I may need to go into seclusion to deduce the subsequent cultivation techniques for you. You can just focus on cultivating here." Kang Jai's eyes widened, her face filled with astonishment. "Master, you mean you're going to help me deduce the subsequent cultivation technique?" Blue Star cultivation technique can only cultivate up to Dalio golden immortal realm. Beyond that, it depends on your own efforts. Although, even without the cultivation technique, it doesn't prevent life on Earth from cultivating. Ultimately, the key to breaking through to Grand Unity Golden Immortal lies in understanding the law. However, if there is a corresponding cultivation technique, cultivation will be easier. The essence of cultivation technique is actually about leveraging power, using the power of heaven and earth to comprehend the law. Kang Jai was naturally overjoyed that Tongqian sect leader was willing to help him deduce the cultivation technique. Without further ado, the Tongqian sect leader disappeared from the palace after speaking, heading off to deduce the cultivation technique. The reason why the Tongqian sect leader was so proactive was that he saw hope for his escape from Kang Ji's cultivation technique. Only after they became saints did they discover that they had been tricked and were trapped in a cage. If it weren't for Hongjun, their ascension to sainthood wouldn't be bad either. After all, they were under the protection of Honghuang Heavenly Dao. And as long as the primordial world didn't perish, they would be immortal. But unfortunately, Hongjun Daozu tempered with their Hongming purple energy. This makes them, these heavenly Dao saint is not worthy of the name. They were completely controlled by Hongjun. Even if they wanted to resist, it was impossible. Their main bodies have already merged with Hongming purple energy, and they cannot escape. The good and evil that the three corpses have severed are within me, but they can never be fused. As long as the three corpses can never fuse, they will never be able to break through to the Hunyuan Dal Golden Immortal Realm on their own. This is Hongjun's conspiracy. When the three corpses method was first passed down, Hongjun did not mention its drawbacks at all. The biggest drawback of this method is that if three corpses wants to achieve fusion, it must use an innate object that shares the same origin as the carrier. Whether it's innate spirit treasure or innate the spiritual root, only things that share the same origin and origin can fuse with each other, ultimately breaking through to the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal Realm. Unfortunately, Hongjun overlooked this point and didn't mention it at all. When all beings use innate objects of different origins to cut out the three corpses, they lose the possibility of the final fusion. Breakthrough to Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal. Nowadays, most of the innate items in the prehistoric world have been used by the masses for corpse cutting. So it is simply impossible to find three innate items with the same origin. The three corpses that have already been severed cannot be destroyed, otherwise they will lose their good, evil, or personalities, and become imperfect. Hongjun's schemes were intricately linked, and the ever-increasing calamities made it impossible for anyone to easily rebuild the three corpses method, even if they discovered its flaws. That's what makes the Hongjun so formidable. Even knowing his conspiracy, people have no choice but to follow the script he gave them. If you do not comply, you will only face death. However, the Tongjian cult leader found a way to survive by learning Kang Ji's cultivation technique. Hongjun's method of slaying the three corpses was stuck at the last step. That's because different origins of innate things contain heavenly Dao. Laws are not all the same. This is why, when three corpses attempts fusion, the inherent laws of three corpses clash. And without the reconciliation of equal origins, they will ultimately fail. But now, the Tongjian cult leader has found a way out from Kang Ji's cultivation technique. The most distinctive feature of Blue Star's cultivation technique is its ability to cultivate multiple laws simultaneously without conflict. If we use this method as a basis to crush the current three corpses and reshape innate Dao body physical body, then with innate Dao body physical body, go to cultivate Blue Star cultivation technique. Once the cultivation technique is mastered on Earth, the new physical body will be able to unleash the heavenly Dao inherent in the original three corpses. Law is absorbed, forming the law divine tree. As long as the total number of laws contained in the three corpses does not exceed the number of innate laws, the number of spiritual energy vortexes opened up by the Dao body means that each body of the three corpses will be able to cultivate all the law originally contained within the three corpses. In this way, the laws that the three corpses ultimately cultivate will become exactly the same. When the three corpses all possess the same law, they can easily fuse and eventually break through to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. This was the solution that the Tongjian sect leader came up with when he saw Blue Star's cultivation technique. The Master of Heaven was also somewhat relieved that the number of laws contained in his three corpses was not large. His three corpses were the benevolent corpses slashed by the Kingping sword, the malevolent corpse slashed by the Zuxian formation diagram, and the self corpses slashed by the Zidian hammer, and law they embody contains the sword Tao law, array Tao law, killing law, destruction law, yin-yang law, 5 elements laws, wind and thunder laws, space law, sealing law, 4 symbols law, purification law, instrument Tao law, law of immortality, demonic path laws, strength law, law of death, I Ching laws, war law, a total of 18 kinds of laws. In other words, as long as the Tongqian sect leaders knew 3 corpses, the cultivation technique of Blue Star can condense 18 spiritual energy vortexes, then the Tongqian sect leaders' predicament can be resolved. For the Tongqian cult master, 18 spiritual energy vortexes were naturally no big deal. When the Tongqian sect leader brings the 3 corpses, if you achieve fusion, you will receive a clone of the Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal Realm. When that time comes, it will be much easier to have clone rescue the main body. If all else fails, the Tongqian sect leader can sever Hongming purple energy and give up the saint title. With fusion, Hunyuan Dalyu Golden Immortal 3 corpses clone, the Tongqian cult master is still a saint-level being. It was precisely because he had figured all this out that the Tongqian sect leader was so eager and deduced the cultivation technique. Meanwhile, Kang Jai was alone in the main hall and could only continue cultivate. Fortunately, this time we can cultivate all 3,000 laws together. With the support of the Tongqian sect master's Dao field, Kang Ji's cultivate speed is still very fast this time, although it is slightly inferior to the lecture given by the Tongqian sect leader himself. However, the advantage of this 3,000 laws is that it is more comprehensive. Unlike when the Tongqian sect master talked about Dao, he only showed some of the laws. Here, not only are all 3,000 main laws presented, but also the myriad derivative laws are also displayed. Kang Jai embraced everything, fully unleashing its computing power to analyze, learn, comprehend, and absorb these laws. And with Kang Ji's cultivation, time flies. In just 10 years, Kang Jai has advanced all 3,000 laws into the celestial immortal realm. Then it took another 500 years to advance it true immortal realm. 5,000 years later, we advanced to profound immortal realm. At this point, Kang Jai felt immense pressure. Distance from the immortal Dao in 3,000 demon god realm, the main body takes over the secret task, which means there are less than 3,500 years left. It's simply impossible to cultivate all laws to the golden immortal realm peak over the past 3,000 years. Therefore, Kang Jai had to abandon other laws and only cultivate. The main body requires 36 laws. Since 8 of the laws have already been mastered, all that is needed is to master the remaining 28. As time approached 10,000 years, Kang Jai finally ended cultivate. Nearly 10,000 years have passed since the main body's mind entered the primordial world. After 10,000 years, Kang Jai finally cultivated all 36 laws of the main body to the golden immortal realm peak. Now we're just one step away from breaking through to the Tai golden mortal realm. Unfortunately, it's too late now. Over these 10,000 years, Kang Jai has made great progress in both the main body and the clone. First, there's Suiren Shifeng, clone, having served as the vessel for the main body's mind over these 10,000 years, has reaped the greatest rewards. All 33 laws have been cultivated to the golden immortal realm peak, and are only one step away from the Tai golden immortal realm. In addition, Kuo-shu clone and yin-yang divine tree have also been cultivated to the limit of golden immortal realm, and can break into Tai golden immortal realm at any time. Besides these 3 most important clones, the other clones are equally impressive. having at least cultivated the profound immortal realm. In the prehistoric world, tens of millions of powerful beings at the profound immortal realm level or above suddenly appeared. If this were discovered, it would surely be a great surprise. And Kang Jai, needless to say, the main body is another story. First, there are the three main bodies in the prehistoric world. The martial cultivator of the witch clan, the Yao race demon cultivators, and the human race. The three body cultivators have cultivated to the golden realm peak and can break into the Tai golden immortal realm at any time. Secondly, the God cultivator and the Buddhist cultivator in Blue Star World, the main body, and the ghost cultivator main body that enters the mystic domain world, have both reached the golden immortal realm peak in terms of realm, but in terms of quantity accumulation, they have only barely broken through to the golden immortal realm. This is because the flow of time on Earth is far slower than that of the 3,000 demon god realm and the prehistoric world. Kang Jai spent 10,000 years in the prehistoric world and 1 year in the 3,000 demon god realm, but only a little over 13 days passed on Earth. This is because the length of a day in either the prehistoric world or the 3,000 demon god realm is 365 times that of Earth. Otherwise, the time that passes on Earth would be even shorter. Only 13 days had passed on Earth, so the three main bodies naturally did not have enough time to accumulate energy. The breakthrough to the golden immortal realm was made possible thanks to the help of three kingdoms world and spirit realm space. All living beings and their contracted beasts prayed desperately, offering incense and utilizing the 10,000-fold time difference between the 3,000 demon god realm and the Buddha. Vivator. The main body provides incense and the power of faith. This is what led to the God cultivator and the Buddhist cultivator. The main body has absorbed enough energy. Furthermore, the East Sea Demon Cave, which the ghost cultivators secretly infiltrated, is one of the 5 great demon caves of the Dragon Kingdom, where unimaginable tribulation ki has accumulated. Meanwhile, the tribulation ki was almost completely absorbed by the ghost cultivator main body over the past 10 days. That was a tribulation ki accumulated in a demon cave. Yet it was completely absorbed by the ghost cultivator main body, which shows how high the ghost cultivator main body's demand for tribulation ki is. The sudden disappearance of tribulation ki from the demon cave terrified the entire Dragon Kingdom, who feared that strange realm was up to something again. To this day, all of Dragon's lairs within the country are on high alert, fearing another upheaval within the lairs. In addition, the Earth was not calm during these 13 days. Many forces have long had their eyes on their new city, and several groups have already made probes. However, they were all stopped by the ancestor of the Juju family and little granduncle. During this time, even a half-step golden immortal level expert arrived, but was stopped by the Hongwu Emperor, who was invited by the ancestor of the Zhu family. But Kang Jai knew that an even bigger storm was about to break. The next time, the person who comes to test us will not just be a half-step golden immortal realm expert, but a true golden immortal realm expert. Fortunately, the God cultivator, Buddhist cultivator, and ghost cultivator main body have now broken through to the golden immortal realm. With the 3 of them in charge, the new city shouldn't have too many problems. Even if there are problems, the main body in 3,000 demon god realm can still help. Although the cultivation of immortality and the cult of demonhood in 3,000 demon god realm, the main body's cultivation level has been suppressed by Kang Jai because it needs to absorb a large amount of primordial ki to break through. Even though Kang Jai had mastered all 36 laws to the golden immortal realm peak, he did not allow cultivation to become tainted by demonic possession. The main body is undergoing continuous breakthroughs. Currently, it's only a breakthrough to the celestial immortal realm. It's just the early stage. Even so, Kang Ji's chaos main body has already broken through to the golden immortal realm peak. The reason for suppressing cultivation and cultivating demonhood, the main reason is that there are many people and distractions within the Pangu sect. If I were to simply go into seclusion within the sect and then break through repeatedly, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Once you're targeted by the higher-ups in the secret, you'll be in big trouble. Even though his cultivation level has now reached the golden immortal realm peak and his overall combat strength is comparable to the late stage golden realm. But even compared to Grand Unity Golden Immortal, it's still not good enough. That's why Kang Jai is so careful, separating the cultivation body from the cultivating demonhood. The main body is suppressed in Celestial Immortal Realm early stage. In this way, with the cultivation body providing cover, you can better conceal the other main bodies. The reason why Chaos main body can break through to the Golden Immortal Realm peak without restraint is because Chaos main body does not need to absorb primordial ki from 3,000 demon god realm for cultivation. Chaos main body only needs to absorb chaos ki. As for the origin of chaos qi, it is naturally from the prehistoric world. Over the course of 10,000 years, Kang Jai, with the help of Kuashu clone, amassed a large amount of chaos qi. Then, through the connection between lifebound treasures, chaos qi from the prehistoric world was transferred to chaos main body. With sufficient chaos qi in the chaos main body and reaching the golden realm peak in realm, cultivation naturally broke through to the golden immortal realm peak. Because chaos main body's cultivation has reached the golden immortal realm peak, Kang Jai is not afraid of trouble from Blue Star. Today, the entire planet Earth has expanded many times over due to the arrival of myriad realms and fusion. Even the strongest being on Earth today has not broken through to the Tai golden immortal realm. That's why Kang Ji isn't afraid of them causing trouble. After I broke through to Tai golden immortal realm, I was no longer afraid of those people causing trouble. As for cultivation body and cultivating demonhood, Kang Jai wasn't going to miss out on the main body either. With the 1-year deadline fast approaching, I need to take on a sect mission and leave the sect to do other tasks. And in the Peng continent, the one thing that's never lacking is opportunity. If one simply enters certain forbidden lands and then emerges with a breakthrough cultivation level, it won't seem too abrupt. Such examples are not uncommon. During this year, Kang Jai used the Tongshan finger ring communication capability to have Diane Lai Pim look up a large amount of information. During this year, although Kang Jai never went out, he learned about many things about the Pangu sect and even the entire Pangu continent through Diane Lai. After arriving at the Pangu sect, Ziyu quickly set up the pagoda of the firmament sub-tower, establishing communication between the Pangu continent and Earth. Using the Tongchin finger ring, Diane Lai transmitted a lot of information to Kang Jai, which also gave Kang Jai a good understanding of the entire 3,000 demon god realm, especially the Pangu continent. The entire Pangu continent is not just the original Pangu continent. The 3,000 demon god realm has captured many fragments of the ancient world from unknown sources and incorporated them into it. This is why there are so many opportunities on the entire Pangu continent. This is also the method Kang Jai plans to use to clear his name of his cultivation level through breakthrough. Just as Kang Jai was preparing to return his mind to the cultivation body and let Suren Shi Feng take over the body to continue the cultivation, Qin Jiaozu appeared. The Tongjian sect leader had a wide smile on his face that he couldn't suppress no matter what he did. Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? Master successfully deduced the cultivation technique, and he's quite satisfied with it? Just as Kang Jai was thinking this, the Tongjian sect leader gently pointed out a wisp of spiritual light, which entered Kang Ji's mind. Sea of consciousness. My good disciple, you have done me a great favor this time. This is the latest cultivation technique that I have deduced. Based on your previous cultivation technique, I have not only optimized it, but also extended it to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. At least before you reach the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm, you won't have to worry about cultivation techniques anymore. Kang Jai was overjoyed. Without even checking the cultivation technique, she quickly bowed and thanked Dao. Thank you, Master. This is a cultivation technique that can directly lead to the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. It's equivalent to directly cultivating to the Sage Realm. The cultivation technique that leads directly to Sage Realm is 2 realms higher than the previous cultivation technique. How could this not excite Kang Jai? The Grand Master of Heaven waved his hand. No need for that. This time, I benefited from your help. Otherwise, At this point, the Tongjian sect leader felt it was inappropriate. Kang Jai was not yet ready to get involved in such matters, so he stopped. Kang Jai was puzzled. The Tongjian sect leader's words were only half finished, which made him somewhat uncomfortable. But Kang Jai also had some suspicions, so she didn't ask any further questions. The Master of Heaven said again, "There are some points to note in this new cultivation technique. Let me explain them to you." Kang Ji immediately focused attention and listened attentively to the Tongjian sect leader's discourse. All that could be heard was the Tongjian sect leader saying, "Now you have reached the Golden Immortal Realm peak and are about to break through Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Therefore, I need to remind you that at this stage, don't rush into breakthrough. First, all the laws you cultivate must be cultivated to the limit of Golden Immortal Realm. I believe you can do this." The Tongjian sect leader had just scanned Kang Jai and knew that Kang Jai had cultivated all of his laws to the limit of the Golden Immortal Realm. The Master of Heaven continued. In addition, breakthrough Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, besides needing to convert all laws to Golden Immortal Realm, in addition to perfection, it also needs to absorb the spirit of fusion itself. Therefore, during this stage, you must not overexert yourself. Furthermore, since you have cultivated a lot of laws, it is certainly not enough if you only have the spirit you normally possess. It would be extremely difficult to cultivate a high-grade law flower using only one's normal spiritual energy. Therefore, in breakthrough, before you can access Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, you need to accumulate a lot of your own spirit. The more spirit you accumulate, the higher the grade of the law flower you can bloom after breakthrough. Of course, this is not the key to a law flower's rank. A law flower's rank is also related to factors such as their comprehension ability, attitude, and understanding of the law. However, one's own spirit is also an important part of it. Therefore, right now, don't rush into a breakthrough. Take your time and let it settle down before proceeding. Kang Ji understood and nodded. Master, disciple understands. After a pause, Kang Ji asked Dao with some curiosity, Master, what is the relationship between the grade of this law flower and the subsequent cultivate? Kang Ji was actually quite curious. Says as well. Because the previous blue star cultivation technique only introduced how to achieve a better breakthrough. Dalio Golden Immortal Realm. In Breakthrough, when encountering the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the best law flower to appear should be of grade 6 or higher. The classification of law flowers for officials of the 6th rank and above, and their impact, were not explained. The Tongxian sect leader explained to Dao, the grade of the law flower, to some extent, also represents your future cultivate potential. The higher the grade of the law flower, the better your aptitude in spiritual practice. Law flowers below the 6th rank have almost no chance of breaking through to the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. For those at grades 6, 7, and 8, there is a certain probability of breaking through to Grand Unity Golden Immortal. The higher the grade, the further you can go in the Dao Golden Immortal Realm. As for the 9th rank, there are the appearances of a quasi-saint, the 10th rank, the appearance of a saint, the 11th rank, the appearance of a heavenly Dao, and the 12th rank, the appearance of Dao. As for me, I just tried to rewrite this cultivation technique using 3 corpses, and I'm very happy to have achieved a 10th grade law flower. The Master of Heaven did not continue speaking, but Kang Ji understood. 10th rank, saintly bearing. In other words, all of the 3 corpses of the Celestial Master could potentially break through to the Sage Realm. And this is only the 3 corpses before fusion. Once 3 corpses with 3 corpses aptitude will take another step forward. Kang Jai was unsure whether the 3 corpses would be able to possess the appearance of heavenly Dao by then. However, even if one doesn't possess the appearance of heavenly Dao, one is still infinitely close to it. Thinking of this, Kang Jui was also somewhat happy for the Tongxian sect leader. After all, if it were the 3 corpses of the Tongxian sect leader, clone can be cultivated to heavenly Dao realm. Once the main body is freed, then the main body can refusion. 3 corpses, the potential after cloning will only be greater. By then, it will be almost certain that the Tongxian sect leader will break through to the heavenly Dao realm, and it will not be impossible for him to even glimpse that supreme being. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai congratulated the Tongxian sect leader on becoming the Dao. Congratulations, Master, on your promising path to becoming the Dao. Eternal boundless. The Master of Heaven laughed heartily and waved his hand. Stop flattering me. You've done a great job this time. Now, let me ask you, is there anything you particularly want? Something I really want. Kang Jai hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he didn't really want anything in particular right now. After some thought, Kang Jai finally made a request that wasn't really a requirement. Master, your apprentice wants to learn alchemy, specifically artifact refining and formation. You're interested in these? The Tongxian sect leader was somewhat surprised. Kang Jai nodded. To improve human race's strength, besides passing the Dao, the only other way is to rely on external forces. Medicinal pill, magic treasure, and formation can all help human race. The Grand Master of Heaven thought for a moment. As for alchemy and artifact refining, although I understand them, I am still far inferior to you, Great Master and Second Senior Martial Uncle. If you don't mind, I can teach you this little bit of my knowledge. As for formation, I am far superior to you 2 senior martial uncles in this regard. As your teacher, I can teach you everything too. As he spoke, the Tongxian sect leader had 3 jade slips in his hand. Here are my notes on alchemy, artifact refining, and formation. You can study them on your own first. Kang Jai took the jade slip and glanced at it briefly. It contained the true explanation of the pill Dao, the true explanation of the weapon Dao, and the true explanation of the array Dao. Kang Jai didn't rush to learn. After putting away the jade slip, He was about to bow and express his gratitude when he saw the Tongxian sect leader flip his hand and produce another set of items. After thinking about it, the Tongxian sect leader that giving only 3 jade slips was a bit stingy. Even if Kang Jai doesn't mention these things, he will teach them if Kang Jai wants to learn them. Not to mention, Kang Jai did him a huge favor, giving him hope of escaping his predicament. This karma is too great. The Tongxian cult leader will definitely have to repay it. However, Kang Ji's current strength is too low to withstand this karma, and I can't give him anything too good, so it won't benefit Kang Jai. After much deliberation, since Kang Jai liked formation, the Tongxian sect leader simply took out a set of magic treasure he had crafted, a pseudo 4 swords of Zuxian, and a formation diagram. This is a top-tier acquired spirit treasure set, the best of all the pseudo-zhou xian sets that the Tongxian sect leader forged by imitating the 4 swords of Zuxian and the array diagram. This immortal slaughtering sword formation is for your self-defense, said the Tongxian sect leader. Don't underestimate this sword formation just because it's only an acquired spirit treasure. Its power is no less than that of ordinary high-grade swords. Innate spirit treasure. Furthermore, during the forging of this sword formation, my master incorporated a trace of the original 4 swords of Zuxian and the formation diagram. Therefore, this sword formation is very powerful. If you can find a way to reverse it into an innate, it is impossible to transform it into a top-grade innate spirit treasure. With this sword formation for self-defense, your safety will be somewhat guaranteed, and I can rest assured. Kang Zhou overjoyed as he caught the replica immortal slaughtering sword formation. Unexpectedly, the Tongxian cult leader would give him such a powerful magic treasure. Although it cannot compare to the original immortal slaughtering sword formation, its power should not be underestimated. More importantly, the Tongxian sect leader said that if innate could be reversed, then this replica of the immortal slaughtering sword formation might not necessarily be inferior to the original immortal slaughtering sword formation. And he happens to possess the divine ability of defying origin, which allows him to acquire origin even if it takes time. Immortal slaughtering sword formation. Ground in innate immortal slaughtering sword formation. Kang Ji accepted the gift without hesitation, happily putting away the magic treasure and offering another round of thanks. The master of the heavens waved his hand. There's no need to be so polite with your master. However, for a long time to come, I will need to go into seclusion and will not have time to teach you. If you have any questions about spiritual practice, you can ask your senior brother. Senior ladies, I'd like to ask for your advice. If they don't understand either, we can gather them together, and I'll answer their questions after I emerge from seclusion. Kang Ji understood immediately, guessing that the Tongxian cult leader was probably going to experiment with a new cultivation technique on Earth. Kang Jai was not disappointed. He cultivated to the golden immortal realm peak, just 10,000 years, and he was quite satisfied with his cultivation speed. Since you've progressed so quickly in your cultivation, it's time to let things settle down and reflect. Once you've accumulated enough, you can break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Breakthrough following Tai Golden Immortal Realm, it is still an accumulation of law. Although he can't cultivate as quickly as before, if he concentrates on cultivating only the 30-odd laws, his cultivation speed is actually not very slow. Kang Jai is confident that before the Lich War, he can break through his realm cultivation to the Dalyo Golden Immortal Realm, or even higher. After leaving Bayou Palace, Kang Ji's mind returned to the main body, and clone was returned to Suren Shifeng. Back in the cultivation body, Kang Jai sensed his own condition. Cultivation body and cultivating demonhood. The main body really needs to improve its cultivation level. Sensing the two main bodies' instinctive desire to devour the energy of heaven and earth, Kang Jai murmured to himself, Dao. Although the cultivation levels of both main bodies were suppressed by him to the celestial, immortal realm early stage, Law had already mastered the skill and could raise his realm cultivation to golden immortal realm peak at any time. However, in order to avoid attracting attention, Kang Jai had no choice but to suppress his cultivation level. Even so, the body's thirst for external energy has reached its limit. If this continues for too long, even Kang Jai may not be able to suppress her own for energy. Phew! Time to go pick up a mission. He got up and walked out of the courtyard. The moment Kang Jai stepped out of the courtyard, she keenly sensed that someone was watching her. Tisk-tisk. Luo Yuanho is really persistent. He's actually kept an eye on him. Kang Jai didn't care and flew nonchalantly toward the outer sect disciples' logistics department. As soon as Kang Jai left, the person secretly monitoring him immediately relayed the news. On the other side, Luo Yuanshou, upon receiving the message, immediately contacted Luo Yuanjing. Brother, Kang Jai has emerged from seclusion. Luo Yuanjing's eyes lit up, a sharp glint flashing within them. Proceed according to plan. This time, he's definitely doomed. Luo Yuanjing spoke with great confidence. Luo Yuanshou was equally confident. It's just that he's unlucky, and we just happened to run into this kind of opportunity. Originally, killing him without making a sound wouldn't have been difficult. Even though we've made good friends with the golden mortal realms, even the senior brothers don't dare to help us. Hey, this time Kang Jai is definitely going to die. Just when the two were certain that Kang Jai was going to die, Kang Jai arrived at the outer sect disciples' logistics department. Here, he can accept the task that needs to be completed. You're way too late. You accepted the mission right on time. The logistics department is somewhat dissatisfied with Dao. Kang Jai chuckled but offered no explanation. Logistics disciple glanced at him casually and said, There's only one secret assessment mission you can take on right now, and that's to cooperate with Secret to capture a void beast that has escaped. Huh? Capture the void beast? Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. He frowned and asked Dao, What's the strength of this void beast? From what you're saying, it wasn't just one person that captured it? Kang Jai was somewhat wary. If he was acting alone, he had nothing to be afraid of. However, if it is a group of people, his danger level will increase significantly. The most important question is, if someone tries to harm him during this time, should he kill them or let them go? He wouldn't be satisfied if he let him go, but if he killed him directly, others would definitely notice. If someone reports him to be a fellow disciple of the same sect, and the evidence is conclusive, he will be in big trouble. Just as Kang Jai was filled with doubt and surprise, the logistics manager Dispel explained to Dao, this operation was led by a Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The Elder coordinates and directs the process. You simply need to cooperate with the other lower-level discs. In fact, your role was merely to stabilize the formation. You essentially won this mission without any effort. A mission where you can win without lifting a finger? Kang Jai asked, somewhat surprised. Logistics disciple continued to explain to Dao. This escaped void beast is somewhat special. It is a void beast whose cultivation has reached the profound immortal realm. Its escape from Wanbao Mountain caught the attention of the sect, who speculated that the void beast must hang some kind of magic treasure that could penetrate the barrier of Wanbao Mountain. This is why the sect went so far as to mobilize the Atai Golden Immortal Realm. Elder, 8 golden immortal realm instructors, 36 profound immortal realm instructors senior brother, 108 true immortal realms senior brother, and countless celestial immortal realms. Earth, immortal realms disciple. Earth immortal realm, like yours, needs to complete sector tasks. The entire disciple team was dispatched to assist in the capture of the void beast. That's why I said, you're just going to win without lifting a finger this time. With Elder from Tai Golden Immortal Realm and instructors from Golden Immortal Realm there. Do you think that void beast can escape? Kang Jai clicked his tongue, not expecting things to turn out this way. It seemed that they had really won this mission without lifting a finger. But Kang Jai did not relax. He knew that Dao and Luo Yuanshu had been watching him closely. What might seem like an easy task could actually be fraught with danger for him. However, Kang Jai was confident in her abilities and was not too worried. Upon receiving the details of the mission, Kang Ji exclaimed in surprise. The mission location this time is actually near the space-time forbidden zone. Kang Ji jinged in surprise. Logistics disciple nodded. That's right. For some reason, the void beast's target is the space-time forbidden zone. If Sect hadn't responded in time, the void beast would probably have already entered the space-time forbidden zone. Once it enters the space-time forbidden zone, catching it will be virtually impossible. Kang Jae nodded in agreement. The space-time forbidden zone is the forbidden land closest to the Pangu sect. Time and space are in chaos there. Once inside, you might be swept away by spatial turbulence to unknown locations at any time. You might also be hit by a time storm. If you are hit by a time storm, you might spend millions of years in it. While only a moment passes in the outside world, it's also possible that you only felt a momentary daze, but millions of years had passed in the outside world. This random, unpredictable, and powerful temporal and spatial attack is what makes the space-time forbidden zone so terrifying. However, there is something else in the space-time forbidden zone that all cultivators are eager to obtain. That is the time-based heaven and earth treasure. A flower that blooms 10,000 years in a single glance. Just like its name suggests, once ingested, this flower will have the effect of law of time on you, and in the blink of an eye, you will experience 10,000 years. And it's also 10,000 years of the 3,000 demon god realm. This is a sacred treasure for cultivation, and everyone hopes to obtain this flower to accelerate their cultivation. Unfortunately, this flower is extremely rare even in the space-time forbidden zone. To extract this flower from among them is even more difficult. This is also known to everyone as Dao. The 10,000-year-old flower is precious. Yet few dare to venture into the space-time forbidden zone. When the effort and reward are disproportionate, naturally not many people are willing to try. Once the void beast escapes into the space-time forbidden zone, even if Sect Elder, too, was unwilling to venture into the danger. Looking at the intelligence in his hand, Kang Jai suddenly had an idea. Looking at the logistics department, Disciple asked Dao, I remember there's a long-term mission within the sect to explore the space-time forbidden zone, isn't there? The logistics discerning member was taken aback and looked at Kang Jai in surprise. Dao, you're not thinking of taking that mission, are you? Kang Jai nodded, while the logistics staff looked at him as if he were an idiot. Do you know, Dao, that secret mission hasn't been taken on for hundreds of years? That mission wasn't simply about exploring the space-time forbidden zone, because nobody knew if Dao you were actually going delved into it. Therefore, to complete the mission, you must obtain a one-glance 10,000-year flower. Don't be fooled by the generous rewards. Nobody wants to take this mission. It's practically suicide mission. The logistics staff tried to persuade Kang Jai, but Kang Jai just shrugged and said, "There's no penalty mechanism for this task, so even if we can't complete it, there will be no loss." That being said, the logistics staff wanted to say something more, but after thinking about it, they gave up. Kang Jai is right. There's no real loss. It just takes up a task slot, which can be cancelled later. Kang Jai took on this mission because she was interested in the space-time forbidden zone. Once you enter the space-time forbidden zone, you'll naturally understand why your cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. And this was originally part of his plan. After receiving the mission, Kang Jai did not delay. Using the sect teleportation array, he first went to the city closest to the space-time forbidden zone, then fly from the city to the location of the secret mission. While Kang Jai was on his way, Dian Lai and Zhang Ixu learned of his departure and asked if he needed any help. However, Kang Jai declined and only had a brief chat with Dian Lai. "Huh? You've broken through to the profound immortal realm?" Kang Jai was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected that Dian Lai would achieve such success in just 1 year, transforming celestial immortal realm. In the early stage, it skipped the true immortal realm and went directly through to the profound immortal realm. Early stage. Even Kang Jai was somewhat surprised by such a rapid cultivation. Dian Lai scratched his head sheepishly. "This is all thanks to the Trinity method you taught me." Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? The Trinity method can't possibly increase your comprehension ability, can it?" Kang Jai was somewhat puzzled. Dian Lai scratched his head sheepishly. "The Trinity method does not enhance my comprehension ability, but it allows me to differentiate between the pure-blood human race, the pure-blood witch clan, and the pure-blood gluttonous bloodline. That's why, after Master discovered that I had separated Tausi bloodline, he treated me even better than before, almost like his own son. Not only did he let me fusion with his essence and blood, but he also personally explained the Tao to me. It was because I absorbed Master's essence and blood, coupled with this year's lectures, that I was able to break through to the profound immortal realm." Kang Jai was also somewhat surprised as she listened to Dian Lai's account. Although I had contacted Dian Lai before, it was mostly Dian Lai who collected some information and then transmitted it to me. We didn't talk much about Dian Lai's cultitiate situation. Moreover, Kang Jai was in seclusion at that time and didn't have much energy to pay attention to the outside world. I never imagined that so much would happen to Dian Lai in just 1 year. Kang Jai can understand. Dian Lai after the bloodline separates. It's equivalent to having a pure-blooded Tausi main body. It is not an exaggeration to say that Dian Lai Tausi's main body is a direct descendant of Vice Sect Leader Tausi. It's not surprising that Vice Sect Leader Tausi would do everything in his power to cultivate him. During the conversation with Dian Lai, it was learned that Dian Lai not only possessed the Tausi main body cultivate to profound immortal realm in the early stage, the main body of the Wu tribe also cultivated immortal realm peak. As for human race, the main body, however, has the weakest cultivation level, possessing only true immortal realm middle stage. The organization that previously helped Kang Jie gather information, Dian Lai's main body. Phew, it seems that helping to gather information has wasted a lot of Dian Lai's time and affected his human race. Main body cultivate. If only I could get my hands on the one glance 10,000-year flower. Kang Jai murmured to herself. With the assistance of the one glance 10,000-year flower, Dian Lai's cultivation level can also be rapidly improved. From the conversation, it was learned that not only had Dian Lai's cultivation level improved by leaps and bounds over the past year, but the cultivation levels of the others who had been favored by the vice sect leaders had also improved by leaps and bounds. The most incredible one was Jiang Xu. Since following Ziyu, he actually raised his cultivation to the profound immortal realm within a year, middle stage. Even more outrageous than Dian Lai, besides Jiang Xu, Feng Buhui also cultivated a profound immortal reality. The same applies to Ji Tianxia in its early stages. Their arch-rival Luo Yuanshu is a notch weaker, possessing only true immortal realm. However, Lixuan Ye, who was on good terms with him, also achieved profound immortal realm early stage. As for Torstak, a year was spent on profound immortal realm early stage. Cultivate to profound immortal realm, the progress is equally rapid in the late stage. After learning this information, Kang Jai did not accept Dian Lai and Jiang Xu's kindness. After reassuring the two, she went to the mission location alone. Huh? This strange movement. Having just finished handing over his mission and arriving at the formation node he was in charge of, Kang Ji's world-breaking gate suddenly began to stir. Strange. Why is the world-breaking gate acting strangely? Kang Jai sensed the surrounding formations and wondered if the anomaly was caused by the formations. Their formation is enormous, covering a vast area, and consists of 8 parts. Apart from the central area, there is a Tai golden immortal realm besides Elder. There is a golden immortal realm expert guarding each of the other 8 directions. In addition, numerous low-level cultivators were deployed in the 8 directions, completely sealing off the surrounding area. Kang Ji's location happens to be close to the space-time forbidden zone, and the node he is responsible for is the formation node closest to the space-time forbidden zone. However, to Kang Ji's surprise, the world-breaking gate within her began to stir as soon as she entered the formation node. I only did a simple refining of this thing back then, without going into deeper refinement. Could it be that this thing has some hidden secret? The world-breaking gate originally belonged to Heide's elder, but Luo Yuanshu borrowed it to hunt Kang Jai, only to have Kang Jai benefit from it. Kang Ji's original plan was to integrate it into Lifebound treasure. I just haven't had the time until now. Unexpectedly, at this very moment, something unusual happened. While guarding the spatial node under his responsibility, he also immersed himself in his own body, observing the world-breaking gate. There are treasures of the same origin nearby? Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected that the reason for the unusual activity at World-Breaking Gate would be this. But how come there's something from the same source as World-Breaking nearby? Kang Jai was puzzled. Just as he was wondering, he suddenly sensed that the thing that was causing the World-Breaking Gate to move was rapidly approaching him. Holy crap! Could it be that the other side has detected the world-breaking gate in my possession? Just as Kang Jai was filled with surprise and doubt, a loud shout rang out. The Void Beast is here. Void? Beast? Kang Jai was startled and quickly released her divine thought, only to be startled again. The thing that caused the world-breaking gate was actually brought by the Void Beast. Or rather, the thing that caused the world-breaking gate to malfunction is inside the Void Beast. Difficult. Did the Void Beast escape Wanbao Mountain using that thing? Kang Jai suddenly thought of this possibility, and the more she thought about it, the more likely it's... Oh no! Is the Void Beast coming for me? Kang Jai was getting anxious. This was a profound, immortal realm. If the Void Beast were targeting me, unless I exposed my Chaos main body, I would be no match for it with my cultivation body. Kang Jai was startled. and was about to call for help. But just then, a cold voice rang out. No one is allowed to move rashly. If the void beast escapes, you will all be held accountable. Originally, they wanted to capture the profound immortal realm of the void beast. Disciple was momentarily stunned. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Instructor Lincoln, isn't this a bit inappropriate? What if the void beast targets lower-level discriminators?" Lincoln scoffed. To sacrifice for the sect is their honor. Many people frowned. The void beast had made its appearance, presenting a perfect opportunity to capture it. Why weren't they making a move? Moreover, at this moment, the void beast seems to be targeting a celestial immortal realm. If the outer sect disciple rushes forward and is not rescued now, and is about to collide with that disciple, wouldn't that disciple be doomed? Furthermore, if that Decian dies, formation will inevitably be flawed. What if the void escapes? Someone tried to dissuade him, but Lincoln just snorted coldly. Why all the nonsense? I, the lecturer, will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. There are also several profound immortal realms. Disciple scoffed at those trying to dissuade him, saying, "With a lecturer here, what? Are you afraid of a mere profound immortal realm? Did the void beast run away?" The crowd looked at each other. Those who couldn't see the situation clearly were very puzzled. Why not take advantage of such a good opportunity to make the arrest? Those who understood the situation immediately saw Lincoln's purpose: to use the void beast to eliminate the outer sect disciple. It's unclear why a renowned golden immortal realm instructor would bother with a minor celestial immortal realm lesson. Outer sect disciple. Those who noticed the signs remained silent, and even the righteous disciple, who wanted to say something, was dissuaded by others. Amidst the varied expressions on everyone's faces, Void Beast rushed up to Kang Jai. At this moment, Kang Jai also saw the situation clearly. While sneering inwardly, he immediately made a plan. "Lecturer, save me. Senior brother, save me," Kang Jai shouted loudly. Someone tried to intervene, but Lincoln used the golden immortal realm to exert pressure and formation to bind them in place. "Lecturer," someone said angrily, but there was nothing they could do. Kang Jai never left the formation node he was guarding, which disappointed Lincoln. If Kang Jai leaves the formation node at this point and is killed by the Void Beast, he can still be accused of desertion. Unfortunately, gulp, the Void Beast bypassed Kang Jai's location and swallowed Kang Jai whole. Kang Jai felt the surrounding space shift, and then he found himself in a void realm. Here, there are a vast number of items, as well as the immense power of Void Realm. The moment Kang Jai appeared, a tearing force from Realm acted on him, attempting to shred him to pieces. "Heh, you're still a bit too weak to kill me." Kang Jai switched to the main body, and Chaos's main body appeared inside the Void Beast. Once the Chaos main body of the Golden Immortal Realm Peak appeared, the tearing force of the Void Beast immediately became ineffective. Kang Jai ignored the strangulation power of the Void Beast. At this moment, he was more concerned about the outside world. Lincoln immediately made his move after the Void Beast swallowed Kang Jai. "You beast, how dare you!" As if enraged by Kang Jai being swallowed by the Void Beast, Lincoln angrily reached out and tried to crush the Void Beast. If this claw grips firmly, not only will the Void Beast die, but Kang Jai, who has been swallowed by the Void Beast, will also surely die. This is because they fear that Void Beast hasn't completely killed Kang Jai, and they're preparing to take matters into their own hands to ensure that Kang Jai dies without a burial place. Sensing the other party's intentions, Kang Jai gave a cold smile. "Since that's the case, let's enjoy it while we can, and then figure out how to explain this to sect. Lincoln did this so that as long as the Void Beast was eventually captured or killed, the sect wouldn't care too much. After all, Lincoln had a reason. He could explain that he did it to ensure that the Void Beast wouldn't escape. But if the Void Beast runs away because of this, no matter how outrageous Lincoln's reasons are, sect will not let him go. Therefore, the instant Lincoln made his move, Kang Jai also made his move. Time-space control divine ability burst forth, passing directly through the Void Beast's body and affecting the external space. Under time-space control, Lincoln's large hand, which had been grabbing him, suddenly paused. During this meal, Void Beast took advantage of the formation vulnerability created by Kang Ji's disappearance, directly penetrating the formation and flying towards the space-time forbidden zone. The confident smile that had been on Lincoln's face gradually disappeared. At that moment, his face turned deathly pale. The sect paid such a high price, even mobilizing a Tai Golden Immortal Realm Elder, all for the sake of capturing this Void Beast. But to his utter surprise, the Void Beast escaped from his grasp, and it was all because of him. At that moment, Lincoln broke out in a cold sweat. He could imagine what would happen to him if the secret found out about this. No, we absolutely cannot let it get away. Lincoln disregarded everything else and rushed out of the formation, attempting to capture the fleeing Void Beast. His movement immediately caused problems within the formation, and the others within the formation naturally sensed the situation. Tai Golden Immortal Elder, in the center of the formation, narrowed his eyes and, disregarding everything else, chased after Lincoln. He doesn't know Dao. Why would Lincoln leave formation for no reason? But Dao knew there must be something wrong with Lincoln. Difficult. Void Beast ran away. The Tai Golden Immortal Elder found it hard to believe. How could the Void Beast have escaped after setting up such a massive formation? That Void Beast is merely a profound immortal realm Void Beast. They possess one Tai Golden Immortal Realm, 8 Golden Immortal Realms, and 36 profound immortal realms. So many powerful beings failed to capture even a Void Beast of profound immortal realm. This is absolutely absurd. Even if that Void Beast has a secret treasure inside, it couldn't possibly be this powerful. Tai Golden Immortal Realm Elder disregarded everything else and rushed towards Kang Jai with all his might. At the same time, Lincoln charged out of the formation and went all out to grab the Void Beast. Just like before, his attacks became sluggish as soon as it got close to the Void Beast, as if he were stuck in a quagmire, which eventually allowed the Void Beast to escape from his attack range. Seeing this, Lincoln became very anxious and slapped out again. This time, Lincoln no longer wanted to catch the Void Beast. He just wanted to kill it with a single blow. Despite Lincoln's slap, Kang Jai handled it with ease. This scene appeared extremely strange to everyone. It was as if Lincoln had deliberately let the Void Beast go. After all, this Void Beast is just a profound immortal realm Void Beast. How could it be a match for Lincoln, a powerful golden immortal realm? Unless Lincoln deliberately let it slide, there is no other explanation. All of this was witnessed by the Tai Golden Immortal Elder who had just arrived. The Tai Golden Immortal Elder who had just arrived only had time to strike once, but he was a little too late. His strike did not hit the Void Beast, but instead struck the edge of the space-time forbidden zone. Tai Golden Immortal Elder's palm strike landed on the edge of the space-time forbidden zone, forming a Dao. The Dao ripples caused a disruption in space-time outside the space-time forbidden zone. As time and space gradually returned to calm, no one found any trace of the Void Beast. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. realizing things had gone awry. "Lincoln, what are you doing?" Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder roared angrily, spitting all over Lincoln's face. Lincoln, however, kept his head down and didn't dare to utter a single word. He was filled with fear and anxiety. He had actually let Void Beast escape. He's finished now. Just as Lincoln was filled with anxiety, Disciple, who had long been unable to stand it any longer, directly revealed what had just happened. This made the Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder even angrier. Good. The Fury Golden Immortal Elder stared intently at Lincoln, his eyes seeming to want to devour him. "I don't care what dirty tricks you've played, but you dared to ruin the sect's important affairs for your own petty, ridiculous things. You're really something." The last 3 words, Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder, were almost uttered through gritted teeth. He had been setting up this place for a month and was about to capture the Void Beast when Lincoln ruined it. How could this not make him furious and enraged? Turning to look at those who had previously echoed Lincoln in their fight against Kang Jai, the profound immortal realm, Disciple Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder's words are cold. "You will accompany Instructor Lincoln into the space-time forbidden zone. You will only be able to emerge when the Void Beast is brought out. Otherwise, all die in the space-time forbidden zone for the rest of your lives." Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder showed no courtesy whatsoever, not even giving them a chance to speak, and directly threw them into the space-time forbidden zone. Meanwhile, after entering the space-time forbidden zone, Kang Ji immediately used time-space control. Divine ability isolates the Void Beast from the space-time forbidden zone. Only in this way can the Void Beast be free from the influence of time and space within the space-time forbidden zone. Kang Jai didn't realize that in the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed in the outside world. Only then did Kang Jai have time to examine the inside of the Void Beast. Is this where Void Beast stores its items? Kang Ji divine thought sweeps across the entire Void realm. Suddenly, Kang Ji's eyes narrowed. That's... Deep within this Void realm, an object was floating silently. This item stands out among the pile of items. Not only does it radiate strange energy, but more importantly, this item looks remarkably like his world-breaking gate. It was this very item that kept attracting the world-breaking gate within him. With a flash, Kang Jai appeared in front of the object that resembled the world-breaking gate. Sensing Kang Jai's actions, Void Beast became extremely anxious, and the power of Void Realm within its body surged violently, attempting to strangle Kang Jai. "You don't know what's good for you." Kang Jai let out a cold snort. He had originally wanted to let the Void Beast live a little longer, but since the other party was so ungrateful, Kang Jai no longer hesitated. The energy within his body exploded, and in an instant, the space inside Void Beast cracked inch by inch, eventually turning into nothingness. With a flash, Kang Jai appeared in the space-time forbidden zone. All the items inside the Void Beast were also enveloped by Kang Ji's law of space-time, and were not swept away by the temporal and spatial turbulence in the space-time forbidden zone. With a wave of his hand, 2 items appeared in Kang Ji's hand: the exotic treasure and the Void Pearl of the Void Beast. "Master, I want this Void Pearl." Before Kang Jai could even check the condition of the magical artifact, Xiao Hong impatiently blurted out, "This Void Pearl will be useful to you?" Kang Jai recalled what Xiao Hong had said to create the time-space beast mother worm. It might require the Void Pearl of the profound immortal realm. Xiao Hong nodded repeatedly. "Yaster, I can sense that as long as I absorb this Void Pearl, I should be able to produce the time-space beast." Upon hearing this, Kang Jai was overjoyed. Without hesitation, she tossed the void pearl to Xiao Hong and then collected the miscellaneous items inside the void beast in the spirit realm space, allowing the mechanical puppet to categorize and reuse them. After doing all this, Kang Jai finally turned his attention to the exotic treasure. Divine thought probed into the magical artifact, and it immediately emitted a dazzling glow. At the same time, the world-breaking gate within the body also emitted strange movements. Attempting to break out of the body and fuse with this extraordinary treasure. World-crossing gate? Kang Jai was somewhat surprised when he learned the name of this extraordinary treasure. Just hearing the name makes it sound a lot like world-breaking gate. The fact that the function of the world-crossing gate, almost the same as that of the world-breaking gate, made Jai frown. To magic treasure? The functions are almost identical. What's the point? Kang Jai sensed the functions of the two extraordinary treasures and was slightly disappointed. At this moment, the two extraordinary treasures still emitted an unusual aura of attempting fusion. Difficult? Will my abilities be enhanced after fusion? With that thought in mind, Kang Jai branded the world-crossing gate before releasing both magic treasures. The two magic treasures collided immediately upon appearing. Kang Jai stared intently, afraid that something might go wrong with the two magic treasure items. After all, these two magic treasures are quite powerful, capable of breaking through various barriers and sealing, which is also very useful to him. Just as Kang Jai was observing nervously, the two extraordinary treasures fused together without any hindrance. With two magic treasure fusion, in the end, only one rare treasure remained before Kang Jai. The appearance of this strange treasure is somewhat similar to the prehistoric world portal in Kang Ji's mind. But there are also differences. It's also a Dao portal, but this Dao portal has a door, unlike the empty prehistoric world portal. Upon catching the new treasure, a stream of information immediately entered Kang Ji's mind. There's still one more treasure to make it complete? Kang Jai was taken aback. He hadn't expected that in addition to the world-breaking gate and the world-crossing gate, there was another extraordinary treasure. Only after the three were combined would the extraordinary treasure be complete. The complete form of this extraordinary treasure is called All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate. It is a wondrous treasure born from the great Tao, capable of transcending myriad realms and the infinite universe. For some unknown reason, this great treasure split into three parts: the world-breaking gate, the world-crossing gate, and most importantly, the myriad worlds gate. Only when the three treasures are combined into one, and the time-space gold sand is found and activated, can it be considered the truly complete great Tao treasure, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleport Gate. Only the complete All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate can fully unleash the power of these three treasures. The full function of the world-breaking gate is to forcibly break through the Myriad Realms portal and open the Tao of all realms. The world-crossing gate also possesses the power of heaven-defying, allowing one to traverse myriad realms. By opening the world-crossing gate, one can cross time and space to enter myriad realms. As for the most crucial myriad worlds gate, it can leave a mark in the myriad realms, forming a portal that can be entered at any time. The combination of these three elements creates the complete All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate. By simply launching the time-space gold sand, myriad realms can take themselves into any marked world. even without any markers. As long as you find the approximate coordinates, you can forcefully break through the barrier to enter the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate and leave your mark. In the future, you can enter with just a thought. In other words, with the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, Kang Jai can enter the prehistoric world even without a prehistoric world portal. Similarly, even if the 3000 demon god realm portal did not appear on Earth, Kang Jai could still enter it using the heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. Hiss! What terrifying power! No wonder it's a great treasure. Kang Jai was shocked, never expecting that the great Tao would give birth to such a powerful magic treasure. This made him think of the many portals that led to Blue Star World. Could there be some connection between these things? Kang Ji's desire for the final treasure, the Myriad World's Gate, grew stronger with each passing thought. Once you find the Myriad World's Gate, fuse it, and then find the time-space gold sand, you can activate the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. And within this space-time forbidden zone, there exists time-space gold sand. Because time-spilled sand is essential for the creation of a flower that blooms 10,000 years in a single glance. Without the gold sand of time and space, the flower that blooms 10,000 years in a single glance cannot be born. Since there is a one glance, 10,000 years flower in the space-time forbidden zone, it means that there is also time-space gold sand here. With this in mind, Kang Jai didn't delay any longer, and, following the connection between the world-breaking gate and the world-crossing gate, headed deeper into the space-time forbidden zone. However, Kang Jai hadn't gone far when she saw someone. This person was one of the men sent by Luo Yuanshou to assassinate Kang Jai, a profound, immortal realm disciple. Upon seeing Kang Jai, the man's eyes lit up, and he impatiently scolded Dao. "You outer sect dipple, why don't you get over here and scout ahead for me?" When faced with someone who couldn't grasp the situation, Kang Jai didn't hold back and slapped him to death without even bothering to ask his name. After casually killing the discord, Kang Jai continued on his way, heading towards the deepest part of the space-time forbidden zone. After an unknown amount of time, Kang Ji's vision suddenly changed. The previously chaotic time and space disappeared. Instead, a huge portal appeared before them. Beyond the gate, a vast, boundless medicinal garden could be vaguely seen. Within the herb garden, one can vaguely see many heaven and earth treasures, spirit medicine, and even innate spiritual root is included. As for the one-glance 10,000-year flower that Kang Jai was looking for, it was growing randomly on the ridges of the medicinal field. Just weeds. Kang Jai was stunned by the medicinal garden in front of him, but soon he noticed something unusual about it. The place was far from peaceful. People were coming and going, trying to find the exact location of the herb garden through the Myriad World's Gate. The gate that appeared before Kang Jai was the most important piece of the puzzle of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Cheng Gate. The Myriad World's Gate. Myriad World's Gate, as its name suggests, is said to be able to connect to myriad realms, and in fact, it can indeed connect to myriad realms. Therefore, countless Dao portals can be created within it, and only by finding the correct portal can one enter its corresponding world. The herb field behind Myriad World's Gate is actually a small world that comes with Myriad World's Gate itself. Only by truly mastering Myriad World's Gate can one enter it. These people in front of me are unaware of these things. They think that as long as they find the right entrance, they can enter the medicinal field and obtain a large amount of heaven and earth treasure and one glance 10,000-year flower. Little did they know, it was all in vain. It's you. When these people slunk out of Myriad World's gate again, they immediately discovered Kang Yi's presence. Lincoln, the leader, immediately brightened up. Kid, come here and let me see through this portal. He then grabbed Kang Jai and threw her into the Myriad World's gate. However, how is this possible? Lincoln's grabbing palm didn't even touch Kang Ji's body before it turned into primal energy and dissipated without a trace. Kang Ji glanced at the other person, then reached out and grabbed and squeezed. Heft! Like the sound of a bubble bursting, Lincoln couldn't even last a second in Kang Ji's hands before being crushed into a bloody mist. How is this possible? Several profound immortal realm members who witnessed this scene disciple, his face filled with horror, rushed toward Myriad World's gate without a second thought. Lincoln's golden immortal realm, even the strongmen of the middle stage were crushed into blood mist by Kang Jai, so they could not possibly be his match. How could this be? Could it be that Dao, in just a short while, had a fortuitous encounter in the Forbidden Land, and his cultivation level has increased to this extent? Everyone was terrified and dared not stay in place. However, Kang Jai scooped up the remaining 4 profound immortal realm players. He managed to get his hands on all the disciple products. With a gentle squeeze, this group followed in Lincoln's footsteps. After dealing with the trash, Kang Jai looked toward Myriad World's gate. With a flick of his wrist, the world-breaking gate and the world-crossing gate, which were later combined, appeared in Kang Ji's hands. As soon as the world-breaking gate and then the world-crossing gate appeared, the Myriad World's gate immediately began to tremble. However, although the Myriad World's gate was trembling, there was no sign of active fusion. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. Since you won't take the initiative to fuse with me, then I'll take the initiative to fuse with you. He threw the world-breaking gate and world-crossing gate and sent them crashing into the Myriad World's gate. With a pop, just like a drop of water falling into the ocean, the 3 fused together without any hindrance. Kang Ji immediately activated divine thought entered the Myriad World's gate, following the spiritual imprints in the world-breaking gate and the world-crossing gate. He quickly arrived at the core of the Myriad World's gate. Without any hesitation, Kang Ji immediately left his mark here as well. Now, even if Myriad World's gate wanted to escape, it would be impossible for him. As if resigned to its fate, Myriad World's gate ceased its resistance and began to actively fuse with world-breaking gate and world-crossing gate. Kang Jai sat cross-legged before the Myriad World's gate, focused his mind, and began to refine the 3 gates with all his might. As the 3 portals merged, Kang Ji's imprint gradually overlapped with them. While refining the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate after fusion, Kang Jai sensed its power. As expected, as long as you have the coordinates or markings of the Myriad Realms, you can enter through the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. Kang Jai was delighted to sense the power of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. But at that moment, the primordial teleportation gate within his sea of a consciousness, which had been quiet all along, suddenly began to stir. Huh? What's going on? Why does the prehistoric world portal also want to connect with this All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate? Fusion? Kang Ji's eyes flickered as he looked at the prehistoric world portal in his sea of a consciousness, then at the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, which had reverted to the size of a palm. He hesitated for a moment. Since you claim to be able to teleport to Myriad Realms, I'd like to see what changes will occur after you fuse the prehistoric world portal. With a thought, Kang Jai took the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate into the sea of consciousness. Upon entering the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate and the sea of consciousness, head straight for the prehistoric world teleportation gate. Almost swallowed whole, all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate completely absorbed the prehistoric world portal. After swallowing the prehistoric world portal, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate suddenly let out a burp, as if it had eaten too much. According to Kang Ji's perception, she originally no way to access the prehistoric world portal and could only let it quietly remain in her sea of consciousness. Each of its 9 main bodies requires the sea of consciousness, one of the main bodies, to serve as its vessel. In other words, Kang Jai can send a maximum of 8 main bodies into the prehistoric world, and there will always be one main body that cannot enter the primordial world. But now, with a thought, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate from the sea of consciousness appeared in his hand. The prehistoric world portal in the original sea of consciousness has been completely integrated into the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. At this moment, all of Kang Ji's main bodies will no longer be confined to the prehistoric world portal, and will also be freed from the constraints of the prehistoric world portal. Even if all 9 main bodies are together, they can enter the prehistoric world. The all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, which fused with the prehistoric world portal, also became more ancient. The ancient bronze gate, shimmering with endless radiance, seems to reflect the infinite world and the universe. Unfortunately, at present, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate only has one complete coordinate system for the prehistoric world, allowing access to any location within the prehistoric world. This is the benefit of absorbing the prehistoric world portal. It's much better than just knowing the coordinates and markings of other worlds. Because of the barrier of the Pangu continent, and because the portal that had been devoured by the 3,000 demon god realm not been absorbed, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate could only port him to the Pangu continent. He still could not go to the other continents, the 3,000 demon gods. Even so, Kang Jai was quite satisfied. At least, with the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, traveling to the Pangu continent in the prehistoric world and the 3,000 demon realm has become much easier, and the benefits don't stop there. With a thought, a portal was projected in front of Kang Jai, exactly the same as the previous prehistoric world portal. This is another ability of the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. To project the heavens. Using the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, Kang Jai can project any world portal that is included in the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. For example, the prehistoric world, all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate can project a prehistoric world portal, allowing any living being to enter, exit. This is the terror of the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. How come it's somewhat similar to the current situation on Earth? Kang Jai asked, puzzled. Since 100 years ago, countless world portals have suddenly appeared on Earth. This looks a lot like the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. Could it be that those teleportation portals that appeared on Earth were actually the work of some all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate? But Kang Ji immediately shook her head and rejected the idea. The situation on Earth is somewhat different. After all, those otherworldly portals that descended 100 years ago have now been completely integrated into Earth. This ability is something that the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate cannot possess. The all heavens and myriad realms teleportation can only project world portals. It does not have the ability to merge one world into another. Not to mention, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, such a great treasure, is unique in itself, and the entire chaos there is only one of its kind in the universe. There can never be a second one. Furthermore, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate is different from the teleportation gates that descend from Earth. If you directly enter another world through those portals from Earth, the landing point will be random. To leave the other world, one needs to condense a teleportation card. However, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate is different. It is controlled by Kang Jai. If Kang Jai does not manipulate the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate, then the teleportation portal projected by the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate can only be fixed. For example, if you project a portal to the prehistoric world onto Earth, then the teleportation route between Earth and the prehistoric world is fixed. Where you enter the prehistoric world from Earth, you must leave through the portal that opened in the prehistoric world to leave. When you emerge, you'll also find yourself at the location of the prehistoric world portal on Earth, which presents significant limitations. Of course, if it's just for Kang Ji's own use, it's not so complicated. He can activate the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate anytime, anywhere. However, if we want to enable large-scale teleportation and project it across the heavens, there will be many limitations. It can only be a fixed channel, unlike the current teleportation portals on Earth. Even so, Kang Jai discovered that the portal on Earth had many similarities to the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate's ability to project the heavens. Perhaps there is some connection between the two. However, my current strength is somewhat weak, and I haven't reached that level yet. Shaking his head to clear his mind of these chaotic thoughts, Kang Jai then took a closer look at the herb garden that came with the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai gasped in shock. As expected of a great treasure, the entire herb garden is enormous, no smaller than some major thousand worlds. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that it's filled with all sorts of heaven and earth treasures. Among these, there are even quite a few innate spiritual root. If the powerful beings of the prehistoric world and the 3,000 demon god realm were to find out, even a quasi-saint would try to seize it. There are just too many good things, so many that Kang Jai is almost numb. For a moment, he didn't know how to deal with these heaven and earth treasures. The one-glance 10,000-year flower, which attracts so many visitors, grows here like weeds. The reason why the one-glance 10,000-year flower is so abundant is due to the special nature of this medicinal garden. The soil in the entire medicinal herb garden is very special. It is made by mixing 9 heavens bring earth with time-space gold sand. It not only has the ability to generate countless spiritual roots, but also has the function of accelerating time. It is precisely because of the existence of time-space gold sand that a vast number of flowers, each with a single glance, can be created. What shocked Kang Jai even more was that the entire space-time forbidden zone was actually formed from the energy that had escaped from the original Myriad Worlds Gate. To better conceal themselves, Myriad Worlds Gate scattered some chaotic breathing earth and time's gold sand around its perimeter, which over time formed the space-time forbidden zone we see. Today, Wow! What powerful techniques! Kang Jai, somewhat surprised, realizing that he had underestimated the capabilities of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. It seems that some of the seemingly insignificant abilities of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate are actually quite powerful. Take, for example, the ability to create chaos in spacetime. It is precisely because of the chaotic spacetime ability Myriad Worlds Gate that it was able to use time-space gold sand to transform the surrounding territory into forbidden land, thus concealing its own existence. This is getting a bit troublesome. Kang Jai frowned slightly. The existence of the space-time forbidden zone is not solely due to the time-space gold sand. The time-space gold sand merely imbues this territory with the power of space-time. The real reason this territory was transformed into forbidden land was the chaotic space-time ability inherent in Myriad Worlds Gate. Myriad Worlds Gate fusion became the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, and this ability became even stronger. However, once the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate is removed, the power of time and space in this territory will be restored. When that time comes, everyone will notice the anomaly here and will also connect it to themselves. If you want to conceal the anomalies here, you cannot take the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate with you. But it's impossible not to take the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate with us. Leaving it here, if a powerful being discovers it, that would be truly heartbreaking. After much thought, Kang Jai could only come up with the idea of using life-bound treasure to split into magic treasures. Simply integrate the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate into the life-bound treasure, and then split off a magic treasure to remain here to maintain the uniqueness of the space-time forbidden zone. After a while, when no one has noticed this place, you can take away the magic treasure, which is your natal element. Thinking of this, Kang Jai was somewhat impatient to fusion All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. But Kang Jai quickly held back. Before that, he had something even more important to do. That is to break through the cultivation level of all 9 main bodies to the Tai, golden immortal realm. Otherwise, with his current level of cultivation, it would take an unknown amount of time to forge the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate and the life-bound treasure. With a thought, the cultivation of gods and the culturing of demonhood on Blue Star, the main body, the ghost cultivator main body in the demon cave, the martial cultivator in the prehistoric world, the demon cultivator, and the body cultivator main body all use the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate to return to the space-time forbidden zone. Once the 9 main bodies converged, Kang Jai first presented 1 glance 10,000-year flower plants to the cultivators and the cultivating demonhood main body. After consuming the 1 glance 10,000-year flower, the 2 main bodies immediately emitted a spatial fluctuation that enveloped their bodies. In an instant, the Zhu Su Qian law trembled, and endless innate power poured into the 2 main bodies. A strange distortion appeared around them. It was the law of the heavens and the innate, the space-time distortion caused by the excessive concentration of spiritual ki. Fortunately, it only took a blink of an eye. When time and space returned to normal, cultivation of immortality and the cultivating demonhood, the main body has already been broken through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm Peak. Although only a blink of an eye has passed in the outside world, cultivation and the cultivation of demonhood, the main body has already been through 10,000 years. Moreover, it's 10,000 years from the 3,000 demon god realm. Feeling the powerful aura within himself, Kang Jae nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, this one-glance 10,000-year flower has strong drug resistance. If you don't want to reduce its effectiveness, you can only take one plant every 100 years. Kang Jae looked at countless one-glance 10,000-year flowers covering the medicinal fields with some regret, and shook his head with a sigh. Of course, it's not impossible to force Kang Jae to take it, but the shorter the time interval, the worse the effect. For example, right now, if Kang Jae were to combine cultivation with cultivating demonhood, even if the main body continues to take it, it will probably only accelerate the process by 10 years. The effect is vastly different from that of 10,000 years. This is the flower's resistance to pesticides. Of course, accelerating by 10,000 years every 100 years is already quite heaven-defying. Even so, if people knew that Kang Jae possessed the one-glance 10,000-year flower, countless people would probably go crazy. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jae took out another one-glance 10,000-year flower. This time, he did not let a certain main body consume it alone, but instead had the other 7 main bodies share it. The other 7 main bodies, besides God cultivator and Buddhist cultivator, apart from the main body, all other main bodies have been cultivated to the golden immortal realm peak. Even God cultivator and Buddhist cultivator, the main body, is simply not strong enough due to insufficient accumulation of faith and incense offerings. Now that we have the one-glance 10,000-year flower, we can quickly accumulate enough energy by utilizing the faith and incense offered by the beings in the 3 kingdoms world and spirit realm. Space, as the one-glance 10,000-year flower was devoured, the 9 main bodies quickly advanced in cultivation to the extreme of the golden immortal realm, and also accumulated their essence and spirit to the extreme. At this moment, Kang Jae was finally able to break through to the Tai golden immortal realm. However, Kang Jae did not perform a breakthrough in the 3,000 demon god realm. Breakthrough golden immortal realm requires one to concentrate one's own spirit and integrate it into the law divine tree, so that one's own law divine tree can bloom with law flowers. The quality of a law flower is related to its future cultivate potential. Although Kang Jae was unaware of the grade of the law flower that his 9 main bodies could produce, given its inherent qualities and aptitude, the quality of a law flower is definitely not low. High-quality law flowers are often accompanied by unusual celestial phenomena. If one were to break through in the 3,000 demon god realm, one would certainly be detected by the great divine ability beings there. The prehistoric world is also not feasible because of the existence of Hongjun and Heavenly Dao. After much thought, the only program suitable for my breakthrough is Chaos. While Blue Star is an option, its foundation isn't particularly strong and it lacks breakthrough. If the law flower is of high quality, Heavenly Dao won't offer many rewards. But Chaos is different. It is directly under the jurisdiction of the Great Dao. If it can really cause an anomaly, then the reward will only come from the Great Dao. Kang Jae clearly understands which is better, the Big Dao reward or the Heavenly Dao reward. Having figured all this out, Kang Jae didn't hesitate any longer. He took a step and disappeared into the space-time forbidden zone. Along with it, the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, which was later fused with the original structure, also disappeared. As soon as the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate disappeared, subtle fluctuations appeared throughout the space-time forbidden zone. Meanwhile, when Kang Jae reappeared, it was already in chaos outside the primordial wilderness. Phew! How terrifying is Chaos Kui? Kang Jai just tried it out and found that apart from the chaos main body, which can withstand chaos QI, the other bodies cannot withstand chaos QI here. No wonder Hongjun said, only those strong enough reach the gold immortal realm could go to the purple cloud palace. The chaos QE between the primordial era and the purple cloud palace is not pure chaos QI. It is much weaker than the true chaos QE here. Even the diluted chaos key can only be navigated by Grand Unity Golden Immortal, demonstrating the dominance of chaos QI. The rest of Kang Ji's main body only possessed the cultivation level of Golden Immortal Realm Peak, so naturally they could not survive in chaos. Fortunately, there is also the chaos main body, and the other 8 main bodies can be hidden inside the chaos main body. After assessing the condition of the 9 main bodies, Kang Jai pondered for a moment and decided to concentrate his power to activate the body cultivator. Human race, the main body breaks through first. The reason for choosing human race, the first breakthrough in the main body, was entirely due to Kang Jai. The reason for human race's identity. In fact, for the 9 main bodies, except for the chaos main body which needs to be broken through last, the order in which the other 8 main bodies are broken through has absolutely no impact. The reason why the chaos main body breaks through in the end is because the chaos main body has the strongest foundation and requires the most spiritual energy. By performing the breakthrough at the end, one can borrow the spirit of the other 8 main bodies that have already been broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Breathe in. While consuming chaos he, Kang Jai concentrated his mind and mobilized human race. The essence of the main body converged towards the 36 law divine trees within its body. It's definitely not enough. When the main body's spirit surged into the 36 law divine trees, Kang Ji immediately noticed the abnormality. Because the essence was distributed among the 36 law divine trees, each law divine tree did not receive enough essence. Although Kang Jai has tried his best to accumulate his own spiritual energy, he still has too many law divine trees. In addition, its own 36 laws are all very powerful and require a lot of spirit. Even if you lack energy, it won't prevent you from breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. However, it can affect the grade of the law flower that is produced. I was prepared. Sensing a depletion of their own essence, the other 8 main bodies poured all their essence into human race. Within the main body, since they share the same origin and essence, absorption is naturally effortless. Even so, Kang Jai felt the main body's demands on spirit and energy did not reach perfection. Indeed, having more laws isn't all good. Kang Jai gave a wry smile and once again mobilized the spirits in the 3 kingdoms world, spirit realm space, and soul lotus space within chaos main body. The essence stored in the 3 worlds, that's Kang Ji's trump card. With a massive infusion of spiritual energy, human race, the law, within the main body has finally reached the level of perfection. In an instant, within this chaos, flowers rained down from the sky, golden lotuses sprang from the ground, and dragon, phoenixes resounded in unison. Tao melodies abounded, and the great Tao celebrated. Law flowers bloom on the law divine tree. 36 law divine trees are blooming with dazzling law flowers. 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, and soon a 6th grade law flower appeared. However, this was not the end. Law flower did not linger above the 6th rank, and instantly broke through to the 7th, 8th, and 9th ranks. Reaching the 9th rank signifies the human race. The main body has acquired the appearance of a quasi-saint. However, this was still not the end. Law flower only stayed above the 9th rank for a moment before breaking through to the 10th rank. a 10th grade law flower, which represents Kang Ji's human race statue. The main body now possesses the appearance of saint. With the 3 corpses of the Tongjin cult master same aptitude. However, this is not the end. Human race, the main body's law flower, only stayed at the 10th rank for 3 breaths before slowly blooming its 11th petal. 11th rank. Heavenly Tao's appearance. Kang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't expected this from human race. The main body was able to break through to the heavenly Tao form so smoothly. Phew. Calm down, calm down. Kang Ji tried her best to control her emotions, because the blooming of the law flower was not yet over. All 36 law divine trees have blossomed with 11 petals. This means that Kang Ji's understanding of these 36 laws has the potential to break through to the heavenly Tao realm. This is equivalent to the golden immortal of Hunyuan Tai Chi, suppressing his inner excitement. Human race, all 36 laws of the main possess the appearance of heavenly Tao, so the other 9 main bodies must be no less impressive. And now, human race, the main body's aptitude, hasn't reached its limit yet. Under Kang Ji's watchful gaze, the 12th petal slowly unfolded. 12th rank, the appearance of a great Taoist. Kang Ji trembled slightly all over. Even he couldn't contain his excitement at this moment. That's a truly impressive display of power. My own human race body actually has the potential to break through to the great Tao realm. This is a realm that even the great god Pangu has never broken through. Now, I have that possibility. Of course, this is only a possibility. Back then, Pangu's aptitude was absolutely top, even surpassing Kang Ji's human race. Main body, it's even stronger in terms of aptitude. Ultimately, Pangu still failed to break through to the great Tao realm. Even more so, each of the 3,000 chaos demon gods possess the appearance of a great Tao. After all, each of them is naturally suited to a great Tao. Ultimately, however, they still failed. Clearly, having aptitude alone is useless. You also need opportunity to find a glimmer of hope. Take a deep breath and try to calm yourself down. Just then, the great Tao roared, its sound echoing throughout the entire chaos world. In the prehistoric world, Hongjun is currently focusing all his efforts on merging with Tao. Dao Zhu was forced out of his Tao state by this sudden commotion. His face was terribly gloomy. He had finally managed to immerse himself in the state of harmony, but this sudden commotion forcibly broke his concentration. Damn it! Who's causing trouble again? Hongjun thought it was just some commotion caused by the creatures in the prehistoric world. Hongjun's first thought was that another great battle had broken out between the witch and demon clans. A cold glint flashed in Hongjun's eyes. He had already given an order that there should be no major war between the two sides for the next 30,000 years. Only 10,000 years have passed. If the two races disobey, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. But soon Hongjun was somewhat stunned, because he discovered that the entire prehistoric world was calm and peaceful, even more harmonious than he had imagined. The commotion just now actually came from chaos. How is this possible? Someone has caught the big boss's attention. Could it be that old bastard Yang Mei? Hongjun conducted a full-scale simulation. Hongjun let out a muffled groan, his face turning deathly pale, and he had no choice but to stop his deduction. Just now, he received a warning from Dadao. This shows that the guy who caused the turmoil in chaos was under the protection of the Big Dao. Could it really be Yang Mei or that group of 3,000 chaos demon gods hiding in the shadows? Peng's expression was unpredictable. For a moment, he couldn't quite figure it out either. As for deducing their whereabouts, Hongjun Jiadao, who had just been warned by the big boss, would find it much easier to deduce the other party's whereabouts than to deduce their identity. With a sigh, Hongjun turned his gaze back to the prehistoric world, especially between the Yao race and the Wu clan. No matter who you are, as long as you don't come to the prehistoric world and ruin my plans, we can live in peace. If you dare to enter the primordial wilderness and ruin my plans. A sharp glint flashed in Hongjun's eyes, a murderous intent lurking beneath. Having once again tempered his arrogance, Hongjun is once again embroiled in a power struggle. Meanwhile, Kang Jai, who had just broken through, stared wide-eyed with joy. Unexpectedly, this breakthrough not only rewarded the Great Tao with its blessing but also enhanced the human race, the main body's compatibility with the 36 laws. In addition, the Great Tao even gave itself a lot of Great Tao merit. This is a Great Tao merit that is universally applicable in myriad realms, and it's much more valuable than the heavenly Tao merit in the prehistoric world. With this, not only will my safety be better guaranteed, but I can also use the Great Tao merit to cultivate. Trying hard to suppress her excitement, Kang Jai didn't get too carried away. I've only broken through one main body so far. I still have 8 more main bodies to break through. After adjusting his emotions, Kang Jai began to serve as the martial cultivator for the Wu clan. Prepare for a breakthrough. First, the spirits of all 9 main bodies were restored to their peak condition. With a medicinal herb garden nearby, it wouldn't be difficult for Kang Jai to restore her energy. After all 9 main bodies had been restored, Kang Jai began the breakthrough. The breakthrough of the martial cultivator main body is comparable to that of the human race. The body cultivator main body process went much more smoothly. Human race after breakthrough the body cultivator main body provides support, and this time even the spirits of the 3 kingdoms and other worlds were not invoked. And with the breakthrough of the martial cultivator main body, Big Da Wang is again awarded a prize along with the human race. Same as the main body, however, has caused great distress to Hongjun, who had just entered a harmonious state. Who on earth is it? They've alarmed the Great Tao twice in a row. That old codger Yang Mei shouldn't have this ability. Hongjun's eyes flickered and he felt an urge to find this person. But after thinking it over, he ultimately gave up. Right now, the most important thing is to integrate the Tao. Everything else can be put aside. Shaking his head, Hongjun ultimately chose to continue with Tao. Surely no one can cause a major earthquake 3 times in a row? The big boss isn't idle. He won't show up unless there's a major event. Knowing this, Hongjun felt at ease to cooperate with Tao. Meanwhile, on Kang Ji's side, in the martial cultivator main body after the breakthrough, Kang Jai continued with cultivate, with the main body of 2 Tai golden immortal realms as support, providing spiritual energy. Kang Jai breakthrough is easier. The third breakthrough is the demon cultivator main body, which is also a 12-grade law flower. When chaos vibrated again and the Great Tao bestowed a reward, Hongjun was completely stunned. This is impossible. Chaos has shaken 3 times and the Great Tao has appeared 3 times. This is absolutely not normal. Hongjun was getting restless. Hongjun was very uneasy that such a change had occurred in chaos before he had fully taken control of the prehistoric world. What should he do if the person who caused the chaos to tremble has any designs on his primordial chaos? Those who can cause chaos to tremble are no ordinary people. It's very likely that he'll be someone like Yang Mei. If someone like that causes trouble, he will be in a very passive position. Thinking of this, Hongjun decided to stop arguing and simply wait quietly. He wanted to see if the person lurking in the shadows could cause another upheaval in chaos. To his surprise, not long after, chaos actually trembled again. The great Tao appeared and blessed Kang Jai. And this time, Kang Jai breakthrough is God Cultivator main body, with Kang Ji's repeated breakthroughs causing turmoil within the organization. Not only the Hong military was restless, but even Yang Mei, deep within the organization, was also uneasy. The old ancestor, along with some other hidden beings, also left their secluded dwellings and began searching within chaos. Even Hong Jun, old ancestor, at this moment, also lost the will to cooperate with Dao. The anomalies within chaos had already exceeded his expectations. He wanted to find out who made the commotion, no matter who it was. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be in the mood to continue playing with Dao. What if, during his time as Dao, some old man stirs up trouble in the wilderness? While the entire chaos was in turmoil because of Kang Jai was still breaking through, with Body Cultivator main body, Martial Cultivator main body, Demon Cultivator main body, God Cultivator. After the main body breaks through, Kang Jai breakthrough is easier. Following that, Buddhist Cultivator the main body, Ghost Cultivator main body, Immortal Cultivator main body, and Demon Cultivator main body have all broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the flower blooming from these main bodies is also of the 12th grade, a magnificent. In the end, Kang Jai was completely numb. Are 12-petaled law flowers really that easy to bloom? Why did the 3 corpses of the Tongqin sect master only reach the 10th grade? And all 8 of his main bodies have actually reached the 12th grade. Moreover, he is a practitioner of 36 different laws, which is twice as many as the 18 laws of the Tongqin sect master. Swallowing hard, Kang Jai sensed something was wrong. Having caused such a commotion, even within chaos, it has likely attracted the attention of some people. I need to speed things up. Now only the last chaos main body remains, although chaos main body breakthrough requires the most mental effort. But the chaos main body also has the deepest foundation. Chaos main body not only possesses the 3 kingdoms world, spirit realm space, and soul lotus space, but also provides spiritual resources. Now, the remaining 8 bodies have all broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and the spirit they contain is much stronger than when they were in the Golden Immortal Realm. With so much foundation to back it up, I think breaking through shouldn't be a problem. Kang Jai no longer hesitated and began to break through Chaos Maodi with all her might. As Chaos main body gathers its essence into the Law Divine Tree, the Law Divine Tree rapidly absorbs this essence. Soon, the essence of Chaos main body was completely absorbed by the Law Divine Tree. However, this was far from enough. Kang Jai was not in a hurry and quickly mobilized the spirits in the 3 kingdoms world, spirit realm space, and soul lotus space within his body. With this spiritual infusion, the 36 Law Divine Trees quickly experienced a state of perfection. Just when Kang Jai thought that he wouldn't even need to use the spirits of the other 8 main bodies, and that Chaos main body could break through, a sudden change occurred. The spirit that had stopped flowing into the body was suddenly drawn in by a force and began to flow back into the body. That speed was even more powerful and swift than when the 36 Law Divine Trees absorbed the nutrients. Before Kang Jai could even react, the spirit stored in the 3 kingdoms world, spirit realm space, and soul lotus space were completely devoured. After devouring the essence of Chaos main body began to absorb the essence of the other 8 main bodies. Only then did Kang Jai recover from her shock and begin to check her physical condition. Upon investigation, Kang Jai was immediately stunned. The 36 Law Divine Trees have indeed stopped absorbing spiritual energy. However, The 36 law divine trees showed no signs of continuing their breakthrough, as if they were waiting for something. At this very moment, what is absorbing its own essence is actually the 3,000 demon god bloodlines within the chaos main body. Kang Jai never expected that at this moment, the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines in the chaos main body would actually come out to cause trouble. What surprised him even more was that it was those thin bloodline that absorbed the essence. On the contrary, the most concentrated Pangu bloodline showed no signs of absorbing essence at this time. The thinner the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines are, the more essence they absorb. After absorbing the essence of chaos main body, they grew rapidly, showing signs of becoming comparable to Pangu blood essence. Originally, Kang Ji's plan was to use Pangu blood essence as a basis to devour all 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines into fusion, thus creating a 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines that belonged to him alone. But now, these 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines are actually going to be on par with Pangu bloodlines. How can he possibly devour fusion now? As the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines within the chaos main body gradually grew, chaos began to tremble. The 3,000 great Daos suddenly appeared, each great Dao pulsating in sync with the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines within Kang Ji's body. With each heartbeat, the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines within Kang Ji's body intensified. However, that's not enough. After the essence of Chaos's main body was completely absorbed, 3,000 demon gods' bloodline began absorbing the essence of the 8 main bodies. Although all 8 main bodies have already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but it still wasn't enough for the 3,000 Chaos Demon God bloodlines to absorb. Now, the spirit of the 8 main bodies has been completely drained, and they've become listless and dispirited. But 3,000 Chaos Demon God bloodlines are still not enough. Just then, the 36 Law Divine trees showed signs of sprouting. However, it is known that if the flower blooms at this time, the resulting flower will be far from perfect. With a determined effort, Kang Jai used the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation to begin connecting all the clones in the entire primordial world. One Dao's essence, originating from the same source, was extracted from clone's body by Kang Jai and infused into Chaos main body, where it was absorbed by the 3,000 Chaos Demon God blinds. Meanwhile, the Law Divine tree, which was about to bloom, stopped again, seemingly waiting for the 3,000 demon gods. The transformation of bloodline. As time went on, the spirit of Kang Ji's tens of millions of clones was completely drained. Even so, the essence of the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods within the Chaos main body still has not been perfected. Fortunately, at this time, the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods within the Chaos main body bloodline has reached a balance, evolving to the same level as Pangu bloodline. However, this level of bloodline is far inferior to the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods of the past. Kang Jai also knew Dao. With his current cultivation level, it was impossible for him to defeat 3,000 Chaos Demon God bloodlines. Perfection. Reaching the current state of equilibrium, achieving a small degree of perfection, is already his limit. Thinking of this, Kang Jai sighed and stopped insisting. Meanwhile, the 3,000 great Daos that had originally shaken Chaos Law also gradually faded from public view. Hong Jun and his team, who were searching for chaos, had unpredictable and grim expressions. Throughout history, there have only been 3 instances of events capable of triggering upheavals in the 3,000 great Daos. The first time, when the 3,000 Chaos Demon Gods were born, the 3,000 great Daos the law has manifested, and we celebrate it. The second time, When great god Pangu was born, 3,000 great Daos trembled in celebration of his birth. The third time was when the 3,000 chaos demon gods fell. The great Tao wailed in grief, and the 3,000 great Daos appeared, weeping blood in their despair. Now, the 3,000 great Daos have reappeared. But for whom? Although this commotion wasn't as big as the previous three, it shouldn't be underestimated. Most importantly, they couldn't figure out who made that commotion. This shows that Dao was intentionally concealing the other party's identity. Who is it? Could it be that Pangu has been resurrected? Hongjun and the other chaos beings suddenly had this thought and immediately felt a chill. If it is indeed Pangu who has been resurrected, what should they do? Pangu is back. Do they even have a chance to survive? Just as Hongjun and the others were filled with unease and speculation, Kangji finally experienced the breakthrough of Chaos' main body. The Law Divine Tree, which had been stagnant, is finally starting to change. As the 3,000 Chaos Demon God bloodlines ceased absorbing essence, the Law Divine Tree, which had already absorbed enough essence, finally began to condense into a Law Flower. First rank, second rank, third rank. Law Flower broke through to the 10th level with almost no hindrance. However, even at the 10th grade, the speed at which the Law Flower bloomed did not slow down much. Then came the 11th and 12th grades. When the Law Flower reached its 12th grade, Kang Jai began to tense up. The Law Flower bloomed so smoothly this time that Kang Jai was somewhat dazed. At the same time, Kang Jai had some vague guesses in his heart that perhaps the Law Flower that Chaos' main body could bloom this time would be different from the past. Perhaps the 12th rank is not its limit. However, when the Law Flower reached the 12th rank, it stopped blooming. There seemed to be an invisible yet powerful force in the world, preventing him from continuing to bloom his Law Flower. Even Dao was no longer on his side at this moment. Kang Jai looked solemn. He could sense that his Law Flower had not yet reached its limit. But it seems that this world has reached its limit. Even chaos seems unable to bear the continued blooming of its own Law Flower. Kang Jai was somewhat unwilling, as the 3,000 Chaos Demon God bloodlines had almost drained all of his clone's essence. Even so, Chaos' main body still cannot break through its own limits. So what was the point of all that hard work before? If you can't break through the constraints, then are you pursuing? No, this is definitely not my limit, Kang Jai roared inwardly, mobilizing the Law Divine Tree with all his might, trying to make it continue to evolve. However, the resistance from the unseen forces was immense, so much so that even Kang Jai felt a sense of powerlessness. There's definitely still a way. There must be. Kang Ji's mind raced, considering every possibility. Karma. Yes, karma. I also have the Great Tao Merit. Without hesitation, Kang Jai channeled the Great Tao Merit he had just received as a reward into the Law Divine Tree. However, this time Kang Jai was disappointed, because Great Tao Merit actually developed a resistance to it. In other words, Great Tao Merit also opposed infusing them into the Law Divine Tree. How could this be? Even the Great Tao Merit is no match. Could it be that this is also the Great Tao's will? Kang Jai seemed a little lost in thought. In fact, he had somewhat anticipated this outcome. The 12-petaled Law Flower represents that one has already achieved the aptitude of breakthrough to the Great Tao realm. And this is already the limit that Dao can bear. Going a step further, that mean I might surpass Dao? Regardless of whether the Great Tao is willing or not. Even if the Great Tao were willing, it would not have the ability to condense a 13th Law Flower. Phew! Is giving up really the only option? Kang Jai muttered to herself. Looking at the great Tao merit that was resisting him, Kang Jai felt a little embarrassed. If you're unwilling, what use are you to me? Kang Jai has some life that infuses great Tao merit into the physical body. Since the great Tao merit is unwilling to cooperate with him, he might as well use these great Tao merit. This was also an act of anger by Kang Jai, and in fact, it was the most wasteful use of great Tao merit. After all, compared to having the physical body absorb great Tao merit, there are many other ways to use great Tao merit that are much more cost-effective. However, to Kang Ji's surprise, when she poured great Tao merit into her physical body suddenly trembled. Next, the physical body, which had been stuck in bottleneck divine ability, chaos world, has suddenly changed. Originally, the physical body I possessed, divine ability, chaos world, is actually based on its own cells. Each cell contains a small chaos space, and hundreds of millions of cells make up an even larger chaos world. However, as the great Tao merit was infused into the physical body, K world seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. Cells burst open and chaos energy surged forth. As the cells exploded, the chaos fragments merged together, forming an even larger chaos world. Great Tao merit surged and burned within it, seemingly becoming chaos world. Fusion's catalyst. As the cells exploded, Kang Ji's entire body disappeared. The other 8 main bodies hidden within the chaos main body had no time to think and used the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate to return directly to the space-time forbidden zone. In truth, at this moment, the chaos main body is not much safer than the real chaos. As all the physical body cells of the chaos main body shattered, the chaos space contained within did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced and formed another chaos world within the chaos. At this moment, Kang Jai was completely bewildered. Chaos's main body exploded, something he hadn't expected. As his physical body dissipates, the meridians and acupoints within his body naturally disappear as well. The Chaos Sun Tree, World Tree, and 9th grade Soul Lotus that were originally within the body naturally separated from the physical body and appeared in this chaos world. After detaching from the physical body, the 3 spiritual roots quickly appeared in a triangular formation at the center of chaos world. Moreover, the original 36 law divine trees have now appeared in this chaos. 36 law divine trees sway continuously, complementing the entire chaos world, while also connecting with the 3 spiritual roots in the center. As 3 spiritual roots and 36 line trees stood tall in the new chaos, a strange fluctuation appeared. The Chaos Sun Tree slowly stretched out, its roots gently drawing the 3 kingdoms world into its trunk. The World Tree, too, slowly stretched out its body, sprouting more branches and trunks, transforming into a towering world tree. As for the 9th grade Soul Lotus, which fused with the Karma Fire Red Lotus, its appearance underwent a dramatic change after entering this chaos. Originally just a lotus-shaped 9th grade Soul Lotus, it gradually grew roots and stems, transforming into the shape of tree roots and trunks and extending many branches. On these branches, many more 3rd grade Soul Lotuses and 3rd grade Karma Fire Red Lotuses bloomed. At the very top of the tree crown, a giant 9th grade Soul Lotus and Karma Fire Red Lotus body integration blooms. As the 9th grade Soul Lotus underwent a dramatic transformation, the inner world, which had never been fully repaired, gradually began to heal with the help of the Chaos Sun Tree and the World Tree. Even the shattered heavenly Tao space was restored to a perfect state under the influence of this peculiar energy. The moment the entire Lotus Divine Tree was fully formed, the whole world trembled. Then, a a power of the world spread throughout the entire lotus divine tree and became connected with the other two divine trees. In Kangji's senses, the three divine trees are interconnected, forming an alternative cycle. At this moment, Kangji's three great worlds were fully formed, each representing the spirit of chaos main body. That moment the three great worlds took shape, the three divine trees instantly unleashed special power. This power spread throughout the entire chaos world, forming dense patterns, much like the meridians in the human body. These patterns intersect with each other, and the intersections emit glimmers of light, much like the acupoints of the human body. At the same time, the law divine tree, which had been surrounding the three divine trees, suddenly flew in all directions and finally landed on the largest 36 nodes of rosy light, slowly disappearing from sight. As they returned to their places, the entire chaos space trembled once more. 36 law divine trees and 3 spiritual root trees support the entire chaos space. At the same time, the previous 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines have also merged into this chaos space, transforming into 3,000 law chains that run through the entire chaos world, making the entire chaos world more stable. Just as the entire chaos world was gradually stabilizing, the law flower, which had long since ceased evolving, began to show signs of blooming again. The 12th petal of the law flower is gradually revealing the outline of the 13th petal. Seeing this scene, Kang Jai was deeply moved. Can the Tao really break through the shackles? Kang Jai never expected that this accidental turn of events would allow her to break free from her constraints. Just when Kang Jai thought that all 36 law divine trees would bloom with a 13th petal, the 13th petal only outlined a phantom image and could never solidify into a real entity. It's a pity, already the limit of the law divine tree. Kang Jai felt a little regretful, but not too disappointed. At least, he now knows the direction of his next training, especially the chaos main body. To truly break through constraints and have the potential to transcend the great Tao, you must do the following. First are the 3 spiritual roots, which are also my foundation and represent my spirit. Therefore, whether it is the Chaos Sun Tree, the World Tree, or the Lotus Divine Tree, it must be cultivated to the extreme of the Great Tao realm. However, it is not so easy to cultivate the 3 sacred trees to the ultimate Great Tao realm. Of course, there are shortcuts, such as using World Tree. Fusion obtains the corresponding legacy from the remains of the former World Tree Mother Tree. Alternatively, the Lotus Divine Tree could absorb other Lotus spiritual roots, thus allowing it to evolve. Furthermore, the evolution of the world and the evolution of living beings within the 3 spiritual roots can also nourish the 3 divine trees. In addition, to transcend, 3,000 great Da's laws must be cultivated to perfection. Moreover, the law corresponding to the 36 law divine trees must also be transcended. Only by allowing these 36 laws to transcend the great Tao, only through law and chaos can the main body truly attain transcendence. This is Kang Jai incarnation after chaos. I received some vague hints. Although these are just vague hints, they are crucial for beings who wish to transcend. At least, no one in the entire chaos knows how to achieve the ultimate chaos, Great Tao. Kang Jai also didn't expect that chaos main body incarnation after chaos. I was able to receive these mysterious hints. It's just unclear whether these hints were given by chaos Great Tao or came from elsewhere. Phew! Now, in essence, I am no different from chaos. However, my current cultivation level is too weak, far inferior to that of the true chaos world. With a thought, chaos world began to shrink, eventually transforming into Kang Ji's original form. However, Kang Ji's body can no longer be considered a body, nor even a chaos being. Because at this point, Kang Ji's chaos main body is already a true chaos world. This main body is merely the external form that carries his chaos world. The essence of Kang main body is already a chaos world. Take a deep breath. Although it failed to unleash a true 13th grade law flower, the potential of this chaos main body already surpasses that of the other eight main bodies, and even exceeds that of the Great Tao. Aptitude. Whether Kang Ji can ultimately transcend this depends on herself. Just as Kang Ji was examining the body, chaos suddenly roared. This time, chaos trembled more violently than the previous 8 times. Even the Great Tao revealed its form, a huge vertical pupil appearing within chaos, slowly looking towards Kang Ji's direction. In an instant, the entire chaos came to a standstill. Even Hong Jun, who was on his way, looked horrified and stood motionless. The Great Tao has appeared. How many years has it been since we've seen this? Since the birth of Hong Huang Heavenly Tao, Da Dao has been in seclusion, and under normal circumstances, Da Dao is unlikely to appear. Even after the primordial world was shattered, the Great Tao never reappeared. But now, the Big Tao has reappeared, and this time the commotion it caused was so great that time and space in the entire chaos region froze because of its appearance. Hong Jun finds it hard to imagine what could have happened to warrant such attention from the big boss. While Hong Jun and the others were making wild guesses, Da Dao's gaze fell on Kang Ji. In an instant, Kang Ji felt as if he had been seen through. Oh no, is the Great Tao trying to wipe me out? After all, I'm already beyond your control. Kang Ji was somewhat apprehensive, but to his surprise, Dao conveyed a sense of relief. It seems that Kang Ji has such an opportunity, and he is pleased about it. Just as Kang Ji was in shock, a glimmer of light appeared in Kang Ji's eyes, and then directly entered Chaos main body. In an instant, Kang Ji understood what that glimmer of light was. It was actually the Great Tao seed. It is the vessel that carries the opening of the Great Tao space. Just as myriad realms need to allocate Heavenly Tao space to house Heavenly Tao, law and will also needs to create a large Tao space to accommodate large Taos, law and the Great Tao's will. However, Kang Ji's chaos world is currently only a prototype. Therefore, Kang Ji does not need large Tao seeds at present. But the fact that the Great Tao rewarded him with such a treasure at this time was already considered as paving the way for his future. After sending the Big Tao seed, the Big Tao then released a massive amount of karma. These karma powers were actually no less than the karma powers that Pangu had once given him. It's a full 10th of the karma created by Pangu. So much karma. Kang Ji didn't hesitate at all. He took out the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate, and then the Lifebound treasure, and began to fuse the two. With the assistance of Great Tao merit, the fusion of the two proceeded very smoothly. The Great Tao merely glanced at Kang Ji's Lifebound treasure and All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate before slowly retreating. With the disappearance of the Great Tao Eye, the entire chaos was restored to life. Countless power figures looked in the direction where Kang Ji had been standing. Although they couldn't see Kang Ji, they still noticed the direction in which the Great Eye of Tao had just fallen. At this moment, many powerful figures, including Hong Jun, rushed towards Kang Ji. Even many old silver coins that had been hidden in chaos for countless years revealed themselves and headed towards Kang Ji after completing the fusion of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms. Teleportation gate. Kang Ji did not hesitate, and directly used the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate to return to the space-time forbidden zone. Meanwhile, Hongjun, who was on his way, was somewhat alarmed. Unexpectedly, the person who such a commotion was so close to the prehistoric world. Could it be that guy has been eyeing the primordial world for a long time? But for some reason, he attracted the attention of the Great Tao this time, which is why he exposed himself. It's no wonder Hongjun thought that way. It's just that Kang Jai shows a location for breakthrough that was too close to prehistoric world. Kang Jai is only so strong, how could he possibly penetrate chaos so deeply? It was already a risk Kang Jai had to take to get to such a far place. But Hongjun was unaware of these things. In his view, Kang Jai's appearance in such a place close to the primordial world must mean that he has his eyes on the prehistoric world. You want to take my things? I'll see who you really are. Hongjun hurried along and soon arrived at the place where Kang Jai had been. Unfortunately, Kang Jai had already returned to the Pangu continent, back to the space-time forbidden zone. Why is no one here? Why are they running so fast? With a flick of Hongjun's hand, chaos surged, and wisps of space-time power were extracted. So they really have left? And they even used the power of space-time. Hongjun's fingers caressed the wisp of space-time power, his eyes gradually sinister. The power of space-time, is it you, Yang Mei? Or is it you, Shi Chen, that you are not dead? Hongjun's pupils contracted continuously. Whether it was Yang Mei or Shi Chen, they were formidable opponents to Hongjun. When Tao exists, time reigns supreme, space reigns supreme, and destiny reigns supreme. Karma reigns supreme. Once controlled, these four great Daos laws chaos demon gods are the four most powerful chaos demon gods besides Pangu. Hongjun, on the other hand, could only be considered a low to medium level henchman, with Yang Mei compared to the old ancestor, or even the old ancestor of time. He wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. If he hadn't stayed behind, suffered the least damage, and caused the least loss to Origin, and hadn't later obtained the broken creation jade plate, he wouldn't be where he is today. If Yang Mei and Shi Chen can truly cause such a commotion, then it means that both of them have recovered a great deal of strength. If that's the case, then he's in danger. Hongjun carefully discerned all the information within this chaos. Unfortunately, apart from this wisp of space-time power, all other traces were completely erased when the Great Tao descended. Squeezing the power in his fingertips, Hongjun hardened his heart. No matter who you are, the primordial world is mine. No one can take it away from me. With a cold snort, Hongjun turned and headed towards the primordial world. He needs to make some adjustments. He originally intended to suppress 6 sages of cultivation, because there were no external enemies. If he wanted to truly control the prehistoric world, he had to suppress their authority. But now, with a formidable enemy at hand, he should adjust his strategy towards 6 sages. Not long after Hongjun left, powerful figures began to appear at Kang Ji's original location. Unfortunately, even the last wisp of space-time power had been taken away by Hongjun, so the others naturally couldn't see anything. Even so, they still managed to see the primordial wilderness not far away. They naturally knew of the existence of the primordial world, and also knew that Tao was the world created by Pangu. Some of these beings who were able to survive in the chaos were former subordinates of the 3,000 chaos demon gods, who survived the Great War and continued to wander in the chaos. There are also some beings that gradually evolved from the blood of the 3,000 chaos demon gods after they were killed, which flowed into the chaos. They possess a portion of the 3,000 chaos demon gods' legacy, making them a kind of alternative 3,000 chaos demon gods. When they arrived, they found nothing. Looking at the vast wilderness not far away, many people felt a stirring in their hearts. After the 3,000 chaos demon gods perished, most of their bodies were integrated into the prehistoric world. Many of them possess the 3,000 chaos demon god bloodlines. If we can find the 3,000 chaos demon gods, if they possess physical body or essence and blood, they will be able to go even further. However, they felt helpless as they sensed the rejection from the prehistoric world. After all, the primordial world was anything but friendly to them. The will of Pangu still remains in the prehistoric world. If Pangu were awakened, they wouldn't be enough for Pangu to chop down. Many people glanced at the primordial world and ultimately retreated in despair. As for whether there will be any further actions, no one knows. Meanwhile, after Kang Jai returned to Forbidden Land, he immediately separated into 9 main bodies. With the 9 main bodies breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Kang Jai also needs to readjust their arrangements. Especially this time, all 9 main bodies obtained the Great Tao Merit. Kang Jai used the Great Tao Merit to enhance the power of the other 8 main bodies besides Chaos main body. Bloodline has undergone a transformation, especially Yao race bloodline, which was originally a complex and varied form, has now been completely transformed into a special kind of bloodline. Kang Jai can be certain that his Yao race is now bloodline is even more noble than Emperor Jun's bloodline. And his Yao race, the main body, is not the Yao race in its normal state. Main body. His Yao race, the main body, is quite strange. Perhaps it's because it fused with the 10,000 demon bloodline, hence his Yao race. The main body can actually change in countless ways. He can transform into any form of Yao race. That is his true Yao race nature. The main body's strengths. Not only can he incarnation any Yao race, he can even learn any Yao race's signature divine ability. Therefore, the demon cultivator main body is placed in Kua Shu. Cultivate in which realm space is no longer quite appropriate. Kang Jai plans to send the demon cultivator main body to travel through the prehistoric world, learn the divine ability of all demons, enhance their cultivation, and accumulate fame points to prepare for the future. Kang Jai, the martial cultivator of the witch clan, is also planned to be incorporated into the witch clan. After all, the main body and bloodline of the witch clan have now been completely fused, giving birth to the witch clan bloodline, which is unique to the martial cultivator main body. Human race, the main body, is the same. It has completely transformed into innate. Human bloodline is no worse than Suiran clan and their team. Kang Jai intends to have these 3 main bodies enter their respective races in the primordial world to cultivate. As for the Chaos main body, Kang Jai plans to return it to Chaos after things have calmed down. After all, only Chaos is best suited for Chaos main body. In addition, Ghost Cultivator main body was still sent back to Mystic Domain world, which was the most suitable place for him. God Cultivator and Buddhist Cultivator, the main body, was still sent back to Earth. With the current strength of these 2 main bodies, it would be difficult to find any rivals on the entire planet Earth. Apart from those countries possessing special magic treasures, the entire planet Earth is at their disposal. This is also the best place for Kang Jai to develop his faith, and Kang Jai naturally wouldn't let it go. Today, Earth has expanded to a size comparable to the entire Milky Way galaxy and is home to countless living beings. If they could all be converted into believers, it would also be of great benefit to the 2 main bodies. As for cultivating immortality and cultivating demonhood, as for the main body, Kang Jai naturally has his own arrangements. However, This time Kang Jai does not intend to combine cultivation with cultivating demonhood. Instead of having the main body together, they are allowed to act separately. As for the specific arrangements, Kang Jai intends to keep the cultivation body within the Pangu sect. Having broken through to the cultivation body of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, once back in the Pangu sect, one can become a sect member, elder. This is a good thing for Kang Jai. As for cultivating demonhood, the main body, Kang Jai, is prepared to remain in the space-time forbidden zone. It's not advisable to expose the anomaly here yet. So Kang Jai plans to keep one of her signature items, magic treasure, incarnation. All heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate guards this place. The demon cultivator main body will remain here to continue cultivating until the outside world stops paying attention to this place, at which point it will leave with its natal child, the magic treasure. As for where to go next, Kang Jai also made arrangements, planning to have him find a way to leave Pangu continent and see if he could go to other continents of 3,000 demon gods. After arranging all this, Kang Jai prepared to leave. All of this, from Kang Ji's journey to chaos seeking a breakthrough to his return to the space-time forbidden zone, actually only took a dozen or so breaths. The flow of time within chaos is 100,000 times faster than in the outside world. And with fusion, the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate of the prehistoric world exists, and Kang Jai can arbitrarily adjust the time ratio between the two realms. Of course, the maximum cannot exceed the original time flow rate of the prehistoric world. For example, the time flow in Chaos World was 100,000 times that of the outside world. After Kang Jai opens the passage between the two worlds, it can maintain the ratio of 100,000 times or adjust it to a 1-to-1 ratio. Kang Jai is unclear about the underlying principles, but the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate does indeed possess this ability. That's why, although I cultivated in chaos for a long time, only a dozen or so breaths had actually passed in the space-time forbidden zone. However, what was unexpected was that although only a dozen breaths had passed in the space-time forbidden zone, it had already attracted the attention of the Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder. Just as all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate departed, a subtle change occurred in the space-time forbidden zone. It was precisely this subtle change that attracted the attention of the Pangu sect outside Forbidden Land. Elder's attention. Did you all sense any changes in the space-time forbidden zone just now? Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder asked Dao, looking at the people around him. The people around looked at each other in bewilderment. One of the Golden Immortal Realm instructors asked Dao, puzzled, "Elder, what did you find? Could it be that Dao's void beast has reappeared?" The group looked around and used their laws to sense the surroundings, but they couldn't find any trace of the void beast. Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm Elder shook his head. In fact, he was somewhat unsure himself. Just a moment ago, he felt a fluctuation in the space-time forbidden zone. And then the space-time forbidden zone in front of him seemed to become less dangerous. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, so he asked others. Unfortunately, the others were not as skilled as him, and it was impossible for them to sense the anomaly of the space forbidden zone. Should we test the waters? Elder is behaving strangely. If the space-time forbidden zone truly becomes safe, then the thought of a 10,000-year flower in a single glance, and the various heaven and earth treasures that might exist in the space-time forbidden zone, makes the Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder somewhat tempting. Just as Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder was about to make a move to test the waters, the space-time forbidden zone experienced another fluctuation. This time, not only Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder could see it clearly. But the other lecturers and dissipers also felt the fluctuation. The moment this fluctuation occurred, the space-time forbidden zone, which had previously seemed relatively safe, suddenly became fraught with danger once again. Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder, who was about to move, paused. In an instant, the space-time forbidden zone, which had not posed much of a danger to him, suddenly turned into a deadly crisis. It was as if the space-time forbidden zone could kill him without a burial place the moment. What's going on? How could the feeling I get from the space-time forbidden zone change in just a dozen breaths? And so unpredictably at that. For a moment, the Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder dared make any rash moves. After all, his life was more important. Forget it, let's wait and see. Maybe the sense of danger is just temporary. Just Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder thinks a space-time tremor suddenly occurred at the edge of the space-time forbidden zone ahead. Everyone immediately became alert and assumed defensive postures to prevent any danger from emerging from the space-time forbidden zone. Even Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder was somewhat nervous at this moment. Could it be that something unexpected had really happened in the space-time forbidden zone? Just as Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder was thinking this, a tremor ran through the outer perimeter of the space-time forbidden zone, and a figure was thrown out. Careful, someone shouted and struck out with a palm, aiming at Kang Jai, who had just come out. To conceal the truth, Kang Jai pretended that he was thrown out of the space-time forbidden zone, which is why he seemed somewhat embarrassed. Unexpectedly, he was attacked as soon as he came out. Fortunately, the attacker was only a profound immortal realm disciple, won't have much of an impact on him. Golden Immortal Realm Instructors and Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm Elder was more composed. He immediately realized that it was a person who had appeared, and there was no energy fluctuation around them, so they didn't seem like an enemy. That's why he didn't rush to make a move. But they didn't stop the other dissers from making their move. They simply watched quietly as Kang Jai was thrown out. Kang Jai steadied himself and withstood several profound immortal realms. Disciple attack. Unfortunately, the attack had absolutely no effect on him. Just as the other disciple were preparing to make their move, a golden immortal realm instructor noticed that Kang Jai was wearing outer sect disciple attire. The lecturer hurriedly shouted to Dao, "Stop it, all of you." As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples, who had originally planned to make a move, all looked puzzled. But soon, they reluctantly stopped, because they had all seen clearly what Kang Jai was wearing. "Are you an outer sect disciple?" The Golden Immortal Elder asked Dao, frowning, although he did not sense the body cultivator from Kang Jai. But Kang Jai gave him a sense of danger, which shocked him greatly. Looking at the speaker, Kang Ji's eyes lit up when she saw that it was an elder. Dao cupped his hands in greeting. "I am an outer sect disciple. Kang Jai, I've met this elder before." Kang Ji's casual demeanor greatly displeased the disciple group, with one of them unable to resist scolding Dao. A mere outer sect disciple, failing to show proper respect to the elder. How arrogant. He was about to teach Kang Jai a lesson. However, some people noticed something was wrong. So many discords attacked Kang Jai, yet Kang Jai remained unscathed, which was very unusual. However, some dissipers failed to see the situation clearly and did not notice this point at all. In order to make a good impression in front of the lecturers and elders, they had to teach Kang Jai a lesson. However, before they could make a move, the Taiyi Golden Immortal Elder snorted coldly, glared at the group of clueless discords, and rebuked Dao. "Insolence! Get out of here." The discords were confused, but dared not disobey Elder's orders and glared at Kang Jai resentfully. Unfortunately, Kang Jai didn't even glance at them, simply staring calmly at Tai Golden Immortal Elder. The more I look at Tai Golden Immortal Elder, the more horrified I become. He actually felt a sense of crisis and pressure from Kang Jai. What realm are you now? Tai Golden Immortal Elder hesitated before asking Dao. Kang Jai grinned and calmly said, "Luckily, I just broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal realm." Boom! Kang Ji's words were like a heavy hammer blow, striking the surface of a lake, creating ripples. Everyone stared at Kang Jai in shock, thinking they had misheard. Even the Tai Golden Immortal Elder was somewhat unsettled. Although I had some guesses in my mind, guessing is one thing, and confirming it with my own ears is another. Not to mention, Kang Jai just said that he is only an outer sect disciple. This means that Kang Ji's cultivation level was at most Celestial Immortal Realm before peak. And from Celestial Immortal Realm, from Breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How many ranks are that? Celestial Immortal Realm, True Immortal Realm, Profound Immortal Realm, Golden Immortal Realm, and then Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Within this, each realm contains 4 smaller realms. Kang Ji actually went directly from Celestial Immortal Realm, the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm, is truly astonishing. You? Tai Golden Immortal Elder swallowed hard and asked Dao with difficulty, "When did you enter the space-time forbidden zone?" Tai Golden Immortal Elder speculated that Kang Jai might have entered the space-time forbidden zone a long time ago, and now he has successfully escaped and greatly improved his strength, which is not impossible. However, some of the people here had seen Kang Jai, especially when Kang Jai was swallowed by the void beast. They saw it all clearly. Now that Kang Jai has suddenly appeared, his cultivation has broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which makes them almost unable to believe their eyes. Upon hearing Tai Golden Immortal Elder's question, someone immediately exclaimed, "Elder, Hige who was swallowed by the void beast." Tai Golden Immortal Elder turned his head in confusion, thinking he had misheard, and asked Dao, "What did you just say? He's the guy who was swallowed by the void beast?" Several dissers who had met Kang Jai nodded repeatedly, looking extremely certain. Tai Golden Immortal Elder turned stiffly to look at Kang Jai, stammering, "Is what they said true?" Kang Jai didn't hide anything and nodded directly. "It's true, hiss," everyone gasped simultaneously. "How long has the void beast been in the space-time forbidden zone?" All told, it only takes a few days. But in just a few days, Kang Ji actually, from Celestial Immortal Realm breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. It's just unbelievable. Suddenly, Tai Golden Immortal Elder seemed to realize something and abruptly transmitted his voice to Kang Jai. "Dao, Brother Kang, have you perhaps found the legendary one glance, 10,000 years flower?" Looking at the expectant Tai Golden Immortal Elder, Kang Jai weighed his options and nodded. "That's right, Elder. I was indeed fortunate enough to find the legendary one glance 10,000 year flower." Tai Golden Immortal Elder was delighted and was about to say something when he suddenly seemed to remember something and abrupt cut off the topic. Dao transmitted his voice. "Brother Kang, I am Kuilong, an elder under the vice sect leader of Chaos. We'll talk about the one glance 10,000 year flower thing later. If you still have any, be sure to leave some for me." After speaking, Kuilong coughed lightly and casually asked Dao, "Disciple, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your cultivation level?" Kang Jai made no attempt to conceal his identity, directly releasing the aura of his Tai Golden Immortal Realm. However, Kang Jai only released the law of immortality. The information about Tai Golden Immortal Realm and the other 35 laws were not fully displayed by Kang Jai. Even so, everyone stared at Kang Jai in shock. Kuilong Elder coughed lightly, looking at Kang Jai with his hands clasped in greeting. According to the rules of the sect, since Taoist Kang Hang has already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he can naturally be promoted to sect elder. However, this matter can only be finalized after we return to the sect and meet with the sect master and the vice sect leaders. Until then, let's address each other as fellow Taoist, shall we? Kang Jai readily agreed, nodding to Dao. Elder said. Kuilong nodded, then added Dao. There's one more thing I need to consult Taoist Kang about. Since you were brought into the space-time, forbidden zone by the Void Beast, do you know where the Void Beast is now? Has it been killed by the fellow Taoist? Kuilong stared intently at Kang Jai. Their main purpose in coming here was precisely for that Void Beast. There seems to be a special magic treasure inside that Void Beast, which sect takes very seriously. However, Kang Jai shook his head and directly denied Dao. After I was taken into the space-time forbidden zone, I was teleported to a mansion. I was trapped inside that mansion until my cultivation broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, at which point I was thrown out. As for the Void Beast, I haven't seen it since it was brought into Forbidden Land. Kang Ji's answer made everyone frown. Some people didn't believe it and wanted to question it. But considering Kang Ji's current cultivation level and his impending status as an elder, he immediately shut his mouth. While feeling envious, I was also somewhat resentful. How could an outer sect disciple be so lucky? He was forced to enter the space-time forbidden zone, and his cultivation level broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How incredibly unfair this is. However, Kuilong sees it differently. Regardless of whether Kang Ji's statement is true or false, simply entering the space-time forbidden zone once will enable breakthrough. Tai Golden Immortal Realm. This is something not everyone can do. The vast majority of discerning individuals, even after their entire lives have turned to dust, will never be able to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Kang Jai was able to break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which shows that Kang Ji's aptitude is very good. Thinking of this, Kuilong became much more enthusiastic and nodded to Kang Jai. In that case, let's leave some people behind to continue monitoring this place. Taoist Kang, come back to the sect with me first. Kuilong was thinking about the one glance, 10,000 years flower, so he was eager to take Kang Jai back to the sect. Kang Jai didn't refuse either. He also wanted to get back to the sect as soon as possible. Only by becoming a secret elders can greatly enhance their power, which will benefit their future actions. After giving his instructions, Kuilong and Kang Jai headed towards the secret. On the way, Kuilong couldn't help but ask Dao. Taoist Kang, do you still have the one glance 10,000 year flower? I'm willing to exchange it for heaven and earth treasure. Looking at Kuilong's expectant eyes, Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the one glance 10,000 year flower was even more precious than she had imagined. Kang Jai neither directly refused nor immediately agreed. Instead, he asked Dao, Elder Kui, with your realm, one or two unglanced 10,000 year flower plants probably won't have much of an effect, will they? At the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the time required for cultivation is measured in eons. The 1 yuan hui is 129,600 years. A mere 10 or 20,000 years is nothing compared to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm for a cultivator. And there's no way it could possibly break through on a realm level. Unless someone with great divine ability gives a lecture, It's simply impossible to achieve any breakthrough. However, the great divine ability practitioner speaks of Dao, and the phrase, one glance, 10,000-year flower, is unusable. Therefore, Kang Jai found it very strange that Kui Long would care so much about the one glance 10,000-year flower. Seeing Kang Ji's confusion, Kui Long hesitated for a moment before explaining to Dao, "Brother Kang, you don't know this, but the true value of the one glance 10,000-year flower is not in consuming it." The real value isn't in consuming it directly? Kang Jai felt a little strange. Kui Long nodded. That's right. Taking the one glance 10,000-year flower directly can indeed accelerate time to 10,000 years in an instant. But don't forget, there's a limit to how long a person stimulate it in one go. Who can do it all in one go? Cultivate for 10,000 years? Moreover, how could an ordinary person possibly fully comprehend and absorb compressed law in the blink of an eye? Even if the one glance 10,000-year flower is magical, it's impossible to compress too much of the law's power in the blink of an eye. Therefore, directly consuming the one glance 10,000-year flower is the most wasteful thing to do. Kang Ji's mind stirred as she recalled the space-time distortion she experienced when she consumed the one glance 10,000-year flower. The law power compressed by the one glance 10,000-year flower was indeed not as much as she had imagined. The reason I was able to use one glance 10,000 years flower and one bite the breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm was because I had already comprehended the 36 laws. Taking the one glance 10,000-year flower was essentially replicating the insights gained before. For him, the greater purpose of one glance 10,000 years flower was actually to shorten the time. Using the one glance 10,000-year flower in this way is indeed a great waste. But Kang Jai has many one glance 10,000-year flowers, so he doesn't care. But now that Kui Long said that, Kang Jai suddenly had a thought and looked at Kui Long. Dao, Elder Kui, so you have other ways to use the one glance 10,000-year flower technique? Kui Long sighed. I do have other ways to utilize the one glance 10,000-year flower technique. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, a hint of anticipation in Dao's eyes. I wonder if this method can be traded. This time it was Kang Jai who needed their help. Kui Long neither immediately agreed nor directly refused. Instead, he fell into deep thought, as if he were contacting someone. Kang Ji's eyes flickered, but she nudged him. After a moment, Kui Long suddenly spoke up. It's possible. But the price might be very high. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow. I wonder what kind of price Elder requires? Kui Long hesitated for a moment, then secretly glanced at Kang Jai before slowly saying, if I'm using the one glance 10,000-year flower method, I need 10 plants? Kang Jai exclaimed, that's way too many. Although the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate medicinal fields are filled with one glance 10,000-year flowers. But Kang Jai wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal that she has many one glance 10,000 years flower, a type of a flower. This kind of thing can become a strategic resource in critical moments. Seeing Kang Ji's expression, Kui Long was slightly disappointed. Kang Ji's performance led him to believe that Kang Jai hadn't received many one glance 10,000 years flower awards. But he still insisted, Daoist Kang, you may not fully understand the value of my method. Kang Jai shook his head. No, Elder Kui, even if your method of using the one glance 10,000 year flower is valuable, it can't possibly be worth one glance 10,000 year flowers. You're asking for way too much. Seeing Kang Ji's resolute attitude, Kui Long's eyes flickered and he feigned hesitation. Daoist Kang, the price I offered really isn't high. Seeing that Kang Jai was about to argue again, Kui Long quickly waved his hand and said, "However, I am not an unreasonable person. $9 is the lowest I can accept. 3 plants? I can only give you 3, Kang Jai said through gritted teeth. Kui Long shook his head directly. If that's what Brother Kang says, then let's not trade this method. It's actually quite good for Brother Kang to take it directly. Kai was speechless, not expecting Kui Long to be so resolute. After thinking for a moment, Kang Jai asked Dao, "Elder Kui hasn't explained the special features of your method yet, so that I can make my own judgment." Kui Long's eyes flickered slightly. He gleaned a crucial piece of information from Kang Ji's words. That is the number of 9 plants he produced, was not something that cannot be discussed. In other words, Kang Jai likely has more than 9 plants, or even more than 10. Realizing this, Kui Long's eyes lit up, and he immediately smiled and said, "It's all my fault. I really should have explained it to Brother Kang." After a pause, Kui Long said to Dao, "I have a pill formula that can be used to refine a divine medicine using the one glance 10,000 year flower. After taking this miraculous drug, you will have the ability to manipulate time around you within a certain range. Moreover, this divine medicine can produce up to 9 pieces in one batch, and each piece grants you the power to control 2,000 years of time. In other words, by taking the medicinal pill, you can manipulate the flow of time freely within a certain radius for 2,000 years." Hiss! Kang Jai gasped, somewhat shocked. "Is it really that amazing? Doesn't that mean that after refining the one glance 10,000 year flower into a medicinal, the acceleration time can be almost doubled from 10,000 years to a maximum of 18,000 years? Not only that, you just said that after taking this medicinal pill, one can have super control over the flow of time around them for 2,000 years? Doesn't this mean that the medicinal pill can not only be used for cultivation, but also for fighting enemies?" Kui Long smiled and nodded. "That's right. Although the range that can be controlled is not very large, it can still play a significant role if used unexpectedly. It's precisely why this pill formula is so precious. Exchanging it for 9, 10,000-year-old flowers is nothing at all." Kang Jai remained silent. If what Kui Long said was true, then this pill formula was worth it. Not to mention 10 plants of one glance 10,000-year flower. Even 100 plants would be worth it. The most important aspect of this pill formula is that it grants people the ability to manipulate the flow of time over 2,000 years. If someone could truly control the flow of 2,000 years, then they would be able to maximize the acceleration of those 2,000 years. As long as he can keep up, he can make 2,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Alternatively, one can slow down the flow of time and adjust the timeline on their own comprehension ability and capacity to bear it. In this way, the one glance 10,000 years flower has truly been utilized to its fullest potential. Taking a deep breath, Kang Jai felt excited. This pill formula is equally important to him. With this pill formula, he can mass-produce this medicinal pill and then quickly train his own talent. Thinking of this, Kang Jai couldn't wait to read immediately. But Kang Jai quickly suppressed his excitement. Although he had no shortage of beautiful women, he still understood the principle that a common man is innocent. But possessing a treasure is a crime. If others knew that he possessed many one glance 10,000 years flower, a type of flower, he would surely be in great trouble. Even if I obtain elder status, it won't work then. Thinking of this, Kang Jai pretended to be conflicted, as if she wanted to speak but didn't know how. Kui Long stared intently at Kang Jai, without urging him on. After a long while, Kang Jai seemed to have made a great decision and said, 5 plants, I can exchange 5 one-glance 10,000-year flowers for this pill formula. Even if I said more, I wouldn't have been able to appreciate the beauty of a flower blooming 10,000 years in a single glance. Cultivate, even with this pill formula, is useless. Kang Jai stared intently at Kui Long, her gaze filled with both expectation and resolve. However, Kui Long wasn't buying it. He waved Dao's hand and said, "If that's the case, then let's not talk about that. Let's talk about exchanging heaven and earth treasure for one glance 10,000-year flower." Kang Jai was surprised that Kui Long was so resolute and wouldn't fall for his tricks, which made him feel both regretful and wary. What did this guy see through? Was he testing me? Kang Ji's mind raced, and he temporarily suppressed the idea of raising the price further. He pretended to sigh and said to Dao, "All right, let's talk about exchanging heaven, earth treasure for a one-glance 10,000-year flower. However, I can only give you a maximum of 3 one-glance 10,000-year flowers." 3 plants? Kui Long frowned. He was clearly not satisfied with this number. Daoist Kang, 3 plants are too few, at least 10. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss. Kang Jai waves hand directly. Elder Kui, you should know, Dao. The rarity of the one-glance 10,000-year flower is not because I don't want to exchange it for more heaven and earth treasure, but because I don't have many one-glance 10,000-year flowers myself. Besides those I keep for myself, I also have some friends. As she spoke, Kang Jai shook her head and sighed, looking helpless. Kui Long gritted his teeth. Naturally knowing Dao, Kang Jai is trying to raise the price on the spot. In fact, he still has his eye on the pill formula he mentioned. 15 plants. 9 of them will be used to exchange for the pill formula I mentioned, Kui Long reoffered. 10 plants, 7 of which will be used to exchange for pill formula, Kang Jai replied. Kui Long's eyes flickered uncertainly, but he finally looked up at Kang Jai. 13 plants, 8 of which are for trade. Pill formula. Before Kang Jai could speak, Kui Long added, "This is my last offer." Kang Jai felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that this was Kui Long's bottom line. However, Kang Jai did not back down and looked directly at Kui Long. "Dao, 8 glance 10,000-year flowers trade. I agree to the pill formula. But I can only trade you a maximum of 12 once 10,000-year flower plants." Kui Long frowned, wanting to say something, but after thinking for a moment, he finally nodded. "Deal." Without giving Kang Jai a chance to refuse, he first took out a jade slip, and then a whole bunch of various heaven and earth treasures. This is the pill formula, the 1,000-year time pill. In addition, there are many heaven and earth treasures here, many of which are auxiliary medicines needed for the 1,000-year time pill. Take a look and see if you need them. Kang Jai took a jade slip, peered inside, and quickly learned how to make the 1,000-year time pill. Looking at the heaven and earth treasure that Kui Long took out, there are indeed quite a few auxiliary medicines for the 1,000-year time pill. Kang Jai didn't mince words, selecting most of the heaven and earth treasures before asking Dao, "Is it feasible to trade with these items?" Looking at Kang Ji's choice of heaven and earth treasure, Kui Long made a quick assessment, and was somewhat surprised to find that Kang Jai hadn't actually gained any advantage. He glanced at Kang Jai, then nodded and said, "Okay." Without hesitation, Kang Jai handed the 12 one-glance 10,000-year flowers to Kui Long, while he himself collected the heaven and earth treasures and teleported them directly to Chaos main body. Alchemy. Today, Chaos is formed from the mother cell of life-bound treasure. The pill furnace is burning within Chaos main body, and Kang Jai truly won't waste its power. With the help of Chaos main body alchemy, these medicinal pills can quickly transform into various medicinal pills. Just as they were about to continue their journey, Kuilong suddenly stopped again, his expression becoming unusually solemn. Kang Jai was startled, thinking that an enemy had appeared, and immediately became vigilant. But soon, Kang Jai realized that she was too nervous. Kuilong simply received some information. After a moment, Kuilong looked at Kang Jai with a serious expression. "Brother Kang, do you really not know where that void beast is?" Kang Jai was startled. Why did Kuilong suddenly bring up this question again? Could it be that he discovered something? That shouldn't be the case. Void Beast is already dead in the space-time forbidden zone, and with karma and destiny law attached to him, there's no way anyone could find out anything. Not to mention, the space-time forbidden zone itself has the function of shielding celestial secrets. So how could anyone know about the Void Beast? In a flash, Kang Jai feigned surprise and said, "Elder Kui, what do you mean by that? When I was swallowed by that Void Beast, I only had celestial immortal realm. Early stage cultivation level. Do you think that with my limited cultivation level, I could have escaped safely if I hadn't been inexplicably teleported to a mansion after entering the space-time forbidden zone? You ask me where that Void Beast went. Well, I need to know where that Void Beast went first." Seeing Kang Ji's surprised and indignant expression, Kuilong stared at her for a long time before finally sighing. "Brother Kang, don't blame me for not believing you. Originally, this was nothing, just a Void Beast. Although it was somewhat peculiar, we guessed that it had obtained some kind of treasure, which was why it wanted to capture it. However, even if there were some treasures that could penetrate the barrier, it wouldn't be too surprising. After all, Had's elder had a similar artifact before. However, the situation is somewhat different now." At this point, Kuilong suddenly stopped, staring intently at Kang Jai, leaving Kang Jai completely bewildered. At the same time, Kang Jai suddenly felt uneasy, as if the situation had changed. Previously, Sect had only sent Kuilong from Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The Elder captured the Void Beast, which shows that the Sect didn't really value the Void Beast and the treasure inside it. But now, Kuilong's words seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. Kang Jai frowned and asked Dao, "Elder Kui, what happened?" After a pause, Kang Ji added, "Don't worry, everything I said is true, I'm not lying to you." Seeing Kang Ji's confident expression, Long finally relented. "Someone from the sect bishop's side has arrived." In just one sentence, Kang Jai almost didn't react. But Kang Jai quickly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "You mean the bishop of our Pangu sect? The Fagu demon god sect?" Kuilong nodded, somewhat worried about Dao. "It seems we underestimated the extraordinary treasure that the Void Beast possesses. This incident has even alarmed the bishops. It is said that the Grand Elder has deduced something. The thing inside the Void Beast has a huge effect on our 3000 demon god realm. That's why the bishop's side actually sent a bishop to inquire about this matter. I am now ordering you to be taken back immediately for questioning." Kuilong stared intently at Kang Jai, his expression exceptionally serious. "Brother Kang, the patron who has come this time is named Li Chunyong. His specialty is divination. If you lie, you can't hide it from him. Are you sure you don't know anything about the Void Beast and the treasure inside it?" When faced with Kuilong's renewed questioning, Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. Grand Elder of Fagu Demon God Sect Kang Ji naturally knew Dao, for that was equivalent to the primordial saint. The things deduced by such a great divine ability person are naturally impossible to be wrong. In fact, the result deduced by the other party was indeed correct. The world-crossing gate, the myriad worlds gate, and the world-breaking gate that I obtained earlier together form the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate. The All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate does indeed play a significant role in the 3000 demon god realm. Because the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate now provides direct access to the primordial world. If the 3000 demon god realm could obtain the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate, they could immediately launch an attack on the prehistoric world, even without immediately waging war. With the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate in place, the 3000 demon god realm can do a lot. Ace, for the bishop's offering mentioned by Kui Long, that is also something that exists in the quasi-sage realm. The divine realm, the ancient demons, actually to a quasi-sage realm expert for a single deduction, demonstrating their high regard for the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate. Perhaps they don't know the existence of the All Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate suggests that they have already deduced that something of vital importance to them definitely exists within the space-time forbidden zone. If that's the case, then the space-time forbidden zone is also unsafe. Targeted by a quasi-saint, or even a saint-level being, Kang Jai truly dared not imagine whether he could fool them. In a flash, Kang Jai made it a decision. You can't back down. If you show weakness at this moment, the other party will immediately notice something is wrong. Thinking of this, Kang Jai looked at Kui Long Dao. Since it's someone from the bishop's side, let's hurry back. Seeing Kang Ji's calm demeanor, Kui Long also relented. He also bears responsibility for letting the void beast escape. If Kang Jai were to deceive the bishop's men again, he would be finished. Now, can only take it one step at a time. Soon, led by Kui Long, the two arrived at the main hall of the Pangu sect. Upon entering the main hall, Kang Ji immediately sensed a suffocating atmosphere. A quick glance around revealed Ziyu was there too. At this moment, Ziyu was sitting at the very end of the right side of the main hall. Besides Ziyu, there were 10 other people in the main hall. Among those Kang Jai has met are Zeus, Odin, Ancient Realm, and the 4 vice sect leaders. Kang Jai guessed that the other few were probably Shen Ni, sect master, and 4 vice sect leaders including Chaos. As for the last one, it should be Li Chunyang, the bishop sent by the bishop's side. Just as Kang Jai met Li Chunyang's gaze, a terrifying law force acted upon her. Kang Jai was startled and quickly suppressed his aura. At the same time, his karma and destiny law acted on him, shielding him from all fate and karma, and giving him an error message. Li Chunyang's law allows him to see Kang Ji's past and future to a certain extent, and even deduce Kang Ji's karma. However, Kang Jai is no pushover either. He has broken through all 36 laws to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In addition, he is a 9-in-1 being and has been baptized by the Great Tao Merit. He himself has had some karma blocked by the Great Tao. The law power that Li Chunyang applied to himself only allowed him to see what Kang Jai wanted him to see. After a long while, Li Chunyang withdrew the power of law and frowned. Sect Master Shen Ni looked at the somewhat frightened Kang Jai without saying anything, but instead looked at the pensive Li Chunyang. After a long while, Li Chunyang finally relaxed his brows, shook his head at Shen Ni, and said, "It seems we have to make a trip to the space-time forbidden zone." Upon hearing this, Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. This person actually wants to personally go to the space-time forbidden zone to investigate, which would put the demonic cultivator clone in danger. With her mind racing, Kang Jai quickly devised a plan. At this moment, Li Chunyang looked at Kang Jai and asked, Do you know why that Lincoln lecturer wanted to harm you? Why would a mere outer sect disciple like you provoke a golden immortal realm? Instructor. Faced with Li Chunyong's question, Kang Jai didn't pretend to be clueless. Instead, she frowned, thought for a moment, and secretly glanced at the sect master. Shen Ni glanced at him, then cautiously said, I don't know the specifics, but I have some guesses. As he spoke, Kang Jai secretly glanced at the sect master again. Shen Ni seemed to be asking if this matter could be discussed. Seeing this, Li Chunyong found it somewhat amusing and comforted Dao. Just say what you want to say. Your sect master isn't that petty and won't blame you. Shen Ni remained expressionless, simply nodding indifferently. Speak your mind. This sect master isn't that petty. Kang Jai finally let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Zeus. Dao. I guess that Lincoln lecturer, it should be Zeus. Newly recruited disciple by the vice sect leader Luo Yuanshou sent him. When Kang Jai looked at Zeus, Zeus had a bad feeling. After Kang Jai finished speaking, Zeus frowned and snorted coldly. Kid, you can't just things like that. Just as Zeus was about to launch an attack, Zeus snorted coldly. What? Zeus? The vice sect leader wants to act tough in front of the sect master? Bullying the weak? Before Zeus could defend himself, the eyes of the 4 vice sect leaders, including Chaos, all turned to him. Shen Ni glanced at him with some displeasure, then looked at Kang Jai and asked Dao, Why do you say that? Kang Jai then recounted his hatred for Luo Yuanshou, including how Luo Yuanshou nearly wiped out the entire Luo family. After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. In that case, it made sense that Luo Yuanshou wanted to take revenge on Kang Jai. Shen Ni looked at Li Chunyong and transmitted his voice to Dao. What do you think? It was just a coincidence that this kid was brought into the space-time forbidden zone by the Void Beast. It seems to have nothing to do with him. Of all the people who entered the space-time forbidden zone, only Kang Jai came out. Naturally, Li Chunyong would keep an eye on him. Moreover, the opportunity calculated by the Grand Elder is related to the Void Beast and the space-time forbidden zone. Both of these items are closely related to Kang Jai, as Kang Jai had come into contact with both of them. Now that Kang Jai is the only one who has left Forbidden Land, Li Chunyong naturally needs to pay extra attention to him. However, after some investigation, it seemed that Kang Jai really had nothing to do with what they were looking for. But Li Chunyong had a vague feeling that something was wrong. After thinking for a moment, Li Chunyong looked at Kang Jai and Kui Long. Elder Dao, you two, me, and Ni, Sect Master, please make another trip to the space-time forbidden zone. Kang Jai was startled, not expecting that Li Chunyong was still unwilling to give up, and wanted to personally investigate the space-time forbidden zone. The space-time forbidden zone today is not what it used to be. Previously, the space-time forbidden zone was controlled by the Myriad Worlds Gate, which was then ownerless and could freely mobilize all its power. Therefore, even near saint-level experts cannot gain an advantage when facing the space-time forbidden zone. The Myriad Worlds Gate has now merged into the All-Have-Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate, which is owned by someone else. Now that he controls the All-Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate, the power he can wield is limited. With his Tai Golden Immortal at an early stage cultivation level, one can confine any Tai Golden Immortal powerhouse to the space-time forbidden zone. The space-time forbidden zone, which he controls, is more powerful than the unclaimed Myriad Worlds Gate when facing the cultivator under the Grand Unity Golden Immortal. However, when encountering the cultivator above the Unity Golden Immortal, the All-Heavens and Myriad Realms Teleportation Gate is far inferior to the previous Myriad Worlds Gate. If a powerful figure like Li Chunyong were to enter the current space-time forbidden zone, utterly unable to withstand it. This is why Kang Jai plans to leave the space-time forbidden zone once things have calmed down. Because the current space-time forbidden zone cannot withstand investigation. Unfortunately, Li Chunyong didn't give him any time to stall. Seeing Li Chunyong turn his gaze towards her, Kang Jai replied without hesitation, "I'm willing to cooperate." Li Chunyong nodded in satisfaction and looked at Shen Ni. "I'll have to trouble you to accompany me, brother Shen Ni." Shen Ni did not refuse. With Kang Jai and Kui Long once again arrived outside the space-time forbidden zone. Just then, Kang Jai finally came up with a solution. "Is this the space-time forbidden zone? I've heard about it from the bishop." Li Chunyong surveys the space-time forbidden zone before him, frowning slightly. "Why doesn't this forbidden land give me any sense of crisis?" Li Chunyong looked at Shen Ni with a puzzled expression. This moment Shen Ni also frowned. "Now that you mention it, it's true. This sect master has been here before, and the space-time forbidden zone feels extremely dangerous to me. But now..." Shen Ni frowned as she looked at the space-time forbidden zone before her, somewhat uncertain. "But right now, this forbidden land doesn't really give me a sense of danger." Cultivator's intuition isn't always accurate, but for realm people like them, it's quite accurate. At this moment, Kui Long, who'd been silent, spoke up. "Sect Master Elder Li, I have the same feeling. Before Taoist Kang came out, the space-time forbidden zone also had this feeling." Upon hearing this, the two immediately looked at Kui Long and Kang Jai. Kang Jai cursed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He shook his head and said, "I was locked up in a small courtyard before, so I didn't know anything about these things." Li Chunyong stared at Kang Jai for a long time before saying, "You said that as soon as you entered the space-time forbidden zone, you were locked in a mansion? And you weren't thrown out until your cultivation broke through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm?" Kang Jai nodded honestly. Li Chunyong squinted and scrutinized Kang Jai for a long time before finally speaking. "Then let's go in and take a look." Without giving Kang Jai a chance to speak, they pulled Kang Jai and Kui Long directly into the space-time forbidden zone. Upon entering the space-time forbidden zone, they immediately noticed something amiss. Something's not right. The space-time energy here has weakened, and it's also lacking in offensive power. Upon entering the space-time forbidden zone, Shen immediately noticed the anomaly. Li Chunyong raised an eyebrow and looked at Shen Ni. "Dao, it wasn't like this before?" Shen Ni nodded. "If this place was dangerous to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal before, then it's only a threat to the Tai Immortal now." Li Chunyong nodded. He could sense the chaotic space-time here, which posed no threat to him, which was inconsistent with the name of the space-time forbidden zone. "Since there's no danger, let's explore this place thoroughly. I want to see what kind of tricks are hidden here." With that, he grabbed Kang Jai and flew forward. Although Kang Jai appeared nervous, he was actually quite calm inside, because he had already arranged everything and could easily extricate himself from the situation. He was somewhat worried if Li Chunyong didn't explore the area. But as long as Li Chunyong explores, he can remove himself from the picture. As for the one who took the blame for him, it was naturally the already deceased Lincoln. The four flew freely in the space-time forbidden zone, where the space-time forces had no effect on them whatsoever. After the group had been flying for a while, Li Chunyong suddenly changed direction and headed in a certain direction. Kang Jai feigned confusion and looked ahead. Upon seeing it, Kang Ji immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Sir, over there looks like the place where I was imprisoned." Kang Ji's face lit up with joy, as if she had discovered something extraordinary. A glint of light flashed in Li Chunyang's eyes. It was because he discovered the buildings here that he flew here. Effectively, this was the place Kang Ji had mentioned being imprisoned. When the group arrived at their destination, they discovered that it was actually a cluster of buildings. Kang Ji scratched his head, somewhat amazed by Dao. There are so many buildings. Li Chunyang didn't speak, but just looked at Kang Ji. Dao, can you find out where you're in seclusion? Kang Ji didn't speak, but simply flew towards the complex of buildings. After searching for a while, Kang Ji pointed to a small courtyard and exclaimed excitedly, "It's this one. This is it." Li Chunyang's eyes lit up, and he flew directly to the courtyard that Kang Ji had pointed out. At this moment, Shen Ni also arrived above the courtyard with Kui Long, raising an eyebrow and saying, "It's actually time formation." Li Chunyang nodded and said, "The soil in the courtyard is unusual. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to sustain this time formation." Kang Ji nodded repeatedly. Yes, there used to be a once 10,000-year flower planted here. One glance, 10,000 years flower? Kui Long's eyes lit up, excitedly exclaiming, "You mean you obtained your one glance, 10,000 years flower in this courtyard?" Kang Ji nodded. "Of course, I've only been here. If I didn't get it from here, where else could I have gotten it from?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked over, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed true. At the edge of the courtyard, it seemed that some plants had been pulled up, leaving many pits and bumps. Upon seeing this, Kui Long's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, "You have the one glance 10,000-year flower in your little courtyard, so do the other courtyards have it too?" Upon hearing this, Kang Ji slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "That's right. I have some here, and maybe other courtyards have some too." After speaking, Kang Ji and Kui Long looked at Shen Ni and Li Chunyang with excited expressions, their eyes burning with desire for the allure of the one glance, 10,000 years of flowers, was simply too tempting. Shen Ni and Li Chunyang remained relatively calm. At their level, a mere glance at a 10,000-year-old flower was not enough to shock them. Li Chunyang did not immediately agree to their request, but instead looked at the surrounding houses. Upon closer inspection, Li Chunyang frowned. How come there are signs that someone has lived here?" Everyone was startled and looked around at the several small courtyards. Just as Li Chunyang had said, there were signs of life in them. Kang Ji muttered to herself, "Yeah, there are signs of people living in these courtyards. Could it be that I'm not the only one who was caught here?" Kang Ji's seemingly meaningless murmur caught Li Chunyang's eye. He immediately looked at Kui Long and asked Dao, "Did you throw a few people in here before?" Kui Long was taken aback, then nodded to Dao. Indeed, a few people were thrown in, the same ones, deliberately framed Daoist Kang. Chunyang raised an eyebrow, squinted, and asked Dao again, "Did you see them leave?" Kui Long quickly shook his head. "No, apart from Daoist Kang, no one else came out." Li Chunyang squinted as he looked down at the small courtyard. At this point, Kang Ji suggested to Dao, "Why don't we go down and take a look?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ni also said, "Yeah, Brother Chunyang, why don't we go in and see what's going on?" Li Chunyang thought it made sense, and without further ado, flew towards one of the houses. Upon landing at the entrance of the courtyard, Li Chunyang tested the formation's strength and was somewhat surprised. The strength of this formation is only Kai Golden Immortal Realm. Shen Ni also appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, and after a slight probing, she was also somewhat surprised. This formation doesn't seem to restrict entry or exit. With one step, Shen Ni had already entered the courtyard, And surprisingly, the courtyard did not stop her. The group looked at each other in bewilderment and quickly followed. Upon entering the courtyard, everyone scanned their surroundings. Kuilong immediately exclaimed, "Look at that corner. That plants have been dug up. Could it also be a one-glance 10,000-year flower?" Kuilong looked at Kang Jai, who quickly waved her hand. "Don't look at me, I've never been here. I didn't dig it." Just as the two were talking, Shen Ni's voice rang out. "Brother Chunyong, come and see what this is." Hearing this, Li Chunyong walked towards the house in the courtyard. Kang Jai and Kuilong, disregarding the one-glance 10,000-year flower that had been dug up from the corner of the courtyard wall, quickly followed. Upon entering the house, Kuilong exclaimed in surprise, "One glance, 10,000 years of flowers." On the floor inside the room, there were several one-glance 10,000-year flower plants, scattered around ton. Just as Kuilong exclaimed, "One glance, 10,000 years of flowers," Li Chunyong looked at something on the prayer mat. "This ash from bones?" And it's ash from bones eroded by time. Chunyong immediately recognized the true nature of the ashes on the futon and was somewhat surprised. Kuilong, having snapped out of his reverie at the sight of the one-glance 10,000-year flower on the ground, asked Dao with some surprise, "How come there are ashes and bones here? Could someone have been trapped and died here?" Li Chunyong remained silent for a moment. The power of law acted upon the ashes of the bones. One Dao Qi was pulled out of the ashes by it. "Do you know this Dao? Who owns the Qi machine?" Li Chunyong looked at Kang Jai and Kuilong. Kang Jai frowned and muttered to herself, "It seems somewhat familiar." Just as Kang Jai was pretending to frown and think, Kuilong exclaimed, This person is one of the discs I threw into the space-time forbidden zone." Li Chunyong's eyes lit up, and he looked intently at Kuilong. "Dao? Are you sure?" Before Kuilong could answer, Kang Jai slapped his forehead, exclaimed, "That's right. I've seen this person in the formation. He is indeed a profound immortal realm disciple." Kuilong also said, "Yes, sir. This person is indeed one of the discs I threw in." Seeing that the two of them said the same thing, a glint of light flashed in Li Chunyong's eyes. Shen Ni then spoke up. "Did you discover something?" Li Chunyong shook his head and walked straight towards the outside, saying as he went, "I need to take another look." Seeing this, Shen Ni followed him out of curiosity. At this moment, Kuilong looked at the one-glance 10,000-year flower on the ground. Just as Kuilong was about to pick up the one-glance 10,000-year flower, Kang Jai suddenly spoke up. "Half for each of us." Kuilong looked up, met Kang Ji's burning gaze, glanced at Li Chunyong and Shen Ni, who had already left the house, and finally gritted his teeth and whispered, "Deal." Without further hesitation, the two immediately divided the one-glance 10,000-year flower on the ground equally. Their actions naturally caught the attention of Li Chunyong and Shen Ni, but neither of them spoke up to stop them. A glint of light flashed in Li Chunyong's eyes, and his suspicion of Kang Jai lessened somewhat. After leaving the small courtyard, the group arrived at another small courtyard that showed signs of life. Upon entering the courtyard, it became clear the one-glance 10,000-year flower had not been completely picked. Li Chunyong didn't even glance. One-glance 10,000-year flower and went straight into the house. Kang Jai and Kuilong glanced at the one-glance 10,000-year flower with some reluctance, but did not pick them immediately. Instead, they followed them into the house. The same ashes, except this time there were fewer of the one-glance 10,000 years flower beside the futon. Li Chunyong once again pulled out the key machine to look at Kang Jai and Kui Long. This time, without Li Chunyong even asking, the two immediately said, "These are also the 5 profound immortal realms." One of the disciples, Li Chunyong, looked at the two of them. "Are you sure?" The two nodded repeatedly. Li Chunyong didn't say anything either, and walked out again. As soon as Li Chunyong and Shen Ni walked out of the courtyard, Kang Jai and Kui Long exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, divided the one glance 10,000-year flower in the corner of the courtyard wall equally. When they came out of the courtyard, they saw Li Chunyong and Shen Ni waiting at the gate of another courtyard. The group continued their investigation until they reached the 7th courtyard. By this time, they had explored all 6 courtyards, one of which was where Kang Jai had once stayed. In the other 5 courtyards, Li Chunyong discovered 5 profound, immortal realms that Kui Long had thrown in. Disciple Key Machine. This indicates that the 5 profound immortal realms that Kui Long threw in, the disciple has died in these courtyards. At this moment, they arrived at the last small courtyard that still bore traces of life. That Lincoln lecturer, could he have died in there too? Kui Long muttered to himself. Kang Jai did not respond, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Those courtyards were naturally arranged by Kang Jai. Using the law of time, find the 5 profound immortal realms in Forbidden Land. The disciple collected the remains, simulated their cultivation law, and finally used the power of time create the ashes of those bones. All of this was made possible thanks to Kang Ji's possession of deprivation law. He used the deprivation law on everyone he killed to extract the law and divine soul from their bodies. This is why Kang Jai was able to use their law and key information to simulate them and deceive Li Chunyong. Of course, Li Chunyong was not so easily fooled. This person was very cautious and thoroughly investigated every courtyard. Fortunately, Kang Ji's arrangements were equally meticulous, which prevented him from discovering anything unusual. Now, the most crucial moment has arrived. If successful, it will likely clear his name of suspicion. As the group entered the courtyard that appeared to be where Lincoln had once stayed, Shen Ni, who had been watching quietly, exclaimed in surprise, "Demonic laws." Kui Long also exclaimed in surprise, muttering to himself, "I remember that Lincoln lecturer Cultivate was also teaching demonic path laws." Li Chunyong turned to Kui Long and asked, "Dao, you mean that Lincoln lecturer Cultivate is also teaching demonic path laws?" Kui Long nodded, then looked at Dao with some doubt. "But that guy only has the golden immortal realm, while the remaining law fluctuations here, the residual law fluctuations in the courtyard, clearly reached the Taigu golden immortal realm, far exceeding the golden immortal realm. Lincoln is comparable." Li Chunyong remained silent and continued walking into the house. Kui Long and Kang Jai scanned the corner of the wall, but did not find the one glance 10,000-year flower, so they immediately ran into the house. However, they were taken aback when they entered the house. Where is the one glance 10,000-year flower? Apart from Kang Ji's courtyard, the other courtyards all have a few one glance 10,000-year flower plants. The difference is that some are still planted in the corner of the wall, while others have fallen onto the side of the futon. Regardless, several or even a dozen one glance 10,000-year flower plants remained in each of the 5 courtyards. But now, there is nothing in this small courtyard. Huh? Why aren't there any ashes on this futon? Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Kui Long also snapped out of his heartache over the one glance 10,000-year flower and exclaimed in surprise. "That's right. Why aren't there any ashes of bones here? Could it be that Lincoln didn't die?" The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. Li Chunyong activated law, seemingly investigating something. Shen Ni winked at Kang Jai and the other man, signaling them to shut up. A moment later, Li Chunyong withdrew the power of law, his expression becoming solemn. Li Chunyong walked out of the courtyard without saying a word, and Shen Ni followed him directly. Kang Jai and Kui Long exchanged a glance. Kang Jai was a little uncertain. Could Lincoln still be alive too? I just sensed QE machine. But there are no skeletons or ashes here. Kang Jai hesitated, while Kui Long beside her looked grim. If Lincoln really didn't die, and he didn't go out. Kui Long sensed that things were about to get serious. Ignoring Kang Jai, he quickly followed Li Chunyong and the other person out. A glint of light flashed in Kang Jai's eyes as she followed behind. Success or failure hinged on this moment. After leaving the small courtyard, Li Chunyong surprisingly headed towards those small courtyards that showed no signs of life. After entering the courtyard, Li Chunyong also carefully inspected it. Kang Jai followed silently, not daring to make a sound. But Kang Jai was secretly delighted. Li Chunyong was following his script perfectly. However, Kang Jai dared not be careless in the slightest, nor did she dare to show any excitement. When Li Chunyong walked out of the courtyard, Kui Long actually followed him out, completely ignoring the intact. One glance 10,000 years, flower in the corner of the courtyard. These are a full 20. One glanced 10,000-year flower plants. Kui Long wasn't tempted this time. Kang Jai feigned a conflicted expression, glancing at Li Chunyong and the others who had walked out, then at the once 10,000-year flower in the corner. Finally, Kang Jai gritted her teeth and picked all 20. Glanced 10,000-year flowers as quickly as possible before chasing after them. As Kang Jai stepped out of the courtyard, she saw Li Chunyong looking at her with icy eyes. Kang Jai seemed startled and quickly lowered her head to walk over and stand next to Kui Long. But Kang Jai felt a sense of relief. Li Chunyong's gaze may seem cold, but in reality, there was much less suspicion in his eyes. This is exactly the effect Kang Jai wanted. After turning his gaze away from Kang Jai, Li Chunyong walked back into the courtyard. After doing the same thing, Li Chunyong silently walked out of the courtyard again, after circling around once more. Just as Kang Jai was about to pick the once 10,000-year flower again, Kui Long pulled him away. "Brother, please, don't pick them for now," Kui Long pleaded. He was so worried, he was almost dying of anxiety. How could he possibly dare to even think about those rare, 1,000-year-old flowers? If Kang Jai continues to pick the fruit so recklessly, while Li Chunyong and the others wait outside, he fears that when they return, the two big shots will unleash their fury on him. However, Kang Jai looked conflicted and transmitted his voice to Dao. Wouldn't it be a waste not to pick such a good thing? Besides, I don't think the sect master or Li Gongfeng stopped us. Kui Long glared, "No good Qi Dao. That's because we still have a use, and the sect master and Li Gongfeng, respecting their status, don't hold it against us. But we can't be without rules. Quite a few have already been picked. The rest should be handed over to the sect for harvesting." Kang Jai rolled her eyes inwardly as she listened to Kui Long's high-sounding reasons. Kang Jai certainly knows Dao Kui Long knew what was on his mind. But Kang Jai didn't intend to expose him, so he pretended to understand and said, "Absolutely. Brother Kui sees things clearly." Seeing that Kang Jai had taken it to heart, Kui Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief and carefully pulled Kang Jai to follow Li Chunyong and the others. The subtle interactions between Kang Jai and Kui Long naturally caught Li Chunyong's attention, which lessened his suspicions about Kang Jai. After Li Chunyong finished inspecting all 36 courtyards, his expression turned extremely grim. Brother Chunyong, do you think Lincoln is still alive? If he is, why didn't he pick the one glance 10,000-year flower in these courtyards? Shen Ni asked, somewhat puzzled. Li Chunyong's face darkened, and he narrowed his eyes, saying, there are two possibilities. One is that it was too late, and the other is that he gained an even greater benefit. Shen Ni raised an eyebrow. You mean, what the bishop deduced? Li Chunyong nodded without saying anything more, took out a compass-shaped magic treasure, and implanted it into his law. Seeing this, Kang Jai couldn't help but feel a little nervous, wondering if Dao's arrangements could deceive the other side. Fortunately, not long after, Li Chunyong put away the compass, said only one word, go, and then flew away in a certain direction. The group exchanged glances, said nothing, and quickly followed behind. Kang Jie glanced at the direction Li Chunyong was flying in, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. That was the final step he had planned. If he can fool Li Chunyong, he will be able to clear his name. With a hint of reluctance, Kang Jie glanced at the 10,000-year flower in the courtyard below, then gritted her teeth and caught up. Soon after, the four arrived at the center of Forbidden Land, the place where Myriad Worlds Gate had been. As soon as the four landed, Shen Ni froze, somewhat surprised. The breath of the primordial era. Li Chunyong, who had just landed, was equally shocked and turned to look at Shen Ni with some uncertainty. Dao. Brother Shen Ni, is this truly the breath of the primordial era? Meeting Li Chunyong's expectant, yet fearful gaze, Shen Ni remained silent, only gesturing with her hand, capturing a wisp of QE from the void realm. Just as Shen Ni was about to gather this wisp of QE energy, his expression shifted again, and with another wave of his hand, he extracted another law wave from the void realm. Law of space-time fluctuations, and the breath of the primordial chaos. Shen Ni looked at the object in her hand with a cryptic expression. Li Chunyong was also staring intently at what Shen Ni was holding, his breathing rapid. Let me see this quickly. Shen Ni came to her senses and handed the items to Li Chunyong. Li Chunyong was visibly excited. He took the item from Shen Ni's hand. It really is the breath of the primordial chaos. And there are even law of space-time fluctuations here. It's hard to say. Li Chunyong's expression flickered, and he fell into deep thought for a moment. Kang Jai and Kui Long dared not move, for fear of disturbing each other. After a long while, Li Chunyong came to his senses, and immediately released law, enveloping the area. This is... Li Chunyong extracted 2 DOS from Void Realm again. Kishi. Huh? What's this? Kui Long stared wide-eyed at the 2 breasts that Li Chunyong had peeled off. Kishi. Kang Jie asked curiously, Brother Kui, what did you discover? Kui Long muttered to himself, explaining Dao. That's information between Void Beast and Lincoln. Information about Void Beast and... Lincoln? Kang Jai feigned shock. Kui Long nodded, and Kang Jai couldn't help but look at Li Chunyong, who was in a daze. After a long while, Li Chunyong seemed to snap out of his reverie while investigating law. Shen Ni asked curiously, Did you find anything? Li Chunyong's expression turned grim. That Void Beast is dead. Huh? Void Beast is dead? Then Lincoln, he... Shen Ni frowned slightly. It's time to leave. Did they go to the other side? Shen Ni asked meaningfully. Li Chunyong shook his head. It shouldn't be. The fluctuations are too small. It shouldn't be fully open. But he must have discovered something, and the primordial energy and space-time power were probably created by him as well. Shen Ni frowned, somewhat worried. Will we be able to find him? What if he took the things to the other side? Li Chunyong also frowned and sighed. Dao, I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, I'll have to ask the bishop for help. Listening to the two's cryptic conversation, Kang Jai wondered, the other side? The primordial world? Why do you refer to the primordial world as the other side? Just as Kang Jai was wondering, Li Chunyong had already taken out the magic treasure compass again. This time, Li Chunyong was much more formal. He threw the compass into the void realm, continuously casting spells and infusing it with the power of law. Just as Li Chunyong was operating, Kang Jai suddenly felt a pang of fear, especially Clone, the demonic activator who had already left, who felt as if he was being watched. Oh no, this is a bizarre magic treasure. Even though I've blocked fate and karma, it still managed to find me. Shocked, Kang Ji immediately began to think of a solution. That's it. Perhaps we can turn the tables and completely extricate ourselves from this. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the demon cultivator main body immediately sprang into action. Lincoln, who was previously separated from himself, divine soul and law, are both integrated into the demon cultivator main body, as it is imbued with karma, fate, devouring, fusion, and many other laws. The appearance, key, law, fate, and even karma of the demon cultivator main body are all changing. Soon, thanks to Kang Ji's actions, the demon cultivator main body was completely transformed back into the Lincoln it once was. Wearing Lincoln's appearance, Kang Jai carefully made her way. Just then, Li Chunyong suddenly opened his eyes. The compass emitted a burst of light, and then a blurry image appeared above it. In the picture, it appears that someone is traveling. Just as everyone was trying to get a clear look at the scene, the traveler suddenly stopped, looking around in confusion as if he had discovered something. It's Lincoln, Kui Long exclaimed. However, the next second, Lincoln, who was looking around, seemed to have noticed something, and took a step and disappeared from the scene. Li Chunyong quickly cast another spell and increased Law's output. This time, however, only a blurry image of Lincoln flashed across the screen, and eventually even that blurry image disappeared. Li Chunyong, his face grim, put away the compass, pinched his brow, and looked at Shen Ni. Dao, this is troublesome. That magic treasure has a built-in law of space-time. It can not only block detection, but also be used for escape. It's going to be very difficult for us to catch him. Shen Ni also looked serious and sighed. That's not the most crucial point. Perhaps it's because his strength is insufficient, or perhaps he hasn't completely refined that magic treasure, that he couldn't enter the primordial world. If we let him enter the primordial world, using that magic treasure, it will probably be impossible for us to capture him and retrieve the magic treasure. Li Chunyong's expression turned even uglier after hearing this. Of course, he understood the reasoning behind it. It seems we'll have to rely on you this time. He probably can't leave the Pengu continent yet. Hopefully, we can find him before he completely opens the passage to the prehistoric world. Listening to their conversation, Kang Jai was secretly overjoyed. Through a series of maneuvers, he finally managed to shift the attention of the two men to Lincoln. With this long-dead person taking the blame, he could finally clear his name. With his name cleared, Li Chunyong finally stopped focusing his attention on him. At this moment, Kui Long, who was standing to the side, asked Dao with some trepidation and curiosity. Sectmaster, Elder Li, what exactly happened? Was Void Beast killed by Lincoln? Could it be that Dao also obtained the item we are looking for? Li Chunyong glanced at Kui Long, but showed no intention of explaining. If Kui Long hadn't been Shen Ni's subordinate, Li Chunyong would have even wanted to severely punish him. The fact that the item was lost, obtained by Lincoln, and taken away is largely due to this guy in front of us. If it weren't for his poor planning, the Void Beast wouldn't have gotten away. The Void Beast ran away, and to make matters worse, it threw Lincoln into the space-time forbidden zone. This has led to Lincoln taking the items away. Li Chunyong didn't want to explain, but Shen Ni glanced at his subordinate, who was a trusted confidant of the vice sect leader of chaos, and explained to Dao. The Void Beast was probably killed by Lincoln. Of course, it's also possible that the Void Beast was killed by the space-time forbidden zone. As for the contents of the Void Beast, they should have merged with the core of the space-time forbidden zone, as the space-time forbidden zone wouldn't be so weak now. What about Lincoln? What happened to him? Why were only he and Brother Kang the survivors? And why did Brother Kang appear outside the Forbidden Land? Faced with this question, Shen Ni didn't know how to explain it, and looked at Li Chunyong. Li Chunyong snorted coldly and explained with some dissatisfaction. What else could it be? Lincoln was chosen by that special magic treasure, while human race wasn't chosen. He just happened to break through the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which is why he was thrown out. Perhaps he and Lincoln were only one in time, but unfortunately, he was ultimately a step too late, and wasn't chosen by the magic treasure. Hiss! So that's how it is. Suddenly realized. Kang Jai also enlightened and felt a pang of regret. Damn it. If my cultivation were higher, and I were a golden immortal realm like Lincoln, I could definitely break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm before him. Seeing Kang Ji's frustrated expression, Li Chunyong sighed. That's fate. He also felt it was a pity. If Kang Jai had obtained that magic treasure, perhaps she wouldn't have run away. After all, in his opinion, Kang Jai simply didn't understand the true value of that magic treasure. Lincoln not only had a broader perspective, but he also offended Kui Long and violated the sex rules. That's why Lincoln thought of running away after getting the magic treasure. Li Chunyong sighed again and shook his head. Back in the sect, Shen Ni led Kang Jai and Kui Long to the main hall of the sect once again. Li Chunyong did not come along. Kang Jai knew that he had completely cleared himself of suspicion. At least with Li Chunyong, he didn't need to worry too much. Unless a stronger Grand Elder took notice of him, he should be considered safe. Of course, the only way to be truly safe is to become stronger. Back in the main hall of the sect, Kang Jai discovered that the 9 vice sect leaders were still there. Kang Jai, now that you have broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, according to the sect rules, you are eligible for promotion to sect Elder. After being promoted to Elder, you are free to choose a peak to continue your cultivate, and future cultivate resources will be provided by that peak. In addition to the main peak, our sect now has 9 peaks, each overseen by a vice sect leader. Do you have any thoughts on joining Yifeng? Kang Jai raised an eyebrow and glanced at the many vice sect leaders, noticing that everyone except Ziyu had indifferent expressions. Kang Jai then looked at Shen Ni at the head of the table, somewhat curiously asking, Sect Master, is any peak acceptable? Even the main peak? Upon hearing this, the 9 vice sect leaders had different expressions. Some wanted to reprimand Kang Jai, but Shen Ni, who was at the head of the group, originally, it was not allowed, but you performed well this time, so I can give you this opportunity. Kang Jai was speechless. He had only asked casually, but he hadn't expected Shen Ni to agree. However, upon hearing Shen Ni's words, the expressions of the other 9 vice sect leaders changed. Kang Jai observed the changing expressions on everyone's faces, feeling both puzzled and surprised, while also weighing her options. Should she choose Shen Ni, Sect Master, or Ziyu? Vice Sect Leader. Why were the 9 Vice Sect Leaders so surprised when they heard they could join the main peak and become main peak elders? Kang Jai felt puzzled, saying that there might be some secret about Dao that he didn't know about. Turning to look at Ziyu, he saw Ziyu give Sect Master a subtle glance. Shen Ni seemed to be reminding him of something, or perhaps warning him of something. In any case, Kang Jai didn't understand. Kang Jai, filled with doubt, simply asked Dao directly, "Sect Master, what is the difference between joining the main peak and the other 9 peaks?" When Kang Jai asked the question directly, everyone's expressions varied. Zeus and the others even frowned, seemingly not wanting Kang Jai to become the main peak elder. Kang Jai saw all of this, but simply looked quietly at Shen Ni at the head of the table. In response to Kang Ji's question, Shen Ni simply replied, "The main peak elder needs to give a speech to the sect Holy Child." After saying this, Shen Ni offered no further explanation. Kang Jai frowned. Shen Ni had given too little information, so Kang Jai had to recall the details about the sect Holy Child. He certainly knows about sect Holy Child. To become sect Holy Child, you must first be a true disciple. The minimum cultivation level for a true disciple is profound immortal realm, while the minimum cultivation level for a sect Holy Child is golden immortal realm. Furthermore, to become a sect Holy Child, bone age must not exceed 10,000 years. This requirement alone is something that 99% of true disciples cannot meet. 99% of true disciple individuals already had a bone age exceeding 10,000 years when they were promoted to true disciple. Needless to say, breaking through to the golden immortal realm 10,000 years ago was simply a pipe dream. Even in the prehistoric world, apart from those innate beings, very few can achieve such a feat. And once you become a sect Holy Child, the benefits are obvious. Once you become a sect Holy Child, you may be selected by the bishops to become a bishop. Once one becomes a bishop disciple, their status is naturally incomparable to that of those who belong to separate churches. As a main peak elder, one will have the opportunity to preach Dao to these sect holy children. If you build good relationships, that can become a valuable network. This honor is something countless people desire. This is also why the 9 vice sect leaders were so surprised when they heard that Kang Jai could become the main peak elder. Main peak elders are very few, and it is absolutely impossible for anyone who is not a direct descendant of the sect master to join. But Kang Jai had that opportunity. More importantly, there isn't a single saint in the Pangu sect today. Some might be surprised. If there's no saint, then what's the point of being a bishop elder? And they can't make connections. To this, Kang Jai can only say, heh. Although the sect does not have saint, the treatment of elders at the main peak will not be reduced. In other words, once you become a main peak elder, you can get paid without doing any work. What could be more comfortable in this? Moreover, if saint were to emerge from the sect in the future, it would be a great thing for the elders on the main peak. You can leverage your status as a main peak elder to connect with those saints and expand your network. Of course, every advantage has its disadvantages. Becoming a main peak elder isn't without its downsides. Firstly, one only needs to reach the level of Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm to serve as the main peak elder. In fact, almost all main peak elders had reached the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm peak. My own breakthrough Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm's newcomers are nothing in the eyes of those elders. Moreover, even if Saint emerges from sect in the future, he won't be so easy to deal with. Every saint is a prodigy of his time. They are not so easy to befriend. Moreover, if speaking to Dao fails to satisfy them, They may even be stripped of their main peak elder status. In the blink of an eye, Kang Jai had sorted everything out. Now he needs to make a choice. Becoming a main peak elder guarantees abundant resources, but it also comes with significant challenges in the future. Choosing Ziyu's side would mean no pressure, and the freedom to develop without restraint. If he chooses Ziyu according to his own personality, it would be his best choice because he can develop freely. With the existence of the prehistoric world, he does not lack so-called resources. However, Kang Jai did not choose Yu, but instead looked at the sect master at the head of the table. Shen Ni Dao, sect master, I choose to become the main peak elder. These words caused a stir among the 9 vice sect leaders, especially Zeus, Odin, and Truth. Zeus' disciple Liu Yuanshou and Kang Jai have a deep-seated grudge, yet they are also allies. Now that Kang Jai has become the main peak elder, they are filled with apprehension. Kang Jai chose to become the main peak elder not because of these 3 people. Kang Jai chose to become the main peak elder because of Dian Lai and the others. Given Dian Lai's and his group's aptitude, it's still possible for them to cultivate to the golden immortal realm within 10,000 years. Once Dian Lai and his companions have reached the golden immortal realm, they will proceed to the main peak. Joining the main peak now will make it easier for me to teach them cultivate in the future. Blue Star human race will be entering Pengu continent one after another. If they want to gain a foothold, they can't rely on Ziyu alone. He was about to return to Blue Star to deal with matters in the new city. By the time I return, Dian Lai and the others might have already broken through to the golden immortal realm. If he wanted to deal with Luo Yuanshou, becoming the main peak elder would naturally be the best option. Upon hearing Ji's choice, Shen Ni didn't say anything, but simply nodded in agreement. After the meeting ended and she left, Ziyu giggled at Kang Jai and said, "Little brother Kang, it's rare that you made the right choice. The main peak is definitely better than the other 9 peaks. Once you've established yourself on the main peak, don't forget to take care of your sister's Ziyu peak." Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat. He knew about Ziyu peak's situation, and it didn't seem to be very good. The main reason is that Ziyu peak has too little foundation, too few people, and too few disciples. This is why Ziyu peak is now only a handful of big and small players. If it weren't for Ziyu's grand unity golden immortal, the vice sect leader is barely holding on. Things will likely turn out even worse. However, with the Dragon Kingdom about to make a large-scale incursion into the Pengu continent, Ziyu peak is certainly not an option. Thinking of this, Kang Jai suddenly had a plan in mind. With a flick of his wrist, a porcelain bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. I don't need to wait for me to establish myself on the main peak to take care of Ziyu peak. I can help you right now. Upon hearing this, Ziyu, who had only intended to tease Kang Jai, was immediately stunned. Huh? You can help me right now? Ziyu's gaze involuntarily fell on the porcelain bottle in Kang Ji's hand, her eyes revealing curiosity. Kang Jai chuckled and asked Dao, "Has Fairy Ziyu ever heard of the 1,000-year time pill?" 1,000-year time pill? You mean the 1,000-year time pill made from the one-glance 10,000-year flower? Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. Kang Jai nodded with a faint smile. Ziyu frowned, his expression turning serious. "Young man Kang, you're also a secretary now. Don't try to make fun of me just because you're a main peak elder. Although you've obtained a few one-glance 10,000-year flowers, refining them into a 1,000-year time pill won't be easy. Without the pill formula, how can you possibly refine it?" Faced with Ziyu's questioning, Kang Jai simply chuckled and tossed the porcelain bottle over, saying, "Fairy might as well take a look." Ziyu took the porcelain bottle, her eyes filled with suspicion and gently opened it. As soon as the porcelain bottle was opened, a wave of law of time immediately emanated from it. Ziyu was startled and quickly plugged the porcelain bottle, looking at Kang Jai with a surprised and uncertain expression. "Where did you get this 1,000-year time pill?" Kang Jai obtained some. One glance 10,000 years flower, which he knew Dao. But Kang Jai has been busy ever since she obtained the one glance 10,000-year flower. How could she possibly have had time to refine the medicinal pill? Even if there was time to refine the medicinal pill, where did Kang Jai get the 1,000-year time pill from? Pill formula? How long has Kang Jai been in Pangu continent? How could someone obtain not only the one glance 10,000-year flower, but also the 1,000-year time pill in such a short time? This opportunity is better than her Pangu sect. Even stronger than the vice sect leader. Kang Jai shrugged. Don't ask about anything else. Just ask if this 1,000-year time pill will help your ZU peak. If this medicinal pill is used, could Jiang Exu and Feng Buhui break through to the golden immortal realm before they turn 10,000 years old and become sect holy children? You want them to become holy children? Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. But she quickly realized that, given the relationship between Kang Jai and Jiang Exu, it was perfectly normal for her to help the other become a sect holy child. However, I didn't expect Kang Jai to bring Feng Buhui along as well. After thinking for a moment, Ziyu shook her head. Although the 1,000-year time pill is amazing, it can accelerate one's own time flow. Similarly, using the 1,000-year time pill to accelerate the flow of time also affect oneself. One's bone age will increase accordingly. It would be quite difficult for you to use this to allow them to break through to the golden immortal realm before they reach a bone age of 10,000 years. Kang Jai frowned. Difficult? With their attitude and your teachings, is it really impossible for Dao to break through to the golden immortal realm before he turns 10,000? Ziyu rolled her eyes and bluntly said, Jiang Exu might be able to. After all, I can teach her law of immortality. If I teach her, she might be able to break through to the golden immortal realm before she turns 10,000. However, Feng Buhui's main skill is swordsmanship, and it would be difficult for him to break through to the golden immortal realm before he turns 10,000. Unless he can find a Taiyi golden immortal or higher level expert who shares his sword cultivation to instruct him in the Dao, becoming a saint will be very difficult. Kang Jai frowned slightly. As fellow dragon people, Feng Buhui becoming saint would also be beneficial to him. However, what Ziyu said is also true. Without anyone to guide them, it will still be difficult to break through to the golden immortal realm before they turn 10,000. As for sword masters, Kang Ji's first thought was his own master, Tongqian Jiaozu. Unfortunately, the Tongqian cult leader could not possibly come to the 3,000 demon god realm, and among his 36 cultic laws, the sword Dao was not included. Law. Of course, there is another way, which is to have Feng Buhui cultivate first. Law of immortality, waiting for breakthrough after golden immortal realm, then cultivate sword Dao law. Therefore, cultivate will not affect Feng Buhui's future breakthrough. However, Feng Buhui's talent lies in swordsmanship. Cultivating swordsmanship will be twice as effective, but cultivating immortality will not. I want him to become an immortal before he turns 10,000. Even with Ziyu's explanation of the Dao, the breakthrough to the golden immortal realm might not be successful. It might be better to let him cultivate the sword Dao himself. While pondering this, Kang Jai suddenly remembered the fake immortal slaughtering sword formation that the Tongqian sect leader. Perhaps there is still a way. However, to use that method, I need do it myself, I'm about to return to Earth, so I don't have time right now. Thinking of this, Kang Jai shook his head. It seemed that some things could only be discussed when he returned. Just as Kang Jai was about to say something, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Tao suddenly transmitted a message to her. Kang Ji's heart skipped a beat, and without continuing the casual conversation, she took out another porcelain bottle and handed it to Ziyu. Dao, please deliver this bottle of thousand-year time pill to Dian Lai. I have urgent business to attend to and need to return to Earth first. Just Three Kingdoms Heavenly Tao sent a message saying that something has happened on Earth. Kang Jai didn't have time to think much before handing the items to Ziyu and leaving 3,000 Demon God Realm. Fortunately, 20 days had passed on Earth since they entered the 3,000 Demon God Realm. That's why Kang Jai left 3,000 Demon God Realm without hesitation and returned to Earth. When Kang Jai reappeared after crushing the teleportation card, he was already outside the 3,000 Demon God Realm portal. As soon as he appeared, Kang Ji immediately sensed the strangeness of his surroundings. Void Realm has been blocked. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing his surroundings, and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Oh no, this is a trap! Kang Jai was startled and wanted to leave, but found that this void realm was completely sealed off. Even with his abilities, he couldn't escape. This level of blockade intensity is far beyond what Blue Star power could generate. This is thanks to the power of magic treasure, and this feeling seems to be the magic treasure of the Pangu continent. Kang Ji's eyes flickered, and with a stomp of his foot, the innate trigram's military formation diagram immediately appeared beneath his feet, protecting him. Looking around, Kang Jai realized that the portal behind him had disappeared at some point. Or rather, it shouldn't be that they disappeared, but rather that they were taken away from that void realm. The new city was suddenly attacked, and I rushed out, only to get trapped. Heh! It seems you've planned every step very meticulously. Kang Jai squinted, realizing she had been set up. Moreover, it's likely that Luo Yuanshou wasn't the only one plotting against him this time. With Luo Yuanshou's intelligence, he couldn't have done that. Needless to say, Luo Yuanshou was not capable of mobilizing such power. I suspect those vice sect leaders were involved too, although they can't come out directly. It shouldn't be a problem to have someone bring out some magic treasure. With the powerful magic treasure, it's not impossible to fight across ranks. Kang Jai is now just Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm in the early stage. As long as there are Golden Immortal Realm peak experts wielding powerful magic treasures, they are not without the ability to fight. Of course, this is on the premise that he is just an ordinary Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm early stage. It's just a cultivator. Unfortunately, he wasn't. With a light tap of the feet, and with the infusion of law and energy, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram rapidly spread in all directions. However, to his surprise, thanks to his low grade, even the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram of the innate spirit treasure grade failed to detect the weakness of the opponent's formation. It seems the other side is very well prepared this time. Kang Jai's eyes flashed. It seemed that his becoming the main peak elder had touched a nerve with the vice sect leaders. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone to such great lengths to deal with themselves. It's a pity that immortal slaughtering sword formation has been integrated into lifebound treasure. If you have immortal slaughtering sword formation, plus innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, the combination of the two will make any formation unbreakable. Unfortunately, after obtaining the pseudo immortal slaughtering sword formation, Suiren Shifeng never left Jinao Island, and never had the chance to have Kuashu clone integrate the immortal, slaughtering sword formation into the life-bound treasure. It will take some time to fuse the two now. Furthermore, once the two are fused, the properties of the immortal slaughtering sword formation will change. Its life-bound treasure is chaos. How will we explain the magic treasure then? Just as Kang Jai was hesitating about whether to integrate the immortal slaughtering sword formation into the life-bound treasure, news came again from the three heavenly Dao. What? The other side has sent a Taiyi golden immortal realm expert, and he's wielding a powerful magic treasure, Kang Jai exclaimed in surprise. It's over. Kang Jai felt a chill in his heart. Although the new city was well defended, don't forget that the strongest people in the new city were only the ancestor of the Zhu family and little grand-uncle. And they were only profound immortal realms, far from the Taiyi golden immortal. How could they possibly withstand it? Just as Kang Jai was about to have Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao notify everyone to enter Three Kingdoms world, and then shut down Two Realms Dao, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao expressed its opposition. We haven't reached that point yet. There are quite a few strong in the new city now. Little Grand Uncle has already broken through to Golden Immortal Realm Peak. Although it is somewhat inferior to the Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, it can still hold out for a while thanks to the new city's defenses. Once you resolve your own predicament, the crisis will naturally resolve itself. Kang Jai was taken aback by Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao's words. Little Grand Uncle break through to Golden Immortal Realm Peak? How is that possible? Kang Ji exclaimed. Only 20 days have passed here on Earth. How could Little Grand Uncle have already traveled from the profound immortal realm? Early stage, suddenly broken through to Golden Immortal Realm Peak? This speed was countless times faster than his. How could Kang Jai not be shocked? At this time, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao clone chuckled. Have you forgotten about me? Huh? You? Kang Jai didn't react for a moment. Although Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao was his clone, Kang Jai had long since severed ties with all his clones. After all, if tens of millions of clones were constantly connected, the main body's mind could be directly destroyed. Currently, apart from having absolute control over the clone, all clones are actually independent entities. Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao Kang Jai really had no idea what clone had done before. Seeing Kang Ji's confused and bewildered look, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao chuckled. Just as you're about to use One Glance 10,000-Year Flower, before the cultivate, I notified everyone I could and had them enter the Three Kingdoms world to perform the cultivate. Kang Ji's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what was going on. The time flow between Three Kingdoms world and Earth is already 500 times faster. Since the Three Kingdoms world is located within the Chaos main body, when the Chaos main body consumes the One Glance 10,000-Year Flower, the flow of time also affects the Three Kingdoms world. However, the Three Kingdoms world is not only connected to Earth, but also located within Chaos main body, so its time flow is very complex. Fortunately, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao exists, which allows for direct control over the flow of time. Even so, when Kang Jai consumed the One Glance 10,000-Year Flower, the flow of time in the Three Kingdoms world reached an extremely terrifying level. Thanks to that opportunity, Three Kingdoms world was accelerated by hundreds of millions of years. Meanwhile, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao learns that Kang Jai is preparing to search for the One Glance 10,000-Year Flower. When cultivate, they notified all their own people in advance, and by taking advantage of the time flow in Three Kingdoms world, everyone's strength increased significantly. Those who have broken through and temporarily reached the bottleneck level will leave the Three Kingdoms world and enter Earth. Otherwise, with the acceleration of time by hundreds of millions of years, there probably wouldn't be many elderly people left in the entire Three Kingdoms world. They would all perish in the river of time. Fortunately, the Three Kingdoms world is connected to Earth, so they can leave the Three Kingdoms world at any time and enter Earth to avoid the acceleration of time. With such convenience, the Kang family and its employees have undergone a complete transformation. Not only little grand-uncle having broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm Peak, the ancestors of the Zhu family, Zhen Zhen, Wei Dalong, Gao Ming, Gao Ju, and many members of the Kang family, had all broken through to Immortal Realm Peak. Their cultivation only broke through to the profound Immortal Realm Peak. That's because it's limited to the Three Kingdoms world. The Three Kingdoms world today, the rank only reached profound Immortal Realm. Therefore, beings that cultivate within it can at most cultivate to the profound Immortal Realm Peak. And his little grand-uncle was able to break through to the Golden Immortal Realm Peak, thanks to the Dalio Dao fruit. Even so, thanks to that time acceleration, there are now countless profound Immortal Realm experts in the new city. Aside from their own people on Earth, their subordinates in the Three Kingdoms world had also basically all broken through to the profound Immortal Realm Peak. If they weren't constrained by the world's limitations, they could probably eat it all in one go. It could be cultivate, or even Tai Golden Immortal Realm. During this cultivate, Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao also discovered that these people had extremely high aptitude, completely comparable to those purple-talented individuals on Earth. Not only that, because of this incident, even Dian Lai's mother, with the help of the Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao, broke through to the profound Immortal Realm Peak. Compared to Dian Lai profound Immortal Realm, the cultivation level in the earliest must be high. If Dian Lai knew this, I wonder what his expression would be. After listening to Three Kingdoms Heavenly Dao, the explanation for clone is that Kang Jie is also smooth-mouth QE. With so many profound immortal realms with Peak's help, holding the new city should be no problem for the time being. But to truly resolve the problem, it has to be solved by him, the cultivation body. As for the other main bodies, they are either in Chaos Strange Realm, or in the primordial world and Pangu continent, and it is not easy for them to return. After all, the Three Kingdoms world is still within the Chaos main body. To access the Dao through the Three Kingdoms world, you must first find the Chaos main body. As for teleportation between main bodies, what's the point of the cultivation body coming over when it's still trapped? Besides, although there are also the main body of the god and the culturing demonhood on Earth, the main body, but these two went to other places to spread their faith, which were too far from the new city, and it would take them time to get here. On the contrary, the trapped cultivation body is the closest, and the problem can be solved as long as the formation is broken. With that in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated, and Suren Shifeng immediately found Kong Xuan and Jin Peng, taking the two of them to human race. He was already planning to go back to human race, and this was a good opportunity for him to go back. The reason for bringing Kong Xuan and Jin Peng along was naturally because they needed help with something. When I go back this time, I will not only tell the Dao to the ordinary people, but also to the three ancestors of the Suiren clan. After all, although their cultivation had reached the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, it was all built up with the power of karma, and their application of law was too weak. If they wanted them to listen to Dao, someone had to take their place in guarding the four directions, and Kang Jai naturally thought of Kong Xuan and Jin Peng. With their help, human race was able to listen to Dao grow stronger without any problems. Just as Suiren Shifeng returned to human race, Kua Shu, who was far away in the Wu tribe, also took Hao Yi towards the human race tribe. At the same time, just as Suiren Shifeng, his companions left Jinao Island, a figure flew out of Jinao Island. As soon as he left the range of Jinao Island's grand formation, this person took out a jade talisman and launched Dao Seal technique. One Dao the Dao message was transmitted. Meanwhile, Emperor Jun, far above in the heavens, opened his eyes. Human race, do you really think that by joining the saint cult, I, the heavenly emperor, can't do anything to you? Dare to collude with the witch clan and oppose my Yao race? I, the heavenly emperor, will show you what despair truly means. A cold glint flashed in Emperor Jun's eyes as he issued an imperial edict, which headed towards a certain void realm. The decree pierced through the void realm and appeared before Kunpeng. Upon receiving the decree, a glint of light flashed in Kunpeng's eyes. Human race. Ha! A tiny human race dares to betray Yao race. They're asking for death. Kunpeng spread his wings and disappeared into the void realm. Whether it's Emperor Jun or Kunpeng, they both believe that the human race was created by Nua. Nua was once the queen of the Yao race, so in their view, the human race originally belonged to the Yao race. So what if the Yao race prefer to eat human race food? In their view, the weak race of the human race was originally created by Nua to provide sustenance for their Yao race. Now, these rations have not only learned to rebel, but have even dared to betray their Yao race and ally with their mortal enemies, the Wis. What is this? This is blatant betrayal. Betrayed Yao race. This is a slap in the face to Yao race. And they slapped Yao race in the face in front of the entire prehistoric world. Such provocation deserves a lesson. Otherwise, where will Yao race's reputation be? Originally, Emperor Jun only intended to teach the human race a lesson and make them grovel at the feet of the Yao race again. What Emperor Jun didn't expect was that Suiren Shifeng of human race actually succeeded in becoming a disciple of the Tongjian sect master. The sudden turn of events did not make Emperor Jun wary. Instead, it angered him. Did you think that just because you've taken Saint as your master, I, the heavenly emperor, wouldn't dare to touch your human race? Even if Saint himself came, if I, the heavenly emperor, wanted to kill human race, would I just kill him? Do you really think Saint would dare to personally participate in this calamity at this time? Ridiculous. Emperor Jun had calculated this precisely, which is why he dared to act so recklessly. If he successfully defeats the witch clan, he can also utilize the supreme luck and breakthrough barrier. What will happen to Saint then? He too can become someone like Saint. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed with a cold light as he looked toward the direction of the witch clan. He slowly stood up and said to Void Realm, "Second brother, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Eastern Emperor Tai appeared beside Emperor Jun, his face beaming with excitement. "Brother, are we going to deal with those witch barbarians?" Emperor Jun grinned and chuckled. "No rush. Let's collect some interest first, so that all the races of the prehistoric world know that anyone who dares to side with the witch clan will face our Yao race's retaliation." As soon as he finished speaking, he led a group of top Yao race towards Yao race. Pangu Shrine departed. On the other side, the once peaceful East China Sea suddenly became turbulent, with boundless waves surging towards the coast. Suiren clan, who was guarding the East China Sea, glared and shouted, "Attention everyone! Retreat! Get away from the coast!" However, No sooner had he finished speaking than the waves on the East China Sea grew higher and higher, blotting out the sky as they rushed toward the human race gathering place. How dare you? Where did this scoundrel come from? Daring to offend the human race? Suiren clan leaped into the air, harnessing the power of heaven and earth to strike the giant wave with his palm. The giant hand grew larger and larger during its flight, eventually transforming into a colossal hand that blotted out the sky, seemingly about to smash the giant wave to pieces. But just then, a Dawa dragon's roar resounded, and a giant dragon, its entire body jet black, emerged from the waves. He glanced disdainfully at the giant hand that was coming down, let out a dragon roar, and a giant hand appeared in the sky as well. The giant hand, formed from the boundless seawater, slammed into Suiren clan's giant hand. The two palms collided and Suiren clan's giant hand turned into fragmented energy without any resistance. The giant black dragon hand continued its momentum, slamming down on the Suiren clan on the shore. Suiren clan's pupils contracted, his heart filled with horror. Grand Unity Golden Immortal Demon Dragon. Without time to think it through, Suiren clan knew very well his own strength. He was no match for his enemy. With a push of his feet, he retreated backward like lightning. At the same time, a thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire human race. Attention, all human race members. Enemy attack. All of you, move away from the East China Sea. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than two warning blasts sounded in both the south and north of human race, indicating that the south and north had also been ambushed. Damn it! It's Yao race. Yao race is trying to make an example of them. Suiren clan analyzed the situation in an instant. Even if you analyze the situation, it's useless. Now Yao race is serious, and they haven't even noticed. It's probably too late to ask the Witch clan for help now. We must stop them. At the same time, Suiren clan Yu Shaoxi and Ziyishi all simultaneously played Dao seal technique. The seal technique transformed into a stream of light, crashing towards the earth. The hand seal slammed into the ground without making a sound, but the next second, an energy barrier rose from the ground and gradually enveloped the entire human race. This is a protective formation that Suiren Shifeng suggested three ancestors of the Suiren set up when he was still in the human race. This formation relied heavily on the power of the Wu clan, and even obtained 3 low-grade items from them. Innate spirit treasure. It was precisely because of these low-grade items' innate spirit treasure. This formation possessed power sufficient to barely contend with an early-stage quasi-saint. Boom! The earth trembled and boundless waves crashed against the protective array, creating ripples. Suiren clan looked grim, but just then, 2 more heavy blows slammed into the protective array, causing the earth to tremble once more, and the array to shake as well. These 2 Dao attacks came from the south and the Nunui. This means that the human race was attacked from roughly the same direction in all 3 directions. Damn, that's a powerful attack. Suiren clan was anxious. Apart from the western side, bordered the Wu tribe and was not attacked. The other 3 sides were attacked by the Yao race. Moreover, judging from their strength, each side has a Grand Unity Golden Immortal powerhouse, and more than one. What should we do? Suiren clan was anxious. While manipulating the power of the Great Formation to protect the tribe, he also organized the tribe to evacuate towards the direction of the Wu tribe. Just then, a streak of light pierced through the void realm and landed beside Suiren clan. Upon seeing the newcomer, Suiren clan's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Shan, have you managed to contact the Witch clan? The person who arrived was none other than Yu Chaoshi Shan, Kang Jai, on another stage of the human race, clone. Among the clones of human race, besides Sui Ren Shi Feng, Yu Chao Shi Shan is the strongest and holds the highest position. He is currently in charge of all trades with the Wu clan. As for Yu Chao Shi's strength, after the Tongxin sect leader's lecture on Dao last time, he successfully broke through to the Golden Immortal Realm peak, and is only one step away from the Tai Gold Immortal Realm. If he hadn't been suppressing his cultivation level all along, like Suren Shifeng, would have already broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. The reason they suppressed their cultivation was because they were worried that the commotion they would cause during their breakthrough would be too great. Whether it's Suiren Shifeng or Yu Chao Shishan, they both know very well that even if their aptitude is not as good as the main body's breakthrough, when Tai Golden Immortal Realm is it is very likely that he will achieve an aptitude to that of the three corpses, the founder of the Tongxin sect. Once the law flower they produce exceeds the 9th grade, it will surely cause a stir throughout the entire prehistoric world. That's why they've been suppressing their cultivation and haven't broken. Yet after Yu Chao Shishao Shan appeared, she immediately gave Suiren clan a reassuring look. Don't worry, old ancestor. I have already contacted ancestor god Kuashu and Hao Yai. They are on their way. As long as we can hold out until they arrive, these Yao races will be no threat. Since the last time in Chaos, when He's attack exposed Kuashu's creation merit, Kuashu no longer hides his identity as one of the 13 ancestral witches. Nowadays, anyone who pays attention knows that the Wu tribe has gained an additional ancestral witch. However, this ancestral witch was somewhat weak, and was always protected by the great witch Hao Yi. This gave all the races of the prehistoric world a chance to speculate, all wondering who Kuashu really was. Some speculate that Kuashu is Pangu reincarnation, and some speculate that Kuashu is simply the 13th ancestral witch born from the Pangu shrine. Regardless of everyone's speculations, no one dared to touch Kuashu. Let's not even talk about Hao Yi, the newly minted near saint-level expert. Kuashu possesses the terrifying creation merit, and no one in the entire primordial world dares to provoke him. Upon hearing that Kuashu and Hao Yai were heading towards human race, Suiren clan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yu Shao Shishan, standing to the side, had a look of worry in her eyes. He sensed that this matter was not simple. In particular, this incident happened too suddenly. It just so happened that Suiren Shifeng returned at that time. After communicating with Suiren clan, he discovered that the Yao race attacked their human race shortly after Suiren Shifeng left Jinao Island. The timing is too coincidental, and it will also take Kuashu and Hao Yi some time to get here. During this time, can human race truly withstand the enemy's attacks? Just as he was thinking this, the Great Formation roared again. Damn it. We can't hold out against an attack of this strength for long. Both Suiren clan and Yu Chao Shishan changed their expressions. Just then, the sky suddenly turned dark. A massive, sky-covering figure appeared above the Great Formation. What is this? Yu Chao Shishan stared in horror at the giant figure in the sky. Its shadow blotted out the sky, its size unknown. Suspended between heaven and earth, it even blocked out the sunlight. Just as Yu Chao Shishan was horrified by the figure in the sky, Suiren clan felt his hands and feet turn ice cold and his face turn pale. Demon master, Kunpeng. What? He's the demon master? Yu Shao Shan exclaimed, his showing shock. Immediately, Yu Shao Shishan's expression changed, and he exclaimed, "This is a quasi-saint, and at least a quasi-saint late-stage expert. This... Yu Chao Shishan's expression shifted constantly. At this moment, the feeling of conspiracy intensified. It will take Guoshu and Hao Yi quite some time to arrive. That's enough time for the enemy to wipe out the entire human race. And at Suren Feng's speed, even if he gets back, he'll probably only be able to collect the corpses of the entire human race. No, they won't even leave behind any corpses. Human race is excellent prey. These Yao race wouldn't let it go. While feeling anxious, Yu Shaoxi Shan quickly contacted the main body to see if there was anything they could do. The cultivation body, trapped in the Great Formation, slowly opened its eyes and looked at the void realm in front of it. At this moment, the void realm was no longer peaceful. Endless storms swept through, and the stars were turned upside down. Shortly after releasing the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, Kang Jai found himself transported to a starry sky. The endless attacks landed on his own formation. If he hadn't activated the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram defense in time, he would have suffered a hidden loss. Fortunately, I was cautious. The moment I left the 3000 demon god realm, I sensed something was wrong and immediately began the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram. Even so, found that leaving was practically a pipe dream. The formation that traps you is not just a one-sided trap. There is a special rule here. Unless you defeat the enemy on the other side, you will never be able to get out. But now, the most terrifying thing is that I don't even know who's on the other side, and I can't even see them. The entire formation is being controlled by the other party, who also seems to possess other formidable magic treasures. This put Kang Ji in a very passive position, making it difficult for her to retaliate. Phew, it seems I have no choice but to integrate the immortal slaughtering sword formation into the lifebound treasure. Only by adding the immortal slaughtering sword formation can I possibly break this formation. Having made up her mind, Kang Jai focused her attention on Suren Feng. Only by focusing his mind on Suren Feng can he mobilize the power of the human Dao to help Suren Feng. Aksuan, Peng, something has happened to my tribe. Is there any way you can speed things up and get me the human race? Kong Kuan and Jin Peng exchanged a glance and nodded. We have a secret technique. When the two of us work together, we can increase our speed to another level. Kang Jai was overjoyed and quickly said, "Please help me, both of you." Kong Xuan and Jin Peng didn't waste any words. They exchanged a glance, rolled up Kang Jai, and transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the distance. In the sky, a rosy glow appeared, a mixture of black and white and multicolored light. Then, the 7 colors merged continuously, eventually forming a rainbow, which sped away into the distance. Kang Jai, being carried by the two, felt the speed of flight, gritted his teeth, mobilized his human power, and poured it directly into the two of them. In an instant, the two who were already moving very fast increased their speed again. Kong Xuan and Jin Peng were both somewhat surprised, not expecting Kang Jai to have such an ability. But the two of them said nothing and just kept on their way in silence. While flying, Kang Jai kept an eye on the situation at human race, feeling anxious and realizing that the speed was still insufficient. Unfortunately, although his own flight speed was not bad, it was still far inferior to those top-tier divine abilities. Even Kong Xuan and Jin Peng traveled much faster than him. If only I had a divine ability for getting around, Kang Jai thought to herself. In the prehistoric world, if we consider speed, aside from the difference in realm, the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation Technique is definitely in the top tier. Also ranking in the first tier is Kunpeng's Kunpeng spreading its wings. Next up is Jin Peng and Kong Xuan's speed divine ability. Of course, besides these, there are other speed-type divine abilities, such as sword control, cloud riding, and shrinking distances. However, these divine abilities are quite different from the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation technique and the Kunpeng Spreading Wings technique. Unfortunately, to cultivate these two divine abilities, one must obtain a wisp of origin from the Golden Crow and Kunpeng. Otherwise, without a corresponding origin to complement it, a divine ability can only be slightly better than a divine ability of the same speed type. Take the somersault cloud, for example. This divine ability is derived from the Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation technique. Because it lacks the Golden Crow origin, it has been reduced to the level of the somersault cloud. If one possesses the Golden Crow origin, one can cultivate the true Golden Crow Rainbow Transformation technique. Unfortunately, whether one wants to obtain the Golden Crow origin or Kunpeng origin is not an easy thing to do, just as Kang Jai was lost in thought. The human race territory changed once again. Kunpeng hovered in the sky, blocking out all the sunlight, and slowly lowered its head, its two eyes shining brightly. A thunderous voice rang out. "Human race, submit to Yao race, and we will spare your lives. Otherwise, there will be no more human race in the primordial world." The sound was like thunder, causing the entire formation to tremble. Seeing this, Yu Shaoxi Shan knew that this matter could no longer be resolved peacefully. Yao race is trying to make an example of them. Human race has already allied with the witch clan. If they were to submit to Yao race now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to the witch clan? Once this is done, the entire witch clan will not tolerate the human race, and the human race will surely perish. However, the Yao race didn't care. They were slapping the face of the witch clan. Moreover, even if the human race submits to them, they will only keep the human race captive as food. Anyone who dares to betray Yao race will never be let off by Yao race. Kang Ji understands these principles, and Suiren clan understands them as well, so naturally they cannot surrender. Suiren clan tilted his head back, looking at Kunpeng in the sky, and said coldly, "Kunpeng, my human race was created by Nua Saint. Do you really dare to destroy my human race?" Kunpeng laughed as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. "How ridiculous. You really think that just because you were created by Saint, you can compare to our Yao race? You are nothing but food for my Yao race, created by Saint. If Saint truly cared about you all, would he have allowed us to attack the human race?" Upon hearing this, Suiren clan turned pale. He didn't want to believe Kunpeng's words, but the facts told him Nua Saint really no longer cared about them. Meanwhile, far away in chaos outside 33 heavens, outside the Nua Palace, two Dao figures stood in front of the Wa Palace, confronting Nua. "Junior sister, we are here on the orders of our master to advise you that during the cataclysm, no saint may interfere." Jiayin and Junti stood in front of Nua, smiling awkwardly but refused to back down. Nua narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "When did I say I would interfere in the primordial calamity? I only wish to return to the primordial world to see my brother. What is the meaning of you two blocking my way?" Faced with Nua's questioning, Jiayin and Junti remained silent, simply brazenly blocking the doorway. Nua was about to make a move, but at that moment, a tremor ran through chaos, originating from the Purple Cloud Palace. Nua's expression changed, then changed again, and finally she flicked her sleeves and returned to Nua Palace. The Nua Palace slammed shut. Jiayin and Junti exchanged a glance, gave a wry smile, and then sat down outside the Nua Palace. Upon returning to the palace and seeing this, Nua's face flushed red. Finally, she let out a cold snort and disappeared. Meanwhile, Suiren clan, whose face had turned pale after being refuted by Kunpeng, stared at Kunpeng for a long time before gritting her teeth and saying, "Even if Saint doesn't have time to pay attention to us, my human race has already allied with the witch clan. Aren't you afraid of causing a war between the witch and demon clans by insulting my human race like this? Don't forget, our ancestor Dao said that the two races must not go to war for at least 30,000 years. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng burst into laughter again. The witch clan? Ha ha ha. Do you think the witch clan can come to your rescue? Upon hearing this, both Yuchao Shishan and Suiren clan below changed their expressions. Could it be something went wrong on the witch clan's side too? In fact, something unexpected did happen on the side of the witch clan. Originally, Kua Shu, upon discovering the changes on the human race side, immediately contacted other ancestral witches, preparing to request their assistance. To their utter surprise, before the Wu clan could even make a move, Yao race had already blocked them at the entrance. Emperor Jun, do you truly wish to wage war against my witch clan right now? Dijiang stared intently at Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taiyi with a gloomy face. Emperor Jun chuckled coldly. Go to war? No, no, no. When did I, Emperor, ever say I wanted to go to war? This Hev Emperor merely wishes to exchange ideas with your witch clan. The constant fighting between the witch and demon clans is not a sustainable solution, Dijiang. Don't you agree? Hearing Emperor Jun's shameless excuse, the hot-tempered Zhu Rong couldn't hold back any longer. Emperor Jun, you are shameless. Our witch clan does not welcome you. Get out of the witch clan. Emperor sneered. Peace between the two races is what the ancestor desires. Zhu Rong, do you intend to defy the ancestor's will? In response to Emperor Jun's words, Zhu Rong didn't waste any words and immediately threw a punch. However, at that moment, a powerful pressure suddenly arose between heaven and earth, and Zhu Rong, who was about to make a move, changed his expression. Dijiang quickly stepped forward and pressed Zhu Rong down, fearing that the angry Zhu Rong would reveal his true strength. Since they cultivated the cultivate method provided by Kua Shu, their strength has long since broken through. They are now not far from the Hunyuan Dalu Golden Immortal. If they expose themselves now, they will surely be killed by Dao Zhu. In this situation, they absolutely cannot allow the other party to find fault with them. Don't worry how Yi has already gone to human race. These Yao races can't cause any trouble. Dijiang tried to persuade Zhu Rong, but he knew in his heart Kunpeng was missing from the Yao races group this time, so they must have gone to the human race. How Yi's trip may not necessarily resolve the human race crisis. Even so, Dijiang did not intend to confront Dao Zhu head-on right now. Why let a Shirshir-win situation slip away at the last minute? As for human race, we will save them if we can, and if we can't, we will avenge them in the future. Regardless, the witch clan is their foundation. As for Kua Shu, with creation merit protecting him, there's no need to worry about his safety at all. Not to mention, Hao Yai was there to protect them, knowing what was important. Just as Dijiang grabbed Zhu Rong, Hong Jun in the Purple Cloud Palace side. If Zhu Rong were to take forceful action, he would naturally seize the opportunity to punish him. Unfortunately, Zhu Rong was persuaded by Dijiang. Hong Jun wanted to take this opportunity to test the waters because he couldn't quite understand the recent changes in the witch clan. Although 12 ancestral witches did his best to conceal his cultivation level, even Hong Jun could not detect anything unusual. However, the 12 ancestral witches' power has increased dramatically, and with their primordial spirit problem resolved, the cultivate new cultivation technique can also regulate the earth's evil. Key. For various reasons, the luck of the entire witch clan has skyrocketed. The sudden surge in the number of Wu tribe luck naturally caught Hongjun's attention. However, after Hongjun investigated, he found nothing unusual. That's precisely why it's so abnormal. He is Hongjun Dao Zhu has already begun to merge Dao, and there are still things in the entire prehistoric world that he cannot detect. Under such circumstances, how could Hongjun not be alarmed? Unfortunately, the 12 ancestral witches didn't fall for it, which disappointed Hongjun. While 12 ancestral witches was being cornered at their doorstep by Yao race, Kua Shu also received a message from Daijiang. Kua Shu's expression changed, and he immediately relayed the message to Kang Jai. Kang Jai, who was on her way, was startled, and her worries intensified. Given the current situation, it's too late to wait for Kua Shu and Hao Yi to arrive in time. Phew, looks like this is the only way. Possessing Suren Shifeng's body, Kang Ji's mind, which was on its way, immediately contacted the main body of the witch clan and the human race. Main body. Now, the only way to break this deadlock is to rely on the power of these two main bodies. Prior to this, Kang Jai had already rearranged the whereabouts of the 9 main bodies, including those originally residing in Kua Shu. The 3 main bodies of the Lich King in the Witch Realm space were placed into the cultivates of the 3 races respectively. Among them Yao race, the main character travels to the land of Yao race to steal the skills of various Yao races. Divine ability. Human race, the main body, then moved to the human race and hid within the human race territory. As for the main body of the Wu tribe, it is hidden in the Hutu tribe. Now, the only way to save human race is with the help of Hao Yi. It will take Hao Yi quite some time to travel from the Wu tribe to human race. That short amount of time was enough for Kunpeng to wipe out the human race several times over. The only way to break this deadlock is to use the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate between the main bodies to teleport to the human race through the witch clan's main body. Brother Hao Yi, let's wait a bit. Kua Shu suddenly called out to Hao Yi, who was rushing on his way, which puzzled Hao Yi greatly. Ancestor God Kua Shu, are you planning to give up on human race? Hao Yi frowned slightly. Today, the relationship between the Hutu tribe and the human race is close, especially between the Hutu tribe and the human race. They not only have business dealings, but also intermarry, resulting in many mixed-race descendants. Even Hao himself has now set his sights on a human race woman named Changyi. If Kua Shu abandons human race, then human race is doomed this time. And the Wu tribe and the human race will be completely severed. What will become of the human race living in the Wu tribes? Sensing Hao Yi's worry, Kua Shu patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I would never give up on the human race. However, if we rush there like this, we definitely won't make it in time. Hao Yi wondered, is there a better way to make the ancestral difficult to defeat? Kua Shu nodded. There is indeed a better way, but we have to wait for someone. Hai was puzzled, but just as he was wondering, he suddenly turned his head, his whole body stood up, and he stared intently in one direction. Kua Shu patted him on the shoulder. Relax, we're on the same side. Hao Yi tilted his head and glanced at Kua Shu with a puzzled look, but he did not let his guard down. Just then, a streak of light streaked across the sky and landed not far from Kua Shu and his companion. The visitor was Kang Wu, the main body of the Wu tribe in the cultivate within the Hutu tribe. Kang Wu is the name Kang Jai gave to the martial cultivator main body of the Wu clan, to make it easier to distinguish the 9 main deities. Thank you for your trouble. Kua Shu nodded to the main body of the Wu clan. The main body of the witch clan didn't say much, but looked at the 2 Dao and said, I'm sorry to trouble you two to stay in the witch realm space for a while. Hao Yi was relieved to see that newcomer, was also a member of the Wu tribe. Despite his doubts, he wondered how a mere tiny golden immortal realm could arrive at the human race faster than him, since ancestor god Kuashu had chosen to believe. Hao Yi had no choice but to temporarily suppress his doubts and also choose to believe in ancestor god Kuashu. Once the two entered the witch realm space, Kangwu didn't hesitate any longer. He immediately used the connection between the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate to step out, and when he reappeared, he was already in the human race. Main body Azure Source is always at hand. For human race, main body Azure Source nodded, and the main body of the Wu clan, Kangwu, continued flying towards the East China Sea of the human race, without stopping. However, Kangwu did not fly very far this time. He only flew a short distance before stopping. With a thought, Kuashu and Hao Yi were released from witch realm space. However, Hao Yi, who was released, was completely dumbfounded. What did he just see? Yi felt like she was dreaming. All the Cultivate Witch World's Cultivate method, which opened up the witch realm space, only has 12 races. But the witch realm space he just saw has 36 branches of the witch race. It's even more terrifying than the witch realm space created by all the cultivates of their witch clans. This is absolutely insane. Even Kuashu, the creator of the witch world cultivation method, only created 12 races of witch descendants through cultivate. But Kangwu cultured 36 different races of descendants, which shocked him greatly. Coughed twice. Brother Hao Yi, the Kangwu fellow Taoist is a bit special. Don't be shocked yet. The most important thing is to save people quickly. At this moment, the human race's defensive array was already on the verge of collapse. Kunpeng was about to strike with his palm. If this palm were to land on the array, the entire human race's defensive array would surely shatter. Seeing this, Hao Yi didn't have time to think. He knocked an arrow with one hand and drew it with the other. The arrow flew like a meteor, piercing through the barrier and striking Kunpeng's giant hand hard. With a thud, Kunpeng's giant hand was pierced, turning into fragments of energy. The arrow continued its trajectory, shooting towards Kunpeng's eyes. Kunpeng, who had been nonchalant, was startled and retreated quickly without thinking, narrowly dodging the sudden arrow. Hao Yi. Kunpeng's expression was solemn. According to the information from Yao race, Hao Yi couldn't possibly have arrived at human race so quickly. What's going on? How did Hao Yi suddenly appear in human race? Just as Kunpeng was filled with doubt and surprise, a loud shout rang out. Kunpeng, you're bullying the weak. Don't you even care about saving face? Hao Yi leaped into the air and stood in the void realm, confronting Kunpeng. Having dodged Hao Yi's arrow, Kunpeng did not rush to attack, but instead looked around, fearing there might be a trap. Seeing this, Kuashu's eyes lit up, and he immediately transmitted his voice to Hao Yi. Brother Hao Yi, don't rush to make a move. Try to buy as much time as possible. Kunpeng is cunning, treacherous, but he is also very cautious, or rather timid. Even though it was just Hao Yi alone, the other party immediately became cautious when they saw Hao Yi arrive, as if there were other witches present, which shows how careful Kunpeng was. Suirenshi Feng is still on his way and will need some time. Only when Suirenshi Feng returns to human race will they have any hope of breaking the deadlock. Although Hao Yi didn't understand why, he's followed Kuashu's instructions and began to stall for time. Kunpeng, this is the human race, the sanctuary of my Wu clan. You Yao race have come here. Do you intend to wage war as my Wu clan? Hao Yi took a step forward, and aura, comparable to a quasi-saint in the middle stage, soared into the sky, his sun-shooting bow transforming into a giant axe, pointing directly at Kunpeng. Kunpeng felt a chill run down his spine and glanced at the giant axe in Hao Yi's hand with some apprehension. This was the transformation of the sun-shooting bow. Ever since the sun-shooting bow shot down 9 little golden crows, this bow has become effective against all of their Yao race. Even Kunpeng would be badly hurt if hit by this bow. What truly alarmed Kunpeng was Hao Yi's sudden appearance. Yao race had analyzed everything meticulously, creating a plan that was almost foolproof. However, due to Hao Yi's sudden appearance, the plan had deviated from its original trajectory. This kind of uncontrollable accident made him very wary. Could it be that ancestor god Jijiang has already escaped? Or that ancestor god Jijiang sent him here? Thinking of this possibility, Kunpeng became even more wary. Divine thoughts scanned his surroundings, seemingly to find the enemy hidden in the shadows. In Peng's opinion, apart from ancestor god Jijiang's space law, which allowed Hao Yi to arrive at human race so quickly, the Wu tribe had no other way. If ancestor god Jijiang has already left Pengu Shrine, then he is in danger. He is no match for ancestor god Jijiang. As he thought this, Kunpeng scanned his surroundings more warily, seemingly ignoring Hao Yi's questioning. However, after searching, nothing was found, and Kunpeng frowned. Could it be that I guessed wrong? Just to be on the safe side, Kunpeng had to inquire about the situation. What did you say? Hao has already arrived at human race? Upon hearing this news, Emperor Jun was also shocked. After glancing at the 12 ancestral witches who were being blocked by them, Emperor Jun was certain that the 12 ancestral witches were all here. Their actions this time were tacitly approved by Dao Zhu. Otherwise, how could he have so brazenly provoked the 12 ancestral witches? Since the 12 ancestral witches are all here, how did Hao Yi get to the human race? Emperor Jun was equally puzzled, but now was not the time for doubt. He immediately ordered Kunpeng, ignore these things for now. This is a rare opportunity. Do everything in your power to keep Hao Yi firmly in the human race. Kunpeng felt a chill run down his spine, sensing Emperor Jun's murderous intent. After all, Hao Yi had shot and killed 9 of Emperor Jun's sons, and the hatred between the two sides was irreconcilable. Now that Emperor Jun has the opportunity to kill Yi, he naturally won't miss it. However, this caused Kunpeng considerable trouble. Although Hao Yi is only a strong person comparable to a quasi-saint in the middle stage, he has the sun-shooting bow, so killing him will not be so easy. Moreover, once Hao Yi is killed, he will be locked in a life-or-death struggle with the 12 ancestral witches. If the 12 ancestral witches find an opportunity, he will be in danger. Even if I'm extremely careful, is it possible that Dao will never act alone? How could he possibly agree to that? However, he had no choice but to obey Emperor Jun's orders. If he refused, he would surely incur the wrath of Emperor Jun and Taichi. He quickly weighed everything in his mind and answered decisively, I will obey your majesty's order. Kunpeng will certainly kill this fiend and avenge the 9 princes. Having received a satisfactory answer, Emperor Jun hung up the communication and looked at 12 ancestral witches with much greater satisfaction. Once he kills Hao Yi, he wants to see what kind of expression the 12 ancestral witches will have. Meanwhile, after Kunpeng lost contact, he immediately looked at Hao Yi warily. Kunpeng was somewhat surprised to see that Hao Yi did not launch an attack. Aren't the Wu tribe members supposed to have very short tempers? I just ignored Hao Yi, and the other party didn't have life QE. That's very strange. The suspicious Kunpeng became alert again, cautiously looking around, but found nothing unusual. Suddenly, Kunpeng's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy be waiting for reinforcements? Thinking of this, Kunpeng no longer hesitated and suddenly attacked Hao Yi. His speed was so fast that if Hao Yi hadn't been very vigilant, he would probably have been killed by Kunpeng. How dare you! Kunpeng, you really have no shame. You even dare to launch a sneak attack. However, Kunpeng ignored and kept launching attacks. Between heaven and earth, law is in turmoil. Dao, the power of law, manifested as various divine abilities that swept across the world. Kunpeng's attacks were so rampant that even the human race below was engulfed in them. However, Hao Ya was not so lucky. He also had to consider the human race below, making him appear quite disheveled and passive. Kunpeng's strength was already very close to quasi-sage peak, reaching the limit of the quasi-saint late stage, making him much stronger than Hao Yi. If it weren't for the fear of Hao Yi's sun-shooting bow, Hao Yi would probably have been severely injured long ago. If things continue like this, Hao Yi will only face defeat. Old ancestor clan. Quickly organize your clansmen to evacuate from this place and retreat to the Wu clan's territory as soon as possible. Only by completely removing human race can Hao Yi fight Kunpeng without any worries. Suiren clan knew this about Dao and immediately arranged for the clansmen to evacuate. However, Kunpeng had already discovered this. Wherever human race retreated, his attacks followed, forcing Hao Yi to confront him head-on. Despicable villain, a quasi-saint level expert, yet he resorts to such vile deeds. Suiren Clan Kai was so enraged that he started cursing, and Yu Chao Shan could only sigh helplessly. Kunpeng, an old silver coin, would never care about its reputation. Even if Hao Yi were still at the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, Kunpeng would probably use this method, let alone Hao Yi being a quasi-saint. But it will be soon, whether it was Yu Chao Shan, Hua Shu, or Kang Wu. They were all keeping their eyes fixed on the East China Sea. Kunpeng, who was attacking Hao Yi, suddenly stopped and looked sharply toward the East China Sea. Kunpeng shouted, giving orders to the sea monsters in the East China Sea. Although the newcomer only possessed the cultivation level of Taiyi Golden Immortal, Kunpeng had a bad feeling and ordered his men to stop him without hesitation. The sea monsters above the East Sea also saw the colorful rays of light flying from the sky and were about to stop them. But at that moment, a mighty heavenly Dao merit rose up and enveloped Suiren Shifeng and the other two. When they saw the massive karma enveloping Suiren Shifeng and his two companions, all the Yao race members were stunned. With so many heavenly Dao merits, how could they dare to stop them? If they were to encounter that, they would surely die. Even Yao race of Dalio Golden Immortal Realm dared not intervene. In that brief moment of hesitation, Suiren Shifeng and his companions had already passed through the Yao race defenses and approached the East Sea human race. With the old ancestor here, you think you can get past me? Kunpeng flapped its wings, ready to intervene. But at that moment, a deadly crisis rose in my heart. Kunpeng hurriedly turned his head to look, only to find that Hao Yi had already transformed into the sun-shooting bow again, which was now fully charged and was about to fire an arrow at him. Kunpeng no longer had any intention of stopping Suiren Shifeng and the other two, and quickly dodged Hao Yi's arrow. Even if the three members of Suiren clan are strong, they are still only Taiyi Golden Immortal and Golden Immortal Realm. Cultivator. Even if they were allowed into the human race territory, it wouldn't change the situation. Kunpeng's rationality told him that Suiren clan and his two companions couldn't cause any trouble. But for some reason, he felt a vague unease in his heart. Just as he was dodging Hao Yi's attack, Suiren Shifeng and his two companions finally broke through the human race's defensive array and landed steadily in the human race's territory. Looking up at human race's defensive array, I saw that it was already on the verge of collapse. If Kunpeng were to attack it again, it would probably fall apart. Even if Kunpeng doesn't intervene, the Yao races surrounding the human race can break through this defense in a short time. It's too late. Kang Jai was anxious, so he went straight to Kuashu's side, cupped his hands and said, "Please, ancestral witch, help me with the human race." Ku feigned helplessness. "Brother, Fang, I'm just Tai Golden Immortal. My early stage cultivation level is probably not of much help to you. But don't worry, with Hao Yi around, protecting part of the human race is still possible." Kang Jai, controlling Sui Renshi Feng, gritted his teeth as if he had made a great decision. And suddenly the immortal slaughtering sword formation, a gift from the Tongqin sect leader, and handed it to Kuashu. "Ancestral witch, this is the immortal slaughtering sword formation that Master gave me. Although it's not the original immortal slaughtering sword formation, the quality of this sword formation has reached high grade. Rank of acquired spirit treasure. It also incorporates a touch of innate from the original immortal slaughtering sword formation. Origin has the potential to reverse innate. I'm willing to give you this treasure, hoping you can save my human race." Looking at the sincere and earnest Sui Renshi Feng, Kuashu seemed somewhat hesitant. At this moment, Kangwu suddenly spoke up. "Ancestral witch, these human race brothers are so sincere, please save them." Yu Chao Shishan, standing to the side, also spoke up. "Lord Ancestral Witch, please save our human race." Seeing this, the surrounding human race members also spoke up to offer advice. Kuashu hesitated, glanced around. Seemingly moved by the pleading looks in everyone's eyes, gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. This ancestral witch will take a gamble. I can't guarantee success or failure, and it doesn't work, don't blame me." Sui Renshi Feng was the first to speak. "Ancestral witch, rest assured, even if it fails, we will not blame you." Upon hearing this, Kuashu no longer hesitated, took the immortal slaughtering sword formation from Sui Renshi Feng, first imprinted his own mark on it, and then looked at Sui Renshi Feng. "Dao, to escape this predicament, I need your help. Use your rebellious origin. Divine ability helps me." As soon as he finished speaking, Sui Renshi Feng, as if telepathically connected, unhesitatingly struck Kuashu's immortal slaughtering sword formation with divine ability. Reverse origin under divine ability, the immortal slaughtering sword formation of acquired spirit treasure. In that wisp of innate driven by origin, it is gradually shifting towards innate. Unfortunately, given this speed, it's unclear how long it would take to convert an acquired spirit treasure level immortal slaughtering sword formation into an innate spirit treasure. Everyone around was completely bewildered. They just asked Kuashu for help. They were only acting on instinct. Both Sui Renshi Feng and Yu Chao Shishan have asked Kuashu for help, so Kuashu must have a way to save them. They had also heard rumors about Kuashu, who was said to possess creation merit. Surely the ancestor god Kuashu, who possesses creation merit, has some way to save them. Perhaps they'll use creation merit to force Kunpeng and Yao race to back down. However, Kuashu and Sui Renshi Feng states current at them left the mood. Reverse innate with acquired spirit treasure? While doing so would indeed enhance the power of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Don't forget, this is a critical moment. Is it really a good idea to do this now? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and confusion, Kuashu suddenly unleashed creation merit. A powerful surge of creation merit flowed into the immortal slaughtering sword formation, accelerating its transformation. With the help of creation merit, immortal slaughtering sword formation reverses innate much faster. With Kuashu's generous use of creation merit, the immortal slaughtering sword formation was completed before anyone could react. In an instant, 4 terrifying sword keys soared into the sky, breaking through the clouds, startling Kunpeng, who was in the middle of the battle, and he had to retreat one after another. Execute 4 swords of Zuxian, Kunpeng exclaimed in shock. But soon he realized something was wrong. The power of these 4 swords of Zuxian seems a bit weak. Although the 4 swords of Zuxian have rebelled against innate and become the innate spirit treasure. Ultimately, it is an innate spirit treasure transformed from an acquired spirit treasure. Therefore, the transformed 4 swords of Zuxian only reached the medium grade in power. Rank of innate spirit treasure. Even so, when the 4 Dao Wen sword key soared into the sky, the entire prehistoric rumbled. Slay them. The 4 swords of Zuxian? Who has offended the Tongxian sect leader? They've even brought out the 4 swords of Zuxian. Just everyone was in shock. They soon realized that something was wrong. Why is the power of these 4 swords of Zuxian a bit weak? Countless powerful beings harbored doubts, and one by one they released divine thoughts, traversing space to locate the shores of the East China Sea. Soon, everyone discovered the changes on the shores of the East Sea. The Yao race, the human race, the Hao Yai of the Wu clan, and the mysterious ancestral witch of the Wu clan. When everyone realized what had happened, they were all shocked. Rebellion against innate. It's actually acquired spirit treasure. The 4 swords of Zuxian have been transformed to an innate spirit treasure. Everyone was shocked, never expecting that the little human race would have such capabilities. Just as everyone was in shock, someone with sharp eyes noticed that Kuashu was also holding a formation diagram in his hand. No, that's the immortal slaughtering sword formation diagram. This is a complete immortal slaughtering sword formation. This. The power of the 4 swords of Zuxian is only comparable to medium grade innate spirit treasure. However, with the array diagram, the immortal slaughtering sword formation's power is absolutely comparable to a high grade innate spirit treasure. This is only slightly inferior to the original immortal slaughtering sword formation. The original immortal slaughtering sword formation is merely an excellent innate spirit treasure. However, the original immortal slaughtering sword formation is too powerful, with attack strength comparable to the innate chaos bell. Although Kuashu's immortal slaughtering sword formation is slightly inferior, it is still a rare magic treasure. At this moment, countless greedy thoughts arose within Dao. Even Kunpeng, who dodged Hao Yi's attack, was no exception. The immortal slaughtering sword formation in Kuashu's hand clearly had not yet been fully refined. He had just seen it. This magic treasure set was just given to Kuashu by Suren Shifeng. Shusu simply imprinted a mark on it to prevent it from running away. It's still unknown how long it will take before it's truly refined. If I could get it. Kunpeng was impatient and rushed towards Kuashu at top speed. Hao Yi, who was prepared, quickly stopped him, but Kunpeng was unusually enthusiastic this time, several times more so than during the previous battle. Kuashu glanced at Kunpeng and sneered inwardly. Take out the lifebound treasure and directly integrate the immortal slaughtering sword formation into it. In an effort to buy time, Kuashu once again unleashed creation merit. Creation merit is integrated into lifebound treasure as if it were free. With the help of the magic treasure, lifebound treasure quickly completed the fusion. The next second, Kuashu lightly touched the ground, and a wave of energy swept across the entire void realm. With the integration of lifebound treasure into immortal slaughtering sword formation, its power has been further enhanced. It has a high-grade level with the enhancement of the immortal slaughtering sword formation from the innate spirit treasure, even the original low-grade. Innate spirit treasure, the power of the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, has been greatly enhanced. With the 2 formations sweeping across the land, the human race territory, the attacking Yao race, and even Kunpeng and Hao Yai were all drawn into the formations. The combined power of the 2 formations is even greater than that of the immortal slaughtering sword formation alone. In an instant, Kunpeng, who had originally intended to seize the immortal slaughtering sword formation, old ancestor suddenly found himself trapped. This changed the balance of power, leaving Kunpeng in a bind. Heh, Kunpeng, I never thought you'd end up like this. How he burst into laughter on seeing Kunpeng trapped. At that moment, Kang Jai, who was controlling Suirenshi Feng, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Kunpeng is now trapped, and it won't be easy for him to leave. Of course, it's equally unlikely that they would want to kill Kunpeng. However, the longer it drags on, the more advantageous it is for them. If other great shamans arrive, Kunpeng will likely be severely injured, if not killed. Given this situation, and considering Kunpeng's fearless nature, it seems that the Kunpeng divine ability that I've been longing for isn't out of the question, just as Kang Jai trapped Kunpeng, intending to wear him down and break his spirit, Kuashu. The changes in lifebound treasure were also transmitted to Chaos main body through the Big Dao quantum entanglement effect. A peculiar fluctuation emanated from Chaos main body, and then another lifebound treasure appeared in Chaos main body's hand, emitting a peculiar fluctuation. As this fluctuation occurred, the lifebound treasure trembled even more violently, with sword Qi faintly emanating from it. This is all the properties and law of the immortal slaughtering sword formation, which the Big Dao quantum entanglement effect has been transmitted to this lifebound treasure. Gradually, lifebound treasure evolved into immortal slaughtering sword formation. With a whoosh, a chaos version of the immortal slaughtering sword formation appeared in chaos. The immortal slaughtering sword formation unfolds, stirring up the chaos. In an instant, this chaos was torn apart, giving rise to the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire. As expected of chaos, the power that magic treasure can unleash in chaos is far greater than it was in the primordial era. Feeling chaos, while the immortal slaughtering sword formation is still not as powerful as the original, its power is approaching that of a typical top-tier innate spirit treasure. Phew! If only the immortal slaughtering sword formation and the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram could be combined into one. Experiencing the characteristics of the 2 formations, Kang Jai felt somewhat moved. Immortal slaughtering sword formation excels in trapping and killing formations. The fact that it cannot be broken by anything less than the 4 saints demonstrates the strength of the immortal slaughtering sword formation's trapping formation. Kang Ji's immortal slaughtering sword formation, although only at the high-grade level, the power of the innate spirit treasure has reached a level that cannot be broken by anyone other than 4 quasi-saints. This is also why Kang Jai was able to trap Kunpeng. The immortal slaughtering sword formation is equally powerful. Even if Saint were trapped within it, he would be in a very difficult situation. The innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram, on the other hand, represents the ability of powerful entities to launch group attacks and divide space. Chaos gives rise to yin and yang. Yin and yang give rise to the 4 symbols. The 4 symbols give rise to the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams give rise to the 64 hexagrams, and the 64 hexagrams evolve into the boundless universe. Therefore, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram can divide space into infinitely large and small segments, trapping people within them. Furthermore, it incorporates military formation diagrams, meaning that the larger the number of troops, the greater the power it can unleash. Therefore, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram is more suitable for fixed use. For example, it's permanently located in Sun City. However, since the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram has now been integrated into Lifebound Treasure, it would be a waste to use it only as a fixed magic treasure. However, to unleash the full power of the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram at any time, a large number of troops need to be prepared at all times, which is troublesome. It would be great if the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram could be combined with the immortal slaughtering sword formation, replacing the army with thousands of sword spirits, and combining them with immortal slaughtering sword formation can both compensate for the immortal slaughtering sword formation's lack of space, segmentation, and enhance its area of effect attack capabilities. The combined power of the two is incomparable. Unfortunately, Kang Jai cannot do that yet. To fuse the two, Kang Jai needs to fully understand the innate syntax of both formations. Dao should be able to integrate the two formats and innovate upon them. To achieve this, his current level of cultivation is insufficient. Call. Kang Jai slowly exhaled ki, putting away Lifebound Treasure. Although it is not yet possible to combine the two formats fusion, but even when the two formations are used together, their power is not comparable to that of a single formation, and it is more than enough to solve the current predicament. Not only will the predicament on prehistoric world be resolved, but the predicament on Earth will also be solved. With the successful transformation of the Lifebound Treasure on the Chaos Main Body, the Chaos Main Body directly opened the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate between itself and the Cultivation Body, transferring the modified abilities of the Lifebound Treasure's Mother Body Cultivator to the Child Magic Treasure. On Blue Star, the trapped Cultivation Body slowly opened its eyes, glanced at the opponent who was still attacking, and did not immediately retaliate. The time flow in the prehistoric world is faster, so he decided to deal with the trouble there first. His mind returned to the primordial chaos, back to Sui Renshi Feng. Looking at Kun Peng, who was being brutally beaten by the immortal slaughtering sword formation, he slowly spoke. Sir, my human race and your Yao race have always kept to ourselves. Do you really think my human race is easy to bully? Faced Sui Renshi Feng's questioning, Kun Peng merely gave him a cold glance. Golden Immortal Realm Peak Ant, how dare you speak to him? If Sui Renshi Feng weren't still a disciple of Saint, Kun Peng would have slapped him to death long ago. Seeing that Kun Peng remained silent, Sui Renshi Feng was not annoyed and chuckled. Demon Master truly went to great lengths for Yao race. Sui Renshi Feng appeared to be expressing emotion, but the sarcasm in his words was obvious. Kun Peng narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Sui Renshi Feng, who was being protected by Hao Yi and Kuo Shu. Boy, don't think that just because you've become Saint's disciple, I won't dare to touch you. Even if I dare not kill you, I can still cripple you. Looking at the surging Kun Peng with killing intent, Sui Renshi Feng sighed and shook his head. I thought Demon Master was someone important, but I didn't expect him to be so blindly loyal. You're completely devoted to Yao race. But have Emperor Jun and Taichi ever truly cared about you? Kun Peng's pupils contracted, and he stared intently at Sui Renshi Feng. Sui Renshi Feng's words seemed to have pierced his lungs. Although he was revered as the demon master in the Yao race, neither the demon saint nor the demon marshal showed him much respect. More importantly, both Emperor Jun and Taichi were always wary of him. If it weren't for the fact that a wisp of his divine soul was controlled by the demon summoning banner, he would never have been willing to submit to Emperor and Tai. Seeing Kunpeng's constantly changing expression, Surenshi Feng spoke again. Demon Master, how about do a pen trade? Not only was Kunpeng stunned, but Hao Yai was also taken aback. The two sides were playing well, so why did they suddenly start trading? You want to trade with me? What qualifications do you have to trade with me? Just because you're saint. What is the disciple's identity? Looking at Kunpeng's disdainful face, Surenshi Feng chuckled. Of course I'm not enough. There's also ancestor god Kuashu and the great shaman Hao Yi. Huh? What do you mean? Can you speak for both of them? Sensing Kunpeng's disdain, Surenshi Feng remained silent, only glancing at Kuashu. Kuashu chuckled. It's all right, Brother Feng can represent me. Kunpeng was taken aback, and Hao Yai was also stunned, looking at Kuashu with some confusion. Although I know Dao Kuashu and Surenshi Feng have a good relationship. But when did a small human race come to represent the ancestral witches of the Wu tribe? Despite her doubts and displeasure, Hao Yi remained silent. Kunpeng on the other side was extremely shocked. Kuashu had always been suspected of being Pangu, reincarnation. However, this mysterious ancestral witch of the witch clan sent Surenshi Feng to negotiate on his behalf, which was far beyond his expectations. Kunpeng gave Surenshi Feng a deep look and said in a deep voice, "What do you want to trade with me?" Kunpeng, unusually, put aside his contempt and stared intently at the seemingly unremarkable human race kid in front of him. Kang Jai grinned and bluntly stated, "I need some origin from the demon master and Kunpeng's divine ability." Uh-huh. Kunpeng's eyes widened. You want to cultivate my ultimate divine ability? Kunpeng stared at Kang Jai with disbelief, then shook his head immediately. That's impossible, Kang Jai calmly said. As a condition, I can let Demon Master leave. Kunpeng was taken aback again, his gaze drifting between Kuashu and Hao Yi. Hao Yi remained expressionless, revealing nothing, while Kuashu smiled broadly and nodded at Kunpeng. Kunpeng was stunned. Kuashu actually dared to agree to Surenshi Feng's conditions. Kunpeng's eyes flickered, and he did not immediately respond to Surenshi Feng's conditions. At that moment, Surenshi Feng casually said, I advise Demon Master to agree. Otherwise, even if you return to Yao race, you won't be able to explain it to Emperor Jun. Kunpeng was taken aback then, suddenly looked up, frowning, and asked, What do you mean by that? Kang Jai sneered. Demon Master, if you return unscathed, while the Yao race you brought is completely wiped out, what do you think Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Taiyi will think? Kunpeng's expression changed, and he stared intently at Surenshi Feng. At this moment, he suddenly dared not underestimate the human race in front of him. Kunpeng's expression was somewhat unpleasant as he stared intently at Surenshi Feng. Dao, you're going to kill all the Yao race. Surenshi Feng sneered. You think I'd let them get away with slaughtering my human race? If the immortal slaughtering sword formation could only trap Kunpeng but not kill him, Kang Jai would not hesitate to leave Kunpeng alive as well. Kunpeng's expression kept changing. He wanted to resist, but he was also afraid that if he failed, he would perish here again. Kunpeng was clearly unwilling to agree to that. Just as Kunpeng was struggling with his inner turmoil, Surenshi Feng casually spoke up. I have another message for Demon Master. Emperor Jun and Taiyi are resurrecting the 9 little golden crows, and they are almost successful. Kunpeng trembled, his face contorted as he stared at Suren Shifeng. If Hou Yi hadn't been watching, Kunpeng would have rushed up to ask him what was going on. Hou Yi was equally shocked. He was the one who shot down the 9 golden crows, but Suren Shifeng's, that Emperor Jun and Tai had resurrected them. This news was like a nuclear bomb, shaking everyone to their core. Kunpeng's expression turned grim, changing repeatedly. His current status within Yao race is already quite awkward. Because he was unwilling to relinquish his power in the Northern Sea, he was never truly recognized by Emperor Jun and Tai. Now the 9 golden crows are about to be resurrected. Once resurrected, their status and position will be lowered again, and they will be able to enjoy the Yao race. The blessing of luck will also decrease. What's the point of him staying in Yao race then? Seeing Kunpeng's struggle, Suren Shifeng added fuel to the fire. If you don't believe me, you can investigate for yourself. They resurrected the 9 little golden crows using a divine tree, which is located in the heavenly court. Kunpeng suddenly looked up, staring at Suren Shifeng and asking Dao. These secrets are unknown even to me, Dao, so how did you come to know them? At this moment, Kuo-shu spoke up. Of course I told him. As for how I knew, you don't need to know. Facing Kuo-shu, who is suspected to be Pangu, Kunpeng opened his mouth. Ultimately didn't dare to ask any further questions about the mysterious ancestral witch of reincarnation. But deep down, he believed the news to some extent. Seeing Kunpeng's constantly shifting gaze, Suren Shifeng's lips curled into a slight smile. The reason I proactively revealed this information to Kunpeng was because Yin-Yang Divine Tree was experiencing some trouble. As Yin-Yang Divine Tree's cultivation level continues to improve, he has broken through to the Gold Immortal Realm peak, just like Kuo-shu, and can break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm at any time. Kuo-shu can also be led by Hou Yi to break through chaos. But the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is right under Emperor Jun's and Tai's noses. Once broken through, Realm will surely discover the anomaly, causing heavenly Dao to vibrate. More importantly, with the Yin-Yang Divine Tree breakthrough to Golden Immortal Realm Peak, where the 9 golden crows and 9 mystic rabbits are still in the process of gestation. According to Emperor Jun's speculation, the 9 golden crows and the 9 mystic rabbits should have been born long ago. Although the longer the gestation period, the better for the 9 golden crows and 9 mystic rabbits. However, everything in excess is harmful, and the abnormality of the Yin-Yang Divine Tree still caught the attention of Emperor Jun and his team. If Kang Jai hadn't hesitated to restore the Yin-Yang Divine Tree's sentience, Emperor Jun and his group would probably have destroyed it long ago. This can't go on. Emperor Jun and his men are busy dealing with the witch clan, so they don't have time to deal with the Yin-Yang Divine Tree. But once the time is freed up, the Yin-Yang Divine Tree will be in danger. The only way to resolve the current predicament surrounding the Yin-Yang Divine Tree is to introduce other variables. Demon Master Kunpeng is the variable that Kang Jai came up with. He has enough strength and ambition, but there is still a rift between him and Emperor Jun. They are not of one mind. Given these factors, perhaps we can make use of Kunpeng. Just as Kang Jai was making his calculations, Kunpeng gritted his teeth and said, I agree to your terms. Suren Shifeng laughed, Kuo-shu laughed, and even Hou Yi managed a smile. Just then, Kuo-shu spoke up. You made a very wise choice. Kuo stared at Kunpeng with strange luster in his eyes. Demon Master, since you and Yao race are not of one mind, perhaps we can cooperate. In the future, this would benefit both of us, don't you think? Kunpeng's expression flickered slightly as if he had thought of something, and he nodded to Kuo-shu. what the ancestral witch said is true. Kunpeng had thought it through clearly. If he secretly befriended ancestor god Kuashu, it would benefit him regardless of who won between the witch and demon clans. If Yao race wins, he will continue to be his demon master. If the witch clan wins, he can use this relationship to switch sides. While he was making his own plans, he was no longer so resistant to Sui Ren Shi Feng asking him for origin and divine ability. After handing over origin and divine ability, Kunpeng instructed Dao, "I hope that when you use divine ability, you will conceal it and not expose me." Seeing Kunpeng bowing to them, the group exchanged glances and smiled. With the matter resolved here, Kang Ji's mind returned to cultivation body. As for cultivate, Kunpeng's innate divine ability is entrusted to Kuashu and Sui Ren Shi Feng. Kunpeng really went all out this time, giving himself enough cultivate's signature divine ability to make his injuries appear more severe than they actually were. Origin. This also greatly weakened Kunpeng's strength, and he appeared to be seriously injured. Kunpeng was seriously injured this time, which is exactly what he wanted. There will be no shortage of friction between Yao race and the witch clan in the future, and the only way to avoid the fate of leading the attack on the witch clan is to seriously injure himself and have to go into seclusion to recuperate. Once he goes into seclusion to recuperate, he will have enough time to investigate the matter of the 9 little golden crows. As for the 5 Kunpeng Kuashu only took 2 portions of the original ingredients, one for Hao Yi and one for herself. As for the remaining 3 portions, they were obtained by Sui Ren Shi Feng, and these 3 Kunpeng origin, Sui Ren Shi Feng also has arrangements. One copy was definitely for his own use, and the other was given to his father, Sui Ren clan. As for the last one, Kang Jai plans to give it to the demon cultivator main body for use. The demon cultivator main body is secretly learning the divine ability from various Yao races. Divine ability is definitely not to be missed. Unfortunately, Kunpeng origin only has 5 servings, enough for only 5 people. Kunpeng's its wings. Divine ability. This is a limitation of cultivate other races' divine ability. It's a pity that this divine ability isn't universal. It would be great if we could find a speed divine ability that works with all main bodies and clones. The divine ability that Kang Jai can think of includes spatial divine abilities such as shrinking the earth to an inch and reaching the ends of the earth in a short distance. Combined with his own law of space-time, he might not be much worse than those top-tier divine abilities. Unfortunately, divine ability is difficult to learn and even more difficult to find. Of all the Dao members that Kang Jai knows, besides Yang Mei, the only one with a spatial type divine ability is, aside from the old ancestor, the great immortal Zhen Yuanzi is the most proficient. However, he had no connection with great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Perhaps we can try to find a solution from clone. Back when his clone could only be reincarnation as prehistoric weeds, one of his plants was taken to 5 villages temple by great immortal Zhen Yuanzi. Over the years, that prehistoric weeds clone, though it has grown, has not shown much intelligence, which is what Zhen Yuanzi fears most. But now, perhaps it's time to change our strategy. With this in mind, Kang Jai also gave instructions to the weed clone and Kuashu clone. If you rely solely on weed clone, it will be difficult to obtain Zhen Yuanzi's divine ability. However, if Kuashu is added, the combination of the might still be possible. After all, Kuashu's identity speaks for itself. Having explained everything, Kang Ji's mind returned completely to the cultivation body. Opening his eyes, Kang Jai smirked as he looked at the opponent, who was still attacking 8 trigrams military formation diagram. With a light tap of the feet, the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram changed. The previously peaceful formation instantly transformed into a chaotic mix of sword ki, surging evil ki, and boundless killing intent spreading in all directions. The military formation, which was originally on the verge of collapse, changed its appearance in an instant and quickly spread outwards. Click-clack. As the immortal slaughtering sword formation unfolds, the formation that trapped itself is quickly identified by its critical nodes. Looking at the void realm, one could vaguely see a figure struggling to control the formation. Kang Jai grinned. "Here. I've been stuck here for so long, it's time for a change." With a thought, the boundless sword key bombarded the formation node. With a crack, as if something had shattered, the once impregnable formation shattered instantly. With a wave of his hand, Kang Jai unleashed the immortal slaughtering sword formation, trapping not only the person hiding in the shadows, but also enveloping their formation within it. "Heh, so you're from White Eagle country." Kang Jai sneered as he looked at the person who had fallen into the immortal slaughtering sword formation. The one who'd been trapping him all along was none other than Duke Megan, one of the 2 former Golden Realm powerhouses of White Eagle country. However, this person has now actually broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. No wonder he was able to trap himself. Unfortunately, the Duke of Megan is now like a stray dog, looking around and dodging the attacks of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Ignoring Megan's lingering life for the moment, Kang Jai beckoned, and a broken object appeared in his hand. A board game like magic treasure? Kang Jai looked at the magic treasure in her hand with some curiosity. It must be this magic treasure that trapped him. However, this magic treasure is now damaged, its skeleton broken by the immortal slaughtering sword formation, leaving it with countless cracks. This grade is probably not even comparable to medium grade. Innate spirit treasure is bad. It shouldn't be Tai Golden Immortal Realm, what a cultivator can possess. Kang Jai narrowed his eyes as he examined the magic treasure in his hand. This magic treasure was probably lent to Megan by a vice sect leader of the Pangu sect to deal with her. However, this magic treasure encountered the even stronger immortal slaughtering sword formation, and was thus forcibly shattered. Kang Ji's eyes gleamed as she let the magic treasure in front of her. This magic treasure is quite powerful. In addition to trapping enemies, it also has a special ability: dueling. Once trapped by this magic treasure, only one side can escape if the other side wins. This magic treasure comes with its own starry sky, giving the owner an absolute advantage within it, unless the opponent is significantly stronger than you. Even if they are several realms higher, it will be difficult to escape. It's a pity. This magic treasure probably doesn't belong to Megan. It must contain the spiritual imp of a vice sect leader. It's probably impossible to refine it again. The owner is the Dalio Golden Immortal Realm, and Kang Jai certainly doesn't want to suffer the consequences of the Grand Unity Golden Immortal while refining this magic treasure. A sneak attack by mental energy. Put away the magic treasure chessboard. If you want to refine it, you'll have to ask someone else for help. Once the spiritual imprint within is resolved and is refined anew, it may be possible to integrate it into lifebound treasure. Composing himself, Kang Jai looked back at the battlefield. Megan was holding a strange money tree, using it to fend off the attack of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. There's even a rare treasure, and this treasure is truly amazing. Kang Jai stared intently at the magic treasure in Megan's hand, her eyes gleaming. This magic treasure, it feels somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, Kang Jai suddenly remembered the national treasure of White Eagle country. The national luck money tree. Oh my god, is this the national luck money tree? After the heavens descended, several special magic treasures were bestowed upon the major nations of Earth. Dragon Country possesses the Tower of Babel and the Demon Suppression Tower, while White Eagle Country possesses the National Luck Money Tree and the Statue of the Goddess of Deception. The Statue of the Goddess of Deception is a special type of magic treasure that can absorb the deceptive power of all beings for its own use, and can also grant its followers power for combat. The National Luck Money Tree is even more special. It can absorb the national fortune of the country it is bound to. The stronger the national fortune, the stronger the power of the National Luck Money Tree, and the more coins it produces. The National Luck Money Tree can produce 3 types of coins: gold, silver, and copper. Copper coins make up the largest number of coins, accounting for 90% of the total number of coins in the entire National Luck Money Tree. Copper coins are disposable items. Their ability to temporarily boost the user's power is due to Law's power. Today, the power Megan uses to ward off the immortal slaughtering sword formation comes from the copper coins on the National Luck Money Tree. If not for the power enhanced by the coins, Megan would have been unable to withstand the attack of the immortal slaughtering sword formation. Apart from copper coins, silver coins accounted for 9% of the total. The silver coin's power is equally strong, capable of accelerating the user's cultivation speed in all aspects. It's not just about accelerating time. It also enhances comprehension ability, speeds up the absorption of energy from heaven and earth, and so on. All of these are benefits that silver coins can provide. Therefore, silver coins possessed very powerful abilities, making them highly sought after by everyone. The only drawback is that silver coins are consumables, and each use consumes the energy of the silver coin. When the energy in the silver coin is exhausted, it will naturally disappear. As for the most precious gold coins, the value of gold coins is undeniable. They can permanently enhance a person's abilities, such as comprehension, aptitude, innate talent, law, conduct, and so on. This enhancement is permanent and has no side effects. It is precisely because White Eagle Country possesses this divine tree that it is able to keep pace with Dragon Country among the nations of Blue Star. Otherwise, the people of White Eagle Country, with their level of appreciation, simply cannot compare to the people of Dragon Country. However, it is precisely because of the existence of the National Luck Money Tree that individuals can barely catch up with Dragon Kingdom by consuming the coins on the money tree to increase their personal abilities. Fortunately, the number of gold coins only accounts for 1% of the entire National Luck Money Tree. Otherwise, White Eagle Country would be even more powerful and arrogant. Now that this National Luck Money Tree is right in front of me, wouldn't it be a shame not to take it? Looking at the National Luck Money Tree across the street, Kang Jai swallowed hard. Only by striking them decisively can we fully seize National Luck Money Tree. Otherwise, if we let them become desperate and damage National Luck Money Tree, it will be disastrous. With that thought in mind, Kang Jai flashed and appeared not far from Megan. Before Megan could even realize it, time-space control divine ability was played, followed immediately by Forbidden Land. Divine ability hit, and Megan was immediately trapped. That's not all. 6 paths of reincarnation, divine ability, and reincarnation were activated simultaneously, and Megan instantly fell into the dream world of reincarnation. These are 2 divine abilities that Kang Jai is trying to fusion with, which can pull people into a dream, and make them fall into reincarnation forever. After doing all this, Megan was in a daze and couldn't come back to her senses for a while. Just then, the National Luck Money Tree emitted a dazzling glow, and the copper coins on its trunk fell and disappeared. Streams of energy poured into Megan, attempting to break the restraints imposed by Kang Jai. Unfortunately, it was too late. A terrifying sword light ripped through the sky, sliced through Megan's body, entered her from the top of her head, and finally pierced through her body. Megan jolted awake, as if snapping out of her daze, and tried to manipulate the National Luck Money Tree to attack Kang Jai. However, why can't I move? As Megan finished speaking, she began to dissipate. That last strike was the strongest attack from the immortal slaughtering sword formation, the Xuxian sword. How could it be something Megan, who had just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, could possibly withstand? Cultivator can withstand it. With just one sword strike, not only was the opponent's physical body obliterated, but even their divine soul was shattered, resulting in their true death. The National Luck Money Tree let out a mournful cry and tried to run away. But at that moment, Kang Jai waved his hand, and the National Luck Money Tree uncontrollably fell into Kang Ji's hands. So he can still resist. It seems this Duke, Your Excellency, isn't quite dead yet. Kang Ji Divine thought probed into the National Luck Money Tree and immediately discovered the wisp of a remnant soul hiding within it. This is the remnant soul left behind by Megan when she sacrificed the National Luck Money Tree. So this magic treasure can be refined. It seems its grade is still much lower than that of the Tower of Babel and the Demon Suppression Tower. With a single thought, Megan's remnant soul was completely annihilated, and her memories were extracted. According to the other party's memories, they were only able to barely refine the National Luck Money Tree after breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Moreover, he had only initially refined the National Luck Money Tree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily killed by himself. In terms of quality, the National Luck Money Tree is considerably inferior to Dragon Country's Tower of Babel and Demon Suppression Tower. At least, Tower of Babel could suppress even ZU of Grand Unity Golden Immortal, let alone be refined by someone. That's impossible. However, National Luck Money Tree was taken over by a Tai Golden Immortal Realm cultivator refinement. From this point of view, shows that National Luck Money Tree is much worse than Tower of Babel. However, it is also possible that the White Eagle country's national strength is too weak, which is why the National Luck Money Tree cannot exert its full potential. Of course, National Luck Money Trees can be very helpful in improving one's personal strength, especially for a faction, whether it's gold coins that can enhance various personal abilities, silver coins that can accelerate cultivation, or bronze coins that can temporarily boost strength. They all have significant uses. From this perspective, the National Luck Money Tree is quite useful for cultivating a power. White Eagle Country's use of the term National Luck Money Tree is actually incorrect. While the top experts in White Eagle Country have barely caught up with those in Dragon Country, the common people there are living in dire straits. This also means that the overall national strength of White Eagle Country is simply incomparable to that of Dragon Country. Perhaps this is why National Luck Money Tree has been unable to truly realize its full potential. And now that National Luck Money Tree is in their hands, Kang Jai looked at the National Luck Money Tree in his hand, first imprinting it on his body, and then began to refine this magic treasure. At first, National Luck Money Tree tried to resist, but when Kang Jai tied it to the fate of the Three Kingdoms world, Master Lord, why didn't you come to save me sooner? Those damned White Eagle country people, they are utterly despicable. With such a weak nation, they actually dared to enslave me. National Luck Money Tree denounces White Eagle country as trash while shamelessly flattering Kang Jai. The Three Kingdoms world of today is far superior to the small White Eagle country on Earth. In particular, the Three Kingdoms world, which reached the profound immortal level, is already the size of a large world. It is far superior to White Eagle country. Even though White Eagle country has expanded hundreds of times in size, it is still like a grain of sand compared to Three Kingdoms world. And now, there is only one country in the entire Three Kingdoms world, which is the Big Kang Kingdom. Throughout the entire Great Kang Kingdom, everyone is like a dragon. Everyone is cultic. 36 bloodlines and 36 talents make the entire Great Kang Kingdom extremely powerful. In particular, since the Chaos main body went to Chaos, the Three Kingdoms world has accelerated its transformation into heaven and earth spiritual ki once again. The concentration of spiritual ki in the Three Kingdoms world today is far greater than that on Earth. This has resulted in a large number of powerful individuals in the Three Kingdoms world today. Besides the talents from the Three Kingdoms period, there are now tens of thousands of strong individuals who have progressed from cultivate to profound immortal realm, and those that achieve true immortal realm are countless. If it weren't for the constraints of the Three Kingdoms world, this number would probably be even higher. Back then, main body during cultivate, with time accelerated, hundreds of millions of years have passed in the Three Kingdoms world. Over such a long period of time, countless talents have been cultivated. Even after those talented individuals leave the Three Kingdoms world and enter Blue Star, they still belong to the Three Kingdoms world and the Great Kang Kingdom. Therefore, they are also considered part of the fate of the Great Kang Kingdom. This is why the fate of the entire Great Kang Kingdom is far superior to that of the mere White Eagle country. Although the Great Kang Kingdom has no experts above the Golden Immortal Realm level. Don't forget, Kang Jia is also a member of the Great Kang Kingdom. He is the ruler of the Great Kang Kingdom and the priest of all living beings in the Three Kingdoms world. His own luck is naturally included in the fate of the kingdom. This caused the fate of the entire Great Kang Kingdom to reach an unbelievable level. After Kang bound the national luck money tree to the national fortune of the Great Kang Kingdom, the national luck money tree actually developed sentience. This was something Kang Jai hadn't expected, and the national luck money tree, which has gained sentience, began to fawn over Kang Jai without any hesitation. In truth, the national fortune and potential of the Great Kang Kingdom are something that National Luck Money Tree simply cannot refuse. Looking at the National Luck Money Tree, which had sprouted gold, silver and bronze coins again, Kang Ji's lips curled into a slight smile. He discovered that the amount of money generated by the National Luck Money Tree, which was relinked to the nation's fortune, was incomparable to what it had been before. Moreover, this number continues to increase over time. In order to better solidify the coins, the National Luck Money Tree even had to harvest a batch after it matured, and then continue to grow after harvesting the first batch. Seeing the changes in National Luck's money tree, Kang Jai grinned, even pleased. But at that moment, Kang Jai had a sudden thought and looked up in the direction of Sun City. Heh, do you really think you can take over Sun City by taking this opportunity? You're really clueless. With a cold laugh, Kang Jia glanced back at the portal to 3000 Demon God Realm. After some thought, Kang Jai ultimately decided not to include it in the All Heavens and Myriad Realms teleportation gate. Although this Dao portal appears to be on Earth, the existence of the 3000 Demon God Realm is already known. In this situation, whether the powerful beings in the 3000 demon god realm have control of the Tao portal is unknown to anyone. Even without control, Kang Jai couldn't be sure whether integrating it into the all heavens and myriad realms teleportation gate would cause unnecessary trouble. After much deliberation, Kang Jai decided to temporarily abandon the fusion portal and wait until he was stronger before considering it again. Without further delay, Kang Jai flew quickly towards Sun City. Meanwhile, outside Sun City, a Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert, wielding a long spear, led a group of Golden Immortal and Profound Immortal Realm experts in attacking Sun City. What did the Central Cabinet say? Are the three old ancestors able to get here? Wei Dalong, appointed city lord by Kang Jai, anxiously inquired about the ancestor of the Zhu family. Ancestor of the Zhu family shook his head. All three old ancestors are tied up. Old ancestor of the Feng family took Grandpa Kang Jai to the demon suppression tower. There's definitely no time for them to get here. Moreover, given Kang Ji's maternal grandfather's health condition, and the fact that the old ancestor of the Feng family is temporarily unavailable, they certainly cannot be relied upon. As for the old ancestor of the Jiang family and the old ancestor of the Ji family, they were both blocked outside the demon cave by the unknown Tai Golden Immortal Realm. They could only come to their aid by defeating those two powerful Tai Golden Immortal Realm warriors. The ancestor of the Zhu family's answers, everyone. They've got us cornered. They won't give up until they get what they want. It looks like Sun City is in danger. Everyone felt a wave of despair. In this situation, it would be almost impossible to repel the enemy. The opposing side not only has Tai Golden Immortal Realm experts, but also more than a dozen Golden Immortal Realm experts. As for those with profound Immortal Realm power, they are countless. This time, it's not just some countries on Earth that want to deal with Dragon Kingdom and plot against Sun City. Even the newly arrived alien world, many powerful individuals want a piece of the pie. On their side, although many powerful individuals emerged from the Three Kingdoms world, the sheer number of them surprised even them. Even the strongest beings who emerge from the Three Kingdoms world are at most at the profound immortal realm level. Limited by the rank of Three Kingdoms world, they can at most cultivate to profound immortal realm peak. Many people, limited by their own attitude, have reached their limit in cultivating a profound immortal realm. In this situation, they lack high-end combat capabilities. They don't have a single Tai Immortal Realm expert on their side. Even relying on Danielio Dao Fruit Breakthrough Little Grand Uncle, who is currently trapped in the Three Kingdoms world, is only at the Golden Immortal Realm peak, which is still quite a distance from Tai Golden Immortal Realm. No matter how strong Golden Immortal Realm is, it can never be a match for Tai Golden Immortal Realm. As for the Golden Immortal Realm experts, they only have 3 on their side. These 3 all came from another world and later chose to join the Dragon Kingdom. One of them was none other than Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hongwu Emperor, whom I had met before. The other one was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin. As for the last one, even the Dragon Kingdom did not expect it to be Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. These 3 are the only 3 Golden Immortal Realm experts currently guarding Sun City. However, the opposing team has an even stronger lineup. The man wielding the spear, in particular, exuded a terrifying aura, as if he disregarded everything in the world. His face is almost identical to that of Xiang Yu, the tyrant in Sun City. That's right, the one leading the attack on the city was also Xiang Yu. However, this Xiang Yu comes from a fictional world. Xiang Yu in Sun City, on the other hand, comes from a historical world. The person opposite Xiang Yu is Tai Golden Immortal Realm early stage, while their Xiang Yu only has Golden Immortal Realm, it's just the early stage. Although both have only recently broken through, there is a whole realm difference between them. It's simply impossible to defeat them. Not to mention, the other side also has more than a dozen Golden Immortal Realm experts who are far beyond their reach. Just when everyone was in despair, Zhen, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. "Don't worry, everyone. Aji is back." "Aji is back?" Everyone was startled, then looked at Zhen with delight and asked Dao, "Really? Aji is really back? We couldn't reach him just now. Did something happen?" Seeing the delighted crowd, Xiang Yu and the other two exchanged glances, all wondering who Aji, whom Zhen had mentioned, was. At this moment, Emperor Hongwu suddenly spoke up. "The Aji you're talking about, you wouldn't happen to be that kid Kang Jai, would you?" Emperor Hongwu was the only one of the three who had ever Kang Jai. However, his impression of Kang Jai was still based on the recent riot at the Demon Cave. Back then, Kang Jai was just a nobody who hadn't even reached the level of Earth Immortal Realm. However, seeing everyone's excited expressions, as if all the problems would be solved as long as Kang Jai came back, Emperor Hongwu hesitated again. Could it be that this Aji was someone else? Just as Emperor Hongwu was wondering, a figure suddenly appeared on the wall. Emperor Hongwu and his two companions immediately became alert. Xiang Yu, in particular, was on high alert and almost took action. If someone hadn't exclaimed, "Aji first," he probably would have already attacked Kang Jai. Kang Jai glanced at Xiang Yu with surprise, somewhat taken aback by the man's strength and battle intent. However, it was at this glance that Xiang Yu's pupils suddenly contracted. In that instant, he felt an immense crisis, even greater than the crisis that Xiang Yu, outside, had given him. Compared to the madman outside, the person before me is the real terrifying beast. Aji, can you handle those people outside? Little granduncle looked at Kang Ji expectantly. Ever since Kang Ji appeared, he has found that he can't see through Kang Jai. He is now at the Golden Immortal Realm peak, and is only one step away from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. In this situation, the inability to see through Kang Jai indicates that Kang Jai may have already broken through Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Of course, it's also possible that Kang Jai concealed his cultivation level, which is why he couldn't see through him. Sensing little granduncle's unease, Kang Jai glanced at the enemy attacking the city outside and grinned, saying, "You bunch of idiots." Upon hearing this, little granduncle and the others were relieved. They believed in Kang Jai, who had always been creating miracles. Since he had said it, he must be confident. However, Xiang Yu and the other two were different. They had never seen Kang Jai and were unaware of Kang Ji's magic. Seeing Kang Ji's arrogant words, they were somewhat skeptical. Even Emperor Hongwu, who had met Kang Jai, Zhu Yuanzhang, looked at Kang Jai with a similarly suspicious expression. "Young friend Kang, it's been over a month since I last saw you. I didn't expect you to have changed so much. It seems my friend hasn't broken through yet since our last meeting. Is this an immortal realm?" Upon hearing this, both Xiang Yu and Li Shaman's expressions changed. Just over a month ago, it didn't even exist in the Earth Immortal Realm. Now, after more than a month, how could it possibly be cultivated to the level of the Golden Immortal Realm? How is this possible? Even with the 3,000 demon god realms time acceleration, it's still impossible. They are not unaware of the existence of the 3,000 demon god realm, nor are they unaware of the Dao, nor are they aware of the 10,000-fold increase in the flow of time. Their willingness to join the Dragon Kingdom stemmed from their hope that someone would lead them into the 3,000 demon god realm, where they could join the Pangu sect and undergo initiation. Even with a time flow rate 10,000 times faster, Kang Jai would only have been inside for a few hundred years. Converted to the time it takes for 3,000 demon god realm, it's only a little over a year. In such a short time, how could Kang Jai have gone from a mortal to cultivate upon golden immortal realm? This is absolutely impossible. Seeing the shock and doubt of the three, Kang Jai offered no explanation. Kang Jia glanced at the constantly shaking city defense formation and smiled slightly. With a light tap of the feet, immortal slaughtering sword formation instantly merged into formation. In an instant, the previously shaky formation became as solid as a rock. As for the enemies outside, they were trapped inside the formation. Sensing the change in formation, everyone turned to look at the city. But upon closer inspection, all those who were attacking the city had vanished. Just as everyone was shocked and confused, Kang Jai waved his hand, and a light screen appeared in front of everyone. It was the image of those trapped enemies. You did this. Emperor Taizong looked at Kang Jai in shock. Even Xiang Yu, who was dressed in a domineering outfit, looked at him in shock. Amidst the shocked and puzzled gazes of the crowd, Kang Jai chuckled. I already told you they're just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Everyone looked at Kang Jai with strange expressions. One Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert, a dozen or so Golden Immortal Realm experts, and countless profound immortal realms and true immortal realms. Cultivator. So many enemies. Yet in Kang Ji's eyes, they were all just chickens and dogs. Everyone truly didn't know what to say. Thank you all for your help. May I ask how I should address you? Xian Li Shimin exchanged a glance, clasped their hands in a salute. Kang Ji's move had already intimidated them. Upon hearing Kang Ji's question, the two quickly responded. Although I don't know just how strong is Kang Jai? He can trap so many powerful figures outside with just a light stomp of his foot. They can't stop this move. After hearing their introductions, Kang Ji's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He never expected that these two people would be Emperor Taizong, Li Shimin, and Xiang Yu, the hegemon king of Western Shu. So it seems that the Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert outside is also Xiang Yu. However, the one outside was an enemy, while the one in front of him was a friend. Kang Ji's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something, and she looked at Xiang Yu. Does the Overlord wish to personally kill that person outside? Xiang Yu was taken aback, his expression turning strange. You mean, kill that Xiang Yu outside? Kang Jai nodded, staring into Xiang Yu's eyes and said, They say 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, let alone 2 overlords. Xiang Yu's eyes flickered, a mixture of excitement and a wry smile. Your Excellency, please don't joke around. I'm just a golden immortal realm. Early stage, but the opponent is Tai Golden Immortal Realm in the early stage, with a difference of an entire realm. Do you think I could kill the opponent? Everyone looked at Kang Jai with curiosity. Why would Kang Jai ask such a question? Kang Jai didn't answer Xiang Yu, but just chuckled and said, What if your realms were the same? Would your Excellency want to kill the other? Xiang Yu stared at Kang Jai with suspicion, somewhat unable to understand why Kang Jai insisted on asking such a question. Seeing his persistence, Xiang Yu suppressed his smile and said in a deep voice, If I were also a Tai Golden Immortal Realm, I would naturally want to kill him. Now we are enemies. It's either me or them who will die. As your Excellency just said, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, let alone 2 overlords. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Kang Jai nodded in satisfaction. If I told you I could help you improve your cultivation and then let you kill the opponent alone, would you be willing to do something for me? Kang Jai never considered recruiting Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu was arrogant and aloof, not someone so easily lured. Besides, he already has so many men under his command. He doesn't need another Xiang Yu. What truly impressed him about Xiang Yu was her ability and attitude. Ultimately, he will return to the 3,000 demon god realm. He didn't have much time to stay in Sun City. If Sun City wanted to be truly safe, it needed a Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert to guard it. Moreover, this Tai Golden Immortal Realm expert's combat strength cannot be low, and his aptitude cannot be poor either. Otherwise, they won't be able to keep up with the transformation of Blue Star. Once someone's cultivation level surpasses that of Tai Golden Immortal Realm by too much, they will eventually set their sights on Sun City. Therefore, he would have to select some people to help guard Sun City. Originally, he planned to select talent from the Three Kingdoms world. But when Kang Jai saw Xiang Yu, he changed his mind. Letting Xiang Yu protect Sun City seems like a pretty good idea. His loyal subordinates could be brought into the 3,000 demon god realm. After all, cultivate in 3,000 demon god realm is much stronger than on Earth. Just as Kang Jai was thinking rapidly, Xiang Yu was stunned. He didn't quite understand Kang Ji's words, so he asked Dao, "You said you could help me improve my cultivation level, and then let me personally kill that Xiang Yu outside?" Kang Jai nodded. Xiang Yu glanced outside the city, then looked at Kang Jai with a strange expression. "Do you know that you want to get from Golden Immortal Realm? How long does it take to travel from Breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm?" Kang Jai glanced at Xiang Yu and said calmly, "According to your aptitude, it will probably take tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years." Xiang Yu's lips twitched, and he chuckled. "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Your Excellency. I am still self-aware." According to Xiang's aptitude, he wanted to obtain Golden Immortal Realm. The breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm would take at least 100,000 years. Over such a long period of time, do you think the opponent's strength might have improved? Not to mention, if he escapes, I'll have to go find him, or is Your Excellency planning to imprison him here for over 100,000 years? Kang Jai remained remarkably calm when faced with Xiang Yu's question. "What if I could raise your cultivation level to Tai Golden Immortal in a short period of time?" Xiang Yu's eyes widened as if he had heard a hilarious joke, and he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Your Excellency, are you joking? This joke isn't funny at all." Xiang Yu's expression suddenly turned cold, and she said with displeasure, "If Your Excellency wants to make fun of me, heh. But what if I'm serious?" Kang Jai asked seriously. Xiang Yu scoffed. "Seriously? Heh, if you can truly raise my cultivation to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a short time, I, Xiang Yu, will follow your lead from now on." Looking at Xiang Yu's confident assertion, Kang Jai smiled. "A word is a word." Kang Jai looked at Xiang Yu. "A promise is a promise," Xiang Yu exclaimed, his eyes wide. Kang Jai laughed heartily, then turned to little granduncle. "Little granduncle, come with me for a moment." The crowd was confused. Wasn't the goal to prove that Xiang Yu's cultivation level had been raised to Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a short period of time? Why had Kang En been called away again? Kang Jai ignored everyone's questions and simply addressed Xiang Yu, saying, "Please wait a moment." Xiang Yu snorted coldly. He wanted to see what tricks Kang Jai could come up with. Little granduncle was equally curious and followed Kang Jai to the Kang family territory. After visiting Mystic Turtle Island, I couldn't help but ask Dao, "Gee, what exactly are you trying to do?" Kang Jai brought little granduncle to the secluded place and laughed. Of course, it's to help little granduncle break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Huh? What did you say? Little granduncle thought he'd misheard and looked at Kang Jai with a blank expression. Help you break through Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Kang Jai said calmly. Little granduncle's lips twitched. He hadn't gotten better. Dao, your cultivation has improved and your bragging skills have gotten even better. Do you even know what Dao is saying? Help me break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Do you know Dao? How difficult is it to break through the Tai Golden Immortal Realm? Kang Jai didn't speak, but silently released the aura of his Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Huh. Tai Golden Immortal Realm? You actually broke through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Little granduncle stared with his big, round eyes, almost popping them out of their sockets. How is this possible? Little granduncle was in a daze. You've only been in the 3,000 demon god realm for 20 days. In such a short time, even if time were sped up 10,000 times, it would be impossible to achieve such a feat. Little granduncle muttered to himself, lost in a trance. Kang Jai coughed lightly, the sound like thunder, landing in little granduncle's heart and instantly waking him up. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, little granduncle looked terrified. He had almost fallen into the heart demon. Turning to Kang Jai, little granduncle still seemed incredulous. How did you manage to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in such a short time? Little granduncle was genuinely curious, and it was hard to believe. Is the 3,000 demon god realm really that magical, allowing people to break through directly to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a short time? Sensing little granduncle's confusion, Kang Jai didn't explain, but just chuckled and said, Don't worry, little granduncle, since I've already made that boast, I'll naturally make it come true. Little granduncle's eyes lit up, a mixture of anticipation and trepidation in them. You really can help me break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in such a short time. Pause. Little granduncle hesitated for a moment, then said to Dao with some difficulty, Actually, my law of life has long been cultivated to the Golden Immortal Realm. Perfection. Breaking through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm isn't difficult. At this point, little granduncle became somewhat hesitant and awkward. Kang Jai raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing something, and looked at little granduncle. Little granduncle, do you want to perfect the rest of laws as well, and then break through them all at once? Little granduncle's eyes lit up as he looked at Kang Jai and asked Dao, Do you also have that feeling when you break through, as if you don't understand the 9 laws? Cultivate perfection, but breakthrough will leave regrets. Kang Jai nodded. Little granduncle, your intuition was right. It's fortunate you didn't break through directly, otherwise you would have regretted it. After a pause, Kang Jai continued, But for most people, it's really nothing. Even if they have some regrets, it doesn't stop them from being cultivated. Kang Jai looked at little granduncle with a strange expression. Actually, what he really wanted to say was that, given little granduncle's attitude, it wouldn't matter if there were any regrets. Because regret won't affect his future cultivars at all, unless he possesses the qualities of saint. The regrets he left behind back then will not affect his breakthrough to sage realm. Little granduncle's aptitude. Little granduncle achieved his current cultivation level by absorbing the fruits of others' labor. Cultivators who absorb the fruits of others' labor will remain stuck at the realm of absorbing the fruits of others' labor for their entire lives. Therefore, little granduncle will likely never break through quasi-sage realm in his lifetime, let alone enter the world of sage realm. But Kang Jai wouldn't say that. Giving little granduncle some hope is a good thing. Moreover, he possesses many valuable items, making it possible for him to help little granduncle cultivate to quasi-sage realm. After having little granduncle sit down, Kang Jai first took out the gold coins from the national luck money tree and gave them to little granduncle to use. National luck gold coin can enhance an individual's comprehension ability, aptitude, innate sense, law, conduct, luck, and other abilities. Kang Jai gave little granduncle a full 100 national luck gold coins, boosting his various aptitudes to the maximum possible level. Phew, what you do just on me wasn't White Eagle Country, was it? Are those the gold coins on the national luck money tree? Although little granduncle hadn't seen many good things, the national luck money tree was very famous on Earth, so he had naturally heard of it. He had some doubts and suspicions when Kang Jie asked him to use the national luck gold coin to improve his abilities. After the national luck gold coin was used up, the speculation became even more unstoppable. But where did Kang Jai get the national luck coin from? After all, this thing is a national treasure of White Eagle Country. Every single gold coin is incredibly valuable in White Eagle Country, and even if Dragon Country wanted to buy a few, they would refuse. Now that Kang Jai had suddenly produced over 100 coins, how could he not be surprised? Did they steal all of White Eagle Country's national luck gold coins? Little granduncle stared intently at Kang Jai, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Dao cleared his throat and said, "On the way back, some clueless guy blocked my way, so I killed him and got this treasure. It seems to be called the National Luck Money Tree." Kang Jai spoke casually, but little granduncle's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. "What do you mean by casually wiped out? What do you mean by... It's like a national luck money tree? Damn it. That's a national treasure of White Eagle Country. The entire White Eagle Country regarded it as a treasure and used to boast in front of the Dragon Country, claiming that they possessed this divine tree and would surely surpass the Dragon Country in future. But now, the entire tree has been stolen." Little Granduncle's lips twitched, and his gaze toward Kang Jai became increasingly strange. White Eagle Country is really unlucky to have run into Kang Jai. They've completely fallen from grace. Kang Jai coughed lightly and took out some more national fortune silver coins. Silver coins can accelerate, cultivate, and temporarily improve comprehension, ability, and aptitude, which can be considered as another improvement on the ability of gold coins. Silently accepting the national fortune silver coin handed over by Kang Jai, it was now confirmed that Kang Jai had indeed obtained the national luck money tree. This is going to cause an uproar throughout White Eagle Country. Their national treasures were stolen and ended up in the hands of Kang Jai. The potential of the entire White Eagle Country will likely be reduced by a significant margin. Back when at the National Luck Money Tree, it could barely compete with Dragon Country. As for now, so you have all these good things, no wonder you dare to say you can help me break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a short time. With these things, perhaps given a few thousand years, it's possible to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. If we further utilize the time flow of the Three Kingdoms world, this time can be shortened even further. Little Granduncle stared intently at Kang Jai, somewhat impatiently saying, "Since you have these treasures, let's not delay any longer. Let's head straight to the Three Kingdoms world. Cultivate." As little Granduncle was about to get up, Kang Jai pressed him down. "Don't rush. Who said we were going to Three Kingdoms world? Cultivated. We can also break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in a short time from here and cultivate." Little Granduncle frowned and advised Dao, "I know you're very capable, Dao, but my aptitude is just so-so. Even with 100 national luck gold coins to boost my aptitude, I still can't compare to those true geniuses. Otherwise, I wouldn't have only managed to condense 9 DOS back then. Spiritual energy vortex can currently only cultivate 9 laws. If you expect me to break through on Earth in a short time, Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm? That's impossible. Kong Jai chuckled. Little granduncle, don't worry. Of course, those things alone won't be enough. I have something even better. Kang Jai took out the 1,000-year time pill again and explained its effects. After listening to Kang Ji's introduction, little granduncle was completely stunned. Is this medicinal pill really that heaven-defying? It actually allows people to freely control the flow of time within a certain range around their bodies. It can make 2,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. Isn't this medicinal pill a bit too heaven-defying? Little granduncle held the medicinal pill in his hand very carefully, afraid that he might accidentally crush it. Kang Jai chuckled. Isn't it true what I said? You'll know once you eat one. Little granduncle swallowed hard, reluctantly putting down the 1,000-year time pill. This pill is so precious, it's better not to waste it on me. Helpless, Kang Jai waved his hand, and a large pile of porcelain bottles appeared on the ground. Pointing at the bottles, he said, These are all 1,000-year time pills. I can have as many as you want. Little granduncle stared wide-eyed, pointing at the porcelain vase on the ground as he stammered. These are all? Kang Jai nodded. Little granduncle finally let out a long sigh, raised his hand, and without hesitation, tossed the 1,000-year time pill into his mouth. Kang Jai was also surprised that little granduncle would eat so suddenly. He was almost caught off guard. He hurriedly released his own law and said to little granduncle, Envelop me within the flow of time and fully comprehend the law I released. Little granduncle cultivate has 9 laws. In addition to the law of life, there are the law of immortality, martial Dao law, purification law, combat law, yin-yang law, 5 elements laws, and thunder law. Apart from the law of lightning, the other laws Kang Jai has cultivate, and has reached Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm, and thunder law although Kang Jai did not cultivate, he cultivated wind and thunder laws, which can also serve as a reference for little granduncle. Kang Jai's understanding of law is unparalleled by others. Kang Jai analyzed the law to an extreme degree, so the law that Kang Jai released was also refined to an extreme degree. As Kang Jai releases law and continuously explains Dao to little granduncle's understanding of the other 8 laws is also rapidly absorbed and digested. Moreover, Kang Jai even shared his own understanding of the law of life, prompting little granduncle to rethink his own law of life. Although little granduncle received the law of life from the Dalio Dao fruit, there are differences in the understanding of law of life among different people. At the very least, the original owner of Dalio Dao fruit's understanding of the law of life was definitely not as found as Kang Ji's. As little granduncle continues to cultivate, and his understanding of law deepens, his realm of other laws is also rapidly improving. After using up a 1,000-year time pill, Kang Jai had little granduncle use the national fortune silver coin to accelerate the flow of time so that he could recover from the resistance to the medicine's pill. Then take out the 1,000-year time pill again and continue using it to continue cultivating. With the help of the 1,000-year time pill, little granduncle no longer needs to constantly use national fortune silver coins to accelerate cultivate. With the powerful time flow boost from the 1,000-year time pill, only the time it takes for an incense stick to burn was enough for little granduncle to have a very strong aura around him. At this point, little granduncle had used up a full 30,000-year time pills. In other words, little granduncle has been culturing for at least 60,000 years in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Moreover, it's the 60,000 years of the 3,000 demon god realm. It took little granduncle so long to learn the 9 laws. From cultivate to the ultimate golden immortal realm. This shows how bad little granduncle's original attitude was. This was even after he consumed 100 national luck gold coins. Otherwise, it would have taken even longer. I think I can't hold back anymore. Little granduncle's finances are in turmoil, with his interest rate fluctuating wildly, clearly indicating he's about to break through. Kang Jai didn't dare to delay. He grabbed little granduncle, and in a flash, appeared outside the secret room and arrived at Mystic Turtle Island. Don't hold back, break through. As soon as he finished speaking, little granduncle stopped suppressing his cultivation. His aura continued to rise, and the heavens and earth responded, with a thunderous roar from Blue Star Heavenly Dao. This information. The crowd waiting on the city wall suddenly turned around and looked in the direction of Mystic Turtle Island. The entire Sun City trembled at that moment. That was little granduncle uncontrollably releasing energy that was infinitely close to Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. The oppressive force exerted during aura. If it weren't for Sun Tree supporting the entire Sun City, the people of Sun City would probably be coughing up blood right now. Even though most of the pressure was absorbed by the Sun Tree, the pressure released by little granduncle still forced most people to prostrate themselves on the ground. The pressure was simply too great. Even after being reduced to less than 1/10,000th, it was still beyond the capacity of most people to withstand. Sensing this situation, Kang Jai lightly tapped his feet, and the innate 8 trigrams military formation diagram instantly enveloped the entire Sun City. Kang Jai used himself as the core of the formation, directly bearing all the pressure. At this time, a Dao Dao's figure landed beside Kang Jai, staring in shock at little granduncle not far away. Kang, brother Kang, is this a breakthrough? Emperor Hongwuzhu Yuanzhang swallowed hard, looking at little granduncle with a face full of horror. The others weren't much better off. They were all a bit dazed as they looked at little granduncle not far away. How did things suddenly turn into breakthrough to Taiyi Golden Immortal? When did breakthrough become such a trivial matter? Xunzhen seemed to have thought of something, frowned, turned to Kang Jai, and asked Dao, Aji, is your little granduncle acting in a kind of law? Breakthrough Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm? Didn't he say? Xunzhen hesitated, as if he wanted to speak but stopped himself. He knew Dao regarding little granduncle's situation. Little granduncle had told him before that he planned to cultivate all 9 laws. Perfection followed by breakthrough. But now, sensing Xunzhen's way, Kang Jai chuckled. Grandpa Xun, don't worry, you'll see once you keep watching. Gunzhen, hearing this, had no choice but to look at little granduncle. At that moment, little granduncle's aura finally reached its peak, and his law surged out uncontrollably. Xunzhen was shocked, staring wide-eyed at the law released by little granduncle and muttering himself. 9. All 9 laws are perfect. There wasn't just one law before? Perfection? The other 8 laws don't even reach celestial immortal realm. Zhen stared at little granduncle's law with a look of astonishment, but couldn't make out anything. Turning to look at Kang Jai, I saw Kang Jai calmly looking at little granduncle. Xunzhen suppressed his doubts and could only turn his head to continue watching. Hearing Xunzhen's murmur, everyone froze, looking at Kang Jai with disbelief. Xiang Yu was the most shocked. Kang Jai had just made a bet with him, and only an incense stick's time had passed before he helped Kang Yen. breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. How terrifying! Kang Jae is very strong, so Xiang Yu doesn't feel anything. After all, everyone's attitude is different, so it's normal for cultivate to be fast. But Kang Jae can actually help others break through, and it only took the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, which is a bit terrifying. If Kang Jae, little grand uncle, if the breakthrough is superficial and the foundation is weak, the breakthrough will be forced, but he can still accept it. After all, some heaven and earth treasures, or even some forbidden methods, might be able to achieve this, although he had never heard of them. Kang Jae, little grand uncle's 9 laws are clearly very profound, with a solid foundation. Even he has to praise his understanding of the laws. This is clearly not a forced breakthrough. Rather, it was because his own foundation had been accumulated to its limit, and his cultivation could no longer be suppressed, which forced him to break through. But how did Kang Jae manage to do this in such a short time? Difficult Dao Kang Jae, is true God really this amazing? Xiang Yu's expression changed repeatedly, showing both concern about the bet and a desire for power. If I could really break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm in such a short time. Xiang Yu's eyes flickered, and he murmured to himself, perhaps following this kid's lead isn't entirely unacceptable. Xiang Yu glanced at Kang Jae, his eyes gleaming. Kang Jae naturally sensed Xiang Yu peeking at him, but he ignored it. He wanted to see how many good things little grand uncle could achieve with his help. If we follow little grand uncle's previous aptitude, it would be quite good if we could get a 6th law flower. Grades 7 and 8 all possess the grand unity golden immortal quality. However, the higher the grade, the further you can go in the Dalio golden immortal realm. Little grand uncle merely replicated someone else's work, and was influenced and limited by that work in various ways. It can be said that success and failure both stem from the same source. The fact that it was able to produce a 6th grade fruit was due to the Dalio Dao fruit. Otherwise, given little grand uncle's true aptitude, he wouldn't even be able to bloom a 6th grade law flower. Now, little grand uncle has forcibly elevated his own aptitude, and with his help, law of life has been reorganized. It can be said that even without the fruit, little grand uncle's understanding of the law of life is just as good. In fact, his understanding of law of life has now surpassed that of the original owner of Dalio Dao fruit. In this situation, Kang Jae is unsure whether little grand uncle can produce a higher quality law flower. Kang Jae was also a little nervous as she stared intently at little grand uncle's breakthrough. If little grand uncle's predictions and methods exceed expectations, then it means that my conjectures and methods are effective. Just as Kang Jae was feeling tense, the heavens and earth roared once again. Immediately afterwards, countless flowers fell from the sky. Many golden lotuses emerged from the ground. Flowers are falling from the sky, and golden lotuses are springing from the ground. This is an extraordinary phenomenon. Kang Ji's eyes lit up. If little grand uncle were still the original 6th rank aptitude, there would certainly be no extraordinary phenomenon. Even a 7th or 8th grade law flower is unlikely to attract any extraordinary celestial phenomena. Although Blue Star Heavenly Dao cannot compare to Honghuang Heavenly Dao, let alone Chaos Great Dao. However, to elicit extraordinary phenomena from the heavens and earth, Blue Star is not something that an ordinary Great Luo Immortal can possess. Therefore, little grand uncle's law flower is likely to be a bead beyond the 8th rank. Just as everyone was tense, 9 phantom images of law divine trees were projected from little grand uncle's body. With the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth, and the infusion of little grand uncle's spirit, The 9 law divine trees slowly blossomed with law flowers. First rank, second rank, third rank. In the blink of an eye, all of little granduncle's law flowers had bloomed to the 6th grade. This is already the potential of a grand luo. Upon seeing this, everyone was shocked. This is grand unique golden immortal, although it's only one large realm higher than the Tai golden immortal realm. But once one reaches the great luo realm, they become virtually immortal. Even if they are killed, they may be resurrected downstream in the river of time. Everyone stared at little granduncle with envy. The 6-petaled law flower on the law divine tree looked on with nothing but envy. But that wasn't all. Just as everyone was filled with envy, the law flower on the law divine tree once again condensed a petal. 7th rank! 7th rank! City Lord Wei Dalong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Everyone was equally excited. This was a 7th grade rank, which was considered average in the great aptitude. However, this is still not little granduncle's limit. As the 8th petal bloomed, everyone fell silent. Everyone clenched their fists, even more nervous than little granduncle in breakthrough. Kang Jai felt the still falling power of heaven and earth, knowing that this was not little granduncle's limit. Sure enough, although it took a little longer this time, after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, another petal bloomed on little granduncle's law flower. The form of a quasi-saint, that is, the form of the Hunyuan golden immortal. A G, this is the quasi-saint form you were talking about. Zen looked at Kang Jai with full of excitement and asked, Dao? After Kang Jai obtained legacy from the Tongshin sect leader, he sent some basic information back to Earth. The relationship between the grade of a law flower and its aptitude is well known. Everyone was somewhat shocked to see little granduncle bloom with a 9th grade law flower. After all, the cultivation technique that once descended from Earth could only cultivate to the grand unity golden immortal. Although they heard from Ziyu about the 2 realms after Ronaldo, but they had never witnessed just how powerful it was. But they knew that Dao, the quasi-saint, was not comparable to the grand unity golden immortal. They could only dream of the grand unity golden immortal. Yet little granduncle already possessed the qualities of a quasi-saint. How could they not be shocked and envious? More importantly, they are aware of Dao little granduncle aptitude. A fusion. It's unbelievable that someone who has only cultivated fruit to the point of realm has produced a 9th grade law flower. They wouldn't believe there wasn't something fishy going on. At this moment, everyone looked at Kang Jai, including Xiang Yu. If he could also cultivate a 9th grade law flower and possess the potential of a quasi-saint. Thinking of this, Xiang Yu stared intently at Kang Jai, his gaze burning with intense desire. Meeting Xiang Yu's gaze, Kang Jai grinned, about to something. But at that moment, another unexpected event occurred. Little granduncle unleashed his 9th grade law flower, the celestial. Phenomena had initially appeared only around him, and had a small area suddenly expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the entire Mystic Turtle Island. This wasn't the end of it. As 2 strange phenomena appeared in the world, flowers rained down from the sky and golden lotuses emerged from the earth, inevitably touching living beings. When these celestial flowers and golden lotuses touched living beings, they actually merged directly into the living beings' bodies. These smallpox flowers and golden lotuses can actually enhance the attitude and spirituality of living beings. Kang Jai was somewhat surprised, not expecting that celestial phenomena could have such a function. Kang Jai couldn't help but think of the strange visions she experienced during her breakthrough in chaos. His own visions were far more extraordinary than little grand-uncle's. However, when I broke through, there was not a single living being around me, let alone any benefit from experiencing these visions. Suddenly, Kang Jai felt like she had been taken advantage of. If some creatures were released around you during your breakthrough. But soon, Kang Jai shook his head. Even he himself could not withstand the invasion of chaos. Apart from Chaos main body, the other 8 main bodies could only hide in Chaos main body. To think that other living beings could be released to receive the benefits is simply wishful thinking. Sigh. It's a bit. Kang Jai could only sigh. Fortunately, I still have many clones, so I might be able to do something with them. Suppressing these chaotic thoughts, Kang Jai sensed the range of the strange phenomenon. It was discovered that the anomaly stopped after it spread throughout the entire Sun City. In other words, little grand-uncle, the benefits of the phenomena triggered during the breakthrough can only be received by beings within Sun City. This made Kang Jai very happy. After all, the group of people outside the city were his enemies. Kang Jai has no intention of letting the enemy benefit. The strange phenomena lasted only about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. After that, the celestial flowers and golden lotuses all disappeared. Just when everyone thought the strange phenomenon was over, a golden beam of light descended upon little grand-uncle, as the first person on Blue Star to bloom a 9th grade law flower, causing a celestial phenomenon. The reward given to him by Blue Star Heavenly far exceeded Kang Ji's expectations. The immense heavenly Dao merit was poured into little grand-uncle's body. Karma also includes a blessing from Blue Star Heavenly Dao. Little grand-uncle's aptitude has undergone another transformation. As little grand-uncle's aptitude transformed, the law flower, which had stopped condensing, began to absorb the power of heaven, earth once again. Kang Jai was stunned, and the others were equally stunned. Could it be that little grand-uncle's law flower grade can be raised even higher? Just as everyone was filled with doubt and surprise, the outline of the 10th petal appeared faintly on little grand-uncle's 9 law divine trees. Unfortunately, the moment these outlines appeared, they exploded and merged into the other 9 petals, making the other 9 petals appear even more delicate and beautiful. What a pity, Kang Jai sighed. Little grand-uncle's aptitude was ultimately lacking. Even with the help of Blue Star Heavenly Dao, he was unable to condense the 10th petal. Even the phantom image of the 10th petal failed to materialize. Meanwhile, his own chaos main body, the 13th petal, at least condensed into a phantom image and became fixed. This gave him the possibility of breaking through to the 13th grade. Little grand-uncle's 10th petal was ultimately integrated into the remaining 9 petals, making the remaining 9 petals even more profound. Ultimately, little grand-uncle's aptitude remains at the quasi-saint level, with saint status still a long way off. Even so, it's already quite good. Little grand-uncle's original aptitude was only rank 6. It is already extremely rare for someone to possess the appearance of a quasi-saint. And with little grand-uncle, the strange phenomena they witnessed caused a stir throughout the entire planet Earth. After all, many people saw the golden beam of light that descended from the sky. Today, Earth has expanded immeasurably, comparable to the entire Milky Way galaxy it once was. And its sky also became higher. This also makes the beams of light falling from the sky clearly visible even from a great distance. When people from other countries saw this pillar of light, they immediately began to speculate. Some speculate that something extraordinary has appeared in Dragon Country. Some say this is a punishment sent down by Heavenly Dao. As various speculations arose, the countries surrounding Dragon Kingdom became increasingly restless. Just as the various countries were getting restless, Little granduncle finally, he finished receiving all the rewards and slowly concealed his aura. Phew, I never thought Kang An would have a day like this. Little granduncle was beaming, looking like he was floating on air. He never imagined that one day he would attract the attention of Heavenly Dao, who would even bestow karma and blessings upon him. Little granduncle, how are you feeling? Kang Jai went up to Dao and asked. Little granduncle stretched out his arms and smiled broadly. Better than ever before. This time, I not only broke through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm, but I also feel that what was originally a constraint for me is no longer a constraint, but rather a source of stored nutrition. Once I fully absorb it, I will be able to successfully break through Dalio Golden Immortal Realm without any hidden dangers. Little granduncle spoke excitedly, while Xiang Yu, standing to the side, grew increasingly envious, her gaze towards Kang Jai becoming even more ardent. Not only him, but also Zhu Yuansang and Lei Shimin are the same. They are Golden Immortal Realm, and they also want to break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm. But they are not alone. They have their own power. Although they have all joined the Dragon Kingdom, they are still considered part of their own power, and they are now equivalent to the heads of various families on Earth. They cannot be like Xiang Yu, blindly following Kang Ji's lead. The two were both envious and conflicted, feeling extremely anxious and distressed. Kang Jai ignored them, knowing that Dao and the others would not submit to him, so he naturally wouldn't waste his time. Kang Jai looked at Xiang Yu, about to say something, but Wei Delong interrupted him. Gee, the central cabinet is asking what's going on here. The towering golden pillar of light has caused a stir in the surrounding countries. They're asking what's happening and whether we need their help. Kang Jai was taken aback, not expecting that Heavenly Dao's blessing and karma's reward would cause misunderstandings among neighboring countries. Gee, should we tell the central cabinet the truth, or? Wei Delong asked Dao hesitantly. Kang Jai thought for a moment, then stroked his chin and said, Tell them the truth. It's not a secret that needs to be hidden. Little granduncle's cultivation level will eventually be exposed. Kang Jai paused for a moment, then continued, It goes without saying that little granduncle can break through all 9 laws at the same time. If anyone asks, just say that little granduncle got his fruit through Dalio Dao. Breakthrough. If you don't ask, then say nothing. Wei Delong nodded and then replied to the central cabinet. Only then did Kang Jai look at Xiang Yu again, and Xiang Yu immediately said, You've won. From now on, I'm willing to follow your lead, but my cultivation level. Looking at Xiang Yu's expectant face, Kang Jai chuckled. Don't worry, I'll help you break through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm next. With that, he took Xiang Yu and returned to his secluded retreat. Compared to little granduncle, Xiang Yu cultivate law is much simpler, with only 3 majors. One is the martial Dao law, another is the QI and blood law, and the last one is surprisingly the law of strength. These 3 laws complement each other, among which martial Dao law and law of strength. Kang Ji, the main body, has been cultivated with Tai Golden Immortal Realm, which can greatly assist Xiang Yu cultivate. Qi and blood law, Kang Jai clone only cultivated up to the profound immortal realm, which is far from the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, and cannot help Xiang Yu at all. Fortunately, Kang Jai 3 Kingdoms Heavenly Dao also majored in the law of essence and cultivated it to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Furthermore, the law of essence and the law of QI and blood complement each other and share many similarities. Whether it's the primordial clone or 3 Kingdoms Heavenly Dao, both have touched upon QI and blood law. If one dedicates all their efforts to comprehending it, it is not impossible to elevate it to the Tai golden immortal realm in a short period of time. With this in mind, Kang Jai no longer hesitated. He released the martial Dao law and law of strength from Tai golden immortal realm for Xiang Yu to study and learn from, while also mobilizing most of his clone to wholeheartedly comprehend the QE blood law. As Kang Jai began to fully comprehend the QI and blood law, his understanding of the QI and blood law and his realm also improved rapidly. At the same time, Kang Jai broke down the QI and blood law he had come to understand into the most detailed law units, and let Xiang Yu learn them and reorganize his own QI and blood law. Xiang Yu, in the midst of his contemplation, suddenly discovered that Kang Ji's release of the law of heaven and earth had suddenly acquired another dimension. Xiang Yu was deeply impressed by the original martial Dao law and law of strength. After all, Kang Jai had actually cultivated both of these laws into the Tai golden immortal realm, which he found sound somewhat unbelievable. After all, the qualities that Kang Ji exhibits have nothing to do with martial cultivator, but that the two kinds of law that Kang Jai demonstrated even more profound than what he had comprehended. Just as he was greedily absorbing and learning the two laws released by Kang Jai suddenly released the QI and blood law. Kang Ji's QI and blood law this time was significantly weaker, consisting of only profound immortal realm. His own QI and blood law has already been cultivated to the golden immortal realm, far surpassing Kang Ji's. Xiang Yu found amusing, thinking that Kang Jai had lost his mind. He didn't need Kang Jai to teach him QI and blood law. Taoist Kang, my QI and blood law has already grasped the golden immortal realm, and I don't need your help, Xiang Yu kindly reminded Dao. However, Kang Jai didn't even lift his eyelids and simply said to Dao, I know, Dao. You should reorganize your own QI and blood law according to the QI and blood law I released. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Yu's expression turned rather unpleasant. He himself said that his QI and blood law was better than Kang Ji's, but Kang Jai still wanted him to re-examine his law according to Kang Ji's law. Who does he think he is? Just as Xiang Yu was feeling displeased, Kang Jai had already forcibly shoved I and blood law in front of him, and Xiang Yu was about to refuse again. But just as his mind came into contact with Kang Ji when QI and blood law were mentioned, he was stunned. Huh? QI and blood law can be applied like this? Xiang Yu stared blankly at the QI and blood law released by Kang Jai. The QI and blood law kept changing before him, evolving into countless possibilities. Xiang Yu became more and more engrossed in reading. He discovered that Kang Ji's understanding of QI and blood law was even deeper than his own, and in no way inferior to martial Dao law and law of strength. You should know that Dao, Kang Ji's martial Dao law and law of strength have already been cultivated to the Tai golden immortal realm. Kang Ji's QI and blood law only contains profound immortal realm. Just as Xiang Yu was in shock, he suddenly realized that Kang Ji's understanding of QI and blood law was rising at an extremely rapid pace. He is performing more and more profound QI and blood laws, adding them to the laws before him. At the same time, Kang Jai began to explain his understanding of these three laws. As Kang Ji explained, Zhang Yu found that his ability to cultivate these three laws suddenly increased. What shocked him even more was that, after re-examining QI and blood law, his understanding of it surpassed his previous level and became unfathomable. Is there really such a prodigy in this world? Learning on the spot and teaching on the spot. Xiang Yu stared blankly at Kang Jai, considering himself a genius. Compared to the person in front of him, He was nothing but a clay chicken and a clay dog. Xiang Yu was utterly devastated by Kang Ji's attack, and even his mind was somewhat dazed. Upon realizing this, Kang Ji snorted coldly, and a thunderclap resounded in Xiang Yu's heart, instantly bringing him back to his senses. Calm down and quickly cultivate. Kang Ji reprimanded Dao without hesitation, but Xiang Yu dared not refute her. Kang Ji's prodigy has completely won him over, and now he dares not underestimate Kang Ji at all. Suppressing her disappointment, Xiang Yu began to cultivate herself under Kang Ji's guidance. With Xiang Yu's cultivate, he finally experienced the joy of cultivate. In the past, when he wanted to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, he had to beg and plead with everyone he knew and slowly glean a tiny bit of understanding from the world around him. But now, with Kang Ji's explanation, he was practically swimming in a sea of the laws, with countless laws actively drilling into his mind. This feeling is incomparable to anything I've experienced with Cultivate before. As time went on, Xiang Yu's understanding of these three laws also increased rapidly. The first to reach the limit of Golden Immortal Realm are naturally Martial Dao Law and Law of Strength. As these two laws reached the limits of the Golden Immortal Realm, Xiang Yu had no choice to switch to QI and Blood Law. It took Xiang Yu 12,000-year time pills to master the three laws cultivate to Golden Immortal Realm perfection. From this perspective, Xiang Yu's aptitude seems quite similar to Little Granduncle's. Little Granduncle's 8 laws range from Celestial Immortal Realm, cultivate to an Immortal Realm peak, using 30,000-year time pills. Xiang Yu transferred 3 laws from Golden Immortal Realm early stage cultivate to Golden Immortal Realm peak, using 1,000-year time pills. Based on this calculation, it seems that Little Granduncle's aptitude is slightly better. But that's not actually the case. First of all, Little Granduncle consumed 100 National Luck Gold coins. As for Yang Yu, Kang Ji only gave him 10 tokens, which did not push Xiang Yu's aptitude to its limit. In addition, Xiang Yu's QI and Blood Law was comprehended by Kang Ji on the spot, which also took a lot of time. Overall, Xiang Yu, who consumed 10 National Luck Gold coins, has an aptitude that is not significantly different from Little Granduncle, who consumed hundreds of National Luck Gold coins. It is evident that Xiang Yu's original aptitude was far superior to Little Granduncle's original aptitude. As Xiang Yu cultivated all 3 laws to the Golden Immortal Realm peak, Kang Ji had a sudden inspiration. Looking at Xiang Yu's 3 laws, a bold idea suddenly came to mind. Your Majesty, I have an experiment here. I wonder if you would be willing to try it. Experiment? Xiang Yu looked at Kang Ji, puzzled. Now all 3 of his laws have been cultitized. After perfection, shouldn't the next logical step be breakthrough to Tai Golden Immortal Realm? What exactly is this experiment all about? The thought of breaking through to Tai Golden Immortal Realm filled Xiang Yu with anticipation, wondering how many flower-like qualities she could cultivate. Just as Xiang Yu was lost in thought, Kang Ji coughed lightly, pulling Xiang Yu back to reality. Only then did Xiang Yu remember the experiment Kang Ji had just mentioned, and he was immediately dumbfounded. You're about to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, so why are you suddenly bringing up experiments? What are you trying to do? Looking at Xiang Yu's bewildered expression, Kang Ji said in a deep voice, "Yes, an experiment, which is something I just thought of. If this experiment succeeds, it might not only enhance your combat power, but also allow you to obtain a higher grade flower when you break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm." What? It can make the law flower I get a higher Xiang Yu stared at Kang Ji in shock, but her expression quickly turned to suspicion. If the experiment Kang Ji mentioned was truly effective, Why wasn't it used on Kang En just now? Kang Jai naturally noticed the suspicious look on Xiang Yu's face. After a moment's thought, he guessed what Xiang Yu was thinking. He coughed lightly. Don't overthink it. This idea came to me when I saw your 3 laws. My little grand-uncle can't use them. Xiang Yu was even more suspicious, but since Kang Jai had just helped him, he couldn't directly contradict Kang Jai, so he said, "Tell me what kind of experiment it is first." Hey, it's not a particularly difficult experiment. Have you noticed that your martial Dao law, Qi and blood law, and law of strength, these 3 laws actually complement each other? Xiang Yu was taken aback, then frowned and said, "Of course I know that. What does that have to do with the experiment you're talking about?" Kang Jai smiled slightly and chuckled. "You should know that laws can actually collide with each other. And these collisions often give rise to many derivative laws." Xiang Yu nodded. He was certainly aware of this, but he still didn't quite understand what it had to do with the experiment Kang Jai mentioned. Kang Jai continued, "And your 3 laws complement each other. Tell me, if your 3 cultivated laws collided with each other, what kind of law would emerge?" Xiang Yu was taken aback, and her eyes began to wander. To be honest, he was also surprised by Kang Ji's bold idea. This sudden move at this critical juncture, just as he was about to break through, really caught him off guard. But after hearing Kang Ji's suggestion, he was inexplicably tempted. At this moment, Kang Jai continued, "Think about it. Originally martial Dao law, Qi and blood law, and law of strength were all independent. But if the 3 laws collide with each other, they all give rise to laws that combine in pairs, or even all 3. Do you think these 3 laws can be linked together? 3 interconnected laws. In breakthrough, could there be any unexpected results when using Tai Golden Immortal Realm?" Kang Jai spoke in a seductive tone, and Xiang Yu became more and more tempted as she listened. But reason told him that Kang Jai was fooling him and wanted him to be a guinea pig. But once Kang Ji's words entered his mind, they seemed to take root and sprout, and he couldn't get rid of them no matter what he did. Just as Xiang Yu was hesitating, Kang Jai added fuel to the fire. "Brother Xiang, if you a normal breakthrough, what about that opponent outside?" Xiang Yu stiffened. Although he was proud and confident, the Xiang Yu outside was no less capable than him. In some ways, the one outside is even stronger than him. After all, the one outside comes from a fictional world, and with the added advantage of fiction, he is much stronger than him, a person from the Orthodox tradition. Although he has benefited from the upgrade of 10 national luck gold coins by Kang Jai, and Kang Jai personally explained the law to him, his understanding of the law is definitely stronger than that of others. Even so, Xiang Yu wasn't sure if his current overall strength was absolutely superior to that of the one outside. If the experiment proposed by Kang Jai is successful, his aptitude might be further improved. When the time comes, with a breakthrough, you will be able to perfectly use all 3 laws, and with their cooperation, you may not necessarily be unable to defeat the opponent. Thinking of this, Xiang Yu gritted his teeth, his mind in turmoil. Finally, Xiang Yu suddenly looked up and stared intently at Kang Jai. "I want to give it a try." Kang Jai exclaimed with delight, clapping his hands and saying, "I'll perform law for you." Kang Ji's enthusiasm stems from his concern for the creatures in his 3 kingdoms world. In 3 kingdoms world, not everyone is suited to cultivate Witch world pioneering method, and those who are not suitable for cultivate creatures created by the Witch world, after being immersed in the blood pool, often only cultivate a few laws, or even just 1 or 2 laws. In this situation, if his conjecture proves true, it would benefit the entire 3 kingdoms world. In particular, the 3 kingdoms world itself is a major field of study in law, Qi and blood law. and law of strength. In the Three Kingdoms world, there are quite a few people who study law as a secondary field and cultivate. In this situation, if Xiang Yu succeeds, it will be of great benefit to the entire Three Kingdoms world. That's why Kang Jai is so enthusiastic about Xiang Yu's experiment. Master Kang Jai releases 3 laws, causing them to collide in the world. After the laws collide, many derivative laws will be generated. These laws, if Kang Jai is not absorbed, cultivate will naturally dissipate into the world. Kang Jai performed the song while explaining it to Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu is not Kang Jai after all, so he doesn't dare to directly use law to perform a collision. If law gets out of control, he doesn't have the absolute control that Kang Jai does. Only with Kang Ji's help can one first comprehend a portion of the derived law, then collide with one's own law to create one's own derived law, and then cultivate it. This is the only way to ensure a stable outcome. For the sake of the experiment, Kang Jai also spared no effort in helping Xiang Yu. With Kang Ji's help, Xiang Yu began to fully absorb and comprehend the derived law. These derived laws, unlike the 3 main laws, did not coalesce into a law divine tree. Instead, it transformed into an invisible, fibrous substance and merged into Xiang Yu's physical body. Within the meridian's cavities, they became in the connecting link between the law divine tree and the law divine tree. If we compare the 3 law divine trees to 3 signal towers, then the laws derived from the collision of laws are the signals and lines connected between the signal towers. After the derivative law was discovered, Kang Jai found that Xiang Yu's 3 laws not only had an additional connection, but their power was also greatly enhanced. Upon seeing this, Kang Jai felt a slight stirring in his heart. It seemed that derivative laws were not entirely without merit. Each entity possesses 36 primary laws. If these 36 primary laws collide with each other, they will generate even more derivative laws. Thinking about this, Kang Jai felt a little restless. The only concern now is whether doing this will affect Xiang Yu, breakthrough to Taiyi Golden Immortal Realm. Will it affect the grade of the law flower he can obtain? If it has no negative impact, it might even be beneficial. Kang Jai couldn't help but think of Three Kingdoms world. Dao, brother Dao, I feel like I can't hold back anymore. Xiang Yu's body trembled, his breathing fluctuated, and he spoke with some difficulty. Seeing this, Kang Jai no longer hesitated, grabbed Xiang Yu, and flashed to the outside world. At the same time, I also have some expectations. I wonder how many varieties of flower Xiang Yu will bloom this time?